In the ancient ruins, the prodigious cultivator Wei Xuan obtained the legendary Double Pupils of antiquity. However, he fell victim to a treacherous ambush, ultimately resorting to secret techniques that led to a mutual demise with his foes. On the brink of death, he was reborn due to the power of the Double Pupils. In this new realm, what storm shall he unleash? As the moon and sun were reborn, he became the prince of sun and moon. The ice dragon emerged, and the Double Pupils astonished the heavens, taming the Dragon Emperor and reforming the empire. In the frigid north, he encountered Huo Yuhao, disrupting the Ice Silkworm plan and leading to a change of the Ice Emperor. During the Soul Master Tournament, the original storyline shifted. He acquired soul bones and purchased a carving knife, overpowering Shrek and securing victory for Sun and Moon. In the Stardow Forest, he aided the three-eyed golden lion. The Dragon Emperor suppressed the gluttonous beast, and he engaged in dialogue with Emperor Tian. The capital erupted in chaos. The Double Pupils displayed their might, and the perpetrator could not escape justice. Huo Yuhao became the target of public ire, while Shrek bore eternal disgrace. Shrek's city fell, the three kingdoms perished, and the divine King Tang San disregarded the rules, intervening in mortal affairs. The continent was ultimately unified, breaking free from its shackles. The ice god Wei Xuan resisted valiantly, wielding the ancient Double Pupils to reshape the world. With Wei Xuan's arrival, the course of history shifted. This time, Huo Yuhao would not sail smoothly, his advantages would falter, and Tang San could no longer look down upon the world from his lofty perch. Shrek would no longer reign supreme, ushering in a new conclusion for the continent. The protagonist awakens the ancient ice dragon, an existence that transcends the utmost cold, alongside the ancient Double Pupils' martial soul, possessing unparalleled cultivation. Talent. The female lead is tentatively named the Snow Empress. Chapter 1. The Rebirth of the Sun and Moon. In the Douluo continent, the Empire of Sun and Moon. 200 miles from the capital city of Mingdu, a formidable army of 5,000 marched steadily, their formation immaculate, steps synchronized. Each soldier donned specially crafted armor, gripping sharp spears that exuded a formidable aura of martial prowess. At the front of the lengthy column was a golden carriage, drawn forth by 8 robust, majestic horses, advancing with deliberate grace. On either side of the carriage stood a dozen elegantly attired guardians, their imposing presence indicating a rank far superior to that of the marching soldiers. "Stop!" commanded an elderly bald man, raising his hand and calling out in a low voice. At his utterance, the entire battalion immediately halted, with hundreds of soldiers swiftly encircling the carriage, spears angled defensively, while the mounted warriors tensed. In response to the elder's command, "Elder Yi, what is amiss?" A voice, both ancient and authoritative, emanated from within the carriage. The elder, known as Yi Yulin, stood tall, his complexion rosy despite nearing a century in age, radiating vitality uncharacteristic of his years. He was a rank 91 title Doa and a rank 9 soul mentor, one of the esteemed offerings of the Empire of Sun and Moon. Upon hearing the voice, even Yi Yulin displayed a respectful demeanor, slightly bowing as he spoke. "Your Majesty, an unusual energy fluctuation approaches from ahead. I feared it might pose a threat to you, hence my command to halt the procession." Indeed, the presence that commanded such deference from a rank 9 soul mentor was none other than the current emperor of the Empire of Sun and Moon. "Let us investigate," the emperor replied, intrigued by the energy fluctuation described by Yi Yulin. Yi Yulin hesitated momentarily before suggesting, "Your Majesty, allow me to assess the situation first in case of danger." "Elder Yi, there is no need for such caution. In the Empire of Sun and Moon, none dare to harm me. And if there are, is there not you and your comrades?" "I shall remain unharmed," the emperor interrupted confidently, exuding an air of authority. Seeing the emperor's determination, Yi Yulin refrained from further persuasion, his initial suggestion to scout ahead merely a precaution. In truth, there was little harm in accompanying him. With their protection, even a super Douluo would struggle to inflict harm upon the emperor. The energy emanating from ahead was insufficient to even reach the level of a tidal Douluo, making any attempt to harm the emperor under their guard utterly impossible. "Advance," commanded Yi Yulin, restoring the formation as the procession resumed. After traversing approximately 500 meters, the atmosphere grew noticeably colder, the blazing sun giving way to a chilling aura, as if they had suddenly entered the depths of winter. As a tidal Douluo, Yi Yulin possessed exceptional vision and discerned the situation ahead through the swirling white mist. Within the fog, it appeared there was an infant. Noticing this peculiar sight, Yi Yulin furrowed his brow, scrutinizing it several times. Once he confirmed he was not mistaken, a sense of unease stirred within him. Elder Yi, what is the situation ahead? The emperor emerged from the carriage, observing the expanse of white mist with growing wariness, inquiring of Yi Yulin. There is an infant within the icy fog, Yi Yulin reported truthfully. An infant? The emperor paused, his gaze returning to the mist, a flicker of surprise crossing his aged features. Even before entering the ice fog, he could sense an overwhelming chill. If the temperature was so frigid outside, one could only imagine how much colder it would be within. How could an infant possibly survive in such an environment? Fetch him, the emperor commanded one of the nearby warriors. Yes, the mounted warrior responded, clasping his fists in acknowledgement, preparing to approach the icy fog. Your Majesty, wait. I sense something peculiar about this infant. It would be prudent not to act rashly. Yi Yulin interjected urgently. As a rank 9 soul mentor, his spiritual energy was significantly stronger than that of an average title Douluo, rendering his perception exceptionally acute. Initially, he had not sensed anything amiss with the infant, but as he delved deeper into his instincts, he began to perceive an aura of danger emanating from the child. This realization startled even him. The notion of feeling a dangerous aura from an infant was inconceivable. His first instinct was to doubt his own perception. However, after several thorough examinations, he could no longer deceive himself. He truly felt a hint of danger emanating from the infant. This aura was faint, nearly imperceptible without careful scrutiny, yet undeniably real. The fact that a mere infant could invoke a sense of danger within a rank 9 soul mentor was utterly extraordinary, leaving him with an uncanny sensation. The emperor dismissed Yi Yulin's concerns with a wave of his hand, signaling the rank 8 soul mentor to retrieve the infant. In the conflict between Yi Yulin's and the emperor's commands, the rank 8 soul mentor understood whom to obey and dismounted, striding towards the fog. He chose not to ride, as the steadiness of his feet provided reassurance and allowed him to respond promptly should danger arise. Yi Yulin wore a look of helplessness, wishing to voice his apprehensions, but when he met the emperor's authoritative gaze, he trembled, the words he intended to speak caught in his throat. Alas! Yi Yulin sighed inwardly, conjuring a rank 9 defensive soul tool into his hand, prepared to activate it at a moment's notice. Seeing Yi Yulin's anxious demeanor, the emperor chuckled and shook his head, deeming him overly cautious. Soon, the rank 8 soul mentor reached the heart of the icy fog, where a fully naked male infant lay on the ground, appearing as if he had just been born. The infant radiated a faint energy fluctuation, which manifested as a chilling aura that enveloped the surroundings, freezing the ground within several dozen meters. The expansive icy mist was a direct result of this cold energy. Upon contact with the chilling aura emitted by the infant, even the rank 8 soul mentor, possessing the prowess of soul Douluo, shivered uncontrollably, goosebumps rising on his skin. He could hardly endure the cold. What a bizarre infant, the rank 8 soul mentor stammered, his voice trembling not only from the frigid temperature, but also from a deep-seated fear that gripped him. Yes, it was fear. The peculiar behavior exhibited by the infant instilled a profound sense of dread, even in the 8th level soul master. Had it not been for the edict from the Sun Moon Emperor commanding him to carry the child back, he might have readily drawn forth his 8th level soul guiding apparatus to extinguish the infant's life without hesitation. Alas, why has this task fallen upon me? The 8th level soul master sighed. Bound by duty, he steeled himself and lifted the infant. As he drew nearer, the chilling aura emanating from the child intensified, enveloping him in an increasingly oppressive cold. The moment he cradled the infant, he felt as if his arm had been encased in ice. This sudden transformation caused his countenance to change dramatically. He exerted every ounce of his soul power to combat the frigid onslaught, yet the results were minimal. Without daring to linger, the 8th level soul master hastened back along the path from whence he came. Perhaps his abrupt movements startled the infant, for the child's previously shut eyes began to flutter open. Am I still alive? As he opened his eyes, a voice echoed within the infant's mind, not that of another, but his own thoughts vocalizing. His eyes blinked repeatedly, striving to clarify the blurred vision before him. With a few blinks, the scene before him came into focus. He beheld the chin of a man clad in dark armor, the sensation of being held washing over him. For a moment, the infant remained in a state of bewilderment, processing his surroundings. His deep, star-like eyes narrowed as the innate chill radiating from his body intensified, influenced by his surging emotions. The 8th-level Soul Master winced as the frigid aura grew more pronounced, distorting his expression. Have I been reincarnated, or have I undergone a soul transference? The infant pondered, taken aback by the shifts in his environment and his own physical state. Yet, his innate composure remained intact as he began to analyze his predicament with clarity. Before he could ascertain whether he had been reincarnated or had undergone a soul transference, his thoughts were interrupted by changes in his surroundings that heightened his alertness. He unleashed his formidable consciousness, instantly mapping the environment within a 10-mile radius in his mind, far clearer than what the naked eye could perceive. My consciousness has significantly weakened, the infant mused, redirecting his focus to the stimuli around him. The Sun Moon Emperor, Yi Yulin, and the accompanying military presence did not escape his perception, appearing vividly in his thoughts. Things seem rather dire. He quickly discerned the gravity of the situation. Attempting to mobilize his powers, he discovered that aside from his consciousness, all his former abilities had vanished, rendering him as defenseless as a fledgling. The absence of his formidable strength momentarily unsettled him, however. Having navigated numerous crises in his past life, his temperament had been tempered to a rock-solid resilience. Thus, the current circumstances were insufficient to shatter his composure. After a brief moment of disarray, he regained his equanimity. His thoughts raced as he contemplated how to navigate the present predicament. First, he endeavored to retract the chilling aura that naturally emanated from his being. This coldness was a manifestation of his spiritual essence leaking outward, controlling it proved to be a manageable task. With remarkable discipline, he diminished the cold aura until it ultimately vanished. Once he had mastered the chill, he retracted his consciousness from the surroundings, though he refrained from withdrawing it from the Sun Moon Emperor. Not only did he maintain his connection, but he also amplified the strength of his consciousness, employing a unique secret technique to attempt to influence the Emperor's mind. Uncertain of how these individuals might treat him, he had never been one to remain passive. His fate would be dictated solely by himself, not entrusted to another's whims. His gaze was astute from the Emperor's regal attire. He discerned that he was likely a sovereign of a certain dynasty, capable of commanding those around him. If he could sway the Emperor's thoughts, he might avert peril. Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Martial Soul, Ice Dragon, and Double Pupils. Astonished, the 8th-level Soul Master sensed the warming temperature and expressed his surprise, glancing incredulously at the infant in his hands. How has he returned to normal? He pondered, the drastic change deepening his unease as he hastened his return. Upon seeing the 8th-level Soul Master approach, Yi Yulin felt a sudden chill and instinctively braced himself, as if facing a formidable adversary. The surrounding powerful figures swiftly formed a protective barrier around the Sun and Moon Emperor, each brandishing advanced soul-guiding devices, ready to confront any sudden turn of events. What are you all making such a fuss about? Step aside, the Sun and Moon Emperor commanded. The Soul Masters exchanged glances, slightly embarrassed by their overzealousness over a mere infant. After a moment's hesitation, those who had shielded the Emperor withdrew to the side. The 8th-level Soul Master approached the Sun and Moon Emperor, bowing slightly as he presented the infant, cradling him with both hands. The Emperor regarded the child with a faint smile. With a gesture, a nearby maid understood and retrieved a yellow cloth from the carriage. Moving closer to wrap the infant securely, Yi Yulin stepped forward, his gaze fixed upon the child. The apprehensive look in his eyes transformed into one of confusion. The dangerous aura that had once surrounded the child had vanished, leaving him appearing entirely ordinary, indistinguishable from any other healthy infant. This striking shift made Yi Yulin question whether he had misperceived the threat earlier. After all, what danger could a mere child possibly pose? This child seems to have a unique connection with me. Let us take him back to the palace, the Sun and Moon Emperor remarked after a moment's contemplation. Your Majesty, that is unwise. Yi Yulin interjected urgently. This child as presence in such an unusual environment is indeed peculiar. I fear there may be something inherently strange about him. It would be best not to bring him to the palace. He pondered for a moment before adding, if your Majesty cannot bear to leave the child in the wilderness, perhaps it would be better to send him to a nearby town or village to be cared for. That might be more beneficial for him. The Sun and Moon Emperor remained silent, observing Yi Yulin with an expression unchanged from before, yet his aura had shifted to one of authority. Under the Emperor's steady gaze, Yi Yulin felt an overwhelming pressure. "Your Majesty, why do you regard me so?" Yi Yulin inquired, bowing his head, unable to meet the Emperor's eyes. Despite being a ninth-level soul master, he still felt trepidation in the presence of the ruler of the Sun and Moon Empire, a sovereign not known for his benevolence. With a slight smile, the Sun and Moon Emperor placed a reassuring hand on Yi Yulin's shoulder. "It is nothing. I merely wish to remind you, Elder Yi, that while I hold you in high regard, it does not grant you the liberty to defy my will, nor does it empower you to make decisions on my behalf." As he concluded, the Emperor's tone had grown noticeably colder. Yi Yulin trembled slightly, hastily responding, "Your Majesty, I would never presume to do so. There's no need for such alarm. I am merely offering a reminder," the Sun and Moon Emperor replied softly, giving Yi Yulin another pat on the shoulder before entering the carriage with the maid, the infant in tow. Once the Emperor had entered, Yi Yulin straightened his posture, relief washing over his face. The Emperor's earlier words had made him break into a cold sweat, his anxiety palpable. "Let us proceed," Yi Yulin commanded, regaining his composure. 6 years later, at the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon, the Hall of Mingda, a spacious chamber adorned in a metallic aesthetic, primarily in soft golden hues, exuded a sense of quality rather than opulence. "Young Master Wei, are you prepared?" inquired an elderly man, stout yet not overly tall. Despite his appearance suggesting he was in his 40s, he was, in fact, over 100 years old. This elder, known as Jing Hongchun, was the esteemed head of the Hall of Mingda and one of the continent's rare ninth-level soul masters, holding a significant position within the Sun and Moon Empire. The young boy referred to as Young Master Wei was Wei Xuan, now 6 years old, the child brought back by the Sun and Moon Emperor 6 years prior. After being adopted by the Emperor, Wei Xuan was granted the status of a prince. Yet the Emperor chose not to give him the surname Su, but instead named him Wei Xuan, the reasons for which likely only Wei Xuan understood. At 6 years of age, Wei Xuan stood nearly a meter tall, with long ice blue hair cascading down his back, his appearance strikingly handsome. His eyes, resembling deep pools, reflected a composure and serenity beyond his tender years. "Headmaster Hongchun, let us commence," Wei Xuan said with a smile, not waiting for the elder's cue as he stepped into the awakening formation, relaxing his body and closing his eyes, ready to receive the infusion of soul power. Having been in this world for 6 years, he had gained ample understanding through books and the accounts of others, including the awakening of martial souls. Thus, when his turn came, he exhibited remarkable familiarity with the process, requiring no guidance from Jing Hongchun. "This child," Jing Hongchun mused, shaking his head with a bemused smile. And without further ado, he unleashed his palm, channeling gentle soul power into the formation. As the soul power flowed, his gaze remained fixed on Wei Xuan's right hand. Filled with anticipation, he was genuinely curious about what kind of martial soul this extraordinary child would awaken. Upon the infusion of soul power, the formation activated, and Wei Xuan felt waves of warmth coursing through his body. At last, soul power has manifested, Wei Xuan thought, observing the changes within himself. In his previously empty body, he finally sensed the emergence of energy, eliciting a rare feeling of joy. The warmth intensified until, at one moment, it was abruptly replaced by an icy chill, causing Wei Xuan to emanate a frigid aura. A low, resonant dragon roar echoed from him, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet dramatically. In an instant, the room's temperature fell below freezing, continuing to drop at a staggering rate. Crack! Crack! The ground beneath Wei Xuan froze, the ice spreading outward like ripples on water. Jing Hongchun stared in disbelief, his eyes wide as he watched Wei Xuan. He had only uttered the first word when the changes occurring in Wei Xuan left him speechless. From the space behind Wei Xuan, an ice dragon slowly emerged, coiling upward. Its robust body, about as thick as Wei Xuan, exuded an imposing weight as it moved, emanating a pressure akin to that of a mountain. The ice dragon fully materialized, hovering behind Wei Xuan. Without the need for him to turn around, he instinctively understood the entirety of his martial soul, a nearly 4-meter-long ice dragon, an ancient ice dragon, to be precise. Wei Xuan felt no surprise at awakening such a martial soul. In fact, it was well within his expectations. The type of martial soul a soul master could awaken was determined by the bloodline within their body. Without considering mutations, the lineage determines the awakening of the martial soul. What lies within him is the bloodline of the ancient ice dragon. With such a bloodline, the awakening of this particular martial soul is hardly surprising. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Wei Xian's eyes, causing him to furrow his brow and cover his eyes with his right hand. What is happening? Wei Xian thought to himself, momentarily perplexed by the sudden agony in his eyes. Extending his consciousness, he began to inspect the changes in his vision. Such intense pain could not arise without reason. Could it be that Jing Hongchun is fixated on the ice dragon, and a bold hypothesis emerged in his mind? This might be the ultimate ice martial soul. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he could no longer maintain his composure, and a surge of excitement coursed through him. When he saw Wei Xian's expression of pain as he covered his eyes, his heart sank, and his joy was dampened. He hurriedly approached Wei Xian, placing a hand on his shoulder, and asked anxiously, "Your Highness, what is wrong with your eyes?" "I'm fine, Master Hongchun. No need to worry," Wei Xian replied, his voice steady despite the pain. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongchun anxiously stepped aside, observing Wei Xian's condition. "This is the dual pupil." Wei Xian was utterly astonished, as through his consciousness, he clearly saw an additional pupil forming within each of his eyes, now resembling the ancient dual pupil he had obtained in the ruins. This signified that he had become a dual pupil wielder. The mere thought of it quickened his heartbeat, and his breathing grew heavy. His emotions could no longer be described as mere joy or excitement. He understood all too well what it meant to be a dual pupil wielder, innate invincibility. A pair of eyes could lead one down the path of invincibility. Although he was confident he could ascend to greatness without the dual pupil, possessing it would undoubtedly ease his journey towards becoming the strongest, becoming his greatest asset in the future. As the pain gradually subsided, Wei Xian opened his eyes. Under his deliberate control, the initial manifestation of the dual pupil did not reveal any overwhelming power. It seemed almost non-existent. In truth, Wei Xian had indeed concealed his dual pupil because upon realizing he possessed it, he understood that it was, in fact, his second martial soul. Since it was a martial soul, it could be hidden, and to avoid drawing Jing Hongchun's attention, he intentionally kept it concealed. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Jing Hongchun inquired once more. "I'm fine." Wei Xian shook his head, and noticing Jing Hongchun's desire to press further, he smiled and redirected the conversation. "What do you think of my martial soul, Master Hongchun?" Jing Hongchun instinctively glanced at the ice dragon behind Wei Xian, nodding in satisfaction. "Your Highness's martial soul is exceptionally powerful. If I am not mistaken, it should be the ultimate martial soul, the ultimate ice attribute." When discussing the ultimate ice, Jing Hongchun's eyes gleamed with fervor. The ultimate ice. This is a rare martial soul that appears once in a millennium, and it has never been seen in the Sun and Moon Empire until now. How could I not be excited? Ultimate ice? Wei Xian smiled faintly, not intending to elaborate further. If one were to truly assess it, the ice attribute of the ancient ice dragon likely surpasses that of the ultimate ice, rendering the latter somewhat inferior. Though he had not experienced the temperature of the world as ultimate ice, he was confident that it could not compare to that of the ancient ice dragon, a belief rooted in absolute confidence in the ice dragon's power. If cultivated properly, your Highness will undoubtedly become a formidable soul master, and likewise, a powerful soul engineer. The combination of the two is truly exhilarating. Jing Hongchun's heart raced at the thought of Wei Xian's future potential. His bond with Wei Xuan was not merely due to his royal status. As the master of Mingda Hall, he had no need to flatter any prince or princess. The foundation of their friendship lay entirely in Wei Xian's extraordinary talent for soul-guiding devices. Before the age of 6, Wei Xuan had not awakened his martial soul, lacking the soul power to create soul-guiding devices. Yet this did not hinder him from showcasing his prodigious talent in that field. With his formidable consciousness, as defined in this world as mental strength, he had mastered the crafting methods of 4th-level soul-guiding devices by the age of 3. Had he possessed the corresponding soul power, he could have undoubtedly created 4th-level soul-guiding devices, a conclusion Jing Hongchun had personally verified, which was why he agreed to Wei Xian's residency in Mingda Hall. Since moving into Mingda Hall, Wei Xuan had been engaged in discussions with Jing Hongchun regarding the creation of soul-guiding devices, and their relationship deepened with each discourse. After 3 years of interaction, they had become unlikely friends despite their age difference. Understanding Wei Xian's terrifying talent in soul-guiding devices, Jing Hongshun was now even more thrilled by the awakening of such a powerful martial soul. Should the two combine, the Sun and Moon Empire would soon witness the emergence of a truly formidable soul master and soul engineer. Seeing Jing Hongshun's fervor, Wei Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. It was amusing that he, the one who should be excited, found Jing Hongshun even more so. Master Hongshun, please temper your enthusiasm, Wei Xuan advised. Haha, I was simply overwhelmed with joy, Jing Hongshun replied sheepishly, realizing he had indeed lost his composure. Now that the martial soul has awakened, Master Hongshun, accompany me to obtain a soul ring, Wei Xuan said. He could feel that his soul power had reached a certain threshold, and to break through, he needed to absorb a soul ring. Obtain a soul ring? But you haven't even tested your soul power. How do you know you possess innate, full soul power? Jing Hongshun queried, puzzled. However, he quickly realized his oversight, slapping his forehead and laughing. Look at me, in my excitement. I forgot that the possessor of an ultimate martial soul must indeed have innate, full soul power. Very well, I shall accompany your highness to obtain a soul ring. Jing Hongshun readily agreed. By the way, your highness, where do you intend to obtain the soul ring? Jing Hongshun inquired, knowing that Wei Xuan had always enjoyed reading about soul masters and soul beasts, possessing an exceptional memory that made him a living library. Having read extensively, Wei Xuan was well-versed in the habitats and species of soul beasts across the continent. Without needing to be prompted, he knew exactly where to seek a soul ring and which soul ring would be suitable for him. To acquire an ice attribute soul ring, it was only natural to venture to the extreme north of the original Douluo continent, a veritable paradise for ice attribute soul beasts, making it easier to find a suitable soul ring for himself. The extreme north, Jing Hongshun hesitated slightly, advising your highness. That area is known as a forbidden zone for humans, fraught with peril, and it lies far from our Sun and Moon Empire. Wouldn't it be quite troublesome to seek a soul ring there? Our Sun and Moon Empire also has normal soul beast forests. It shouldn't be too difficult to find a suitable soul beast within them, Jing Hongshun suggested, primarily concerned about the considerable distance to the extreme north. The journey from the Sun and Moon Empire to the extreme north stretches for thousands of miles, requiring passage through the heavenly Soul Empire, and would take at least a month for a round trip, far too lengthy. Rather than that, it would be more prudent to search for ice attribute soul beasts within the ordinary soul beast forests. While maybe more challenging, finding a suitable one within half a month should not pose much of a problem. Wei Xuan shook his head and insisted. It is essential to venture to the extreme northern lands to acquire a soul ring. The ice attribute soul beasts in the ordinary soul beast forests are far too scarce, and those suitable for my soul beast are even fewer. Consequently, my options are severely limited. Even if I manage to find an ice attribute soul beast in the end, it would likely be a mere compromise for absorption, which is not what I desire. To fully unleash the formidable power of my ultimate martial soul, I must discover the most suitable soul ring. Wei Xuan stated, in the realm of cultivation, he never settled for mediocrity or laxity. He aspired to excel at every stage, for this was the only way he could advance further. Jing Hongshun also found merit in Wei Xuan's reasoning and, after a moment of contemplation, agreed to his request, saying, then let us proceed to the extreme northern lands. Indeed, Master Hongshun, please prepare yourself as well. We shall depart in 3 days, Wei Xuan replied. This 3-day period was not only for Jing Hongshun to address matters pertaining to the Mingda Hall, but also for Wei Xuan himself, as he intended to utilize this time to thoroughly study his martial soul and compile a list of soul beasts suitable for absorption. Jing Hongshun nodded in affirmation. After awakening his martial soul, Wei Xuan did not return to his quarters in the Mingda Hall, but instead left the Sun Moon Royal Academy for the palace. After all, he was nominally the adopted son of the Emperor of Sun Moon, and it was only fitting that he inform his adoptive father of the results of his martial soul awakening. Upon arriving at the palace, and with the guard's announcement, Wei Xuan entered the Emperor's imperial chamber. The Emperor's quarters were, of course, extravagantly luxurious, adorned with green jade floors, Zeton wood furniture, intricately carved ceramic and jade artifacts, alongside numerous expensive decorations, while over a dozen exquisitely beautiful maidens attended within the hall. Xian has arrived. The Emperor of Sun Moon beamed upon seeing Wei Xuan enter the grand hall. Wei Xuan slightly bowed to the emperor and smiled, saying, I have come primarily to inform father about the awakening of my martial soul. Oh, the emperor's eyes sparkled with interest. Do tell me more. In one of the palace's study rooms, a fairly handsome man in his 30s paced back and forth before a desk, slowly waving a letter in his right hand, lightly striking his left palm, the sound echoing throughout the spacious room. He was not alone. Two elderly men stood quietly nearby, not daring to utter a sound. The ancient ice dragon, the ultimate ice martial soul. What a formidable talent, the middle-aged man murmured, a sinister expression crossing his face. The two elders exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting shock. They understood well what the ultimate ice martial soul signified. If it were to mature, it would undoubtedly result in a superlative powerhouse. After a moment of hesitation, one of the elders bowed and asked, Your Highness, could the possessor of this ultimate ice be? The man referred to as the Crown Prince was indeed Su Fan, the Crown Prince of the Sun Moon Empire. Su Fan halted, casting a cold gaze at the elder, causing the latter to tense up immediately, a sense of dread washing over him, akin to being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. After staring at the elder for a while, Su Fan tossed the letter aside, which the elder caught and began to peruse with the other elder. This wild child possesses truly exaggerated talent. Not only is he exceptionally gifted in soul guide devices, but his martial soul is also extraordinarily powerful. If he's allowed to grow, it would be catastrophic. Su Fan gritted his teeth, an intense murderous intent radiating from him. The wild child he referred to was, of course, Wei Xuan, an abandoned child brought back who unexpectedly garnered such favor from the emperor, which left Su Fan feeling deeply unsettled. Now, upon learning of Wei Xuan's awakening of the ultimate martial soul, his resentment only intensified, fearing that Wei Xuan might usurp his position as the crown prince. After the two elders finished reading the letter, their faces were filled with astonishment, and they fell into silence. To venture to the extreme northern lands for a soul ring. This presents a fine opportunity. Su Fan suddenly laughed, a chilling smile that sent shivers down one's spine. Aside from Su Fan, another prince was also keeping a close watch on Wei Xuan. At this moment, he too had received a letter, the contents mirroring those received by Su Fan, both concerning Wei Xuan's recent martial soul awakening. In a modest study, Su Tianran, seated in a wheelchair, grew solemn as he read the letter in his hands. The ultimate ice martial soul, this adopted brother of mine, is indeed remarkable, awakening such a powerful martial soul, Su Tianran murmured. The figure in black, standing beside him, spoke. Your Highness, if the contents of the letter are accurate, then Prince Wei's talent is rather terrifying. Should we? The black-clad figure made a gesture across his throat, the implication unmistakable. Su Tianran appeared momentarily tempted by the suggestion, resting his right hand on the armrest of his wheelchair, fingers tracing his chin as he fell into contemplation, wavering on whether to accept the black figure's proposal. After the black figure finished speaking, he fell silent, standing quietly beside Su Tianran. The study, enveloped in their silence, became exceptionally still. Su Tianran pondered for several minutes before finally shaking his head, stating, Although Wei Xuan possesses immense talent and is favored by father, he ultimately does not carry the bloodline of our royal family, and the likelihood of him being named crown prince is slim. As long as he does not contest my claim to the throne, allowing him to live is not out of the question. Moreover, Su Tianran smirked coldly, continuing, Wei Xuan may not even require our intervention. Others will likely take it upon themselves to eliminate him. The black figure was taken aback, but quickly realized, Your Highness, are you referring to the crown prince? Upon hearing the name of the crown prince, Su Tianran's fists clenched involuntarily, his emotions surging violently, his expression darkening as if he had heard the name of a bitter enemy, a fierce killing intent emerging. Gazing at his missing legs, Su Tianran inhaled deeply, his tone somber. My elder brother delights in fraternal strife. He is certainly aware of Wei Xuan's martial soul awakening by now. I suspect he is already plotting how to dispose of Wei Xuan. With him around, we need not concern ourselves with eliminating Wei Xuan. We shall await good news from his end, Su Tianran asserted. By the way, have the matters I instructed you to prepare been arranged? Su Tiandan Su Den Li Inquit. Everything is in order. We are merely awaiting your command to proceed, the black-clad figure respectfully replied. Su Tianran nodded in satisfaction, gazing at his remaining half of legs. his eyes glinting with vengeful light as he mused, "Let Su Fan live a little longer. Once he removes Wei Xuan, it will be his time to meet his end. The debt for my severed legs shall soon be repaid." Chapter 4. The extreme northern lands. 3 days swiftly passed, and early in the morning, Wei Xuan departed the Ming capital alongside Jing Hongchun. Upon exiting the city, Jing Hongchun produced his flying soul guide, which resembled a bat, its wings extending 5 meters. A 7th-grade flying soul guide. Naturally, they would not opt for a horse-drawn carriage to journey to the extreme northern lands, as that would be far too slow. The speed of a flying soul guide was considerably faster, making it the optimal choice for their expedition. As Wei Xuan beheld the 7th-grade soul guide, his interest was immediately piqued. In this world, few things could captivate him, but soul guides were undoubtedly among them. As he felt the texture of the flying soul guide, his pupils suddenly flickered, instantly transforming into 2. He subtly activated his dual pupils, the change so slight that it would go unnoticed by anyone who did not scrutinize closely. Upon the emergence of the dual pupils, his vision altered dramatically. The scene before him became exceedingly clear, so much so that he could see the dust in the air. The flow of time seeming to slow, allowing him to perceive the intricate internal structure of the 7th-grade soul guide in its entirety. As Jing Hongchun observed Wei Xuan's rapt attention, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. To achieve remarkable accomplishments in the realm of soul-guiding devices, one must possess an unwavering passion and obsession for them. Wei Xuan already exhibited the qualities befitting a master of soul guiding. After allowing him to gaze for a while longer, Jing Hongchun chuckled softly and said, "All right, you may delve into this soul-guiding device further upon our return. For now, let us ascend. It is time for us to depart." Only then did Wei Xuan regain his senses, retracting his dual pupils. Reflecting on his earlier display, he glanced at the 7th-level soul-guiding device with a resigned smile. Shaking his head, it seemed that this novel contraption held considerable allure for him. The intrigue was not limited to this particular 7th-level device, but encompassed soul-guiding devices in general. For Wei Xuan, these devices represented an entirely new frontier, one he had never encountered before, which explained his intense fascination. "Let us proceed," Wei Xuan nodded, leaping onto the flying soul-guiding device at Jing Hongchun's gesture. Standing to his left, Jing Hongchun initiated the device with her energy, enveloping both of them in a faint azure energy shield as it sprang to life. The soul-guiding device ascended vertically, and upon reaching a height of over 20 meters, the tail wings erupted with 2 powerful thrusts. With this force, the device transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the horizon. Initially, Wei Xuan found himself unaccustomed to such velocity. However, he was no ordinary individual. In less than a few seconds, he adapted to the speed. Thanks to the protective energy shield, he need not worry about the tearing sensation caused by the rushing air, despite not having absorbed his first soul ring yet. Though the realm of cultivation in this world may leave much to be desired, these peculiar devices were indeed commendable. Wei Xuan mused as he observed the fleeting scenery below. The wildling has set off. Mo Lao, Zhou Lao, you must immediately make your way to the far northern lands, declared the Crown Prince Su Fan, his expression tinged with excitement. Before him stood 2 elderly men. The taller one, referred to as Mo Lao, stood nearly 2 meters tall, thin and frail, with white hair and a face lined with deep wrinkles. Zhou Lao was around 1.80 meters, of average build, also with white hair and over a century old. "Yes, Your Highness, rest assured, we shall eliminate that Wei Xuan," the 2 elders replied in unison. Su Fan nodded in satisfaction, but suddenly his expression grew solemn as a thought struck him. He warned, "Mo Lao, Zhou Lao, this operation demands utmost caution. Mingda's Hall Master, Jing Hongchun, is closely accompanying Wei Xuan. She is a 9th-level soul master and not to be trifled with. The most critical aspect is that you must not expose your identities. Even if you manage to kill Wei Xuan, we would still face significant troubles. If that old man reports us to my father," Su Fan's countenance darkened. Wei Xuan was deeply favored by his father, and should he learn that Su Fan had dispatched people to assassinate Wei Xuan, it would spell disaster for him. The mere mention of Hall Master Ming caused the 2 elders to adopt a grave demeanor, their eyes betraying a profound wariness. Although they too were 9th-level soul masters, They recognized the considerable gap between their abilities and Jing Hongshan's. Otherwise, they would not have found themselves in the position of serving the crown prince. Indeed, the two elders nodded solemnly. Su Fan furrowed his brow, pacing within the hall. After several minutes of silence, he arrived at a decision, his expression hardening. He raised his gaze to Mo Lao and Zhou Lao, speaking coldly. If our identities are inadvertently revealed, we must exert every effort to eliminate Jing Hongshan. What? The two elders gasped, their eyes widening in shock at Su Fan's chilling command. The idea of killing Jing Hongshan was far more alarming than eliminating Wei Xuan. Unlike the 6-year-old Wei Xuan, who wielded little power, Jing Hongshan was the hall master of Mingde, a figure at the pinnacle of authority within the empire, and a 9th-level soul master. To assassinate her was no trivial matter, as the repercussions would be monumental. Setting aside the dire consequences of killing Jing Hongshan, the act itself would not be an easy feat. Her position as hall master was not merely a product of connections, but rather a testament to her formidable strength. Among the 9th-level soul masters of the Sun and Moon Empire, Jing Hongshan was a foremost contender. Could they truly vanquish such a powerhouse? Indeed, it is imperative that we eliminate Jing Hongshan. To prevent her from reporting us to the Emperor, she must perish, Su Fan declared with a grave voice. This old man has rebuffed my overtures multiple times and will likely become an obstacle to my ascension. It is better to seize this opportunity to remove him than to allow him to hinder my future. The two elders fell silent, their unease palpable. Su Fan's current state instilled a chilling dread within them. Once Su Fan's emotions had somewhat settled, Mo Lao steeled himself to speak. But, Your Highness, with our combined strength, it would be quite difficult to kill Jing Hongshan. Su Fan's gaze turned icy as he fixed a stare upon Mo Lao, inwardly berating him. Truly useless. As fellow 9th-level soul masters, how could you two fail to eliminate a single opponent? What purpose do you serve? Feeling the weight of Su Fan's anger, both men lowered their heads, their hearts racing. Logically, as 9th-level soul masters, they should not be so intimidated by Su Fan, even if he was the crown prince. However, their lives were firmly in his grasp. Should they provoke his wrath, not only would they perish, but their families would suffer the same fate. This fear rendered them exceedingly wary of Su Fan. Su Fan inhaled deeply, stifling the surge of anger within, and addressed the two with a solemn tone. Rest assured, I shall dispatch several 8th-level soul masters to accompany you. With such a formidable assembly, eliminating Jing Hongshan and Wei Xuan should pose no significant challenge. The Sun and Moon Empire lies on the western flank of the Douluo continent, while the extreme north is situated directly to its north. To reach the extreme north, one must journey toward the northeast. To circumvent the Star Luo Empire, the two first flew directly north for nearly 1,000 miles before veering eastward, thus entering the territory of the Heaven Do Empire. Once within the confines of the Heaven Do Empire, their pace inevitably slowed. This was not a deliberate act of restraint, but rather an unavoidable consequence of their circumstances. As citizens of the Sun and Moon Empire, they were subjected to numerous inspections in the Heaven Do Empire, and their flying soul devices could not ascend freely, which naturally impeded their progress. After nearly half a month, they finally arrived at their destination, the extreme north. Traversing the Heaven Do Empire proved to be quite arduous, as they endured over a dozen inspections. Wei Xuan reflected on their journey with a sense of resignation. Jing Hongshan's expression was equally grim. It was infuriating that someone of his stature had to endure such indignities at the hands of mere underlings. Were it not for the fear of attracting the attention of powerful figures from the Heaven Do Empire, he would have relished the opportunity to retaliate against those who dared to search him. After a brief moment of lamentation, Wei Xuan shifted his gaze forward. The ground where they stood was blanketed in a delicate layer of snow, while the surrounding trees were draped in silvery frost. Flurries danced in the air, evoking the essence of winter. Ahead lay a vast expanse of white, a world entirely enveloped in ice and snow, where the howling winds roared like ferocious wolves, proclaiming the perils of this frozen realm. This is indeed the extreme north, Wei Xuan said. Your Highness, you must remain close by my side. The designation of the extreme north as a forbidden zone for humanity is not without reason. In addition to the perpetual snow and harsh conditions, the soul beasts here are exceptionally formidable. Should we encounter a sudden attack from a soul beast, and you are too far from me, I might not be able to reach you in time. Thus, for your own safety, please do not stray too far, so that I may protect you more effectively. Jing Hongshun regarded Wei Xuan with a serious demeanor, imparting his warning with gravity. Wei Xuan understood the dangers of the extreme north and nodded earnestly. However, he could not suppress his curiosity. Given the prowess of the Hall Master, traversing the outer regions of the extreme north should pose little difficulty, should it not? Even so, this does not guarantee my safety. He was aware that Jing Hongshun was a 9th-level Soul Master, possessing the strength of a title Douluo. Logically, one would expect him to be less cautious, yet the solemnity etched upon his face was indeed perplexing. Who can assure that formidable soul beasts will not appear even in these outer regions? Jing Hongshun replied, his gaze drifting toward the distance, tinged with a hint of melancholy. There exist exceptionally powerful entities within the extreme north. If we were to encounter them, not only would I be unable to protect you, but my own life will be in peril. Wei Xuan's expression grew serious as he comprehended the deeper implications of Jing Hongshun's words. His gaze instinctively following the direction in which Jing Hongshun looked, the very heart of the extreme north. At first, there seemed to be nothing amiss. But as he continued to stare, an unsettling sensation began to creep into his heart, an oppressive feeling settling over him. Elder Hongshun, let us proceed, Wei Xuan suggested, breaking his gaze from the distance. Very well, Jing Hongshun acquiesced, glancing at the swirling snow with a smile. Can you endure such frigid temperatures? Wei Xuan offered a slight smile, unperturbed. Hall Master Hongshun, do not forget that my martial spirit embodies the essence of ultimate ice. Have you ever seen an ultimate ice soul master who fears the cold? To me, this temperature feels rather mild. With that, he took the lead, his powerful spiritual sense radiating outward, enveloping the environment within a mile radius in his scrutiny. Chapter 5. Selecting Soul Beasts. Hidden assassins Wei Xuan and Jing Hongshun wandered aimlessly across the vast, icy expanse of the extreme north. Although the region teemed with soul beasts, they were not easily encountered, making the search for a suitable soul beast a daunting task. Hours slipped by, and soon 5 had passed, prompting the two to rest upon a rocky outcrop. I must ask, Your Highness, are your standards not a tad excessive? The 8-armed Ice King we encountered earlier was exceptionally suitable for you in terms of both age and quality. Yet, you deemed it unworthy and insisted on continuing the search. Now, after 2 or 3 hours of searching, the creatures we have found pale in comparison to that 8-armed Ice King. Are you not simply complicating matters for yourself? Jing Hongshun remarked, sipping from a flask of strong liquor, his expression betraying his confusion over Wei Xuan's earlier decision. The 8-armed Ice King was a rare and powerful soul beast in the extreme north, known for its immense strength and over 400 years of age, ideal to serve as Wei Xuan's first soul ring. The opportunity had been squandered, leaving Jing Hongshun feeling a profound sense of regret. Wei Xuan, however, merely smiled at Jing Hongshun's grievances, maintaining his composure as he produced a flask of strong liquor from his storage ring. He was unfazed by the cold. His intention in consuming the liquor was not to ward off the chill, but simply to savor a drink in such an environment. Patience, Master Hongshun, remarked Wei Xuan. The quality of the 8-armed Ice King is indeed commendable, yet its age leaves much to be desired. To accept it as my soul ring feels somewhat like settling. After taking a sip of wine, he elaborated further. As Jing Hongshun sat back-to-back with Wei Xuan, he was taken aback by this statement, turning to observe Wei Xuan's profile in astonishment. 450 years is still lacking. You cannot be contemplating the absorption of a soul ring exceeding the normal age limit, can you? His sharp intellect, as one who could ascend to the role of the Master of Mingda, discerned Wei Xuan's intent with remarkable acuity. He perceived that Wei Xuan found 400 years inadequate. Wei Xuan nodded, taking another sip of his drink, and stated, "That is indeed my intention. Based on my estimations, the maximum threshold for my first soul ring should be around 800 years. If I were to take a perilous gamble, I might even attempt a soul ring close to 1,000 years." Jing Hongshun's expression shifted from surprise to amusement. "And how, pray tell, did you arrive at such a conclusion? Your lofty aspirations are hardly advisable, particularly regarding soul ring absorption. A blind pursuit of higher age could spell disaster." He believed Wei Xuan was overestimating his capabilities, assuming that the ultimate ice martial soul could grant him the ability to absorb soul rings beyond his current capacity. Hence his desire for an 800-year soul ring at the very onset, and even a 1,000-year one, was sheer folly. Wei Xuan, unfazed by Jing Hongqian's skepticism, turned his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at him, and smiled. Elder Hongqian, we have known each other for over 3 years. Do you truly consider me someone who reaches too high? He was not jesting. His earnest desire to absorb a soul ring exceeding 800 years was genuine. With unwavering confidence, he asserted, I can indeed absorb it. His conviction stemmed not from whimsy, but from a careful comparison of the energy intensity contained within soul beasts of varying ages against the strength he could endure. He was resolute in his conclusion, for his divine sense and dual pupils would not deceive him. Of course, the reference to an 800-year soul ring pertained to those of average quality. Should the soul beast possess superior attributes, this figure would undoubtedly diminish. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongqian paused, internally skeptical of Wei Xuan's ability to absorb such an aged soul ring. Nevertheless, Wei Xuan's certainty and earnest demeanor began to erode his doubts. Perhaps he truly could succeed. Jing Hongqian remained silent, neither opposing nor endorsing the idea. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, Do you genuinely possess such confidence? 10 out of 10, Wei Xuan replied with somber gravity. Jing Hongqian scrutinized him deeply before nodding. Very well, if you are so assured, then proceed. Wei Xuan offered no further words, merely smiling and raising his wine jug. Jing Hongqian understood the gesture, grinning as he clinked his jug against Wei Xuan's, saying, You must succeed, otherwise I shall be at a loss when reporting back to His Majesty. I shall not fail, Wei Xuan replied, his tone calm, yet brimming with confidence, a conviction that resonated with absolute certainty. Jing Hongqian paused mid-drink, taken aback by the profound self-assurance emanating from Wei Xuan's words, which stirred a deep-seated admiration within him. Such a peculiar lad, Jing Hongqian mused inwardly, his expression returning to normal as he took a hearty gulp of his drink. After resting on the rock for over 10 minutes, the two resumed their quest for soul beasts. This time, Wei Xuan expanded the range of his divine sense, allowing him to perceive the environment within a 2-mile radius with clarity. No soul beast could evade his scrutiny, and he meticulously identified and filtered through them. Over the years, Wei Xuan had perused numerous tomes on soul beasts, enabling him to recognize most by name and ascertain their approximate ages. A wealth of theoretical knowledge that greatly facilitated his search for a soul ring. One by one, he dismissed the soul beasts, with only 3 or 4 within the 2-mile radius meeting his preliminary criteria. However, he refrained from rushing to a decision among these few, opting instead to continue searching for the most suitable option. Time slipped away, and 3 hours passed without him encountering a soul ring that compelled him to commit. As night fell, the icy plains became even colder, with snow falling like rain and the chilling wind howling like a blade. After nearly an hour of effort, Wei Xuan and Jing Hongqian finally erected 2 tents. It must be said that both were novices at tent assembly, expending considerable effort to accomplish even this modest task. And the resulting structures were far from aesthetically pleasing. They exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile at the sight of their makeshift tents, which indeed posed a challenge to erect. Once the tents were completed, the duo began preparing their evening meal. To facilitate roasting meat and ensuring a more comfortable rest, Jing Hongqian conjured a level 7 soul guidance barrier to shield a 10-meter radius, warding off the biting wind and snow. My lord, I possess quite the talent for roasting meat. You are in for a treat, Jing Hongqian declared with a smile, skillfully preparing the ice tiger they had hunted earlier. Placing it upon the spit, his movements were somewhat clumsy, betraying his inexperience. Observing Jing Hongqian's clumsy attempt at roasting, Wei Xuan's initial expectations faded, replaced by a doubtful gaze. Is this what you call talent? Suddenly, Wei Xuan's demeanor shifted as he turned his attention to the right, a frown creasing his brow. His divine sense remained active, maintaining its exploration of the 2-mile radius. Moments ago, he had detected several powerful human auras. After a moment of concentrated sensing, Wei Xuan's expression grew tense. 2 tidal Douluos and 4 soul Douluos exuded a refined spiritual energy, likely either spiritual-type soul masters or long-time soul instructors. In comparison to spiritual-type soul masters, Wei Xuan deemed the latter more probable, as such beings were exceedingly rare, and the simultaneous presence of 6 was nearly impossible. These 6 individuals were likely soul instructors from the Sun Moon Empire, having resided in the Mingda Hall for 3 years. He was intimately familiar with the aura emitted by soul instructors, allowing him to quickly ascertain their origins. The power levels of title Douluos and soul Douluos indicated that these soul instructors were certainly no less than level 8, with the 2 title Douluos possibly being level 9. Through his sensing, Wei Xuan deduced much. "My lord, why do you keep staring in that direction?" Jing Hongchuan inquired, his curiosity piqued by Wei Xuan's unwavering gaze. Following Wei Xuan's line of sight, he peered into the darkening landscape, but could discern nothing even 100 meters away. Wei Xuan withdrew his gaze, meeting Jing Hongchuan's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head. "Nothing of consequence. I was merely passing the time, observing." He could not disclose to Jing Hongchuan that he sensed the presence of 6 powerful soul instructors from the Sun Moon Empire. After all, Jing Hongchuan, a title de law, had failed to detect them. How could he, a mere 6-year-old child, explain this? Even if he suspected that these 6 individuals might pose a threat to them, he could not voice such concerns outright. "Ah, very well. Let us wait a little longer. Dinner will be ready soon," Jing Hongchuan replied, wholly trusting, redirecting his focus back to the roasting process. Wei Xuan's gaze remained fixed on the right, penetrating the distance as though he could see the concealed 6. A fleeting glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He silently mused, "I hope you are not here for me, for this could very well become your burial ground." Though he had yet to acquire even his first soul ring, one should not underestimate his combat capabilities. He possessed formidable divine awareness. Though his spirit had suffered greatly from a previous death, rendering it far less potent than before, he remained formidable. A lean camel outweighs a horse. His current mental prowess still ranks among the elite in this realm. If one were to gauge his strength of spirit against the standards of this world, he would be likened to a super Douluo. With such formidable mental acuity, coupled with a variety of spiritual attack techniques at his disposal, he felt a 70% assurance that he could annihilate the 6 soul masters before him. Furthermore, with Jing Hongchuan by his side, should these 6 dare to engage them, their demise would be inevitable. In the distance, 6 elderly figures clad in white robes, their faces obscured by white cloths and their hair wrapped in similar fabric, lay concealed in the snow. Their white attire rendered them nearly invisible against the snowy backdrop. "Old Joe, old Mo, shall we make our move tonight?" inquired a robust elder in a hushed tone. "Not yet. The timing is not optimal. We shall strike when Wei Xuan absorbs the spirit ring. It will be significantly easier to eliminate them then," replied Old Mo. Old Joe nodded in agreement, adding, "Let us heed Old Mo's counsel and wait patiently a while longer." The other 4 echoed in unison, their voices barely audible against the howling wind. Chapter 6. The killing intent of Jing Hongchuan. A tranquil night passed, and at dawn, Wei Xuan and Jing Hongchuan awoke, dismantling their tent and performing a brief ablution before partaking in a modest breakfast. With their bellies filled, they set out to seek spirit beasts. To locate suitable spirit beasts, they ventured deeper into the extreme north. As they traversed further, the strength of the spirit beasts they encountered markedly increased, with the first millennium-level beasts beginning to appear. Wei Xuan expanded his mental probing range, enveloping a radius of 3 miles, revealing a plethora of spirit beasts within his mind, with an increasing number meeting his requirements, and 1 or 2 igniting a desire for absorption within him. "It seems they are indeed pursuing me," Wei Xuan mused internally, for his mental probing had detected not only the spirit beasts but also the 6 soul masters who had been trailing them at a safe distance. If last night had left room for doubt regarding their intentions, today he was certain that these 6 were indeed after him. Otherwise, they would not have followed like persistent shadows. With a quick flicker of thought, he devised a strategy. "Master Hongchuan, do you possess any probing soul devices?" Wei Xuan inquired of the nearby Jing Hongchuan. Pausing momentarily, Jing Hongchuan looked at Wei Xuan, uncertainly responding. "You don't mean to suggest that I should deploy a probing soul device to assist you in locating spirit beasts, do you?" Wei Xuan smiled, appreciating Jing Hongchuan's comprehension, and nodded affirmatively. "That is precisely my intention. The spirit beasts in this extreme north have white fur, blending seamlessly with their surroundings, making them nearly impossible to spot with the naked eye and rendering our search inefficacious. However, Utilizing a probing soul device would greatly enhance our efficiency, allowing for extensive searches without the limitations of visual detection, thus conserving our energy. Jing Hongchun widened his eyes, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Had you mentioned this sooner, we might have secured the spirit ring yesterday, instead of aimlessly searching here. Wei Xuan chuckled awkwardly. I only just remembered. Jing Hongchun, slightly amused and frustrated with himself for not recalling the probing soul device sooner, lamented, as the master of Mingda Hall and a 9th-level soul master. How could I have overlooked such a thing? My expertise lies in creating offensive and defensive devices. I have not delved deeply into probing soul devices, Jing Hongchun remarked nonchalantly. Wei Xuan watched Jing Hongchun, anticipating a change of heart, confident that he possessed a probing device. Sensing Wei Xuan's calm demeanor, Jing Hongchun, sensing the lack of suspense, finally divulged, while I cannot craft 8th or 9th level probing soul devices, as a 9th level soul master, I can certainly create some simpler ones. In fact, I once dabbled in crafting a probing soul device during my leisure time. With that, Jing Hongchun retrieved a palm-sized, half-ellipsoidal, white metal object from his storage ring. Wei Xuan gazed at the object in surprise, scrutinizing it before saying, "Is this what you refer to as a probing soul device? Its design leaves much to be desired." Jing Hongchun beamed with pride, seemingly oblivious to Wei Xuan's skepticism. Indeed, under my modifications, this probing soul device has been reduced to a fraction of its original size, becoming remarkably portable. Do not underestimate its diminutive form. It possesses considerable utility. It can soar to an altitude of 700 meters and cover a probing range of approximately 4 square miles. Its small size and white color render it difficult to detect with the naked eye, ensuring a high level of concealment. Even a titled Douluo would struggle to notice it without releasing their mental energy for probing. Impressive, isn't it? What level is this soul device? Wei Xuan casually inquired. At this question, Jing Hongchun's facade faltered, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. He cleared his throat and replied, "The level is not important. What matters is its ability to assist us in finding spirit beasts." As he spoke, Jing Hongchun infused the device with soul power, allowing it to ascend. Typically, probing soul devices contain storage arrays that enable pre-infusion of soul power, allowing for immediate deployment upon activation. However, this particular device had only been used once since its creation, requiring a fresh infusion of soul power for activation. Wei Xuan observed Jing Hongchun with a smirk, causing the latter's face to flush as he turned slightly away to avoid eye contact. Despite its significant capabilities, this device was merely a 4th-level soul device. As a 9th-level soul master and the esteemed leader of Mingda Hall, having crafted only a 4th-level device would surely invite ridicule. I must dedicate time to studying the crafting of probing soul devices upon our return, Jing Hongchun resolved, feeling a pang of humiliation. Wei Xuan refrained from further teasing Jing Hongchun, standing quietly beside him as they awaited the device's ascent. With Jing Hongchun's title dual-level soul power, it took only a matter of seconds to fully charge the 4th-level device. As he controlled the device, it quickly ascended, reaching 700 meters in less than 10 seconds. With the probe activated, images materialized on the controller's screen, transforming it into a vigilant eye that relayed the surrounding scenery. Jing Hongchun, seated beside Wei Xuan, initially wore a smile as they scanned the screen for suitable spirit beasts. However, when his gaze fell upon several unusual light points, his expression faltered. "What is that?" Wei Xuan, having been observant of Jing Hongchun's reaction, feigned ignorance, pointing at the light points. Jing Hongchun did not respond immediately. Instead, he furrowed his brow, directing his gaze toward the left front where the light points resided, lost in contemplation. "Master Hongchun, have you discerned something?" Wei Xuan inquired after a brief pause. Upon discovering a few mice, uncertainty lingered regarding their potential threat to us. It was necessary to observe further, as Jing Hongchun coldly remarked, speaking in veiled terms. Yet Wei Xuan understood his implication. "Let us take action," Wei Xuan proposed. "If these mice are following us, it indicates that we are their target." Jing Hongchun cast a surprised glance at Wei Xuan, astonished by his insight, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Very well, let us proceed." As they walked, both observed the movements of the 6 individuals trailing behind. Jing Hongchun utilized the controller in his hand for observation, while Wei Xuan relied on his own spiritual perception. which proved to be far superior to the probing, soul-guided device. After approximately half an hour, Jing Hongxuan reached a conclusion. These mice were indeed harmful. A dark cloud settled over his expression as he contemplated whether they were strong entities from the Heavenly Soul Empire. What do you believe is more probable, Elder Hongxuan? Is it the former or the latter? Wei Xuan inquired with significant implication. An unvoiced suspicion lingered in Jing Hongxuan's mind. These individuals might hail from the Sun and Moon Empire. During their expedition to the extreme north, only the high-ranking officials within the Sun and Moon Empire were aware, while the Heavenly Soul Empire, which they traversed, was unlikely to recognize Jing Hongxuan. The possibility of the Heavenly Soul Empire dispatching powerful beings to ambush them could be dismissed, leaving only one viable possibility. Who would dare to assassinate me within the Empire? Jing Hongxuan inhaled deeply, his voice icy as a chilling aura enveloped him. Wei Xuan, his expression peculiar, quietly warned, Elder Hongxuan, could it be possible that these individuals are primarily after me? To him, the likelihood of these individuals targeting him seemed greater than that of them pursuing Jing Hongxuan. The reasoning behind this involves his nominal brothers. Although he had not interacted extensively with them, his past life endowed him with keen insight into human nature. Through several encounters, he had gleaned enough about their characters. Externally amiable and boasting enviable brotherly bonds, they secretly harbored ulterior motives, contemplating how to eliminate one another. In the face of the throne, blood ties were feeble and insignificant. The second prince, Su Tianran's injury, was the work of the first prince, while the younger princes were scheming to dispose of their two elder brothers, epitomizing the term fratricide. He had moved to Mingda Hall to avoid entanglement in their power struggles, having no interest in the throne. However, his disinterest did not imply that others would spare him. The 6 individuals were likely sent by one of his brothers to assassinate him. Jing Hongxuan paused, regarding Wei Xuan, and shook his head. After you? Huh. Although you are a prince, lacking any significant backing, who would send someone to kill you? But as he spoke, a realization struck him, and his expression turned grave. My brothers are not to be trifled with, Wei Xuan remarked with a hint of sarcasm, his gaze cold. He was not one to be easily bullied. Should anyone harbor murderous intent towards him, he would not show mercy. If these individuals were indeed dispatched by his nominal brothers, he would retaliate fiercely. Such audacity! Once we capture them, we must interrogate them thoroughly to uncover the mastermind behind this. Even as a prince, I shall ensure their downfall, Jing Hongxuan declared with fury. Chapter 7. The Ice Dragon and the Validation of Theories. Wei Xuan's gaze towards Jing Hongxuan shifted slightly. Let's discuss that later. Our immediate concern is how to deal with them. Jing Hongxuan, eyes filled with murderous intent, replied, What is there to deliberate? We shall simply eliminate them. I'm not one to be trifled with. With that, he prepared to soar towards the concealed location of the 6 individuals, prompting Wei Xuan to urgently grasp his arm. Elder Hongxuan, do not act impulsively. Since they are aware of your presence beside me and still dare to send someone, it indicates that their agents pose a threat to you. Charging recklessly into their midst would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongxuan furrowed his brow, pausing to reconsider. After a moment, he nodded. You make a valid point. These individuals likely lack the preparation to assault us here. He regarded Wei Xuan, instinctively asking, What do you suggest we do? Wei Xuan smiled nonchalantly, gesturing for Jing Hongxuan to lean closer as he whispered his plan into his ear. After hearing Wei Xuan's strategy, Jing Hongxuan's eyes sparkled with admiration, a broad smile illuminating his face as he generously praised, You are quite clever for one so young, possessing a mind brimming with schemes. I must admit, I appreciate your ingenuity. An hour later, a nearly 5-meter-long ice dragon, its scales resembling crystalline ice, roared in the sky. Its ice-blue eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent as it gazed down at the 2 humans below. After a moment's hesitation, it launched into the distance like an icy arrow. The ice dragon belonged to the subdragon species, the closest biological relative to true dragons, exhibiting many draconic traits. Even without wings, it could soar freely through the sky at great speed. Within a mere 100 meters, a thunderous blast erupted from the ground. A scorching projectile arcing towards the sky, aimed directly at the fleeing ice dragon. Though the ice dragon was swift, the projectile's speed far surpassed its own. After careful aim, The projectile struck the ice dragon with precision. A massive explosion erupted as the cannonball, the size of an infant's arm, detonated upon impact, flames engulfing the area and causing a rapid increase in temperature. The ice dragon let out a piercing cry as it was hurled away, crashing heavily onto the snowy ground. Jing Hongquan stored the 5th-level soul-guided cannon and turned to Wei Xuan. However, Wei Xuan's reactions exceeded his expectations. He dashed towards the ice dragon without needing to be prompted. This child, Jing Hongquan chuckled, shaking his head as he followed suit. Wei Xuan halted about 4 meters from the ice dragon, refraining from approaching any closer. He sensed that the ice dragon had not entirely lost its fighting spirit. Advancing further would pose a danger. Under Jing Hongquan's command, the 5th-level soul-guided cannon unleashed its full power, severely wounding the 700-year-old Ice Xian Dragon. The Ice Xian Dragon was no ordinary ice-type soul beast. It possessed exceptional quality, with physical strength rivaling that of a dragon of the same rank. The combination of its ultimate icy properties made it a top-tier entity among super soul beasts. Even a 700-year-old Ice Xian Dragon was a creature that even 10,000-year soul beasts would hesitate to provoke, underscoring its ferocity. Regrettably, it encountered the 9th-level soul master, Jing Hongquan. Had it possessed 10,000-year cultivation, it might have evaded disaster. However, at only 700 years of cultivation, its strength was insufficient for escape. Naturally, a creature surpassing 10,000 years in cultivation was unlikely to exist. After being struck by the 5th-level soul-guided projectile, a massive gaping wound appeared on the Ice Xian Dragon's abdomen, blood gushing forth as its scales lay shattered. The previously formidable aura had diminished significantly. Wei Xuan observed the beleaguered Ice Xian Dragon thoughtfully, not out of reluctance to kill, but rather contemplating other matters. Jing Hongquan approached Wei Xuan, gazing at the Ice Xian Dragon serpent lying on the ground, trembling slightly in pain. The surprise on her face had yet to fade as she remarked, "Your Highness, you have truly struck fortune this time. The Ice Xian Dragon Serpent is undoubtedly a paragon of ice attribute soul beasts. Its quality is so exceptional that it rivals the dominators of the extreme north, perhaps even surpassing them by a slight margin. Alas, they seldom survive beyond 10,000 years. Otherwise, the overlords of the extreme north would likely include the Ice Xian Dragon Serpent among them." Jing Hongquan sighed. Her words piqued Wei Xuan's interest, interrupting his thoughts. Curiously, he inquired, why do they rarely live past 10,000 years? Surely, a super soul beast like the Ice Xian Dragon Serpent should find it easy to surpass that age. Why does Jing Hongquan claim they hardly survive? Jing Hongquan's gaze towards the Ice Xian Dragon Serpent was tinged with pity as she explained. The reason they are referred to as dragon serpents is due to the richness of dragon blood within them, which far exceeds that of other serpentine soul beasts, almost approaching that of true dragons. While this potent dragon blood grants them formidable strength, it also invites calamity, which could be seen as a rare opportunity. She paused, a note of caution in her tone. Upon reaching 10,000 years, they have a singular chance to transform into true dragons. At the mention of transformation, Wei Xuan's eyes flickered with surprise as he regarded the Ice Xian Dragon Serpent. It seemed that their inability to survive beyond 10,000 years was indeed linked to this transformation. If I am correct, he mused, should they fail to metamorphose? The Ice Xian Dragon Serpent faces certain death, and the probability of a successful transformation is nearly non-existent. Indeed, Jing Hongquan nodded. Your deduction is accurate. Should they fail to transform, they are doomed. As for the likelihood of their transformation not being zero, I cannot say for certain. However, I have never heard of an ice dragon existing on the continent. The absence of ice dragons speaks volumes about the improbability of the Ice Xian Dragon Serpent's successful transformation. Wei Xuan was not surprised. After all, achieving transformation was never a simple task in this world. It was precisely because they typically perished at the 10,000-year mark that the Ice Xian Dragon Serpent lineage rarely produced overlord-level powerhouses, Jing Hongquan lamented. Quickly in its life, or it shall perish by my hand, Jing Hongquan urged, noticing the waning breath of the Ice Xian Dragon Serpent, which was now on the brink of death. If they delayed any further, Wei Xuan would miss out on this exquisite soul ring. Nodding, Wei Xuan approached the Ice Xian Dragon Serpent, extending his consciousness to influence its thoughts. Jing Hongquan stayed close, vigilant against any sudden attack from the creature. A red shield materialized in her hand, which she tossed into the air. The shield, initially the size of a fist, rapidly expanded to 10 meters in diameter, enveloping them within its protective barrier. The crimson shield isolated them from external perception, rendering it impossible to discern the interior situation with the naked eye, while even spiritual probing was thwarted. The gaze of the ice-wielding dragon serpent gradually became vacant as Wei Xuan plunged a dagger into its body. This seemingly simple thrust quelled its struggles, its head drooping lifelessly to the ground as a deep yellow soul ring floated forth. Wei Xuan did not hasten to absorb it. Instead, he looked towards Jing Hongshun for confirmation. Upon receiving her serious nod, he settled into a meditative posture. The ancient ice dragon martial spirit manifested behind him, and as it appeared, the already frigid temperature within the shield plummeted further. The dragon's majesty cast a weighty presence, thickening the atmosphere. Despite this being Wei Xuan's inaugural experience with soul ring absorption, he exhibited none of the clumsiness of a novice. Without needing guidance from Jing Hongshun, he summoned the soul ring and commenced the absorption process. The yellow soul ring hovered above his head, its golden light flickering as it coalesced into the shape of a dragon serpent, resembling the ice-wielding dragon serpent in every detail. Jing Hongshun furrowed her brow at the apparition of the ice-wielding dragon serpent above the soul ring, murmuring, "What is this?" Having absorbed 9 soul rings herself, she had never encountered a situation where the image of the soul beast appeared above the ring. This unusual occurrence stirred concern for Wei Xuan. "Please let nothing go awry," she silently prayed. Even as a titled Douluo, she could offer no aid in the soul ring absorption process. It was solely reliant on Wei Xuan. As for Wei Xuan, he found himself in a predicament that even the most knowledgeable soul masters on the continent could not elucidate. The apparition above the soul ring was, in fact, the essence of the ice-wielding dragon serpent soul. Prior to its demise, he had employed a secret technique to safeguard its soul essence, allowing it to die without truly perishing. By expending his spiritual strength to protect the ice-wielding dragon serpent's soul essence, Wei Xuan had his motives. Over the years, alongside his research into soul-guiding devices, he had delved into the intricacies of soul rings. With his formidable spiritual prowess, he had attained a level of understanding that far surpassed ordinary comprehension, grasping how soul rings were formed and how they integrated with a soul master's body. These revelations birthed a bold idea in his mind, a concept capable of extending the lifespan of soul rings. Typically, soul beasts under 10,000 years would see their soul essence dissipate entirely upon death, leaving no remnants within their soul rings. However, soul beasts exceeding 10,000 years would have their soul essence dissipate slowly, leaving behind residual souls that could impact the soul master. Yet, during absorption, these residual souls were often eradicated. Thus, a soul ring was rendered devoid of the original soul beast's essence, a mere lifeless object. But what if the soul essence could be preserved and integrated into the soul ring? In such a scenario, the soul ring would possess vitality. Vitality would imply that it could grow. As the soul beast's essence strengthened, so too would the power of the soul ring, manifesting in an increase in its age. This audacious notion had long lingered in his mind, yet he had not acted to test its feasibility until now. Now, he was determined to undertake this experiment, preserving the soul essence of the soul beast during the absorption of the soul ring. Should his hypothesis prove successful, his future soul rings would possess the potential for growth, enhancing in strength alongside his own power. Chapter 8. Level 8 Soul Guiding Cannon, Silver Moon, Flowing Light Shield. The power of a soul master is insufficient to preserve the essence of a soul beast, but he was different. Armed with formidable spiritual strength and esoteric techniques not of this world, achieving this feat was well within his grasp. As the energy from the soul ring surged into his body, a sensation of fullness enveloped him, the frigid, colossal energy causing a swelling sensation in his meridians. Wei Xuan was immune to the icy attribute. After all, the extreme cold of the ultimate ice could not compare to that of the ice-wielding dragon serpent. Yet he could not disregard the overwhelming energy which inundated his body like a flood breaching its banks. A minute passed, and the energy within him swelled to the limits his meridians could endure. Though no expression of pain crossed his face, the slight furrow of his brow betrayed that he was not in a favorable condition. under the suppression of his spiritual awareness. The essence of the Ice Xian Dragon Serpent's soul stirred not at all. However, the energy was beyond his control. This 700-year super soul ring is indeed not easy to absorb. Wei Xuan sighed inwardly, acknowledging that the difficulty of the absorption exceeded his expectations. Channeling his soul power, he emanated an intense chill as the ancient ice dragon roared in the skies, a resonant dragon's cry reverberating through the air. Beneath this powerful roar, the deep yellow soul ring trembled. The ancient ice dragon coiled around Wei Xuan, its head bowed low, exhaling a pale blue energy beam. The radiant beam of energy descended upon Wei Xuan, instantly encasing his body in ice, which swiftly spread, transforming him into a frozen statue. Witnessing Wei Xuan ensnared by his own martial spirit, Jing Hongchun gaped in astonishment. What was happening? It was one thing for a soul ring to manifest the silhouette of a soul beast, but for a martial spirit to immobilize its master was utterly bizarre. After releasing his mental energy and confirming that Wei Xuan was not in immediate danger despite being frozen, he chose to pay it no further heed. The ancient ice dragon had undoubtedly encased Wei Xuan of its own volition. Once frozen, the flow of energy from his soul ring slowed. The infusion of energy into his body diminished, and the pressure exerted by the soul ring lessened. Wei Xuan began to operate his soul power at full throttle to refine the energy from the soul ring, concurrently compressing this energy. The energy acquired through this method was somewhat ethereal. It required compression to become more solidified. Outside the soul guide barrier, an elder proclaimed with excitement, "Old Mo, Old Joe, the opportunity has arrived. Let us take action." His eagerness was palpable, prompting the others to direct their gazes toward the two senior elders, awaiting their command. Exchanging a glance, Old Joe and Old Mo discerned mutual delight in each other's eyes. Although Jing Hongchun had obscured their view and mental probing with his 9th-level soul guide barrier, preventing them from discerning the situation within, half an hour had elapsed. Even without visibility, they could surmise that Wei Xuan was absorbing the soul ring. Their long-awaited opportunity had finally come. Move. The two men exchanged determined glances, revealing a chilling intent. Having conspired their attack strategy while lying in wait, they sprang into action. Cautiously, they approached the location of Wei Xuan and Jing Hongchun, halting over 200 meters from the soul guide barrier. With a wave of his hand, Old Mo signaled the four others to spread out in a fan-like formation, maintaining a distance of over 50 meters from each other. 12 fixed soul guide devices were set upon the ground, each of considerable caliber, classified as 8th-level soul guides, paired with 12 8th-level fixed soul guide shells. To ensure the success of their mission, Su Fan had expended considerable resources to prepare these fixed soul guide cannons for Old Mo and the others. Had he been able to procure 9th-level shells, he would have aimed to employ them against Jing Hongchun and Wei Xuan, for with such formidable weaponry, Jing Hongchun would surely meet his demise. Gazing at the arranged fixed soul guide cannons, the group smiled. For the power of an 8th-level soul guide cannon was such that even a titled Douluo would hesitate to confront it directly. Should all 12 fire simultaneously, the 9th-level defensive barrier would surely shatter. Old Mo gestured, and the 12 8th-level soul guide shells were simultaneously loaded. At his signal, the group infused energy into the cannons. Mere seconds later, a cacophony of explosions erupted, the enormous shells arcing through the sky and landing squarely upon the soul guide barrier unleashed by Jing Hongchun. The explosions, magnified several times in intensity, echoed thunderously as the shells detonated, unleashing a conflagration that rapidly consumed the soul guide barrier. The flames surged forth like a ravenous beast, devouring all in their path, causing the surrounding ice and snow to melt away in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the fire spread to a radius of 500 meters, a colossal mushroom cloud ascending into the heavens, casting a pall over the sky. In response to the cataclysm, the distant snow-capped mountains seemed to echo the explosion with an avalanche, while nearby soul beasts fled in terror from the overwhelming blast. As the flames approached, Old Mo and the others swiftly retracted the soul guide cannons and ascended into the air, activating their own soul guide barriers to shield against the shockwave. Astonishment flickered in their eyes as their hearts raced. The power of the 12 8th-level soul guide cannons exceeded their expectations, though they could all craft 8th-level soul guide cannons. None had ever triggered one before. The cost of such devices was exorbitant, and the months required for their creation made them reluctant to unleash their full might. Their lack of prior experience with their explosive potential was the reason for their current astonishment. Surely, Jing Hongchun and Wei Xuan must be dead after such an explosion. One elder remarked, his voice tinged with excitement. Below them, the once pristine snowy landscape had morphed into a sea of flames, the energy radiating from the epicenter of the explosion causing their hearts to race. In such a scenario, it was difficult to believe that Jing Hongchun could survive. The others nodded in agreement, clearly believing that even if Jing Hongchun survived, he would be gravely injured, an injury that would be tantamount to death in their eyes. Just as they relaxed, feeling the mission had been accomplished, two shells erupted from the inferno, hurtling toward the two 8th-level soul masters at supersonic speeds. Watch out! The two 9th-level soul masters reacted in alarm, their faces paling. The urgency of the impending doom caused their bodies to stiffen, cold sweat trickling down their backs. They attempted to activate their invincible shields, but the soul guide shells offered no opportunity for reprieve. In an instant, the shells detonated mere meters from them. Flames erupted, engulfing the duo, and the violent energy transformed into a tempest that ravaged the surrounding area. The two fireballs, each surpassing 100 meters in diameter, shone brilliantly in the snow-white landscape, resembling two blinding suns, their luminosity eclipsing even that of the real sun. The two 8th-level soul masters either did not have time to scream or were silenced by the deafening roar of the explosion. No sound escaped to the outside world. The other four immediately retreated from the shells and activated their strongest defensive soul guide devices. Yet, even with this precaution, they were still caught in the blast. Their bodies hurled away by the shockwave. As they staggered away from the explosion, they gazed in disbelief at the scene before them. Not only had Jing Hongchun survived, but she seemed to have sustained minimal injury. How could she possibly fire two 8th-level soul guide shells so quickly? Indeed, the two shells that had just launched were also 8th level, as evidenced by their devastating power. The shells detonated automatically, capable of instantly obliterating two individuals with the strength of a soul Douluo. What other shells could achieve such destruction? They dismissed the possibility of 9th-level shells. If they had truly been 9th level, none of them would have survived. Moreover, even if Jing Hongchun were the leader of the Mingda Hall, it was improbable that she would carry 9th-level shells, as those were strategic weapons of the Empire, not to be taken lightly. Thus, it could only be 8th-level shells. At that moment, the faces of the four men turned ashen. The 6 soul guide shells had failed to eliminate Jing Hongchun, and she had retaliated, claiming 2 of their own. This was infuriating. The flames on the ground began to subside, revealing charred remnants of the once blank snowy expanse. Now a gray terrain, still smoldering with embers. Jing Hongchun's red 9th-level soul guide barrier bore a massive breach from the bombardment, flickering with a dimming light. No longer as vibrant and stable as it once had been. Behind the crimson shield, another barrier glimmered, a silver one that protected both Jing Hongchun and Wei Xuan. The energy emanating from this silver barrier indicated that it too was a 9th-level soul guide barrier, and a top-tier one at that, for it had withstood the terrifying explosion without sustaining any damage. As the red barrier dissipated, Jing Hongchun emerged from the shimmering silver shield. It is indeed miraculous that the seemingly indestructible soul guide shield transformed into a fluid state as Jing Hongchun stepped out, allowing him to exit effortlessly. Once he emerged, the soul guide shield, now resembling a stream of water, solidified once more into an unyielding barrier, a testament to its extraordinary nature. Jing Hongchun, with a frosty demeanor, gazed coldly at the 4 figures hovering in the distance, seething with anger, having narrowly escaped their clutches. The synchronized assault of 12 8th-level soul guide cannons was an audacious display. Had it not been for his mentor's soul guide shield, a calamity might have ensued. While his personal soul guiding device provided him protection, Wei Xuan would not have been so fortunate. Under such explosive circumstances, his demise would have been inevitable. Fortunately, Jing Hongchun felt a sense of relief that his mentor had foreseen the potential danger. Upon learning that he was to escort Wei Xuan to the extreme north, his mentor had bestowed upon him a 9th-level soul guide shield, known as the Silver Moon Flowing Shield. This remarkable 9th-level defensive apparatus was a masterpiece crafted by his mentor. capable of withstanding even the most potent attacks from a limit Douluo for a full minute when fully activated, underscoring the formidable defensive capabilities of the Silver Moon Flowing Shield. Although the power of the 8th level cannonballs was significant, even the simultaneous detonation of 12 could potentially breach his 9th level shield. Yet before the might of the Silver Moon Flowing Shield, it remained inconsequential, unable to shake it in the slightest. The Silver Moon Flowing Shield was not intended for these individuals. They were unworthy of such protection, and prior to this encounter, he had not anticipated an assassination attempt. The true adversaries for which the Silver Moon Flowing Shield was designed were the formidable overlords of the extreme north, with the right defense and his own strategies. He and Wei Xuan could have escaped even in their presence. Ironically, instead of confronting those overlords, he found himself facing assassins from his own nation. "Who sent you?" Jing Hongshun inquired in a low voice. The four remained silent, their gazes fixated on the shimmering silver shield behind Jing Hongshun, their expressions grave, recognizing the extraordinary power of the Soul Guide shield. Having attained the 8th and 9th levels, they were not oblivious to the aura emanating from it. They sensed its exceptional nature and pondered whether they could breach its defenses if Jing Hongshun took refuge within. Chapter 9. The Battle of Soul Guides. The terror of Jing Hongshun, the four exchanged glances, offering no reply to Jing Hongshun's question, and launched their assault without hesitation, channeling their soul power. A multitude of soul guide cannons manifested around them, each adorned with barrels as thick as a few hundred fingers, all aimed squarely at Jing Hongshun, unleashing a torrential barrage of cannonballs that rained down from the heavens. After firing a volley, the four swiftly dispersed, encircling Jing Hongshun, their cannons continuing their relentless assault as they moved. Although they had never collaborated before, each was a formidable soul guide, and even in their inaugural joint venture, their coordination was remarkably seamless. Jing Hongshun let out a cold snort, unleashing a brilliant crimson light that erupted from him. Behind him, a mass of metallic radiance akin to a red lotus spun rapidly, coalescing into existence as thousands of cannon barrels materialized around him in an instant. He leaped into the air, and as he ascended, the myriad cannon barrels blazed with red luminescence, releasing a barrage of cannonballs that shot forth with thunderous roars. The projectiles collided mid-air, producing explosive sounds reminiscent of firecrackers, their fiery explosions illuminating the sky with blinding intensity. Not all cannonballs detonated in the air. Some pierced through the oncoming hail of fire, hurtling toward the enemy. Hundreds of undeterred cannonballs barreled toward Jing Hongshun, yet he remained unfazed. As the barrels on his shoulders rapidly disassembled and reconfigured, forming a singular cannon barrel as thick as an arm from 15 smaller ones. A white glow ignited within the red barrel, and with a resounding boom, a cannonball was expelled. As it neared the incoming projectiles, cracks appeared on its smooth surface, as if the sphere were of inferior quality, fracturing spontaneously. However, could a 9th level soul guide like Jing Hongshun produce subpar ammunition? The answer was a resounding no. As the sphere cracked, a brilliant white light erupted, followed by an explosion that did not yield the anticipated fiery spectacle, aside from a brief tremor in the surrounding space. No further phenomena occurred. Yet, this tremor triggered the detonation of the approaching hundreds of cannonballs, akin to a timer being activated. Indeed, the cracked cannonball served as an explosive trigger, functioning as a concussion grenade. It lacked inherent power, its sole purpose being to generate shockwaves that would induce the detonation of the other projectiles. The cannonballs launched by Jing Hongshun also included some that remained undetonated, all targeting one of the 8th level soul guides among the four. This straightforward projectile, while not particularly formidable, could pose a significant threat when concentrated against a single target. In terms of numerical superiority, Jing Hongshun's cannonballs could not compete with the barrage from the four, yet he clearly held an advantage in quality. As dozens of cannonballs bore down on the 8th level soul guide, the latter found it increasingly challenging to respond. The two parties continued to unleash cannonballs, the sky filled with a relentless exchange of explosive sparks. Their skirmish would not be determined solely by these projectiles. They merely served to establish a curtain of fire, creating distractions. The true confrontation would ultimately rely on high-level soul guiding devices. Nonetheless, in this exchange of fire, Jing Hongshun found himself at a disadvantage. The numerical superiority of his opponents and the presence of two 9th level soul guides placed him in a precarious position, suppressed by their overwhelming firepower. This precarious situation was only made possible by his unexpected strike that eliminated 2 8th-level soul guides. Had they remained, his circumstances would have been far more dire. The four were astute, showing no inclination to close the distance to Jing Hongshun, instead launching long-range attacks from their positions. In addition to the bombardment from their cannon barrels, they utilized 8th-level soul guide cannons. While portable soul guide cannons lacked the destructive power of their fixed counterparts, their mobility and ease of firing made them particularly advantageous in this battle. The energy projectiles fired from these portable cannons were influenced by the soul power attributes of their creators and users. For instance, the projectiles launched by Mo Lao, whose martial spirit was the twin-headed eagle of heavenly fire, bore a fiery attribute, igniting into roaring flames upon detonation, generating exceptionally high temperatures. Conversely, the projectiles fired by Zhou Lao, whose martial spirit was the flowing light halberd, possessed greater impact, resulting in even more significant explosions. The distinct characteristics of their projectiles made Jing Hongshun's defensive efforts increasingly strenuous. Naturally, they did not abandon the use of fixed soul guide cannons, for such potent weapons would not be easily relinquished. They entrusted all fixed soul guide cannon ammunition to one of the 8th-level soul guides, who swiftly set up the cannons 2 miles away, preparing to unleash a more terrifying offensive. The range of an 8th-level fixed soul guide cannon could extend 30 to 40 miles, allowing for effortless coverage of firepower on Jing Hongshun from such a distance. Previously, they had chosen to fire from a distance of over 200 meters, intentionally avoiding a greater separation to prevent Jing Hongshun from escaping with Wei Xuan. Otherwise, they could have opted for a more distant bombardment. This 8th-level soul guide worked with remarkable speed, completing the installation of 2 fixed soul guide cannons in under a minute. As he infused his soul power, the cannon mouths emanated a terrifying aura. Upon their arrival, the 8-level soul-guided cannons they brought exceeded a mere 12. Each of the 4 8-level soul masters possessed 2, while Elder Mo and Elder Zhou each carried 5. The shells currently loaded in the cannons originated from these 2 9th-level soul masters. Naturally, Jing Hongshun noticed the movements of this soul master. A chill ran through him, and he no longer held back. With a cold smile, he produced a button and pressed it firmly. As 2 8-level soul-guided cannons fired, distant cannon sounds echoed, and 5 soul-guided projectiles soared into the sky. Among them, 2 intercepted the incoming projectiles aimed at Jing Hongshun, while 1 targeted the location of the 8-level fixed soul-guided device, and the remaining 2 were directed towards the 2 9th-level soul masters. Long before, Jing Hongshun had discovered that someone was tailing them with malicious intent, and he had prepared accordingly. Along their journey, he had discreetly set up 6 fixed soul-guided devices in concealed locations, 4 at the 8 level and 2 at the 9 level, all remotely operable. With a press of the remote button in his hand, these devices could initiate an attack. At this moment, he activated 5 of the fixed soul-guided devices, unleashing 5 8-level soul-guided cannons. One of the 9-level devices also fired an 8-level projectile, although he had 9-level projectiles in his possession. He deemed them too precious to use on these individuals, considering it a waste. Moreover, in such circumstances, employing a 9-level cannonball was inappropriate. The explosion would not discriminate, and should it detonate, both he and Wei Xuan would be affected. He would not engage in a strategy that would cause him more harm than good. The projectile aimed at the opposing fixed soul-guided cannon came from the 9-level device, traveling at nearly 10 times the speed of sound. A few kilometers was but a fleeting moment for it. The 8th-level soul master, upon seeing the projectile hurtling towards him, felt a wave of coldness wash over him. Ignoring the fixed soul-guided device, he maximized his speed to flee, but before he could cover 100 meters, the projectile detonated. A terrifying blaze instantaneously engulfed an area exceeding 500 meters, a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. At the moment the flames consumed him, the Soul Master activated his strongest defensive soul-guided device, but the force of the energy blast hurled him into the air, crashing down like a cannonball. His most potent defensive device cracked under the impact, and he sustained significant injuries upon landing. Jing Hongshun deftly intercepted the projectiles aimed at him and Wei Xuan with the cannonballs he fired, 4 of which detonated in the sky. Aolifique explosion ensuite. the intense energy shockwave sweeping through the vicinity, scattering the nearby snow, which melted into droplets under the searing heat. The two ninth-level Soul Masters' pupils constricted. Disregarding their astonishment at the sudden onslaught, they immediately deployed their defensive soul-guided devices and distanced themselves from the projectiles. Such caliber of soul-guided cannonballs could not be neutralized by ordinary attacks. They had no time to unleash sufficient countermeasures and could only focus on defense and evasion. All 8-level soul-guided cannons crafted by Jing Hongshun were equipped with detonators. He could trigger them at will. Seizing the opportune moment, Jing Hongshun pressed the detonator, and two colossal explosions erupted. Although Elder Mo and Elder Zhou were not at the epicenter of the explosion, they were significantly affected and hurled away by the terrifying energy. Jing Hongshun's face was frosted with rage. The earlier suppression had left him feeling stifled, and he needed to vent his frustrations. Without hesitation, he pressed the activation button on the 9-level fixed soul-guided device. From several kilometers away, a crimson light suddenly illuminated the sky, traversing the horizon and piercing through Elder Mo's chest in the blink of an eye. Still reeling from the explosion shockwave, Elder Mo's expression froze, his pupils dilating as he slowly glanced down at his left chest. He beheld a slender, needle-like red beam penetrating through his torso, the wound so minuscule that not a single drop of blood escaped. Yet, this tiny wound was draining the last vestiges of his life. The beam had accurately struck his heart, its destructive energy shattering it and severing his lifeline. He raised his head to gaze at Jing Hongshun from afar, his eyes reflecting profound fear and regret. He opened his mouth as if to utter something, but no sound emerged. The seemingly intact, invincible shield vanished, and his body stiffly plummeted towards the ground. Elder Mo and Elder Zhou, witnessing this scene, cried out in horror. They had been close friends for many years, and seeing his demise rendered Elder Zhou unable to maintain his composure. The 8th-level Soul Master still attacking Jing Hongshun was left dumbfounded by the sight, trembling uncontrollably, his heart gripped by terror, halting his assault on Jing Hongshun. Chapter 10. The Three Kings of the Far North. The Annihilation Ray. Elder Zhou gritted his teeth, watching the fading red beam, his eyes betraying deep-seated fear and a sense of foreboding. Though he mourned Elder Mo's death, a flicker of relief coursed through him. Fortunately, the ray was not aimed at him. Your vision is commendable. You even recognize the Annihilation Ray, Jing Hongshun replied with a smug smile, clearly satisfied with the outcome of the Annihilation Ray. This fixed, soul-guided device was his most prized creation, representing his pinnacle achievement, capable of obliterating tidal daw. Such power ranked among the best, even among 9-level soul-guided devices. It was precisely due to this device that he secured his position as the leader of the Mingda Hall. However, alongside its formidable power, the Annihilation Ray bore a significant drawback. It required an extensive charging period of over 3 months for each firing, rendering it time-consuming. Taking a deep breath, Elder Zhou gradually suppressed his fear, blood vessels visible in his eyes. His expression twisted as he glared at Jing Hongshun. What a fine leader of the Mingda Hall. You have slain my brother, and today I shall ensure your demise. He clearly understood the Annihilation Ray's limitations and realized that Jing Hongshun could not unleash such a terrifying assault again after this one, causing his fear to diminish considerably. With murderous intent, a bow-like soul-guided device appeared in Elder Zhou's hands. This device resembled the standard military bow and crossbow, but was far more exquisite, crafted entirely from metal, with the trigger replaced by a cylinder that matched Elder Zhou's arm. Rather than a mere cylinder, it served as a charging chamber, as Elder Zhou inserted his right hand. Infusing it with soul power, the dark-hued soul-guided bow began to emit a metallic sheen, the surrounding air growing dense. A device of such caliber could not be an ordinary bow. It was a 9-level, soul-guided device meticulously developed by Elder Zhou based on his soul power attributes, representing his own peak creation. Firepower coverage. Elder Zhou bellowed, aiming the barrel at Jing Hongshun as he unleashed a volley of 800 or 900 projectiles. At Elder Zhou's command, the 8th-level Soul Master, who had been paralyzed by the fear of the Annihilation Ray, finally regained his senses, his heart still trembling. He began to deploy his most powerful 8th-level soul-guided device to bombard Jing Hongshun from a distance. Another 8th-level Soul Master struggled to rise from the ground, enduring excruciating pain. and began setting up the remaining 4 8-level soul-guided cannons to launch an assault. Observing the bow and crossbow in Elder Zhou's hands, Jing Hongqin's gaze sharpened. He recognized that it was no ordinary bow. Judging by the energy fluctuations emanating from it, it was at least an 8-level device, with a strong likelihood of being a 9-level one. Two formidable figures, Mirror Hongqin and Old Zhou, engage in a fierce confrontation. Despite their trepidation, Old Zhou remains composed, channeling his soul power, blood essence, and soul force into the crossbow with unwavering determination. His face reflects a manic resolve, driven not only by a desire for vengeance for Timo, but also for the safety of his own family. The stakes are high. If Mirror Hongqin and Wei Xuan remain alive, it would spell doom for Zhou and his kin. A hybrid energy bolt, a blend of white and blood red, materializes on the dark crossbow, its sharpness causing the very air to tremble, while ominous clouds gather above, cloaking the area in a suffocating atmosphere. Truly a madman, Mirror Hongqin curses, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the bolt. Alarmed, he shifts his focus to Old Zhou, seeking to disrupt the energy gathering for the impending shot. Old Zhou smirks ominously and sidesteps, just as an 8th-level soul master intervenes, utilizing defensive soul tools and projectile attacks to shield against Mirror Hongqin's assault. Though the 8th-level soul master pales in comparison to the 9th-level Hongqin in terms of offensive capability, he can still withstand the attack for a time, especially since Hongqin has already exhausted some of his lethal techniques. Do you truly believe you can escape my wrath? Mirror Hongqin retorts, a cannon barrel nearly 30 centimeters in diameter appearing on his shoulder. Reluctant to resort to such measures, he is compelled by their relentless aggression. He could have sought refuge within the protective barrier of the silver moon flowing light, confident that it could withstand the forthcoming onslaught. Yet, his anger drives him to forego retreat, determined to confront them head-on, unwilling to let them evade justice. Despite its simplistic design, the cannon is a genuine 9th-level soul tool, known as the tracking energy cannon, capable of launching projectiles that can be directed by mental energy. The expenditure of soul and mental power required to fire such a projectile is considerable, leaving him somewhat drained. If not for his provocation, he would have preferred not to deploy this soul tool. As Mirror Hongqin prepares to unleash his cannon while countering the enemy's fire, he struggles to manage both tasks simultaneously. Perish! Old Zhou reveals a grotesque smile, a pallor overtaking his features as he completes the charging of his deadly bolt, the soul-catching crossbow. However, before he can utter the final incantation, a sudden, excruciating pain seizes him. His mental energy is violently shattered. With a splatter of blood, Old Zhou collapses, lifeless, his expression frozen in a sinister grin. The power of the bolt, now uncontrolled, becomes volatile, swirling with chaotic red and white energy. The 8th-level Soul Master, sensing the disturbance behind him, turns in confusion, only to be met with a horrific sight. As he witnesses the erratic energy flare, his face drains of color, an icy dread enveloping him. The sky erupts in a cataclysmic explosion, devoid of flames or mushroom clouds. Yet the destructive force generated by the energy sphere rivals that of a dozen 8th-level soul cannon blasts. Both Old Zhou and the 8th-level Soul Master are engulfed by the energy sphere, the shockwave radiating outward like a tsunami, triggering avalanches upon distant snow-capped mountains and sending snow swirling chaotically into the air. Mirror Hongqin, taken aback by the spectacle, finds himself momentarily stunned, his energy input grinding to a halt. What is happening? Is this a self-detonation? The absurdity of a 9th-level Soul Master perishing by his own soul tool is surreal. In the chaos of the prior moments, he had failed to notice Old Zhou's transformation and thus remains oblivious to the unfolding disaster. Strange occurrences abound. Yet today's events are particularly bizarre, eliciting a bemused chuckle from Mirror Hongqin. The remaining 8th-level Soul Master, witnessing the scene, is left in a state of shock, collapsing to the ground, his mind struggling to process the reality. How could this be possible? He mutters, unable to accept the truth. A chilling voice cuts through his disbelief, snapping him back to reality, urging him to flee. With a swift kick, Mirror Hongqin sends the 8th-level Soul Master sprawling for meters, tumbling in the snow like a rag doll. You think you can escape? Explain yourself, or I shall make your existence a living nightmare, he asserts, appearing beside the fallen soul master and lifting him as if he were a mere chick, delivering a couple of stinging slaps. The overwhelming fear, coupled with the sharp blows, renders the 8th level soul master unconscious. Such cowardice, Mirror Hongqian scoffs, dragging him toward Wei Xuan's location while pocketing the defensive soul tool. Having dealt with the immediate threat, Mirror Hongqian wears a satisfied smile. His spirits lifted as he retrieves the previously concealed soul tool before returning to the silver moon flowing light. However, just as he prepares to dismantle the barrier, an instinctual sense of danger washes over him, replacing his smile with a grave expression. In a panic, he tosses the unconscious 8th level soul master into the protective dome, summoning a 9th level flying propulsion device behind him. Infusing the silver moon flowing light with vast amounts of soul power, the once hemispherical shield morphs into a complete sphere, readying for escape. As the propulsion device ignites, Mirror Hongqian accelerates to speeds exceeding that of sound. The 7-meter diameter barrier following closely as they surge toward the distant North Pole. His demeanor is grave, a tingling sensation of fear coursing through him. In mere moments, he vanishes into the horizon, illustrating the incredible velocity he has attained. Not long after Mirror Hongqian and Wei Xuan's departure, several figures materialize at the site where the silver moon flowing light had just been, revealing a 7-meter-wide spherical ice pit. Damn it, they've escaped. I'm going after them. An irate scorpion, flawless in appearance, yet measuring about 1.5 meters in length, exclaims, her fury causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. I shall join you. How dare they wreak havoc in our domain? A towering ice giant, over 120 meters tall and resembling a human, declares, his voice brimming with rage and bloodlust. Among them was a woman, strikingly beautiful and indistinguishable from a human, suspended in midair over a meter above the ground, surrounded by flurries of snowflakes, as if the entire icy realm revolved around her. It is too late, she remarked, shaking her head, as the human, aided by a peculiar metallic object, had already departed from the extreme northern territory. Her words caused the enchanting scorpion and the frost giant to halt in their tracks and return to her side. Are we to simply let them go? Look at the devastation they have caused. The exquisite scorpion protested, surveying the surroundings with growing indignation. The destruction wrought by the battle between advanced soul masters was immense. The nearby area was ravaged, the ice surface pockmarked, vast quantities of snow melted, and numerous soul beasts perished in the chaos, leaving behind a powerful surge of energy in the air. How could they possibly endure such a sight? The beautiful woman remained silent, her smooth and delicate palm raised to the heavens as icy blue energy surged skyward. Subsequently, a heavy snowfall began to blanket the area, swiftly dissipating the residual energy in the atmosphere. The temperature, which had soared due to the explosion, plummeted abruptly, returning to the frigid state it had been before the conflict. The snowflakes fell to the ground, filling the pits and mending the damaged terrain. In an astonishing display, within less than a minute, the area devastated by the battle of the 9th level soul masters was restored to its former glory, as if no destruction had ever occurred. The ability to alter the very environment with one's own power was nothing short of miraculous. After accomplishing this, the beautiful woman cast her gaze into the distance, a glint of murderous intent flickering in her ice-blue eyes as she murmured, "Should you dare to return to the extreme north, I shall personally see to your demise." After leaving the extreme north, Jing Hongqian did not slow his pace, hurtling forward with urgency, his mind in a heightened state of alertness. This was the first time he had fled in such a disheveled manner, yet he felt no shame. Anyone in his position would have fled. He had merely made the choice that anyone would have made. There was no disgrace in that. 2 minutes later, Jing Hongqian found a secluded valley to rest. As soon as he landed, he slumped weakly to the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, his body utterly spent. In a mere 2 minutes, he had flown over 150 miles, depleting nearly all of his soul power. It was a wonder he was not completely exhausted. Phew! I'm fortunate to have reacted swiftly. Otherwise, I might have perished in the extreme north, Jing Hongqian thought, his heart still racing at the memory of the terrifying presences he had sensed. The soul beasts capable of instilling such fear were undoubtedly formidable, and if he guessed correctly, those presences likely belonged to several overlords of the extreme north. Those beings would have posed a significant challenge even at his peak, let alone after enduring a fierce battle. which explained his hasty retreat. Chapter 11. Breath of the Ice Dragon. Supreme Soul Skill. 10 hours later, a resounding dragon roar echoed through the valley. The already frigid night air grew colder still, with frost appearing in several places throughout the valley. Jing Hongchun, dozing atop an 8th-level soul master, was immediately jolted awake by the roar, rising with a look of delight towards the direction of Wei Xuan. At that moment, Wei Xuan had completed the absorption of his soul ring, surrounded by the ancient ice dragon, its chill radiating outward, freezing the water generated by the melted snow nearby. A deep yellow soul ring pulsed rhythmically around him. Stretching his limbs after standing, a joyful smile graced Wei Xuan's face. He had succeeded. This success was not merely in absorbing the soul ring, but also in realizing his grand design. "My lord, how do you feel?" Jing Hongchun inquired eagerly, approaching Wei Xuan and scrutinizing him with keen interest. "Not bad. My physical attributes have seen a considerable enhancement, and my soul power has increased by 2 levels. Wei Xuan replied, nodding in satisfaction. "How come your soul power only increased by 2 levels?" "The energy contained within the 700-year-old ice dragon is vast, comparable to that of a millennium soul ring. With your low soul power base, it should be normal to see an increase of 5 or 6 levels," Jing Hongchun expressed, astonished at the modest elevation in Wei Xuan's levels. Doubting that Wei Xuan had accurately sensed his improvement, he double-checked and confirmed that it was indeed only 12 levels. "I could have increased several levels, but I chose to compress my soul power, enriching its quality, which is why I only gained 2 levels," Wei Xuan elucidated. Though this approach slowed his advancement, it elevated the caliber of his soul power, rendering it worthwhile in the long run. Moreover, the total amount of his compressed soul power was not inferior to that of those at 15 or 16 levels. It was akin to a container. While the level may be lower, the quality is superior. Even if the height is diminished, the capacity remains vast, not smaller than those of greater stature. "Compressed," Jing Hongchun exclaimed, gazing at Wei Xuan with surprise, as if seeing him for the first time. Indeed, Jing Hongchun felt as if he were meeting Wei Xuan anew. How could someone so young understand the concept of compressing soul power and resist the allure of leveling up? This was an accomplishment not typical of a 6-year-old child. Not to mention, even those who had lived for decades often succumbed to the temptation of soul power elevation, striving to maximize their gains from soul rings, who would opt to compress their soul power and diminish their levels. After a brief moment of astonishment, Jing Hongchun chastised. "Why would you compress your soul power? Do you realize that while it can enhance the quality of your soul power, it also complicates the process of leveling up?" This approach is a double-edged sword. In some ways, the drawbacks outweigh the benefits, potentially leaving you stuck at a significant level barrier for life. Hardly any soul master would make such a choice. Yet despite Jing Hongchun's reprimand, Wei Xuan bore no resentment. He understood it was for his own good. Smiling, he explained, "I have read about the drawbacks of compressing soul power. Yet in my view, they are not significant. In fact, compressing soul power has its advantages." "Advantages? Being stuck at a barrier can be considered a benefit?" Jing Hongchun replied incredulously, unable to comprehend this line of reasoning. Wei Xuan shook his head. "A significant level barrier is merely an impediment to a soul master's transformation. The greater the barrier, the more thorough the transformation will be, leading to greater rewards upon overcoming it. Each time I break through a barrier, my strength increases more than that of others. Does that not count as an advantage?" After a pause, he added with a smile, "Of course, all of this assumes that the difficulty of breaking through a barrier is not limited by innate talent." Upon hearing this, Jing Hongchun fell into contemplation, finding a semblance of logic in Wei Xuan's words. "Rest assured, compressing my soul power will only yield benefits and none of the drawbacks you mentioned," Wei Xuan asserted confidently. "You little rascal, you truly take advantage of your talents." Jing Hongchun chuckled, acknowledging Wei Xuan's reasoning. With such extraordinary talent in ice, he should not encounter barriers in his progress. "By the way, tell me about your soul skill." "The soul ring of the ice dragon is over 700 years old. What soul skill does it grant?" Jing Hongchun inquired eagerly. "I have named my first soul skill breath of the ice dragon. You shall witness its effects," Wei Xuan declared, propelling himself backward several meters with a powerful push from his foot. As his soul ring illuminated, releasing a dense wave of energy. As the first soul ring shimmered, Wei Xuan's ancient ice dragon martial spirit soared into the sky, halting 30 meters above the ground. The dragon's maw gaped wide, unleashing a torrent of icy mist. The mist continuously billowed forth, freezing the moisture in the air, and countless tiny ice shards drifted down like a frigid winter. Jing Hongchun, the target of the icy onslaught, shuddered at the moment the mist enveloped him. His body trembled, and the chill rendered him rigid, slowing the flow of his blood. Realizing the shift in his physical state, Jing Hongchun was taken aback and hastily channeled his soul power to resist the cold, which afforded him slight relief, but he still felt a biting chill, far worse than in the frigid north. Jing Hongchun's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe what he was witnessing. A radius of several dozen meters around him was cloaked in ice mist, transforming the once verdant flora into pristine, glistening ice sculptures, while the ground became a slick layer of ice. Were it not for the knowledge that he was within a valley of the Heaven Soul Empire, he would have thought himself transported back to the extreme north. No, it was more accurate to say he had entered a realm even colder than the northern reaches. This temperature had even affected him, a tidal Doulouo. Under such low temperatures, human bodily functions decline. Soul Masters are not immune to this impact. And the most visible manifestation of diminished functionality is a reduction in combat prowess. Master Hongchun, how do you find my skill? Wei Xuan inquired, ceasing the continuous release of his martial spirit. Although the soul skill was withdrawn, the icy mist lingered. Jing Hongchun did not respond immediately, instead focusing on the changes within his body. After a moment, his astonishment deepened. What a formidable soul skill. It has reduced my combat effectiveness by approximately 1%. Jing Hongchun could not help but exclaim. Though 1% may seem trivial, one must remember he was a titled Doulouo. The first soul skill of a 12th level soul master had the audacity to impact the capabilities of a titled Doulouo. This was almost fantastical. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would scarcely believe it to be true. Furthermore, if the effect on a titled Doulouo was 1%, what might it be for those of lesser ranks, such as soul masters of the 10th or 20th levels? He estimated that these lower-ranked soul masters, when facing this soul skill, would likely see their strength halved at the very least. This was merely a simple estimation. The actual effect might exceed his conjecture. This could be regarded as a domain-type skill, collectively weakening and suppressing foes. Haha, your first soul skill is undoubtedly the strongest. Jing Hongchun clapped his hands in excitement. Indeed, it also possesses offensive capabilities. The low temperature of ice is inherently aggressive, capable of inflicting frostbite, Wei Xuan added. Yes, this soul skill is simply perfect. Jing Hongchun beamed. Wei Xuan smiled faintly, casting his gaze toward the elder bound and face down in the distance, feigning curiosity. Master Hongchun, who is that? This is one of the 6 we sensed earlier, the only survivor. The other 5 have met their end at my hands, Jing Hongchun replied, a hint of pride illuminating his features as he recounted his past triumphs. Engaging 2 9th-level soul masters and 4 8th-level soul masters single-handedly was no small feat, and it was indeed a matter of pride. Oh, Wei Xuan, intrigued, approached the 8th-level soul master. He was not particularly surprised by Jing Hongchun's achievements. He had felt the events unfold through his divine sense, and the elder's demise had been his own doing. Seeing Wei Xuan's lack of astonishment, Jing Hongchun was momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't he commend me? Have you interrogated him yet? Wei Xuan asked Jing Hongchun, glancing at him. I've interrogated him several times, but this fellow is remarkably tight-lipped, refusing to divulge anything. He even attempted to bite his tongue to commit suicide, so I had to knock him unconscious, Jing Hongchun replied, his frustration evident as he kicked the man, his expression icy. Wake him up. We shall interrogate him again, Wei Xuan instructed. This fellow will likely remain obstinate. We'll probably have to take him back to endure the tortures of the Ministry of Punishment before he confesses anything, Jing Hongchun remarked. Yet, he infused the elder with a pulse of soul power to rouse him. Old dog Hongchun, no matter how you interrogate me, I will not speak. Just give up on that hope. The 8th-level soul master, still disoriented, erupted into curses, his face contorting as he attempted to bite his tongue in desperation. Jing Hongchun's expression darkened, and he delivered a sharp kick to the elder's abdomen, causing him to writhe in agony. His attempt at self-harm thwarted as he tumbled several meters away. How dare you insult me? Jing Hongchun declared coldly, advancing to deliver further punishment. Master Hongchun, wait. Wei Xuan grasped Jing Hongchun's arm. signaling him to remain calm. Wait for what? If we linger, he may indeed bite his tongue to death. He is our only lead. If he dies, discovering the instigator behind this will become exceedingly difficult, Jing Hongqian argued. Wei Xuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the elder, who lay curled in pain. His pupils transformed into 4 overlapping orbs, inscribed with esoteric, arcane runes that flickered, radiating a chaotic energy as if he were reshaping the very fabric of existence. As Wei Xuan's gaze bore down upon him, the elder met his eyes, their gazes colliding in the air. The elder trembled slightly, then regained composure. No longer harboring thoughts of suicide. If you confess who sent you, I may spare your life, Wei Xuan proposed. Yes, it was the Crown Prince, the elder replied. His expression vacant, his voice devoid of emotional fluctuation. Jing Hongqian, astonished, turned to Wei Xuan. Is that truly the case? What else would it be? Wei Xuan shrugged. I had interrogated him several times, employing both coercion and persuasion, yet all he did was curse me. Now you tell him that confessing will save his life. And he immediately complies. Are you jesting with me? Jing Hongqian struggled to accept such an effortless confession. I cannot say. Perhaps it is a matter of personal charisma. However, Master Hongqian, it seems your focus is misplaced. Did you catch what he just said? Wei Xuan pointed out. Your charisma? My charisma, as the esteemed master of Mingda Hall, is not inferior to that of a mere boy prince. Jing Hongqian retorted. Once he finished speaking, Jing Hongqian's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he confronted the elder. Is what you say true? Accusing a prince is a grave offense. In this matter, you would not survive even 100 deaths. If we uncover that you are lying, not only will you perish, but your entire family shall follow suit. None shall remain alive. Consider your words carefully. Do not deceive me. Jing Hongqian's piercing gaze emanated a pressure meant to intimidate. He was not naive enough to believe the Crown Prince was incapable of such machinations. He simply wished to ascertain the veracity of the elder's claims. This matter involved a royal prince, and it was not to be taken lightly. One could not take at face value whatever was said. I do not lie. It was the Crown Prince who dispatched us. The elder began to reveal the details of their mission. Initially, Jing Hongqian harbored doubts regarding the possibility of conspiracy. But as he listened, his skepticism evaporated. The elder's account was too detailed to be fabricated. What a ruthless Crown Prince. He intended not only to eliminate me, but to involve me in his downfall. Thank heavens I dismissed his overtures. Had I acquiesced, it would have tarnished my lifetime of achievements. Jing Hongqian seethed with indignation, a fierce killing intent igniting within him. The expression on Wei Xuan's face remained largely unchanged. He had believed the old man the moment he mentioned the Crown Prince, and after hearing the detailed account, he felt no emotional upheaval. Earlier, he had employed the soul control secret technique through his dual pupils. Those under its influence would answer any questions truthfully, rendering deception impossible. Rest assured, Your Highness. Upon our return, I shall ensure the Crown Prince pays for his actions, Jing Hongqian assured. Then, unable to suppress a cold laugh, he added, to turn against one's own kin and assassinate the head of the Mingda Hall. These two charges combined mean that, regardless of his royal status, even if he were the Crown Prince, no one could save him. Wei Xuan nodded. It was indeed better for Jing Hongqian to take the lead in this matter. With his position as the head of the Mingda Hall and the witness testimony, the Crown Prince's elder brother would essentially be left with no escape. Jing Hongqian struck the old man at the back of the neck, rendering him unconscious, and discarded him onto the flying vessel as he and Wei Xuan began their return to the Sun Moon Empire. Chapter 12. Interrogation in the Great Hall. Kill him. Having learned from their previous experience, the return journey was much smoother, taking only 10 days for the two to reach the Sun Moon Empire. In the capital, the Imperial Palace, the Sun Moon Emperor sat upon his golden dragon throne, his countenance exceedingly grim, brooding silently as a storm of fury brewed within him. Seeing the emperor's expression, the ministers below bowed their heads, holding their breath, too fearful to utter a sound. Summon Su Fan, that ungrateful wretch. The Sun Moon Emperor thundered. Several guards bowed in acknowledgement and immediately left the hall. 10 minutes later, the Crown Prince was brought into the hall. Feeling utterly bewildered and indignant about being seized by the guards for no apparent reason. Had he committed treason? However, upon entering the hall and locking eyes with the two figures staring at him, the realization struck him, and his complexion paled significantly, his body trembling with fear. Wei Xuan and Jing Hongshun had returned to the capital without attracting much attention, hence the crown prince's shock at their presence. In his mind, he had assumed that both Wei Xuan and Jing Hongshun were dead. Steeling himself, Su Fan approached the Sun Moon Emperor, bowing respectfully. Your humble son pays his respects to father. The Sun Moon Emperor fixed his gaze upon Su Fan, disappointment and fury swirling in his eyes. Slamming his hand on the armrest of the throne, he bellowed, You still acknowledge me as your father? To turn against your own kin and assassinate the head of Mingda Hall? What audacity you possess. The crown prince, intimidated by the emperor's roar, fell to his knees, panic-stricken, shaking his head to explain, Father, I am wronged. When have I ever committed such acts? Someone is surely slandering me. Wronged, you say? Does your highness believe that I would fabricate lies against a royal prince? Jing Hongshun sneered. It is not impossible. Perhaps I have offended Hall Master Hongshun, and thus he seeks to frame me with baseless accusations. The crown prince retorted coldly, casting a furtive glance at Jing Hongshun. The crown prince certainly knows how to play the victim, yet I have no intention of fabricating any false charges against you. Since I dare to lay bare your crimes before his majesty, it indicates that I possess ample evidence. Jing Hongshun replied, remaining unfazed, a light laugh escaping his lips. A chill ran down the crown prince's spine. Was it possible that someone had been captured alive? This thought made him anxious, yet he maintained his composure, secretly mocking himself. For he believed those captured would never dare to expose him. They simply lacked the courage. Evidence? Hallmaster Hongshun would he have simply plucked someone from the streets to accuse me? Would he? The crown prince scoffed. Whether or not they were randomly chosen. You will soon find out, Jing Hongshun retorted coldly. He cast an inquiring glance at the Sun Moon Emperor, receiving a nod in return, and then called out, Bring him in. The captured 8th-level soul mentor was escorted into the hall by the guards, kneeling, his expression somewhat dazed. Upon seeing the old man enter, the crown prince's pupils constricted, and he subtly signaled him, his threat unmistakable. Fong Xian, please reiterate what you previously stated, Jing Hongshun said coolly, casting a teasing glance at the crown prince. Fong Xian, the old man replied. The mere utterance of his name caused the crown prince's complexion to drain of color, panic flooding his voice as he shouted, Do not slander me. If you do, I will ensure your family's destruction and annihilation of your lineage. Fong Xian remained unfazed by the crown prince's threats, ignoring him entirely. The expressions of the surrounding ministers varied. They were astute enough to discern the implications of the crown prince's menacing words. A judgment began to form within their minds regarding the unfolding events. Jing Hongshun and Wei Xuan stood silently, unperturbed. Nonsense! How dare you threaten here while I am present? What, if he speaks the truth, will you still seek to obliterate his lineage? The Sun Moon Emperor slammed his palm against the armrest of the throne, rising in fury. I would not dare. The crown prince quickly prostrated himself, lowering his head, too fearful to meet the emperor's gaze. It is best that you do not. The Sun Moon Emperor replied coldly, his eyes filled with disappointment as he regarded the crown prince. Speak the truth, and I shall spare your life and protect your family. The Sun Moon Emperor declared, his voice imbued with imperial authority. However, should you dare deceive me, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. At that point, death will be a luxury for both you and your family. The atmosphere turned chilling, and a sense of dread enveloped the ministers present. It was Fong Xian who revealed how the crown prince commanded them to assassinate Wei Xuan and divulged everything, Fong Xian stated. The crown prince's face turned ashen, devoid of strength, collapsing to the ground, muttering, He is slandering me. He is slandering me. After Fong Xian's testimony, silence fell over the great hall. No one dared to speak. Those ministers who usually supported the crown prince were rendered mute, their hearts filled with trepidation, as though a blade was poised at their throats. Su Fan, you have disappointed me greatly, the Sun Moon Emperor said, taking a deep breath to maintain his composure. Father, please listen to me. I did not commit these acts. He is slandering me. They must have colluded together. The crown prince, Su Fan, cried, his eyes reddened and completely losing his composure. Do you really think I am so foolish as to be deceived? Still lying before me? The Sun Moon Emperor scolded. Su Fan, witnessing the emperor's expression, dared not utter another word, trembling in fear. Shinner, you are the victim in this matter. How you choose to handle it is up to you. I will abide by your decision. the Sun Moon Emperor said softly to Wei Xuan. The ministers in the hall were taken aback by the emperor's decision, their gazes instinctively turning to Wei Xuan, curious about how he would handle the situation. Jing Hongchun furrowed his brow. Did the emperor intend to spare the crown prince's life? Your Highness, do not show mercy. Act according to your heart. I shall support you unconditionally, as will the Mingda Hall. Jing Hongchun's voice resonated in Wei Xuan's ear, a private transmission that others could not hear. Wei Xuan's talent for soul guiding warranted his unwavering support. Wei Xuan did not glance at Jing Hongchun, instead casting a sidelong glance at Su Fan before turning his attention to the Sun Moon Emperor. With a stoic demeanor, he declared the need to eliminate him. Lacking any blood ties with Su Fan, he believed that if the other party sought his death, he would not choose to repay malice with kindness. Showing leniency towards foes was a cruelty towards oneself. To minimize future troubles, it was best to seize this opportunity to eradicate him directly. The simple two-word decree caused a subtle shift in the expressions of the ministers, who were taken aback by Wei Xuan's decisiveness and coldness. Jing Hongchun nodded in approval, clearly satisfied with Wei Xuan's resolution. The Sun Moon Emperor said nothing, merely nodding slightly before gesturing to the guards to take him away and administer poison. Father, no. Please don't kill me. Spare me this time. I was only momentarily foolish. I swear I shall never dare again. For the sake of being your son, please let me live. The crown prince pleaded hoarsely, repeatedly begging for mercy, his forehead now marked with blood from bowing too low. If I had known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. Regret is too late now. Infighting and attempting to assassinate the head of the Mingda Hall are both grave offenses. Even as my son, you are beyond forgiveness. Rest easy. I shall grant you a princely burial. The Sun Moon Emperor spoke softly, his voice tinged with weariness as he turned away. Later that night, in the chambers of the second prince, Su Tianran lamented, "Oh, brother, truly you are a waste. You couldn't even manage to steal a chicken without losing rice. To die so easily is a profound disappointment." After sipping his fine wine, he shook his head in derision, feeling both joyous and unsatisfied. I invested so much effort planning for you. What a waste of my heartfelt intentions. Su Tianran gazed longingly at the wine cup in his hand. His eyes brimmed with regret, lamenting that Su Fan did not perish at his hands, and that his death had come too easily, depriving him of the satisfaction of avenging a great grievance. Alone in the expansive study, he filled his cup once more and drank deeply, savoring the exhilarating sensation the fine wine provided. Forget it. If you're a waste, then your demise is inconsequential. The schemes I devised for you can be repurposed for my other brothers, Su Tianran mused, his eyes slowly opening, now filled with a fierce determination. His severed legs and lost masculinity were closely tied to those brothers, a grudge he would not forget. After pouring himself several more cups, Su Tianran's smile faded slightly as he muttered to himself, "Those individuals can indeed be eliminated, but as for Wei Xuan..." The thought of Wei Xuan sparked a headache. Having learned from Su Fan's fate, he realized that should he wish to kill Wei Xuan, he must proceed with utmost caution, lest he meet a similarly foolish end. One step at a time. I shall first deal with those fellows and then devise a plan for Wei Xuan, he concluded, unable to formulate a strategy at the moment, and continued to drink his wine. The next day, at Mingda Hall, Jing Hongchun rose early to awaken Wei Xuan, leading him to her exclusive soul guide laboratory. In truth, Wei Xuan was already awake before her arrival. For cultivators, rest often entailed meditative stillness rather than sleep. Even in the Douluo continent, he had not developed the habit of sleeping, preferring to meditate through the night. The restorative effects of deep meditation surpassed those of sleep, leaving him free of fatigue. Each soul master in Mingda Hall possessed their own laboratory, albeit with varying levels of equipment. Naturally, Jing Hongchun's laboratory was of the highest caliber, containing everything related to soul guides, save for some exceptionally rare metals. The nearly 500 square meter room brimmed with tools and rare metals, showcasing soul guides of levels 1 through 9, resembling a grand exhibition of soul guides. Wei Xuan had visited before and felt no novelty, smiling as he remarked, "Oh, Master Hongchun, even if you wish for me to create a soul guide, there's no need for such urgency. It's only just dawn. Can I not be anxious? I've anticipated this for so long. It's time for me to witness your practical skills. Hurry and attempt to create a soul guide. I am eager to see how far you can go." Jing Hongshan urged, her gaze upon Wei Xuan burning with fervor, as if she were beholding an extraordinary treasure. 3 years prior, Wei Xuan had acquired theoretical knowledge as a 4th-level soul master. Over the past 3 years at Mingda Hall, his grasp of soul guide knowledge had surpassed that of many 6th-level masters. In her eyes, such a prodigious talent held more value than even a 9th-level master. Given time, Wei Xuan could potentially reach the threshold of a 10th-level master. His worth could not be measured. It was truly priceless. How could she not gaze upon such a genius with fervent admiration? Feeling somewhat uneasy under her intense scrutiny, Wei Xuan nodded, saying, "Very well. I too wish to try my hand at crafting a soul guide and discern the differences between theory and practice." As he surveyed the tools before him, a sense of anticipation and impulse welled within him. He had long aspired to create a soul guide, but had been constrained by his lack of soul power. Now that he possessed it, it was time to transform theory into practice and craft his very own soul guide. Let us begin. You are well acquainted with the circumstances here. Feel free to use whatever you wish, Jing Hongshan encouraged. With a resigned shake of his head, Wei Xuan began to search for materials on the shelves where metals were stored, having already planned what type of soul guide he intended to create. The shelves, each 20 meters long and 4 meters wide, were filled with an assortment of metallic materials. There were 5 such shelves, from a most common iron to the rare deep-sea silver. Nearly every type of metal was displayed. Wei Xuan avoided the shelves housing the rare metals, as those were suited for advanced soul masters, which he did not yet require. After inspecting the first row of shelves, he finally selected a piece of light blue metal flecked with dark hues. Ice crystal cold iron, Jing Hongshan murmured, recognizing that although the metal Wei Xuan had chosen was not rare, acquiring it was no easy feat, as it originated from the extreme north of the original Douluo continent. More precisely, it was mined from a mountain located 50 miles from the extreme north, a place perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, rich in ice-attribute minerals. Extracting metal in that frigid climate was no simple task. One had to contend with the biting cold and avoid detection by the forces of the Heavenly Soul Empire. The difficulty of extraction was evident, and transporting the mined materials was equally challenging. These factors contributed to the low yield of ice crystal cold iron, which, while comparable in quantity to some rare metals, fell short in value. Jing Hongshan hesitated, knowing that using ice crystal cold iron for crafting a soul guide would not be straightforward. Its icy properties meant that it could not be softened through conventional heating. Rather, it required soul power to reduce its hardness and mold it into components for the soul guide. This demand for soul power was significant. Even many soul sects could not fully soften a piece of ice crystal cold iron the size of a human head. Thus, how could a mere 12th level Wei Xuan possibly achieve it? At this juncture, she contemplated advising Wei Xuan to select another material, yet recalling his vast theoretical knowledge. It seemed illogical for him to be unaware of the requirements for softening ice crystal cold iron. Why then had he chosen this particular metal? I am quite curious about what you intend to do with this metal, Jing Hongshan thought to herself, resolved to observe further. Placing the ice crystal cold iron upon the experimental table, Wei Xuan ignited the furnace beside him, and soon the previously dormant flames erupted into a roaring blaze. Your Highness, this ice crystal cold iron must not be heated, lest its frigid properties be compromised. Otherwise, it will be indistinguishable from ordinary fine iron, Jing Hongshan hastily cautioned. A hint of disappointment flickering in his heart as he observed Wei Xuan's intent to heat the material. Undeterred, Wei Xuan continued to escalate the temperature of the furnace, turning to the perplexed Jing Hongshan with a smile. Rest assured, Hall Master Hongshan, I am well aware of your concerns. My actions are guided by my own rationale. Simply observe patiently from the sidelines. Jing Hongshan's confusion deepened. After a moment's hesitation, he chose silence, standing quietly to watch, his eyes alight with both curiosity and anticipation, eager to discern Wei Xuan's true intentions. In a secluded chamber of the vast laboratory, a tall elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the unfolding scene through a one-way glass window. The elder's hair, a striking white, stood erect, and he donned a resplendent yellow robe, a garment reserved solely for members of the royal family, a clear testament to his distinguished status. Yet, he was not of royal blood. His surname was Kong, and he was known as Kong Deming, the esteemed master of the royal offering hall of the Sun and Moon Empire, and arguably the most formidable soul mentor on the entire continent. Given his remarkable achievements in the realm of soul-guiding artifacts, it would not be an exaggeration to bestow upon him the title of Father of Soul Mentors, a title he undoubtedly deserved. Even someone as prominent as Jing Hongquan addressed him with utmost respect, referring to him as teacher, while the Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire treated him with the highest regard, never daring to show any semblance of negligence. This illustrates the extraordinary and esteemed nature of his identity. One intriguing young man, Kong Deming murmured, his gaze intently fixed on Wei Xuan. As the furnace heated, Wei Xuan seized a cutter to commence the slicing of the ice crystal cold iron. This cutter was inscribed with a power storage array, pre-charged and ready for immediate use, thus sparing Wei Xuan considerable effort. Skillfully, he placed the irregular metallic sphere atop the cutter, deftly transforming the ice crystal cold iron into elongated strips, each varying in size, resulting in a total of 15 pieces. Once the metal was cut, the temperature display above the furnace approached 2,000 degrees. Upon reaching this threshold, Wei Xuan ceased raising the temperature, swiftly inserting the largest strip of ice crystal cold iron into the furnace. His eyes fixed unwaveringly on the metal as he began to silently count. As the ice crystal cold iron entered the furnace at 2,000 degrees, a plume of blue smoke erupted, accompanied by a hissing sound reminiscent of hot iron plunging into icy water. The pale blue hue visibly faded, the chilling essence that had merged with the metal diminishing. Being a metal, the ice crystal cold iron began to soften under the intense heat. 70. Wei Xuan silently counted to 70 before extracting the ice crystal cold iron with tongs, placing it onto the forging table. He then grasped the hammer he had prepared beforehand, commencing his rhythmic strikes, each blow sending sparks flying. Simultaneously, Wei Xuan's soul power surged forth, manifesting the ancient Ice Dragon Spirit behind him, its length exceeding 4 meters, significantly lowering the temperature within the laboratory. The first soul ring on his body shimmered, as the ice dragon coiled behind him, its massive maw agape, exhaling a mist of ice. This time, the icy mist did not disperse. Under Wei Xuan's meticulous control, it coalesced into an ice column as thick as his waist, directed onto the ice crystal cold iron being hammered. With the activation of his first soul ability, even though the mist did not extend beyond its intended target, the laboratory's temperature plummeted dramatically, crossing below zero, causing a chill to permeate the air. Jing Hongquan furrowed his brow slightly, observing Wei Xuan's actions with confusion. Heating the metal while simultaneously employing a soul technique to cool it seemed redundant. This not only risked the ice crystal cold iron losing its icy properties, but also hindered its ability to be forged due to the rapid cooling. Such peculiar maneuvers left even this 9th-level soul mentor perplexed, casting doubt upon Wei Xuan's practical skills. In the secluded chamber, Kong Deming appeared contemplative, seemingly gleaning insights from Wei Xuan's series of actions. Jing Hongquan's eyes gradually widened, her pupils contracting, a look of disbelief spreading across her somewhat plump face as she exclaimed, "How is this possible?" The temperature of the ice crystal cold iron, enveloped in icy mist, did not plummet sharply. Rather, it descended at a languid pace, far slower than if it were submerged in water at room temperature. Under the influence of Wei Xuan's first soul technique, such a phenomenon should not have occurred. The essence of extreme ice epitomizes low temperature, and with the amplification of the first soul technique, this temperature should manifest fully. It might even have been feasible to freeze the freshly heated ice crystal cold iron instantaneously, yet the current situation left Jing Hongquan somewhat bemused, struggling to comprehend how Wei Xuan had achieved this, as it defied logic. Wei Xuan, however, paid no heed to Jing Hongquan's astonishment. He was wholly immersed in the crafting process and the infusion of icy energy. Indeed, it was an infusion, under his meticulous control. The chilling attributes of his ultimate ice penetrated the interior of the ice crystal cold iron, replenishing the icy properties lost due to prior heating. With each strike of his hammer, the metal and ice attributes were compressed, amalgamating more tightly together. The resounding clang of metal echoed throughout the room as the elongated ice crystal cold iron diminished in size with each of the hundreds of strikes. Half an hour later, Wei Xuan exhibited no signs of perspiration, his icy attributes rendering him nearly immune to sweating. However, his pallor indicated excessive consumption of soul power, and he was panting, his hammering speed and force noticeably reduced. With the final strike, Wei Xuan dropped the hammer, staggering back a step due to fatigue. During this half hour, in addition to relentless hammering, he had continuously infused the metal with cold energy, nearly depleting his soul power. This was achieved through his exquisite control, minimizing energy expenditure. Any other soul master would have found it impossible to maintain the infusion of level 12 soul power for half an hour while simultaneously hammering away. Of course, although Wei Xuan's level 12 soul power was quantitatively less than that of a level 15 or 16 soul master, it was still substantial. The metal strip, originally the thickness of Wei Xuan's arm, had been forged into a curved shape, resembling a segment of a cylinder. The deep blue arc of metal emanated a frigid aura, being several times colder than the unheated ice crystal cold iron, akin to a block of ice. Jing Hongshun approached Wei Xuan, presenting him with his soul-guiding milk bottle, her gaze captivated by the metal on the forging platform, her face a canvas of incredulity. Had I not witnessed this with my own eyes, I would find it hard to believe. It is truly astounding, almost otherworldly, she marveled, a sense of unreality washing over her. Upon receiving the milk bottle, Wei Xuan consumed its contents with the fervor of a parched traveler in the desert, rapidly absorbing the stored soul power, which facilitated a swift recovery of his energy, alleviating the fatigue brought on by the soul power depletion. How do you find my method of forging? Wei Xuan inquired, a satisfied smile gracing his features. With only level 12 soul power, it was nearly impossible to soften the ice crystal cold iron through sheer will, unless the metal was reduced to the size of a thumb, which might allow for some degree of malleability. Yet, such diminutive pieces would be of little utility. Unable to forge the metal with his soul power alone, he devised a method to soften it with flames, infusing his ice attribute energy during the forging process to restore the ice crystal cold iron's icy properties. This approach not only achieved the goal of forging, but also significantly enhanced the ice attributes of the cold iron, a dual triumph. This method was not a spur-of-the-moment idea. Wei Xuan had conducted extensive research on ice attribute metals and understood the characteristics of ice crystal cold iron. He had conceived this strategy based on the knowledge that, after the cold energy dissipated, the internal structure would become soft and porous, provided the timing was precise. Reintroducing ice attribute energy after the cold energy had vanished could restore it to its original state. Of course, this required an exceptional mastery of energy control, achieving a nuanced level to infuse energy through the minuscule gaps in the metal, altering its inherent structure. Such refined control was unparalleled on the Douluo continent, with Wei Xuan standing alone in this regard. Not only is it possible, but it has completely reshaped my understanding. I never imagined ice crystal cold iron could be forged in such a manner. Jing Hongshun exclaimed with excitement. You must tell me how this is accomplished. Her curiosity piqued. She longed to grasp the underlying principles. The reasoning is quite straightforward, Wei Xuan replied with a light chuckle, beginning to elucidate the mechanics behind his forging technique. Ah, I see. Ha ha. Your Highness, you truly are a genius for conceiving such a method. Jing Hongshun laughed heartily, her newfound comprehension prompting her to shower praises upon him. Her appreciation for Wei Xuan's intellect deepened, and as she examined the forged metal, her face radiated a blend of satisfaction and astonishment. The ability to infuse energy while achieving such a level of craftsmanship was a feat that even many high-ranking soul engineers might struggle to replicate. Yet, Wei Xuan had accomplished it, underscoring his extraordinary talent in the realm of soul-guiding devices. Chapter 14. Ranking Engraving Knife Improve Array? Wei Xuan smiled faintly, fully absorbed in the pure soul power contained within the milk bottle. Jing Hongshun refrained from disturbing him, instead toying with the crafted components. A gentle smile gracing his face as he speculated in silence about the type of soul guide Wei Xuan intended to create. In the secret chamber, Kong Deming listened intently to Wei Xuan's earlier explanation, unable to suppress his admiration. A natural soul master, he mused, feeling an indescribable excitement and growing satisfaction towards Wei Xuan. 10 minutes later, as Wei Xuan fully regained his soul power, he began processing another strip of ice crystal cold iron, repeating the steps he had previously undertaken. Soon, night fell, and Wei Xuan sat wearily in a chair, Exhaustion etched across his face, his body feeling somewhat drained. Before him lay 15 metallic components, the fruits of his labor over several hours spent crafting the ice crystal cold iron. Completing these 15 parts was no small feat. He had expended his soul power 15 times, each time quickly recuperating only to expend it again. The prolonged hammering and meticulous control of soul power had left him utterly fatigued. Though his spiritual awareness remained robust, his 6-year-old body struggled to endure such a workload. Were it not for the support of his mental faculties, he would have collapsed long ago. Gazing at the 15 components he had successfully crafted as intended, a hint of satisfaction flickered across Wei Xuan's tired face. He then reclined in his chair as comfortably as possible, his eyes gently closing, and within moments, he drifted into slumber. Jing Hongchun, standing beside Wei Xuan, was startled by this sudden shift, fearing something was amiss, and hurriedly checked on him. After a brief moment, he breathed a sigh of relief upon observing Wei Xuan's exhausted state. Shaking his head with a chuckle, "You could have spread this out over several days. Yet you chose to cram it all into one, leaving yourself in this condition. We should send His Highness back to rest." Kong Deming appeared behind Jing Hongchun, seemingly out of nowhere. Jing Hongchun was taken aback and quickly turned to greet him with a respectful bow. "Teacher." In this moment, Jing Hongchun displayed none of the airs of the Hall Master, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Even when facing the Emperor of the Sun and Moon, he had not exhibited such humility. His respect for Kong Deming was heartfelt and genuine. This child is remarkable, gifted, resilient, and hardworking. With him, our Sun Moon Empire's soul guides will surely ascend to a new echelon, Kong Deming remarked, his gaze towards Wei Xuan filled with admiration, offering a high appraisal. "Teacher, you have never praised anyone like this before," Jing Hongchun said, astonished, a smile spreading across his face. In the Sun Moon Empire, to receive such commendation from his teacher was undoubtedly a first for Wei Xuan, and the praise was exceedingly high. If others were to learn of this, they would surely be left speechless, and Wei Xuan would gain notoriety. Kong Deming merely smiled and vanished from sight in an instant. Jing Hongchun's gaze sharpened, marveling at his teacher's prowess, muttering to himself, "The teacher becomes increasingly unfathomable." The following day, Wei Xuan arose and approached the window, drawing back the curtains to gaze at the glaring yet warm sun, unable to resist stretching his limbs. This 6-year-old body is still a bit too weak. I actually collapsed in his sleep, a far cry from before, Wei Xuan mused with a light laugh. In the past, even if he had produced a soul guide in one breath, he would not have felt fatigued. Yet now, merely forging metal left him completely exhausted. The disparity was striking. While consciousness could command the body, at times the body could also dictate consciousness. When fatigue overwhelmed him, even if he wished to resist sleep, it became nearly impossible to control. His awareness acted purely on instinct. After standing by the window for a while and completing a brief morning routine, Wei Xuan proceeded towards Jing Hongchun's laboratory. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Jing Hongchun, who smiled warmly at him. "Here, have something to eat," Jing Hongchun said, gesturing towards the breakfast laid out on the table. Wei Xuan smiled lightly, not one to stand on ceremony, and sat down to enjoy his meal, finishing breakfast in mere minutes. "Let's get to work," Jing Hongchun said cheerfully as soon as Wei Xuan finished eating. Wei Xuan paused, unable to suppress a playful roll of his eyes. "I see, you've never allowed me to eat in here before. But today, you make an exception simply to urge me to start working sooner." Jing Hongchun chuckled, unperturbed. "I'm just trying to save you time. Besides, hastening your start is for your own benefit. I gain nothing from it." The only benefit he might derive would be the satisfaction of seeing the soul guide's finished product sooner. Wei Xuan shrugged with a smile, not wanting to waste any more time, and resumed his work on the soul guide. After forging the metal into components, he reached the most crucial step in creating the soul guide, inscribing the formation arrays. First, he organized the 15 components, arranging them according to their positions in the final product. Picking up one component, he confirmed its placement before beginning to etch the formation array with a carving knife. Every component of the soul guide he designed was to bear its own unique formation array, unlike most soul guides where several components shared the same array, differing only in quantity. Core formation arrays differed from ordinary ones. Lower-tier soul guides might only feature 1 or 2 core arrays, while ordinary arrays could encompass several. "Wait, Jing Hongchun suddenly called out, halting Wei Xian's progress. What is it? Wei Xian asked, puzzled, recalling how he had just been urged to continue. Jing Hongchun smiled mysteriously. To ensure your first soul guide is perfected, I believe you need a special carving knife. A special carving knife? Wei Xian blinked in surprise, quickly realizing, are you perhaps lending me your carving knife, Hongchun Hall Master, or are you gifting it to me? As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with eagerness, for he had long coveted Jing Hongchun's exquisite carving knife. Dream on. The Hongchun knife is a treasured heirloom of mine. How could I possibly give it away? You might as well abandon that thought, Jing Hongchun retorted playfully, regarding Wei Xian with a mock protective glare. A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Wei Xian's eyes. He truly admired the Hongchun knife, ranked 17th on the carving knife list. Do not feel too disheartened. The Hongchun knife will never be yours. To spare you the torment of longing, I won't even lend it to you. I fear you would only grow fonder of it, Jing Hongchun teased with a smile. If you interrupted me and spoken those words, I would have certainly felt no disappointment, Wei Xian replied nonchalantly, his enthusiasm waning. Well, you cannot use the Hongchun knife, but I do have another knife that I can lend you, Jing Hongchun said. Wei Xian's eyes lit up, urging quickly, show it to me. Jing Hongchun, amused by Wei Xian's eagerness, retrieved a dark gold carving knife from a storage ring. This knife was about a foot long, its entire surface a deep gold, with a blade so thin it gleamed silver. Wei Xian's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the knife. It was sharper than the Hongchun knife, emitting a metallic sharpness that made his skin tingle. The extraordinary sharpness alone indicated the knife's exceptional quality. This is the dark gold knife, ranked 15th on the carving knife list, Jing Hongchun explained. Wei Xian gazed at Jing Hongchun in astonishment and remarked with a smile. Master Hongchun, I never imagined you to be so discreet, possessing 2 of the top 20 ranked engraving knives. Jing Hongchun shook his head and replied, this dark gold engraving knife is not mine. Its owner is someone else. As for who that may be, it's best you do not inquire. Just know that this knife is temporarily lent to you. Upon hearing this, Wei Xian subtly glanced towards a certain secret chamber, his mind beginning to form a conjecture. In that case, I shall not be polite, he said, accepting the engraving knife from Jing Hongchun. Wei Xian toyed with the knife, lightly touching its edge to his fingertip, and a wound immediately appeared, blood oozing forth. How sharp, he murmured, as chilling air emanated from the wound, and the flowing blood was swiftly encased in a delicate layer of ice. Observing Wei Xian's casual handling of the knife, Jing Hongchun's eyelids twitched, and he cautioned, Your Highness, this engraving knife is crafted from the claws of the dark gold terror claw bear, ranking among the top 3 in sharpness. With your physical constitution, a mere touch could result in a grievous wound. You must exercise caution. The claws of the dark gold terror claw bear? Wei Xian's face reflected realization, and he began to comprehend the knife's extraordinary sharpness. To be precise, it is made from the left paw bone of a millennium-old dark gold terror claw bear. Jing Hongchun said, his emotions clearly heightened at the mention of the left paw bone. Using an external soul bone to forge an engraving knife is quite extravagant. Wei Xian mused, somewhat speechless, pondering who might be so generous as to transform an invaluable treasure into a valued tool, which was indeed a painful thought. Of course, this was a sentiment relevant to soul masters. For soul engineers, the dark gold engraving knife's worth might surpass that of an external soul bone. Jing Hongchun's expression grew slightly peculiar, uncertain how to evaluate such a practice. While it could be deemed a loss since the engraving knife could be preserved indefinitely, whereas an external soul bone would vanish upon the soul master's demise, it could hardly be considered a gain either, despite its rarity. The knife still paled in comparison to the value of an external soul bone. Let us not dwell on the knife any longer. Adapt to it and commence inscribing the magic array, Jing Hongchun urged. Wei Xian nodded and began etching with the knife, quickly acclimating to its sharpness through his formidable mental acuity and physical control. It must be said that the dark gold engraving knife was indeed sharp. Describing it as cutting through iron like mud was no exaggeration. When inscribing upon the metal, he required minimal force to carve a profound mark. Fully accustomed to the knife's edge, Wei Xian proceeded to inscribe a standard magic array upon the icy crystal cold iron. He had already meticulously planned the type and quantity of arrays to be inscribed on this component, allowing for a smooth and fluid execution without a moment's pause. Typically, soul engineers would tread carefully when inscribing magic arrays, fearing that a minuscule misstep could render the entire component useless. Yet, Wei Xuan bore no such anxiety. Supported by his exceptional mental prowess, he could flawlessly inscribe the array even with his eyes closed, without a hint of deviation. His speed astonished Jing Hongchun, who watched in wide-eyed disbelief. Although Jing Hongchun repeatedly hesitated, wanting to urge Wei Xuan to slow down and be more meticulous, he ultimately refrained from speaking, knowing that any interruption could jeopardize Wei Xuan's focus. Recognizing the level of the magic array Wei Xuan was inscribing as a third-tier one, Jing Hongchun furrowed his brow. Pondering, this third-tier array seems to differ from the standard. It is more intricate and complex. The energy fluctuations are significantly stronger than a typical third-tier array, reaching the level of a fourth tier. While Wei Xuan worked swiftly, his soul power proved insufficient to complete the array in one go. He inscribed 2 ordinary arrays in total on this component, exhausting 5 instances of soul power, taking nearly 4 hours to finish. Each line of the array required the infusion of soul power, and since an array comprised hundreds, if not thousands, of lines, the magnitude of soul power required was immense. Your Highness, your current soul power is indeed somewhat lacking. Inscribing a fourth-tier array is still too ambitious, Jing Hongchun remarked regretfully. Despite his words, a smile he could not suppress graced his face as he gazed at the completed arrays. From the perspective of a 9th-tier soul engineer, these 2 arrays could be deemed perfect, and he was thoroughly impressed with Wei Xuan's performance. At that moment, Jing Hongchun scrutinized the ordinary magic arrays as if he had never seen them before. Who claimed that those were 4th-tier arrays? They are 3rd-tier, merely enhanced by my understanding, Wei Xuan corrected, sitting in a chair, resting and consuming his lunch, his face pale from the multiple exertions of soul power. You enhanced them? Jing Hongchun seized upon Wei Xuan's words, his expression shifting from amusement to astonishment. Indeed, I noted several flaws in the previous ordinary arrays, so I attempted to improve them, Wei Xuan stated nonchalantly, as if the matter was trivial and hardly worth mention. His previous life had granted him some knowledge of formations. While he cannot be called a master, he was quite proficient. He felt more than capable of refining the arrays of this world, not only 3rd-tier arrays, but he could even enhance 9th-tier arrays. Though Wei Xuan spoke casually, he was unaware of the profound impact his words had on Jing Hongchun. It was one thing for a high-level soul engineer, well-versed in soul guide mechanics, to claim they could refine arrays. It was quite another for a 6-year-old child to assert the same. Such a proclamation left them feeling incredulous. Jing Hongchun quickly approached Wei Xuan, seizing his arms and lifting him up, gripping his shoulders tightly, breathless as he inquired, Your Highness, you must not jest. Have you truly refined this 3rd-tier array? Had Wei Xuan merely inscribed a 4th-tier array, Jing Hongchun might have been surprised but would not have lost his composure. However, if a 3rd-tier array had been enhanced to rival a 4th-tier array, the implications were monumental, enough to drive him to the brink of ecstasy. Chapter 15. Hand Cannon. Refusal of condemning. Startled by the sudden lift, Wei Xuan instinctively struck out with a palm, directly hitting Jing Hongchun's chest. Caught off guard, Jing Hongchun staggered back a few steps, frost appearing on his chest. Upon realizing it was Jing Hongchun, the fierceness in Wei Xuan's gaze dissipated. He had not sensed Jing Hongchun's approach and had instinctively reacted to the unexpected contact. Master Hongchun, please remain calm, Wei Xuan cautioned. Very well, I shall calm myself. Jing Hongchun, still in an excited state, disregarded the impact he had just received and quickly asked, Your Highness, tell me, did you truly enhance that array? Wei Xuan did not deny it and nodded. Indeed, I made some modifications. Upon receiving this confirmation, Jing Hongchun stood frozen in place, his expression morphing into one of uncontainable joy as he exclaimed, How did you accomplish that? What else could be done? I simply identified the flaws and made the necessary adjustments. It was quite simple, Wei Xuan replied casually. The mirror of red dust twitched slightly at the corners of its mouth. While words may suggest simplicity, is the reality truly so? The mirror of red dust chose silence, instead examining the intricately crafted components of the magic array, attentively attuning to the energy fluctuations contained within. Seeing the sudden quietude of the mirror of red dust, Wei Xuan shrugged helplessly and turned to sit at the table, resuming his lunch. Moments later, the mirror of red dust hastened to Wei Xian's side. Sensing the approach, Wei Xuan stood up preemptively to avoid any casual remarks. Your Highness, aside from the third-level magic array, are you capable of enhancing other arrays as well? The mirror of red dust gazed fervently at Wei Xuan, his eyes wide with anticipation and excitement. Wei Xuan, understanding the implication behind the inquiry, paused thoughtfully before offering a somewhat noncommittal response. It should be possible. At these words, the mirror of red dust leaped with exuberance, his jubilant demeanor starkly contrasting with the solemnity of a hallmaster. He appeared as joyous as a child, unable to restrain the exuberance that lit up his countenance. Your Highness, you are indeed a genius among geniuses. The advancements in our empire's soul-guided technology will undoubtedly be revolutionized by your contributions, he exclaimed. As he moved to embrace Wei Xuan in a grand gesture of celebration, Wei Xuan deftly sidestepped. Hallmaster Hongshan, please do not be so overwhelmed. Calm yourself. Wei Xuan maintained a respectful distance of 10 meters from him. The mirror of red dust, realizing his own loss of composure, reined in his excitement and sheepishly remarked, I may have gotten a bit too carried away. Wei Xuan silently berated him for his nearly frantic exuberance. Your ability to enhance magic arrays is truly astonishing. If you can also improve upon the 4th level, 5th level, or even higher arrays, the transformations that will ensue are beyond imagination. The mirror of red dust's excitement surged once more, his heart racing and breath quickening. Wei Xuan empathized with his exuberance. For one who had devoted their life to soul-guided devices, nothing could ignite more excitement than progress in soul-guided technology. Let us discuss this matter in detail later. I must now focus on crafting my soul-guided device, Wei Xuan stated. The mirror of red dust quickly composed himself and nodded in agreement. Yes, please proceed. I eagerly anticipate the power of the soul-guided device that you will create using the enhanced magic arrays. Once his soul power was restored, Wei Xuan began inscribing the magic array onto the second component. Once again, he employed 2 arrays, yet these were entirely distinct from the previous ones, more intricate and profound. After successfully etching the second component's array, night had fallen. Following dinner, Wei Xuan refrained from further inscribing arrays. For a day of intense labor had left him in a state of exhaustion. Continuing would likely lead him to collapse from fatigue. Upon returning to his chamber, Wei Xuan immediately sat in meditation, recovering his soul power while also alleviating his physical weariness through mental discipline. For the next several days, he devoted his daytime hours to etching magic arrays and his nights to meditation, and soon 10 days had passed. In the afternoon, Wei Xuan completed the final component, inscribing 5 ordinary magic arrays and 3 core arrays on this pivotal piece, which proved to be the most challenging. After a 2-hour rest to optimize his condition, he commenced assembling the components. In less than half an hour, an oddly shaped cannon had taken form. Yet, the soul-guided device was not yet complete. Wei Xuan began inscribing arrays upon its exterior. The mirror of red dust watched in puzzlement. Traditionally, magic arrays were inscribed within the soul-guided devices, not on the exterior. Even as a 9th-level soul mentor, he struggled to comprehend Wei Xuan's actions. It was not that inscribing arrays on the surface was impossible, but such practice would prevent the arrays from exerting their true power, yielding inferior results compared to internal inscriptions. Furthermore, surface inscriptions could jeopardize the overall stability of the device, rendering it an exercise in futility. As time progressed, the mirror of red dust gradually discerned the essence of the arrays Wei Xuan inscribed, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. The surface inscriptions continued until deep into the night, and when Wei Xuan completed the final line, the soul-guided device was fully realized. Ah, it is finally complete. Wei Xuan exhaled with a sense of relief, joy flooding his senses at the moment of completion. The device he fashioned bore the appearance of 2 cylindrical components, one larger and one smaller, with a smaller diameter sufficient for an adult male arm to fit within. This served as the control section. The larger diameter formed the cannon, its interior shimmering with an icy blue light, resembling a thin membrane that obscured the inner structure from view. This is a soul-guided cannon. The mirror of red dust scrutinized the completed device, ultimately casting a questioning glance at Wei Xuan. His uncertainty stemmed from the absence of a firing mechanism, for it appeared merely as a barrel. Wei Xuan affirmed with a nod and gestured toward the smaller cylinder, indicating that he should place his hand inside. Place it inside? The mirror of red dust, skepticism evident, extended his hand into the smaller cylinder. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he discovered a wondrous new realm. A series of mechanical sounds ensued. The diameter of the smaller cylinder constricted, its shape morphing slightly, snugly integrating with the mirror of red dust's hand. As if the soul-guided device had become an extension of his arm. Delight spread across his face, dispelling his earlier doubts. With his understanding of soul-guided devices, he quickly grasped the method of operation and attempted to channel a modicum of soul power into it. As his soul power flowed in, the arrays on the surface of the device illuminated with a brilliant white light, drawing energy from the surroundings. The cannon's barrel gathered blue light, forming a luminous orb within, while a chilling aura radiated outward, causing a sharp drop in temperature. The mirror of red dust, sensing the transformation at the barrel, beamed with excitement as he summoned a soul-guided shield, followed by the firing of a projectile. A fist-sized ice-blue light orb erupted from the cannon, wreaking havoc as it traversed its path, crashing into the soul-guided shield in the blink of an eye. With a thunderous impact, the orb detonated upon contact, sending shockwaves that scattered debris throughout the laboratory, transforming the once orderly environment into disarray. The explosion did not yield flames, but rather shards of ice that flew like razor blades, freezing the soul-guided shield in place. The mirror of red dust, witnessing the cannonball's formidable power, felt his pupils constrict in astonishment. He examined the soul-guided cannon in his hand, then approached the shield. The hemispherical shield had been encased in ice, and through the thick 5-centimeter layer, he could see the cracks spreading across its surface. This soul-guided cannonball nearly shattered the 4th-level soul-guided shield. Typically, a shield of equivalent level could withstand attacks from a device of the same grade without fracturing. The current scenario indicated that the attack power of this device had reached the pinnacle of a 4th-level soul-guided device, approaching the realm of the 5th level. A 4th level, nearing 5th-level soul-guided device, the mirror of red dust concluded regarding the cannon. Your Highness, congratulations. You have successfully crafted a pinnacle 4th-level soul-guided device, which means you have ascended to the rank of a 4th-level soul mentor. A 4th-level soul mentor at merely 6 years of age. Unprecedented. The mirror of red dust exclaimed with fervor. Hall Master Huo Yuhao, have you forgotten that I inscribed 6 core arrays on this soul-guided device? In a strict sense, this can only be regarded as a 3rd-level soul-guiding device, as Wei Xuan once again corrected Jing Hongshan's mistake. The smile on Jing Hongshan's face froze, and his aged visage flushed slightly. It appeared that there were only 6 core magic formations involved. After this brief moment of embarrassment, Jing Hongshan's eyes widened in realization, and he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, a 3rd-level device. How splendid! A 3rd-level soul-guiding device can possess the power of a 4th level, nearly approaching that of a 5th-level soul-guiding cannon. This is truly remarkable. Although the soul-guiding device was merely 3rd level, it brought him greater joy than a 4th-level one, indicating that Wei Xuan's improvements on the magic formations were unexpectedly effective, allowing for a significant enhancement in the device's power. Of course, the formidable strength of the soul-guiding cannon was also attributable to the energy-concentrating magic formation inscribed on its surface, which maintained the stability of the device. Furthermore, judging by the effect of this energy-concentrating formation, it was not inferior to those inscribed internally. Wei Xuan, too, wore a contented smile, pleased with the soul-guiding cannon he had crafted. The power demonstrated by Jing Hongshan was merely 70% of the cannon's capability. Only he could unleash its full potential. His ultimate ice-soul power was the most suitable energy to drive this cannon. Allow me to take a look. A voice laced with excitement resonated. Accompanying this voice was an elderly man with gray hair and a yellow robe, Kong Deming, the master of the offering hall. Upon hearing this voice, Jing Hongshan felt as though cold water had been poured over him, and he instantly regained his composure. He respectfully bowed to Kong Deming and said, Teacher, please have a look at the soul-guiding device. Kong Deming gestured with his hand and insisted again, show me the soul-guiding device. With haste, Jing Hongshan removed the device and presented it to Kong Deming with both hands. Kong Deming examined the soul-guiding device in his grasp, his fingers gently caressing its surface, as if he were handling a rare treasure. "This is my teacher. You may refer to him as Elder Kong," Jing Hongshun whispered to Wei Xuan, standing beside him. "Your teacher, Elder Kong?" Wei Xuan cast a questioning glance at Jing Hongshun, as it was the first time he had heard of such a figure. "I will explain my teacher's identity to you later. For now, you must show utmost respect. He is someone whom even the Emperor must revere. Do not be disrespectful," Jing Hongshun cautioned earnestly. Kong Deming remained in place, scrutinizing the soul-guiding device for over 10 minutes before reluctantly shifting his gaze toward Wei Xuan, who was also examining him. "Do you wish to become my disciple?" Kong Deming asked directly after a moment of contemplation. Wei Xuan's expression remained largely unchanged. He recognized that the person before him was exceptionally powerful. Indeed, the strongest presence he had encountered thus far. Even the fierce auras he had sensed in the far north paled in comparison. From Jing Hongshun's address, it was evident that Kong Deming possessed extraordinary mastery over soul-guiding devices. Otherwise, how could a 9th-level soul master refer to him as teacher? However, even if he were the strongest individual in this world, he still felt that Kong Deming was not qualified to be his teacher. "Your Highness, do not hesitate. Quickly accept him as your teacher. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do not let it slip away," Jing Hongshun urged, nudging Wei Xuan's shoulder. Although Kong Deming had several disciples, Wei Xuan was the first to inspire his desire to take on a disciple voluntarily. "I apologize, but I have no desire to take on any teachers." Wei Xuan shook his head, firmly declining the offer. "Why not? A skilled teacher is essential for a soul master to advance further. No matter how talented you are, you still need guidance. In this continent, aside from myself, I doubt anyone else is qualified to be your teacher," Kong Deming expressed his surprise, evident disappointment crossing his face at Wei Xuan's refusal. "Your Highness, my teacher is undoubtedly the strongest soul master on the continent. With his guidance, you will navigate the realm of soul-guiding devices more smoothly, and it is highly likely that you will break through to become a 10th-level soul master," Jing Hongshun urged, his impatience mounting as he struggled to comprehend Wei Xuan's decision to turn down an opportunity that everyone else yearned for. "The reason is, as I just stated, I do not wish to have any teachers. Even if you, Elder Kong, are the strongest soul master on the continent, I still do not wish to be taught." Wei Xuan replied with a hint of regret in his voice, yet his tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Kong Deming fell silent, gazing deeply at Wei Xuan before softly sighing. "Since you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. However, should you encounter any uncertainties regarding soul-guiding devices in the future, do not hesitate to seek my counsel." "Of course," Wei Xuan smiled, feeling a newfound respect for Kong Deming. "What is the name of the soul-guiding device you have crafted?" Kong Deming inquired, his gaze filled with astonishment and curiosity as he looked at the device in his hand. In his estimation, even a 9th-level soul-guiding device would not evoke such a reaction from him. Yet, this mere 3rd-level soul-guiding cannon left him utterly astounded. "I have named it the Ice Crystal Hand Cannon," Wei Xuan replied. "Ice Crystal Hand Cannon? A fitting name," Kong Deming murmured, nodding with a smile. "Compact, easy to use, and immensely powerful," Kong Deming began to evaluate slowly. After a moment's pause, he examined the energy-concentrating formation on the device's exterior, revealing a satisfied, even excited smile as he remarked, "What astonishes me the most is how little energy this soul-guiding device consumes. When infusing it with soul power, the energy-concentrating formation automatically absorbs energy from the environment to recharge the cannon. The energy accumulated through the formation exceeds that injected by the soul master. This is simply extraordinary." Kong Deming's face radiated awe. In his eyes, this soul-guiding device could only be described as perfect, even he could find no flaws. Wei Xuan cast a deep glance at Kong Deming, confirming his profound expertise in soul-guiding devices, able to discern so much from mere observation. "You have modified this 4th-level energy-concentrating formation, have you not?" Kong Deming stated with certainty. The formation on the device's surface resembled a 4th-level energy-concentrating formation. It was deeper and more powerful, making it clear that it had been improved. "Indeed, I made slight modifications to it," inscribed on this soul-guiding device. "Its energy-concentrating effect can achieve 60% efficiency. If one were to divide the energy of a single shell into 10 parts, it could provide 6, while the user need only supply 4, Wei Xuan explained. Upon hearing Wei Xian's explanation, both Kong Deming and Jing Hongqin's pupils contracted, exchanging a glance that conveyed their mutual astonishment. Such a degree of energy-concentrating effectiveness ignited fervor in both masters of soul-guiding devices. Though it was merely a fourth-level formation, they recognized in it a revolutionary breakthrough for soul-guiding devices. The landscape of soul-guiding technology might very well be transformed by this improved energy-concentrating formation. Your Highness, could you possibly transcribe this improved energy-concentrating formation on a paper? I wish to disseminate it widely, Jing Hongqin asked breathlessly, his excitement palpable. Before Wei Xian could respond, he continued, slightly incoherently, no, not just the energy-concentrating formation. If possible, I hope you can transcribe all the improved formations. Your advancements will propel the overall progress of soul-guiding technology. After speaking, Jing Hongqin bowed deeply to Wei Xian, bending at a 90-degree angle, his expression solemn and devoid of jest. This bow was not merely due to Wei Xian's status as a prince, but was a mark of respect for the achievements he had attained in the realm of soul-guiding devices. The formations that Wei Xian had improved were sufficient to elevate the soul-guiding technology of the Sun-Moon Empire to new heights, deserving of such reverence. Were Wei Xian to demand the position of head of the Mingda Hall, Jing Hongqin would not hesitate to relinquish it. Kong Deming said nothing, but his gaze was intensely fixed on Wei Xian, harboring thoughts akin to those of Jing Hongqin. Wei Xian was momentarily taken aback by Jing Hongqin's sudden bow. He hastily helped him up, saying, Master Hongqin, there is no need for such deference. As a member of the Sun Moon Empire, it is only fitting that I contribute to it. Even if you don't ask, I shall unconditionally share the fruits of my research. Really? Jing Hongqin exclaimed with delight, feeling a sense of comfort that Wei Xian possessed such a magnanimous spirit, which was indeed rare. Kong Deming cast a surprised glance at Wei Xian, elevating his regard for him further. Is there any doubt? These research achievements are not secrets to be hoarded. Sharing them is of no consequence, Wei Xian replied nonchalantly, genuinely unconcerned. To him, these findings were merely fundamental and held no intrinsic value for solitary retention. Your Highness, on behalf of the Mingda Hall and the entire empire, I thank you, Jing Hongqin expressed sincerely. He refrained from discussing any form of exchange, for such a proposition at this moment would undoubtedly be foolish. The worth of Wei Xian's research was immeasurable and could not be quantified. What could he offer in return? Even selling the Mingda Hall would not suffice. Understanding the impossibility of offering a counter, he chose not to mention it, but instead etched Wei Xian's kindness deeply in his heart. Who would benefit most from Wei Xian's shared research? Certainly, it would be the Mingda Hall and himself as its master. One might say that Wei Xian had afforded him an opportunity that transcended all previous masters of Mingda Hall, a kindness he would remember for a lifetime. Wei Xian nodded, acknowledging Jing Hongqin's gratitude. Hongqin, you are quite remarkable, Kong Deming said, approaching Jing Hongqin and patting him on the shoulder with a smile. With that, Kong Deming vanished without a sound. Receiving praise from Kong Deming heightened Jing Hongqin's already excited spirits, igniting a fervent joy within him. Wei Xian's eyes glimmered. With his formidable perception, he discerned how Kong Deming had disappeared, seemingly utilizing a soul-guiding device. Had he already delved into spatial studies regarding soul-guiding devices? Wei Xian mused, beginning to form a clearer understanding of the venerable Kong. The following day dawned bright and sunny, with a gentle breeze caressing the face. In the office, Jing Hongqin presented Wei Xian with a water-blue badge adorned with 3 diamond stars, signifying his status as a third-level soul master. You are now a true third-level soul master, Jing Hongqin remarked with a smile. In truth, Wei Xian could already be regarded as a fourth-level soul master, given his abilities. Crafting a fourth-level soul-guiding device was not beyond his reach. However, as he had not yet practiced, Jing Hongqin felt it inappropriate to bestow upon him the title of fourth-level soul master. As he handed over the badge, a hint of pride and honor illuminated Jing Hongqin's face, for he had witnessed the emergence of a 6-year-old third-level soul master. Wei Xian examined the badge carefully before putting it away. Aren't you going to wear it? Jing Hongqin inquired, surprised. Soul-guiding badges serve as both proof and honor. Typically, soul masters would wear them to signify their status. Why wear it? I know I'm a third-level soul master. There's no need to flaunt a badge. Wei Xian replied with a light laugh. Jing Hongshun paused, comprehending Wei Xian's intent. He wished to avoid drawing too much attention. A 6-year-old, third-level soul master would undoubtedly attract curiosity and could lead to unnecessary trouble. Jing Hongshun smiled, refraining from persuading Wei Xian to wear the badge. Instead, he retrieved a dark gold carving knife from his storage ring and handed it to Wei Xian, saying, "This dark gold carving knife was entrusted to me by my teacher as a gift to congratulate you on becoming a third-level soul master." Wei Xian had returned this carving knife to Jing Hongshun the previous night after using it. A gift? Isn't this a bit too generous? Wei Xian asked with a smile, not reaching for it just yet. Aside from certain specialized ranking carving knives, most are quite valuable, particularly those in the top 20, each worth a fortune, often measured in billions. Though it may seem just a carving knife, its true worth is significant for soul masters. This dark gold carving knife alone is valued at over 200 million gold soul coins, a conservative estimate. Its actual price could be even higher. To give away such a carving knife is indeed a lavish gift. Other than Kong Deming, perhaps no one else possesses the capability or audacity to directly present a 15th-ranked carving knife. It is somewhat extravagant. My teacher has yet to bestow anything so precious upon me, Jing Hongshun admitted with a touch of envy. But in my view, you are absolutely deserving of such a generous gift. As the saying goes, a good horse deserves a good saddle. A fine ship deserves a good sail. A talented soul master, like yourself, should wield a powerful carving knife. With it, I believe your crafting of soul-guiding devices will become significantly more convenient, and the devices you create will be even more formidable. The value of ranking carving knives lies not only in their sharpness, but also in the additional effects they impart when used to inscribe formation arrays, enhancing the power of soul-guiding devices. Soul-guiding devices crafted with a top 20 carving knife possess nearly 20% greater potency than those made with standard knives, with the enhancement increasing as the ranking rises. Wei Xian nodded in full agreement, feeling a surge of desire for the carving knife. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the dark gold carving knife. "I shall remember this kindness from you, Old Kong," Wei Xian said earnestly, feeling somewhat guilty for receiving such an expensive gift without reciprocation. "You rascal," Jing Hongshun chuckled, well aware of Wei Xian's character and choosing not to dwell on the matter of gratitude. "I do not possess the same resources as my teacher. All I can offer you is this." As he spoke, a bright silver ring appeared in Jing Hongshun's hand. In response to Jing Hongshun's gift, Wei Xian was less reserved and took the ring without waiting for him to finish speaking. He did not assume it was merely a ring. Upon probing with his perception, he envisioned its contents in his mind. With a thought, a box of medicinal pills materialized in his hand, producing a faint sound as he gently shook it. Curiously, he opened the box, releasing a subtle fragrance. Within lay 9 brown, round pills, each the size of longan, neatly arranged. These are soul-enhancing pills, suitable for soul masters of your level. Taking one at each level's bottleneck will directly aid in your breakthrough, saving you the time and effort typically required to overcome such obstacles, Jing Hongshun explained. Each level of a soul master presents its own bottleneck, and when faced with such a barrier, the pace of cultivation slows dramatically. Even the most talented soul masters require several days to break through a minor bottleneck. The ability to utilize medicinal pills for direct breakthroughs undeniably saves considerable time. Wei Xian remained silent, lifting a pill to his nose for a sniff, his brow slightly furrowing. Jing Hongshun initially believed that Wei Xian was merely curious about the elixir and continued to smile as he elaborated. This pill not only assists you in breaking through minor bottlenecks, but also enhances your cultivation speed. With the aid of this pill, it should be no trouble for you to ascend to the rank of Great Soul Master within 2 years. In addition to the soul-enhancing pill, the ring contains the ascending soul pill suitable for Great Soul Masters and the Ziyun pill appropriate for soul respect level practitioners, among others, which Jing Hongshun detailed meticulously, clearly outlining the suitable stages and effects of each elixir. A total of 10 types of pills were presented, each designed to either boost a soul master's soul power or facilitate the overcoming of hurdles. These elixirs were sufficient for Wei Xian to elevate his rank to soul sage at an accelerated pace. "What do you think of this gift?" Jing Hongshun asked proudly. Although these pills do not match the value of the dark gold engraving blade, they're still quite expensive, with a combined worth exceeding 5 million gold soul coins. These pills are of the highest quality, with minimal side effects upon consumption, and their prices are several times higher than those of ordinary pills. Wei Xuan returned the pills to the box, shaking his head in dismay, noting that the alchemical skill was too rudimentary, rendering the materials wasted. Jing Hongchun, initially anticipating a display of surprise and gratitude from Wei Xuan, was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing his reaction, unable to help but exclaim, "What is this response? The value of these pills is exceedingly precious. Even as a prince, acquiring them is no easy feat. Why do you appear to disdain them?" Wei Xian's instinctive retort was halted midway as he reluctantly shook his head. After all, this was the other party's good intention, and expressing disdain felt somewhat inappropriate. After pondering for a moment, he articulated, "I merely believe that relying on pills to enhance soul power is somewhat akin to hastening growth prematurely, which could be detrimental to my development." "Ah, so you're concerned about that? Rest assured, these pills are of the finest quality, with minimal side effects, and will not greatly impact your growth. Moreover, utilizing these pills may weaken your combat capabilities as a soul master slightly, but regarding soul guidance devices, they will not bring any detriment. Rather, they will provide immense benefits, allowing you to become a truly formidable soul guide in the shortest possible time. I estimate that, after consuming these pills, you may very well reach the threshold of an 8th-level soul guide before the age of 15. An 8th-level soul guide is undoubtedly superior to an 8-ringed soul do. Thus, the slight weakness in your soul master abilities is of little concern," Jing Hongchun remarked nonchalantly. In his view, while Wei Xian's exceptional talent was indeed valuable, it paled in comparison to his aptitude in the realm of soul guidance. Would Wei Xuan truly reach soul Douuluo status by the age of 15? It was an impossibility, yet he could confidently assert that Wei Xuan would undoubtedly become an 8th-level soul guide by that age. Therefore, why concern oneself with the strength of his soul master abilities? Wei Xuan strongly disagreed with Jing Hongchun's perspective, shaking his head. "Master Hongchun, in my opinion, you seem to have your priorities misplaced." "How so?" Jing Hongchun mused. His spirits lifted at the thought of Wei Xuan attaining 8th-level soul guide status by 15, smiling as he awaited Wei Xian's critique. To simplify, a soul guide is essentially a soul master who utilizes soul guidance devices. Since one is a soul master, the primary focus should be on enhancing one's own strength, rather than neglecting personal power to concentrate solely on soul guidance devices. Jing Hongchun's smile faded, and his brow furrowed slightly. Wei Xian's words were not merely a rebuttal, but a denial of the cultivation ethos within the Sun and Moon Empire. Wei Xuan noted the change in Jing Hongchun's demeanor, but chose to press on. No matter how powerful a soul guidance device may be, it remains merely a tool, an external entity. A soul master may wield it, but must not become dependent on it, nor should they serve it. Sacrificing one's own strength for achievements in soul guidance is, in my view, unwise and not worthwhile. Chapter 17. Dreaming in Red. Smiling in Red, Your Highness. Do you truly comprehend what you are saying? Jing Hongchun's voice lowered, laced with anger. Wei Xuan smiled faintly, looking at Jing Hongchun. Naturally, I do. Do you believe I am mistaken? There is nothing amiss in the first part, but what you deem unworthy is, in my view, a significant error. While consuming pills may lead to superficial soul power, it can also yield a higher soul power level, enabling a soul guide to craft even more potent soul guidance devices. With a powerful soul guidance device, one can certainly compensate for any disparity in soul master abilities, possibly even surpassing them. For instance, I am quite confident that you can break through to 8th-level soul guide status before the age of 15. However, if you focus solely on cultivating soul power, do you truly believe you can achieve soul Douuluo status by then? Let alone soul Douuluo, you might not even breach the level of Soul King. Even if you do manage to break through, who do you think is stronger, a Soul King or an 8th-level soul guide? The pills grant soul guides the ability to surpass their age-appropriate strength. Does that not hold value? Jing Hongchun countered. This is merely a choice between short-term and long-term development. Opting for the former, consuming pills excessively can deplete one's innate talent, thus affecting future potential. Over 99% of soul guides will find themselves permanently stymied at some bottleneck due to early reliance on pills, Wei Xuan stated calmly. To assert 99% is somewhat understated. It would be more accurate to say 100%. The remaining 1% merely has a higher bottleneck. leading one to mistakenly believe they have not encountered any obstacles, when in reality, they too will be unable to advance for life. Wei Xuan corrected himself. Jing Hongchun's body trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Wei Xuan, his heart filled with astonishment, exclaiming, "How do you know this?" Wei Xuan's assertion was undeniably accurate. Consuming pills to enhance soul power indeed carries such dire consequences. Almost everyone experiences the side effects of pills later in their journey, leading to abnormally slow soul power advancement, or even a complete stagnation throughout their lives. It is a conclusion drawn from observation. All medicines have their toxins. No matter how refined the elixir, there will invariably be some side effects, let alone this particular pill, Wei Xuan remarked, casting a glance at the pills in his hand. He shook his head slightly. The quality was too low and the side effects too severe upon consumption. Alas, there is little to be done. If one desires rapid enhancement of soul power, certain sacrifices must be made. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch, Jing Hongchun sighed lightly, acknowledging the side effects of consuming pills, yet they still chose to partake, for the benefits far outweigh the drawbacks. Wei Xuan understood Jing Hongchun's perspective. His heart stirred with other thoughts, though he refrained from voicing them at that moment. Shifting the topic, he stated, "I prefer to pursue a pure soul master path and do not wish to overly rely on pills." He did not outright deny the efficacy of the pills. If they were improved, consuming one or two would not be an issue. However, rather than improving these pills, he was more inclined to explore the possibility of concocting some elixirs from the realm of cultivation, as those would truly be suitable for enhancing one's cultivation. Yet, taking this route will lead to a notably slower increase in your soul power, and it may become an obstacle to your breakthroughs in soul guidance devices. Jing Hongchun expressed his concerns. Furthermore, our Sun and Moon Empire is not particularly adept at cultivating soul masters. If you choose to pursue a purely soul master path, you might not receive adequate guidance, complicating your training significantly. Jing Hongchun pointed out the shortcomings. The Sun and Moon Empire excels at nurturing soul guides, but it is not proficient in the cultivation of soul masters, and it could be said that there are indeed deficiencies in this regard. Wei Xuan nonchalantly replied, "Rest assured, I am confident that my spirit master rank will not hinder my breakthroughs in soul guiding devices. As for the guidance you mentioned, I truly do not require it. I possess my own understanding of spirit master cultivation and do not need others to instruct me. No one can teach me. I have my own path to tread. Although the cultivation system in this world differs from that of the immortal realm, the journey of cultivation ultimately leads to the same destination, with commonalities along the way. Drawing on my past life's experiences, I am assured of reaching the pinnacle, even without guidance." Jing Hongchun looked at Wei Xuan in surprise, sensing sincerity in his demeanor, and felt a tremor of belief in his words. After observing Wei Xuan for a considerable time, Jing Hongchun gradually nodded, saying, "The pills are yours regardless. Whether you choose to use them is entirely up to you. Each must walk their own path. I cannot compel you to follow the pure soul master route. In fact, for you, perhaps a dual cultivation of both soul master and soul guide may yield even greater benefits." Wei Xuan nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Master Hongchun, do you know the person who concocted these pills?" "Why do you ask?" Jing Hongchun replied, puzzled. "I find these pills rather intriguing and wish to see how they are crafted," Wei Xuan casually remarked, feigning curiosity. "You are quite the curious one," Jing Hongchun chuckled. "I do know some alchemists. Perhaps I can introduce you to them." Wei Xuan smiled with satisfaction, responding, "I would appreciate your assistance, Master Hongchun. By the way, have you considered enhancing the practical combat capabilities of these soul guide students?" Wei Xuan asked after putting away his ring. "En combat ability?" Jing Hongchun's expression darkened slightly as he gazed at Wei Xuan, speaking with intent. "Do you believe their combat skills are lacking?" "It's not just a belief. I have observed some of their battles, and frankly, they are indeed quite weak, full of flaws," Wei Xuan replied candidly. He did not intend to belittle the students, but rather to speak the truth. While they may excel at crafting soul-guiding devices, their combat skills leave much to be desired. "You can discern their combat flaws?" Jing Hongchun asked incredulously. "Their shortcomings are glaringly obvious. It is hard not to notice." Wei Xuan shrugged helplessly. After a moment of silence, Jing Hongchun murmured, "I too believe their combat skills are rather deficient, yet effecting change is challenging. There is nothing difficult about it. If they engage in more combat and solidify their soul power, improvement will come naturally." Wei Xuan said casually. That sounds simple, but their focus is primarily on soul-guiding device research. They hardly have time for further combat or to reinforce their soul power, Jing Hongchen lamented. Once a trend is established, it cannot be easily altered. Enhancing combat abilities does not contradict their research on soul-guiding devices. In fact, it can be quite beneficial, Wei Xuan asserted. Jing Hongchen's interest peaked as he gestured for Wei Xuan to continue. Strengthening their combat skills is, in fact, a way for them to solidify their own soul power. This will mitigate the impact of the pills, allowing their soul power to become more robust. Once their foundations are solidified, breaking through will be considerably easier, which will also aid in their future crafting of soul-guiding devices. Engaging in more combat will enable them to better understand the strengths and weaknesses of their soul-guiding devices, allowing for targeted improvements. This is truly a multifaceted advantage. Wei Xuan elaborated thoughtfully. Jing Hongchen nodded in agreement, astonished by Wei Xuan's insights. His conviction strengthened by Wei Xuan's words, he declared, I will strive to implement more practical combat courses for them. It is imperative they recognize the importance of real combat. Otherwise, adding more courses would be futile. Do you have a plan? Jing Hongchen inquired, unable to contain his curiosity at Wei Xuan's composed demeanor. Wei Xuan smiled slightly and nodded. Indeed, I have a plan, but it cannot be executed just yet. It will require a few more years. Oh, Jing Hongchen's eyes lit up, eagerly pressing. Do share your plan with me. We'll discuss it later. If I reveal it now, you may not believe me, Wei Xuan teased, withholding details. You rascal. How can you know I wouldn't believe you if you don't explain? Jing Hongchen said impatiently, his curiosity growing, just as Jing Hongchen was about to press further. A clear, youthful voice called from outside. Grandpa. Wei Xuan instinctively attempted to slip away, while Jing Hongchen wore a gentle smile. A young girl with striking features, wine-red hair, and blue eyes, dressed in a pink gown, burst into the office, her face alight with joy. Grandpa, I became a second-level soul master. Wow, Wei Xuan is here too. How wonderful. The girl quickly noticed Wei Xuan, exclaiming in delight, her smile radiant like a blossoming flower. Oh, Ming has become a second-level soul master? That truly deserves celebration. Jing Hongchen laughed heartily, pleased with his granddaughter's achievement. As he spoke, Jing Hongchen opened his arms to embrace his granddaughter, who was rushing toward him. However, the next moment his expression froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he caught a glimpse of the girl's sudden change in direction. As she approached Jing Hongchen, the girl pivoted to give Wei Xuan an enthusiastic hug, only to be evaded at the last moment. Sister Ming, we should maintain some decorum. Let's refrain from excessive hugging, Wei Xuan stated firmly, his expression one of exasperation as he distanced himself from the girl. What'd you call me? Did you not say to call me sister? Why are you calling me sister now? The girl pouted, her face a picture of grievance. It was unclear whether she was upset that Wei Xuan had dodged her embrace or that he had addressed her this way. Perhaps it was a combination of both. Seeing her plight, Wei Xuan sighed and said, All right, I'll call you sister. Is that acceptable? Ming Hongchen was a little over a year older than him, yet insisted he call her sister, which was both amusing and perplexing. That's more like it. The girl beamed, playfully sticking out her tongue. Wei Xuan, I am now a second-level soul master, Ming Hongchen said, shaking her second-level soul master badge with a hint of pride. Achieving this at such a young age, just shy of 8, indeed gave her cause for pride. Is that so? Little Ming is quite impressive, Wei Xuan feigned surprise. Hee, I am a genius. Ming Hongchen rejoiced, revealing charming dimples as she smiled. You little girl, is your only focus on Wei Xuan? Have you forgotten your grandpa is here? Jing Hongchen feigned a stern expression. I didn't forget. I was actually looking for grandpa. I just got too excited when I saw Wei Xuan, Ming Hongchen replied, sidling up to Jing Hongchen and playfully clutching his arm. Jing Hongchen rapped lightly on Ming Hongchen's head, exchanging a knowing glance with Wei Xuan, both reflecting a shared sense of exasperation. Where's your brother? Jing Hongchen asked, aware that the siblings typically accompanied one another. Oh, he is peeking in the laboratory. He will likely be called over shortly, Ming Hongchen replied with a mischievous smile. Wei Xuan could discern from her expression that Ming Hongchen had just sold out her brother. Sure enough, not long after Ming Hongchen spoke, a middle-aged man appeared at the office door, carrying a child. The boy bore a striking resemblance to Ming Hongchen, with blue eyes, a tall stature, and dressed in a white outfit that exuded an air of vigor. The boy, being lifted by the collar by a middle-aged man, did not kick or struggle. His face bore a look of indignation, yet he remained relatively calm, as if he had grown accustomed to such treatment. Observing the approaching figure of Xiao Hongquan, Jing Hongquan could not help but rub his temples, while Meng Hongquan stifled a giggle. Wei Xuan, a fervent enthusiast of soul-guiding devices, chuckled and shook his head, acknowledging Xiao Hongquan's unwavering passion for them. Master, young Master Xiao Hongquan has once again been caught peering into the laboratory. The middle-aged man said after setting Xiao Hongquan down, bowing respectfully. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongquan immediately grew displeased, loudly arguing, "I was not peeking with my talent. It's only a matter of time before I enter the Mingda Hall. Since I will inevitably be part of it, isn't it reasonable for me to take a glimpse at what I will see every day?" The middle-aged man fell silent. This was not the first time he had heard such words. "Please leave," Jing Hongquan said with a resigned wave of his hand. The middle-aged man bowed once more before departing. "Have I not warned you against spying?" Jing Hongquan admonished, feeling quite helpless towards his grandson. Xiao Hongquan's obsession with soul-guiding devices led him to sneak into the laboratory to observe others crafting them whenever he had a chance. "I merely wanted to see what I will certainly see in the future," Xiao Hongquan pouted. He then pointed at Wei Xuan, defiantly asserting, "Moreover, he isn't even a soul master, yet he can enter the laboratory. Why can't I? My talent in soul-guiding devices is not inferior to his." Jing Hongquan glared, chiding, "Can you truly compare your talent to that of His Highness? Your arrogance is growing by the day. Indeed, Brother Wei Xuan is far more talented than you." Meng Hongquan sided with Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan felt somewhat caught in the crossfire, wondering how he had become involved in this dispute. Xiao Hongquan's face flushed with anger as he retorted, "He merely has a better memory. If it comes to actually crafting soul-guiding devices, he might not surpass me." He felt both envy and jealousy towards Wei Xuan, who had been allowed to enter the Mingda Hall at the tender age of 3. Chapter 18. The Challenge. Jing Hongquan sighed, shaking his head. His grandson was admirable in many ways, but far too self-assured. Believing himself to be the most gifted of his generation, he was unaware of the vastness of the world beyond, which may lead to significant setbacks in the future. Brother Wei Xuan is not merely good at memorization. His talent in crafting soul-guiding devices is surely superior to yours, Meng Hongquan stated, puffing her cheeks adorably. "You little infatuated fool. If you're not defending your brother, who else would you help?" Xiao Hongquan glared at Meng Hongquan, exasperated. "I support reason over kinship. Brother Wei Xuan is indeed more capable than you," Meng Hongquan defended. "Enough. Why are you two bickering again?" Jing Hongquan interrupted, feeling quite exasperated by their constant squabbling. "Smile. Do not let jealousy consume you. His Highness's entry into the Mingda Hall is not solely due to his remarkable memory. His practical skills are also formidable. In terms of crafting soul-guiding devices, he truly possesses greater talent." Jing Hongquan gently reassured Xiao Hongquan, who remained unconvinced. "I refuse to believe it." Xiao Hongquan crossed his arms defiantly, skeptical of Wei Xuan's abilities. Jing Hongquan ruffled Xiao Hongquan's hair, chuckling softly. "Then do you know what rank of Soul Master His Highness is now?" Before Xiao Hongquan could respond, Jing Hongquan revealed, he is a 3rd-level Soul Master, and his true capabilities are nearing the 4th level. Xiao Hongquan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Wei Xuan, momentarily stunned. "Wow, Grandpa, is that really true? Brother Wei Xuan is truly a 3rd-level Soul Master?" Meng Hongquan exclaimed, astonished. While she wished for Wei Xuan to be a 3rd-level Soul Master, it seemed almost impossible. After all, a child of just over 6 years achieving such a rank was astounding. Wei Xuan displayed no signs of pride or arrogance, remaining calm and composed, as if the accolades were not directed towards him. It took Xiao Hongquan several seconds to regain his composure. His first reaction was disbelief. Mastery of theoretical knowledge does not equate to the ability to craft corresponding soul-guiding devices. He recognized that Wei Xuan possessed extensive theoretical knowledge, perhaps surpassing that of many 5th or 6th-level Soul Masters. However, theory and practice are entirely different realms. Crafting soul-guiding devices requires not only theoretical understanding, but also sufficient soul power. While he could believe that Wei Xuan, with his 12th-level soul power, could create a 1st-level soul-guiding device, the claim that he could forge a 3rd-level one was hard to accept. It defied logic. Grandpa, even if you're favoring Wei Xuan, you need not resort to deceit to mislead me, Xiao Hongchuan said, his voice tinged with frustration and his eyes reddening. Do I need to lie to you? Jing Hongchuan chuckled, finding amusement in Xiao Hongchuan's aggrieved expression, choosing not to scold him. This is indeed a falsehood. A third-level soul master must create a third-level soul-guiding device. Can't he? Xiao Hongchuan questioned loudly. He halted mid-sentence when he noticed the soul-guiding device in Wei Xuan's hands, which prevented him from continuing. Wei Xuan produced his crafted ice crystal hand cannon, waving it before Xiao Hongchuan and then tossing it to him. Instinctively, Xiao Hongchuan caught the soul-guiding device, and upon feeling the icy aura emanating from it, he shivered uncontrollably. How cold! Xiao Hongchuan exclaimed, feeling as though he were holding a piece of ancient ice, chilled to the bone. Soul-guiding devices carry the aura of their creator. See if you can sense it as mine, Wei Xuan suggested. Being Jing Hongchuan's grandson, they would likely have many future encounters. It would be better to resolve some of their differences now to spare Jing Hongchuan from discomfort. To aid Xiao Hongchuan in recognizing it, he deliberately released his soul power, enveloping him in a wave of coldness. What kind of soul-guiding device is this? Meng Hongchuan inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she approached Xiao Hongchuan, examining the device with keen interest. This is the first soul-guiding device I crafted, the ice crystal hand cannon. Classified as a third-level device, Wei Xuan explained. Impressive. Meng Hongchuan marveled, her admiration shifting towards Wei Xuan, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wei Xuan found himself at a loss for words, simply smiling awkwardly. Given his past life, he viewed Meng Hongchuan as a little sister. Faced with a younger sister who exhibited a certain dependency, even bordering on obsession, he found himself at a loss on how to handle the situation. Having never experienced anything like it in his past life, he possessed no prior knowledge. Dream Hongchuan was easily swayed by Wei Xuan's words. But laughing Hongchuan approached the matter with skepticism, meticulously examining the soul guide device. As the grandson of the Mingda Hall master and a young master from a prominent soul guide family, laughing Hongchuan's understanding of soul guides far surpassed that of his peers. His examination of the device was executed with a grace befitting a connoisseur. Initially, laughing Hongchuan remained doubtful, questioning whether this could truly be a level 3 soul guide. However, as he delved deeper into his assessment, his demeanor shifted. A look of astonishment gradually graced his features, and he could not suppress his exclamations of admiration. Offering commentary as he continued his inspection. Completely engrossed in the craftsmanship of the soul guide, he appeared entranced, as if beholding the most exquisite work of art. Brother, do calm yourself. You're nearly drooling, Dream Hongchuan remarked with a hint of disdain, giving him a firm pat on the back. Laughing Hongchuan, as if roused from slumber, found himself slightly dazed, still lost in the intricate design of the soul guide. This device is the most perfect level 3 soul guide I have ever encountered. Its craftsmanship is nothing short of exquisite, he exclaimed, disregarding his sister's presence, utterly captivated by the soul guide. However, it seems the internal formation is of level 4. Thus, it would be more appropriate to classify this device as a level 4 soul guide, he murmured, although he could not replicate a level 4 formation. He had seen one before and could discern its level from the energy fluctuations it emitted. Brother, now do you believe that Wei Xuan is indeed a level 3 soul master? Dream Hongchuan chimed in, hands clasped behind her back, a playful smile on her face. The sudden awakening of laughing Hongchuan led to a moment of awkwardness, his gaze towards Wei Xuan filled with complexity, though he was reluctant to admit it. The truth was undeniable. Wei Xuan was a level 3 soul master, and one could even argue he was a level 4. Grandfather was right. You are indeed more formidable than I. Laughing Hongchuan conceded quietly, having wrestled with his pride. The fact that he, a person of such pride, could utter these words indicated his genuine acknowledgement of Wei Xuan's prowess. Dream Hongchuan beamed with satisfaction, pleased by her brother's willingness to admit inferiority. Wei Xuan chuckled lightly, teasing, I suppose you will no longer claim that I rely solely on my status and memory, will you? Dream Hongchuan stifled a giggle, casting a sideways glance at her brother, studying the changes in his expression. Laughing Hongchuan flushed, suddenly aware that his previous actions had been somewhat foolish, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed as he wished for a hole to hide in. Let us coexist harmoniously from now on, Wei Xuan suggested, not insisting on an apology from laughing Hongchuan. merely offering a light-hearted jest. Laughing Hongshun stared at Wei Xuan in shock, then nodded bashfully after a moment of contemplation, murmuring his agreement. Looking at laughing Hongshun, Wei Xuan felt an impulse to inquire, "What is your current level?" "Level 25, laughing Hongshun replied instinctively, a proud expression gracing his features as he spoke of his rank. Achieving level 25 before the age of 9 was a remarkable feat, a talent that was unparalleled even within the Sun and Moon Empire, let alone the three nations of the original Douluo continent. Laughing Hongshun's confidence was not unfounded. His innate gifts provided him with a solid basis for self-assurance. Naturally, reaching such a level at his age was facilitated by the consumption of medicinal pills. Without such aid, he would not have attained this rank, especially in the Sun and Moon Empire, where the teachings of soul masters were often overlooked. Level 25 is commendable, Wei Xuan remarked, appearing quite satisfied with laughing Hongshun's soul power level. Why do you ask? Laughing Hongshun inquired, curiosity piqued. Wei Xuan smiled faintly, responding, since acquiring my spirit ring, I have yet to engage in battle. I wish to find someone to spar with, and you would be an ideal candidate. You wish to spar with me? Laughing Hongshun exclaimed, his expression peculiar, incredulous at the notion of a level 12 facing off against a level 25. Wei Xuan, you mustn't challenge my brother. Your level is far below his, and you would be at a significant disadvantage, Dream Hongshun quickly interjected. Meanwhile, Mirror Hongshun stood silently, observing the exchange between Wei Xuan and laughing Hongshun, deep in thought, her gaze flitting back and forth between them. Yes, I am quite eager to test my own abilities, Wei Xuan stated earnestly, having yet to experience combat utilizing his martial soul. Seemingly recalling something, he added, I will not utilize the soul guide. I will rely solely on my capabilities as a soul master to engage you in combat. You may use any means at your disposal. Are you underestimating me? My soul power already surpasses yours by several levels, and you do not even intend to use a soul guide? Do you believe that you can defeat me, a level 2 soul master, solely with your soul master abilities? Laughing Hongshun retorted, his face darkening with displeasure. The combat prowess of a soul master typically exceeded that of a soul guide at the same level. If he were to exert his full strength, even a great soul master or certain soul emperors would find themselves at a disadvantage. Wei Xuan, fully aware of the combat capabilities of a level 2 soul master, still insisted on battling using only his abilities as a soul master, which seemed to belittle laughing Hongshun's skills. As long as the combatants did not reach the level of title Douluo or a similar tier of soul masters, it was generally accepted that soul guides held the advantage, particularly at lower levels, where this edge became increasingly pronounced. Perhaps Brother Wei Xuan believes that using the soul guiding device would render you utterly defenseless, murmured Meng Hongshun softly. At these words, Xiao Hongshun's body jolted, and she glanced at the level 3 soul guiding cannon still in her hands, suddenly grasping Wei Xuan's intent. This cannon's destructive power could shatter even a level 4 soul protecting shield, should it strike you. Jing Hongshun interjected at the opportune moment. Xiao Hongshun's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the soul-guiding cannon, an unsettling chill creeping over her. How about I use the soul-guiding device? Wei Xuan teased, unable to help himself. No, you should rely on your abilities as a soul master, Xiao Hongshun retorted, her complexion shifting, hastily waving her hands. Chapter 19. Wei Xuan in combat mode. Upon realizing the terrifying power of the soul-guiding device crafted by Wei Xuan, she dared not allow him to use it. All right, I want to use the soul-guiding device. Let us find a place to battle, Wei Xuan declared. Sound good, Xiao Hongshun replied eagerly, a mischievous smile adorning her face, brimming with anticipation for the impending fight. Let us head to the number 10 experimental zone. It's sparsely populated and provides ample space, Jing Hongshun suggested, proactively seeking a venue. Naturally, Wei Xuan had no objections to Jing Hongshun's proposal, and under her guidance, they swiftly arrived at the number 10 experimental zone. This zone, located directly east of Mingda Hall, was modest in size, forming a square with sides measuring 200 meters, its ground composed of a unique, remarkably hard material. With Jing Hongshun dispersing the few soul masters conducting experiments there, they quickly vacated the area. Wei Xuan and Xiao Hongshun stood in the center of the arena, separated by 100 meters. Brother Wei Xuan, good luck, Meng Hongshun exclaimed loudly, her excitement palpable, a radiant smile illuminating her face. observing Meng Hongqian's exuberance. Jing Hongqian shook his head in bemusement. Fortunately, there were only 4 of them, or he would have felt somewhat embarrassed. "Grandfather, who do you think will win?" Meng Hongqian inquired, tilting her lovely face in curiosity. Jing Hongqian pondered for a moment, then replied with a smile, "I am familiar with your brother's strength, but I am unaware of the prince's combat capabilities. Therefore, I cannot make any predictions. Let us observe their performance." He had some understanding of Wei Xian's combat power, though not in detail. He couldn't discern Wei Xian's true strength based solely on one sole skill. "Oh, I believe Brother Wei Xian will win," Meng Hongqian whispered. "Perhaps," Jing Hongqian said meaningfully, his gaze filled with anticipation. "Wei Xian, you proposed this sparring match yourself. If I hit too hard, don't blame me." Xiao Hongqian said with a cheeky grin. He had long desired to give Wei Xian a sound thrashing, and with the opportunity now presented, how could he possibly let it slip away? "May you find your wish fulfilled," Wei Xian responded with a light chuckle, dismissing Xiao Hongqian's malice with a smile. There was no need to quibble with the child. Without further delay, he initiated the circulation of his soul power, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. With a resonant roar, an ancient ice dragon coiled around him, its powerful form exuding an aura of extreme cold, as if sculpted from ice crystals. With the manifestation of this ancient ice dragon martial spirit, Wei Xian's entire demeanor transformed dramatically. His eyes turned ice blue, radiating a chilling nobility. His physique showed no signs of the typical beast martial spirit manifestation, appearing as he always had, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. Akin to a juvenile dragon taking human form, Wei Xian's ice-blue hair flowed without wind, surrounded by swirling white frost, as the ice dragon glided behind him, exhaling frigid air. "How magnificent!" Meng Hongqian exclaimed, her arms crossed over her chest, her bright eyes sparkling with admiration, utterly captivated. Jing Hongqian couldn't help but facepalm. His granddaughter was infatuated at such a young age. Xiao Hongqian gazed at Wei Xian's martial spirit, momentarily entranced. Such a powerful martial spirit. Even without any action from Wei Xian, the temperature around them continued to drop rapidly, the sunlight mingling with the pervasive chill, creating an extraordinary spectacle. "Snap out of it. In 3 seconds, I will make my move," Wei Xian warned, not taking advantage of Xiao Hongqian's momentary distraction to strike first. "Oh right." Xiao Hongqian snapped back to reality, feeling slightly embarrassed. Losing focus in battle was a grave mistake. Should Wei Xian take advantage of this lapse, he would suffer greatly. Promptly, he summoned his soul power to unleash his martial spirit. Crouching slightly, a golden leg emerged from his backside, glimmering as if forged from pure gold, emanating a strong metallic aura. A layer of golden light enveloped Xiao Hongqian, and protrusions erupted from his back, tearing through his clothing, accompanied by 2 yellow soul rings. A relatively aesthetically pleasing golden toad appeared behind him, the manifestation of his martial spirit, the 3-legged golden toad. As the soul rings materialized, they flickered brilliantly, radiating powerful energy waves. Metal spheres were hurled into the air with remarkable speed, and in just a few breaths, 20 had been launched. 12 of these spheres levitated in mid-air, drawn by a mysterious energy, while the remaining 8 detonated, dispersing countless golden particles that, defying gravity, hung suspended in the air. Once Xiao Hongqian's soul rings fully illuminated, the golden particles converged towards the metal spheres. In an astonishing moment, the 12 metallic spheres seemed to gain life, merging with the golden particles, and began to sprout robust metallic barrels. A forceful suction erupted from Xiao Hongqian's body, attaching the growing barrels to him. 2 barrels on each shoulder, 2 on his arms, 2 on either side of his abdomen, 5 on his back, and 1 smaller barrel at his chest. "I am ready," Xiao Hongqian announced, fully entering a combat state. Wei Xian nodded and immediately charged toward Xiao Hongqian. The most effective strategy against long-range soul-guiding devices was to close the distance, denying the opponent any opportunity for range bombardment. Otherwise, should he allow them to unleash their full offensive, he would find himself on the receiving end of relentless attacks. Seeing Wei Xian charge at him, a faint smile graced Xiao Hongqian's face as the 12 barrels on his body simultaneously glowed with light. Boom, boom, boom. 12 projectiles shot forth from the barrels, igniting sparks in the air as they arced towards Wei Xian at high speed. With Xiao Hongqian's precise aim, These projectiles accurately targeted Wei Xuan's path, intent on intercepting him. In this battle, Wei Xuan refrained from unleashing his spiritual perception. His earlier assertion of relying on the strength of soul masters did not merely pertain to abstaining from the soul-guiding device. His formidable spiritual perception and mastery of techniques also lay beyond the spectrum of his restrictions. In this combat, he sought to engage solely through the prowess of a soul master, to assess and familiarize himself with the power dynamics of this world. Devoid of spiritual probing, he could not afford to confront the incoming projectiles lightly. Relying solely on his eyesight hindered his reflexes. With a powerful stomp, he propelled himself sideways, swiftly covering several meters in one leap. Wei Xuan dashed laterally, evading the projectiles with exceptional speed. The thunderous explosions of artillery shells erupted upon the ground, flames blossoming like fireworks, causing the earth to tremble slightly. The immense force generated by the detonation of 12 shells was palpable, with the scorching shockwave felt even from 100 meters away. Wei Xuan deftly evaded the epicenter of the blasts, yet still felt the heat radiating against his back. With his extensive combat experience from a previous life, he maintained his balance, his step steady as if he had not been affected at all. Xiao Hongqian's assault was far from over. Dozens of shells soared through the sky, raining down upon Wei Xuan like a hail of arrows. This time, Xiao Hongqian unleashed a rapid 5-round volley, with 60 shells enough to cover a substantial portion of the battlefield, leaving Wei Xuan with little room to evade. As he launched the shells, Xiao Hongqian deftly maneuvered, ensuring he maintained a safe distance from Wei Xuan, as his soul-guided devices were primarily ranged and required such distance to maximize their efficacy. "Let us see how you dodge this," Xiao Hongqian grinned, envisioning Wei Xuan's plight amidst the chaos of explosions. Jing Hongqian felt a surge of tension, and without her realizing, a soul-guiding shield materialized in her hands, radiating with a flickering light, ready to be unleashed at any moment. "Oh, brother Wei Xuan," Meng Hongqian gasped, fear gripping her as she shielded her eyes from the impending onslaught. Wei Xuan glanced skyward at the incoming shells, his visage betraying little emotion. Entirely unfazed by his precarious situation, once engaged in battle, he shed all complex feelings, immersing himself wholly in the fight until victory was secured. The ancient ice dragon martial spirit spiraled around him before surging forth, its ethereal form solidifying. Wei Xuan seized the opportune moment, leaping onto the dragon's back with impeccable balance, undisturbed by any tremors. Under his command, the ice dragon soared into the sky, confronting the barrage of shells. Wei Xuan and the ice dragon moved as one. Even as the dragon ascended, he remained steadfastly poised atop its spine. This was not a mere technique, but a reflection of Wei Xuan's unique bond with his martial spirit, skillfully navigating its capabilities. He guided the ice dragon in a serpentine dance, expertly weaving through the onslaught of artillery. The shells detonated upon impact with the ground, creating a cacophony of explosions that echoed through the air. "Remarkable," Xiao Hongqian exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, never anticipating such an evasion from a bombardment. Not just him, but even Jing Hongqian was taken aback, her heart racing with surprise. Emerging from the storm of shells, the ice dragon leveled off, circling gracefully in the air. Wei Xuan's first soul ring flared to life, and the ice dragon let out a fearsome roar, exhaling a frigid mist. The temperature plummeted wherever the icy vapor spread, enveloping the entire arena in a shroud of frost, a sea of white. The flames from the explosions were extinguished in an instant under the chilling conditions. A thin layer of ice forming on the ground, an aura of cold permeating the air. Xiao Hongqian trembled in the biting chill, feeling as if encased in ice, his very blood threatening to congeal. Such a formidable soul skill. He gasped, his complexion shifting as he recognized the terrifying nature of Wei Xuan's technique. Enveloped in the icy mist, not only did his blood flow slow, but even the circulation of his soul power was greatly hindered, becoming sluggish. The ice dragon swooped down, and at a height of less than 10 meters, Wei Xuan leapt off, executing a somersault and delivering a powerful kick aimed at Xiao Hongqian's head. Sensing the imminent danger, Xiao Hongqian's body tensed, a prickling sensation coursing through him. Golden light flickered from his palms as two diminutive, cylindrical conduits manifested. He thrust his hands forward. Energy surged within the tubes, unleashing a tremendous force that propelled Xiao Hongquan backward like a projectile. This was a level 1 propulsion soul-guided device, capable of delivering a powerful thrust once infused with soul power, enabling rapid movement. While the construction of such a device was not overly complex, its practicality was undeniable, provided one mastered the control of force and direction to avoid counterproductive outcomes. Realizing his attack had missed as Xiao Hongquan retreated swiftly, Wei Xuan retracted the energy coalescing in his leg. Upon landing, he utilized the momentum to surge forward, akin to a nimble cheetah racing toward Xiao Hongquan. As he charged, Wei Xuan extended his palm, releasing his soul power, which drew the nearby icy mist together. The vapor transitioned from gas to solid, forming a barrage of ice spikes suspended in midair. With a gentle wave of his hand, the ice spikes shot forth, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Chapter 20. The Illusory Ice Dragon. Victory. The ice spikes, as thick as a thumb and razor-sharp, flew towards Xiao Hongquan with lethal intent. Caught off guard, Xiao Hongquan's senses flared with urgency as he witnessed the incoming projectiles. His artillery tubes charged simultaneously, and without the luxury of time to aim, he unleashed 12 shells in a frantic barrage. Propulsion directed to the left propelled his body rapidly to the right and rearward, in a bid to intercept the ice spikes. Xiao Hongquan fired his shells densely to prevent the spikes from slipping through. The thundering explosions erupted as the shells collided with the ice spikes, flames roaring like a beast consuming its prey. The 12 shells detonated in unison, obliterating the ice spikes with a cataclysmic force. The shock wave radiated outward, a searing heat wave enveloping the area. Even with a head start, Xiao Hongquan felt the repercussions, staggering under the powerful impact and nearly losing his footing. His artillery fired again. Shells launched in rapid succession. The dense smoke from the previous explosions obscured his vision, yet it did not deter him from firing. The shells landed erratically, creating a blast radius sufficient to cover dozens of meters ahead. While this may not have injured Wei Xuan outright, it served to impede his advance, buying Xiao Hongquan time to recalibrate. The energy from the detonating ice spikes slowed Wei Xuan's charge, forcing him to sidestep. Sensing the rush of wind ahead, Wei Xuan leapt, the ancient ice dragon appearing beneath him as he ascended. As he soared, the shells detonated below, unleashing a tempest of energy upon the ground. These shells, while not as potent as level 2 soul-guided artillery, were nonetheless formidable. For Wei Xuan, a mere 12th level soul master, these shells were not to be taken lightly and required deft evasion. Seeing Wei Xuan airborne again, Xiao Hongquan produced 2 metallic spheres. One burst open, scattering golden particles, while the other absorbed those particles. Under Xiao Hongquan's command, the sphere rapidly transformed, morphing into a soul-guided gun, its slender barrel glinting ominously. Infused with soul power, the soul-guided gun emanated a foreboding aura, and with a swift crack, a crimson beam shot forth from the barrel, moving with incredible speed, several times faster than a shell itself. Closing in on Wei Xuan in the blink of an eye. Thin as a thread and barely a meter long, the red beam was in essence a level 2 soul-guided ray. While its destructive power might not rival that of a shell, its singular potency surpassed that of the same tier artillery, boasting formidable penetrating capability. The child, how could he wield such a lethal soul-guiding device? A frown creased the brow of Xiao Hongquan, who inwardly chastised himself. The primary characteristics of a soul-guiding ray are its swift velocity and formidable penetrating power, making it exceedingly difficult to evade. Once struck, it results in a grievous wound, and if it were to hit a vital area, it would be fatal. Clearly, its use in a friendly sparring match is highly inappropriate. If it were an ordinary level 12 soul master facing this second-level soul-guiding ray, evasion would indeed be nearly impossible. Their reflexes and speed would simply not suffice. Yet, Wei Xuan is no ordinary level 12 soul master. Even without the use of spiritual perception, his instinct for danger is remarkably acute. The moment Xiao Hongquan unleashed the ray, Wei Xuan sensed the impending peril and reacted instantaneously. He maneuvered the ice dragon to swiftly dodge to the side, while simultaneously, with a swift grasp of his hand, he summoned the surrounding icy mist to coalesce into a white ice shield, positioning it in front of the area that felt the sting of danger. The ray approached with such speed that its trajectory was indistinguishable. He could only rely on his innate sense of danger to make a judgment. The actions of dodging and forming the shield were executed in an instant, without a moment's hesitation. However, even with his prompt evasion, his speed, being that of a mere level 12 soul master, could not outpace the soul-guiding ray. The ray struck towards his abdomen, and the ice shield he had conjured was pierced after only a brief moment of resistance. The shield, crafted from his own mastery over the ice element and formed from his soul power, had limited defensive capability. Coupled with the urgency of the moment, the shield was not thick enough to withstand the soul-guiding ray's formidable penetrating force. Taking advantage of the brief moment the shield provided, Wei Xuan shifted his body slightly, and as the ray grazed past him, it tore through the fabric of his clothing, leaving a trail of blood behind. The searing pain in his abdomen did not hinder Wei Xuan. He appeared unaffected, as if no injury had occurred. With a composed gesture, he waved his hand, causing the icy mist to converge at the site of his wound, freezing the flowing blood and alleviating the burning sensation. After narrowly avoiding the soul-guiding ray, Wei Xuan nimbly evaded the incoming projectile, utilizing his remarkable agility. He clenched his hand, and the surrounding icy mist began to swirl and condense, forming hundreds of ice spikes. With a swift motion of his hand, the ice spikes cascaded down like rain, creating a storm of ice around Xie Hongqian. The area covered by the ice spikes extended over several dozen meters, rendering it nearly impossible for Xie Hongqian to escape. Xie Hongqian's heart raced as he swiftly retrieved a soul-guiding shield from his storage ring. With a surge of soul power, he expanded the shield to envelop himself. The shield shimmered in a pale golden hue, a second-level defensive barrier of his own creation, designed to withstand even the full force of a soul master. It ranked among the finest in the realm of second-level soul-guiding devices. The ice spikes crashed against the shield with tremendous force, their icy attributes akin to rock, delivering a significant impact. Ultimately, however, the ice spikes lacked sufficient offensive power to breach the soul-guiding shield. As Wei Xuan seized the opportunity presented by Xie Hongqian's defense, he unleashed his true offensive strategy. With a low growl, the yellow soul rings that spiraled around him glowed brilliantly once more. This time, however, the rings did not release a soul skill, but emitted a wave of life energy. A dragon's roar echoed from within the yellow rings, and the ice mystic dragon emerged, stretching 5 meters in length, its robust form coiling in the air. This was the ice mystic dragon, the essence of Wei Xuan's soul. Though the ice mystic dragon was ethereal and lacked a physical body, it radiated an aura of dread, akin to a tangible dragon. In truth, aside from its incorporeal nature, the ice mystic dragon bore no distinction from a genuine soul beast. Its eyes sparkled with vitality, and within its slitted pupils shone the light of wisdom, surpassing even its intelligence prior to becoming a soul ring. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a pair of diminutive horns resembling dragon horns sprouting from the dragon's head. This detail clearly indicated a transformation towards a true dragon. Wei Xuan's unique method of soul ring absorption not only allowed for the growth of the soul ring, but also enabled the soul beast to assist in combat. Of course, due to the soul beast's intangible nature, its contributions to battle could only manifest through the corresponding soul ring. As the ice mystic dragon spiraled above, it exhaled a torrent of icy mist, causing the already frigid environment to plunge even further into the depths of cold. The chilling breath of the ice mystic dragon was now nearly 50% more potent than before, instilling a bone-chilling coldness. Under Wei Xuan's command, the icy mist converged upon Xie Hongqian's location, where the temperature plummeted sharply. Within the span of mere heartbeats, the ambient temperature near Xie Hongqian had dropped to a staggering -100 degrees, the frigid winds cutting through to the bone. Such a temperature was colder than most regions of the extreme north, and even the most formidable soul masters would find it unbearable. Xie Hongqian, who had initially intended to launch an attack against Wei Xuan, now found himself momentarily stunned, grappling with a mix of shock and confusion as he readied a powerful soul-guiding device, fully charged and poised for release. Yet, the emergence of the ice mystic dragon left him momentarily dazed, causing him to miss the opportunity to evade or retaliate. The soul-guiding shield offered no protection against the frigid temperatures. Xie Hongqian's body felt as if it were plunged into an icy abyss. The excruciating cold rendered him incapable of mounting an attack, his body trembling uncontrollably. The terrifying chill caused his limbs to stiffen, the blood within him beginning to congeal, freezing him from within. So cold, Xia Hongquan's lips turned pale, his body quaking violently as his finger hovered above the trigger of the launcher, unable to press down. It was not that he didn't wish to fire. Rather, his stiffened form rendered him incapable of doing so. How could he, a Grand Soul Master, endure such near-zero temperatures? In this extreme cold, not only he but even soul sages and higher-level soul masters would find it intolerable. His thoughts dulled by the biting cold. A deep-seated fear enveloped him. Death felt perilously close. The soul-guiding shield dissipated as his soul power faltered, and the icy mist engulfed him, intensifying the chill that gripped his body. "You have lost," Wei Xuan declared, landing just behind Xia Hongquan, his fist merely an inch from him. Having spoken, he withdrew his soul power, and the ice mystic dragon ceased its frosty exhalation, circling the skies a few more times before returning to the soul ring. This frigid temperature was not something Xia Hongquan could easily withstand. If he lingered any longer, he risked severe injury, potentially leading to muscle necrosis, a catastrophe he did not wish to witness. Releasing his fist, he placed his palm against Xia Hongquan's back, drawing the cold from his body. The chilling atmosphere began to warm as he absorbed the frigid air into himself, akin to the environment of the extreme north gradually thawing. Shivering uncontrollably after the cold was entirely absorbed, Xia Hongquan collapsed onto the ground, his body still icy. What was that? Why was the icy mist it exhaled so terrifyingly cold? Xia Hongquan stammered, his voice trembling. Wei Xuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Jing Hongquan, who had approached with Meng Hongquan. "Hongquan, please assist Xiao Hongquan in dispelling the chill within him," Wei Xuan instructed. He could only absorb the cold energy from Xiao Hongquan's body, but restoring his normal body temperature required Jing Hongquan's soul power. Jing Hongquan's face was filled with astonishment, and although numerous questions danced in her mind, she refrained from voicing them upon witnessing Xiao Hongquan's trembling figure. After casting a deep glance at Wei Xuan, she crouched down to channel her soul power into Xiao Hongquan. "Brother, he won't be harmed, will he?" Meng Hongquan inquired anxiously, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her heart racing. Despite their frequent banter, the bond between the siblings was strong, and she naturally wished to see her brother unharmed. Wei Xuan shook his head and reassured her, "He is fine. He has merely been severely chilled and needs a moment to recover. His condition is not irreparable." Yet, Meng Hongquan's concern lingered, for Xiao Hongquan's pale complexion made it difficult for her to remain calm. "There is no need for worry, with Hongquan present. He will soon be well," Wei Xuan comforted. Just as he had predicted, under Jing Hongquan's infusion of soul power, the cold energy within Xiao Hongquan was swiftly dispelled, and his body temperature returned to normal. Xiao Hongquan shakily rose to his feet, sneezing several times. "Your Highness, it seems that the Ice Dragon Serpent emerged from your soul ring just now. What is the meaning of this?" Once Xiao Hongquan's predicament was resolved, Jing Hongquan eagerly voiced her curiosity. The Ice Dragon Serpent was a manifestation he had encountered alongside Wei Xuan, and its appearance was instantly recognizable. Witnessing this spectacle stirred a tempest of disbelief within him. How could a soul beast, albeit a mere shadow, emerge from a soul ring? Even now, he questioned if his eyes had deceived him, revealing the magnitude of impact the Ice Dragon Serpent's projection had on him. Both Xiao Hongquan and Meng Hongquan turned their curious gazes toward Wei Xuan. After his defeat, Xiao Hongquan regarded Wei Xuan with a newfound respect and trepidation, for the icy mist had conjured unpleasant memories. "This is the true nature of my soul skill. Upon its release, it calls forth the Ice Dragon Serpent's projection to unleash frigid mist," Wei Xuan elucidated. This was the explanation he had meticulously crafted, a response he would offer whenever questioned about the soul beast's apparition. "Is that so?" Jing Hongquan replied, somewhat skeptical, sensing that something was amiss. Simultaneously, he was astonished by Wei Xuan's mastery over his soul skills. The finesse of his control was remarkable. Otherwise, Wei Xuan chuckled lightly. "Summoning the Ice Dragon Serpent to unleash a soul skill demands considerable energy from me, which is why I previously opted to release the Ice Dragon Breath through my martial soul. The consumption is significantly lower, though the potency is somewhat diminished." His words rang true. While the Ice Xian Dragon Serpent's presence would amplify the soul skill's power, it would also escalate the energy expenditure. The attack that had rendered Xiao Hongchun incapacitated had consumed nearly half of his soul power, a substantial drain. Under normal circumstances, the Ice Dragon Breath would only deplete about 30% of his soul power. Now I understand, Jing Hongchun said, enlightenment dawning as he accepted Wei Xian's explanation. Chapter 21. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger Wei Xuan is truly remarkable. He has managed to defeat his brother using the power of Soul Master. Meng Hongchun gazes at Wei Xuan with admiration, embodying the essence of a devoted fan. Hongchun, however, shoots her sister a glare, exasperated at her lack of discretion in revealing such a sensitive matter. Ignoring her brother's fierce look, Meng Hongchun continues to beam, her eyes sparkling as she focuses on Wei Xuan. In response to Meng Hongchun's enthusiasm, Wei Xuan merely offers a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. You are impressive. I cannot compare. Hongchun finally musters the courage to admit, genuinely acknowledging Wei Xian's prowess. Wei Xuan, however, feels no pride or sense of achievement. He studies Hongchun for a moment before gently advising her, in future battles, temper your emotional fluctuations and pay greater attention to your opponent. This will enhance your strength. Hongchun, taken aback by Wei Xian's words, pauses thoughtfully and nods, reflecting on her past mistakes in combat. Observing her contemplation, Jing Hongchun smiles with satisfaction. For him, this loss serves as a beneficial lesson. By the way, Your Highness wore those ice spikes and ice shields you used earlier. Hongchun inquires with curiosity, harboring some guesses about Wei Xian's techniques, but lacking certainty. Upon hearing the question, Hongchun halts his thoughts, his curiosity piqued as he turns his gaze to Wei Xuan, who is also eager to inquire. They are not soul skills, yet they possess a potency comparable to them, he explains. It is merely my adept manipulation of the ice element. As he speaks, he opens his palm, revealing a pale, blue diamond-shaped ice crystal. Jing Hongchun and the others instinctively focus on Wei Xian's hand. With a slight smile, Wei Xuan concentrates, causing the ice crystal to disintegrate into countless tiny ice particles. A surge of white energy emanates from his hand, drawing the ice particles together. In the blink of an eye, the myriad of ice powder coalesces into a dagger. With a swift motion, Wei Xuan sends the dagger hurtling forth, which, after traveling several meters, rapidly returns. As the dagger approaches, it disassembles, transforming into ice powder as fine as grains of sand, which then reconstitutes into a 1-foot-long ice arrow, maintaining the dagger's speed as it flies back toward Wei Xuan. The arrow, aimed directly at Wei Xian's forehead, approaches with unwavering velocity, seemingly intent on piercing through. Oh no! Meng Hongchun screams, covering her eyes in fear of the impending scene. Jing Hongchun and Meng Hongchun both hold their breath, anxious about what Wei Xuan might conjure. Yet, he simply watches the ice arrow hurtle toward him, displaying no intention of evasion, a faint smile gracing his lips as he allows the arrow to strike his forehead. Upon contact, the ice arrow shatters as if it had encountered an immense force, dispersing into a multitude of ice particles, which gracefully drift through Wei Xuan before rapidly reforming into an ice spike that encircles him. If I had more ice elements at my disposal, I could create an array of intricate techniques. Wei Xuan muses lightly as the ice spike ascends into the sky, dispersing into powder. Jing Hongchun stands agape, utterly astonished by Wei Xuan's mastery over the ice element, which can only be described as transcendent. While Meng Hongchun and Hongchun perceive Wei Xuan as impressive and his movements as dazzling, they remain oblivious to the deeper significance. However, Jing Hongchun, with his keen insight, grasps the implications. At such a tender age, Wei Xuan has achieved a level of ice manipulation that many ice element soul masters could only aspire to throughout their lifetimes. An astonishing feat, indeed. Once mastery over an element reaches a certain threshold, every shard of ice can become a weapon. Its potential is boundless. Wei Xuan elaborates. Your Highness, you are truly a prodigy. To borrow a phrase from Shrek, you are a monster, an extraordinary talent far exceeding the norm, Jing Hongchun exclaims, struggling to articulate Wei Xuan's exceptional abilities, which redefine his understanding of genius. It is merely familiarity with ice, Wei Xuan replies with a hint of nostalgia, glancing at his palm with a wistful expression. By the way, home Master Hong Xuan, you mentioned Shrek. Is that the Shrek Academy from the original Douluo continent? Wei Xuan casually inquires. At the mention of Shrek Academy, Jing Hongqian's demeanor becomes noticeably serious as he nods. Yes, that is indeed the Shrek Academy, renowned as the continent's foremost institution. They are always taking the championship in the Soul Master Academy tournaments. I am determined to lead our team to victory over them, Hong Xuan declares defiantly. His dissatisfaction with Shrek's continual dominance over the Sun Moon Royal Academy fuels his ambition, and he is confident in his own talent, believing he will triumph over Shrek in the future. You must work diligently. Defeating Shrek Academy is no easy feat, Jing Hongqian encourages, hoping his grandson can lead them to victory, which would be a momentous achievement worthy of historical remembrance. Absolutely, Hongqian replies, his eyes filled with resolve. Unable to contain his excitement, Shrek Academy has indeed demonstrated considerable prowess in elevating their institution to the level of a nation, Wei Xuan observes, having gathered some knowledge about Shrek. Indeed, while we are rivals, we cannot deny their exceptional talent in nurturing soul masters, Jing Hongqian concedes, his words revealing both respect and apprehension toward Shrek. Wei Xuan nods in agreement, recognizing Shrek's unparalleled position in training soul masters. Regrettably, Shrek Academy does not reside within the Sun Moon Empire, marking them as adversaries, he states with a hint of significance. Jing Hongqian instantly comprehends Wei Xuan's implication. Gazing at him with a smile, I eagerly anticipate the moment you encounter those prodigies from Shrek. Perhaps then they will understand the true essence of genius. I too am curious to witness the talents of Shrek's prodigies. Wei Xuan muses softly, intrigued by the potential of the world's gifted soul masters. 2 years later, in the Jingyang mountain range, on the outskirts of the central main ridge, a boy of approximately 8 years engages in battle with a colossal white tiger exuding an aura of icy menace. The boy, with ice blue hair, possesses a balanced and striking physique, his features handsome, and his deep-set eyes reflect a wisdom and composure far beyond his years. Standing nearly 1.6 meters tall, he is but half the length of the white giant tiger, yet fear is conspicuously absent from his gaze. Instead, he exhibits an unwavering calm, as if even the prospect of being torn apart by the tiger's claws would not disturb his demeanor. This boy is none other than the over 8-year-old Wei Xuan, currently engaged in combat with his second soul ring target, a soul beast. With a furious roar, the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger unleashes a primal cry, its fury apparent as its eyes blaze with murderous intent. With powerful leaps, it scours the ground, leaving deep claw marks while zigzagging unpredictably. Wei Xuan retreats rapidly, his movements agile and graceful, akin to a leopard stalking its prey through the dense foliage. Faced with a saber-toothed ice spirit tiger nearing 2,000 years of age, he knows he must maintain his distance. While retreating, Wei Xuan skillfully utilizes the trees to adjust his position, leaping off trunks, twisting midair, and charging his ice crystal cannon, launching a fist-sized ice blue orb. The projectile travels at remarkable speed, landing precisely in the path of the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger. With a resounding explosion, the ice blue orb detonates, scattering shards of ice like countless small blades, accompanied by the force of the blast. Caught off guard by the explosion, the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger is violently hurled aside, crashing into a tree trunk, which sways violently, shedding leaves and revealing a significant gash in its bark, with shavings flying. The tiger emits a pained roar, its icy form marred by numerous cuts from the tiny ice blades embedded within its flesh. Under Wei Xuan's command, the ice crystal cannon, classified as a level 3 soul guiding device, unleashes a force rivaling that of a level 5 soul guiding cannon. Upon landing, the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger swiftly regains its footing, its ferocity intensified, charging relentlessly toward Wei Xuan. The pain it has endured only fuels its desire to hunt down this human, its murderous intent fully ignited. After firing the ice crystal cannon, Wei Xuan focuses his energy, conjuring a cloud of frigid mist around him. Then with a wave of his hand, he forms hundreds of ice arrows from the gathered ice fog. With a whoosh, the ice arrows shoot forth like bolts from a crossbow, cutting through the air with a low, ominous sound. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger races forward, undeterred by the oncoming barrage of ice arrows, its massive jaws agape as it gathers white energy. A massive orb of energy, roughly the size of a human head, is expelled, chilling the air and plummeting the temperature. With a thunderous crash, the white energy collides with several ice arrows, resulting in a violent explosion that sends a storm of energy rippling outward, scattering the surrounding ice arrows. The arrows disperse chaotically, most shattering upon impact, losing their offensive capabilities. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger weaves through the residual energy waves, launching another energy blast at Wei Xuan, targeting his descent with deadly precision. As a top-tier soul beast, the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger possesses a formidable intelligence, rivaling that of humans in combat strategy. With no leverage in mid-air, Wei Xuan cannot alter his trajectory, making it inevitable that he will collide with the tiger's attack. The strike from the nearly 1,000-year-old saber-toothed ice spirit tiger is undeniably formidable, with Wei Xuan's current level of physical prowess at only 20. He faces the grim reality of either death or severe injury. The likelihood of death looms ominously, as this is the tiger's furious assault, devoid of mercy. Yet, Wei Xuan remains unfazed, his expression betraying no hint of trepidation. A flash of blue light illuminates his hand as a miniature soul-guiding shield materializes. Channeling his soul power into the shield, it rapidly expands, enveloping his body within. The shield, spherical and deep blue, spans nearly 2 meters in diameter, with a surface that flows like gentle water. Despite its thinness, the shield emanates an aura of indestructibility, its strength far exceeding that of an ordinary level 4 soul-guiding shield. After rigorous experimentation, its maximum defensive capability proved sufficient to withstand a full-force strike from the Soul King. Even the Soul Emperor would find it exceedingly challenging to breach its defenses. The energy orb detonated upon colliding with the soul-guiding shield, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent the shield soaring. The furious strike from the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger failed to leave even the slightest crack on the shield. Being entirely thwarted, Wei Xuan retracted the soul-guiding shield, his body propelled backward by the force of the impact. As his feet touched the ground, he skidded a distance before fully dissipating the shock, without pausing, swiftly retreating away from the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger. While running, the first spirit ring on his body flickered, and the ancient ice dragon martial soul ascended behind him, hovering 5 to 6 meters above the ground. The ice dragon let out a low growl and exhaled a vast cloud of icy mist, causing the temperature to plummet rapidly below zero. The mist spread through the forest, shrouding the area within 100 meters in a chilling haze. Even the ice attribute spirit beast, the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, found itself somewhat discomfited under the blanket of mist, sensing the biting cold. After releasing his soul skill, Wei Xuan found 4 white metallic orbs, each the size of an apple, in his hands. The orbs emanated a barely perceptible energy fluctuation, indicating their nature as special soul-guiding devices. He tossed the 4 orbs simultaneously. Although the act appeared casual, it concealed intricate calculations. The orbs traced unusual arcs in the air, landing precisely around the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger. A careful measurement would reveal that each orb maintained a distance of exactly 5 meters from a tiger. An impressive feat given its rapid movements. Achieving such precision without meticulous calculation and nuanced control of force was nothing short of extraordinary. As the orbs touched the ground, they illuminated with a white light, and a vertical beam ascended to 5 meters before emitting 2 beams of light from its tip, directed toward adjacent beams. The beams interconnected, forming a cubic structure. The surrounding icy mist was drawn towards the beams, frantically converging, filling the 5 faces of the cube with mist and forming an ice wall, thereby creating a sealed enclosure. This process unfolded in the blink of an eye, from inception to the formation of the sealed cube. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger had barely taken a step. The creature was unable to react in time, colliding forcefully against one of the ice walls, which remained unyielding. While it was sent flying, the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger crashed into the ice wall behind it with a violent impact, landing in a disheveled heap on the ground. This nearly 2,000-year-old beast was left dazed and disoriented, while the ice wall that impeded its path remained utterly intact. Chapter 22. Level 9, Fixed Position Soul, Guiding Cannonball. Once the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger was ensnared, Wei Xuan halted his movements. confident in the efficacy of his crafted soul-guiding device, certain that the tiger could never escape. Although the metallic orbs he had thrown were all classified as level 3 soul-guiding devices, their combined power rivaled that of a top-tier level 4 device. Coupled with his first soul skill, the enclosure formed by these 4 metallic orbs was remarkably robust, making it nearly impossible for soul beasts under 10,000 years to escape. Of course, exceptions existed for those with formidable offensive capabilities. The 10,000-year threshold applied primarily to ordinary soul beasts. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger relentlessly battered against the ice walls, striving to break free. The enclosure remained firmly anchored to the ground, and no amount of the tiger's forceful collisions could budge it. With the confines of the enclosure more spacious, the tiger might have had a chance to exert enough force to disrupt it. However, the enclosure's edges were only 5 meters long. The tiger, measuring nearly 3 meters in length, found itself unable to maneuver effectively, rendering its assaults insufficient to shake the confinement. Wei Xuan observed the enclosure for a moment before channeling his soul power into the 4 metallic orbs. This soul-guiding device was not merely for confinement. It possessed considerable destructive potential, with each orb housing an explosive mechanism. Suddenly, all 4 orbs cracked simultaneously, followed by a cacophony of thunderous explosions, accompanied by a mournful roar from the tiger. A dazzling display of ice shards erupted from the explosion, and with a terrifying surge of energy, the once sturdy ice walls shattered, sending a frigid gale sweeping through the forest. Wei Xuan stood composed amidst the chaos, and with a mere thought, the surrounding icy mist converged before him, forming a thick ice shield. The fierce wind quickly spread over 100 meters, causing trees to sway and leaves to rustle. As the blinding white light faded, dust and debris filled the air, obscuring visibility, while an aura of destruction and frost lingered in the atmosphere. Through the haze, a flicker of purple light became discernible, and the air grew heavy, imparting a sense of oppression. Your Highness, congratulations on defeating the nearly 2,000-year-old saber-toothed ice spirit tiger solely through your own prowess, echoed the voice of Jing Hongqian in Wei Xuan's ear. He was uncertain when the figure had appeared, yet his gaze remained fixed in the distance, his expression a blend of pride and astonishment. A soul master of level 20 slaying a nearly 2,000-year-old saber-toothed ice spirit tiger would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the community. However, if framed differently as a level 4 soul guide master defeating the tiger, the impact would be considerably diminished. Relying on the soul guiding device's assistance, I could not have achieved this feat relying solely on my own strength. Wei Xuan responded with a light chuckle, feeling little turbulence within. With a pointed gesture, a gust of cold wind dispersed the swirling dust ahead, clarifying his view. The site where the enclosure once stood had transformed into 4 vast craters, interconnected to form an irregular pit. At the center lay the lifeless body of the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, its crystalline skin marred by countless wounds. A gruesome sight with blood and flesh in disarray, while a purple soul ring hovered above. Peculiarly, within the purple soul ring, a phantom of the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger seemed to linger, its visage fierce and ominous, akin to a vengeful spirit. Despite the formidable defensive capabilities of the 2,000-year-old tiger, it was obliterated in an instant, not even granted the chance to draw a breath, underscoring the tremendous power of the explosion. Yet, this overwhelming explosive force was procured at the cost of the destruction of the soul-guiding devices, rendering all 4 level 3 devices utterly inoperative. This is also your own strength. At the tender age of 8, you were able to vanquish a millennium-old soul beast. Your Highness, you have once again shattered a record. Haha, Jing Hongqian exclaimed, displaying a level of excitement that surpassed even Wei Xuan's. Witnessing Wei Xuan accomplish feats that seem nearly impossible has become one of his greatest delights. Wei Xuan smiled faintly, refraining from further comment as he approached the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger. Jing Hongqian, accustomed to Wei Xuan's calm demeanor, maintained his cheerful expression and followed closely beside him. Your Highness, focus on absorbing the soul ring. We have your back. Neither the soul beasts nor those with ill intentions can harm you, Jing Hongqian assured. Thank you, Hall Master, Wei Xuan replied with a grateful glance, though a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. This icy gaze was not directed at Jing Hongchen, but rather at those who had lured him to the Jingyang mountain range. Just days earlier, he had heard rumors of a 2,000-year-old saber-toothed ice spirit tiger spotted within the main vein of Jingyang mountain. Upon hearing this news, his first instinct was to sense something amiss. Outside the extreme northern regions, ice attribute soul beasts were exceedingly rare in other forests. In the presence of a top-tier ice attribute soul beast, like the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger in such locations was virtually impossible. They could only exist in the frigid north. Yet, it had appeared in Jingyang mountain, and its age coincidentally matched the requirements for his second soul ring, which was rather suspicious. Inevitably, he surmised that this saber-toothed ice spirit tiger had been deliberately captured and placed in Jingyang mountain with the purpose of enticing him to acquire a soul ring. Considering the events of the past 2 years, he quickly deduced the culprit, Su Tian. After the demise of his so-called elder brothers, it seemed to be his turn now. Although he was aware of Su Tian's schemes, he still proceeded. If the other party intended to eliminate him, he might as well seize the opportunity to resolve the trouble. Being constantly targeted was an unpleasant sensation, and resolving it sooner rather than later would be advantageous. Such matters were encountered 2 years ago. Yet it seems some have failed to learn their lesson and dare to set their sights on your highness. Jing Hongchen remarked coldly, filled with indignation. I believe he is merely courting the same fate as the crown prince. Wei Xuan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and assumed a meditative posture to begin absorbing the soul ring. Over the past 2 years, Wei Xuan's progress in soul power had been rather gradual, or at least, that was his perception. The cultivation methods of Douluo continent differed significantly from those of the immortal realms, necessitating time for him to navigate this entirely new approach to training. Cautiously treading through the fog, his pace was slow, and despite his desire to hasten his progress, the combination of alchemy and researching soul guidance devices made achieving level 20 within 2 years a notable accomplishment. Of course, this perception of slowness was subjective. Without the aid of medicinal pills, his rate of advancement was indeed commendable. After nearly 2 years, Wei Xuan had thoroughly comprehended the cultivation system of Douluo continent, which would undoubtedly enhance his future training speed. Understanding the cultivation framework not only led to an increase in speed, but also promised unimaginable benefits for Wei Xuan's future growth. The path of cultivation resembled a long road shrouded in mist. Many who embarked upon it recognized the necessity to move forward. Yet few dared to part the fog and discern the true nature of the road beneath their feet. Those who remained blinded by the mist would find themselves ensnared, unable to take the final step towards their destination, even if it lay merely inches away. Wei Xuan's initial choice to unveil the essence of cultivation was motivated by a desire to clear the mist and discover the path most suitable for himself. This world is fraught with shackles, and the aspiration to attain divinity remains an elusive dream for many, yet for Wei Xuan, achieving divinity would never serve as a barrier to his advancement. No one could obstruct his journey, not even the very laws of heaven and earth. As Jing Hongchen observed Wei Xuan commence the absorption of the soul ring, he vigilantly scanned the surroundings, contemplating for a moment before waving his hand to conjure a silver barrier that enveloped both him and Wei Xuan. This silver barrier was no ordinary soul guidance shield. It was the Silver Moon Radiant Shield, a 9th-grade soul guidance device crafted by Kong Deming. With the activation of the Silver Moon Radiant Shield, Jing Hongchen felt a measure of reassurance and quietly stood by, watching Wei Xuan absorb the soul ring. Sometimes, being too brilliant is not a blessing, Jing Hongchen remarked, shaking his head with a wry smile as he gazed at Wei Xuan. Had Wei Xuan not been so exceptional, perhaps these melodramatic conflicts would not have arisen. 10 hours later, as night fell, the forest was engulfed in darkness, with even the moonlight unable to illuminate the depths of the mountains. Under Jing Hongchen's deliberate control, the Silver Moon Radiant Shield reigned in its brilliance, yet it still emitted flickering silver glimmers, rendering it a conspicuous marker in the area. The forest at night was eerily silent. Even the occasional cries of soul beasts could not disturb the overall tranquility. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered by the thunderous sound of 5 cannonballs slicing through the air, hurtling towards the location of the Silver Moon Radiant Shield. Among the 5 cannonballs, one stood out, exuding an energy so terrifying that even before it detonated, its mere presence rendered the air oppressively heavy. The other 4 cannonballs paled in comparison. Yet they were formidable in their own right. Had a high-ranking soul master been present to witness these 5 cannonballs, they would undoubtedly be struck with astonishment. For the least powerful among them was an 8th grade fixed position soul guidance cannonball, while one was a 9th grade fixed position soul guidance cannonball, strategic grade weaponry within the Sun and Moon Empire. Chapter 23. Crisis Limit Douluo. Before the cannonballs struck, the soul beasts in the forest scattered in a panic, transforming the once serene woodland into a cacophony of chaos. The cannonballs traversed the sky with alarming speed, approaching the Silver Moon Radiant Shield in the blink of an eye. Within the confines of the Silver Moon Radiant Shield, a surge of impending danger caused Jing Hongshan's complexion to shift dramatically as he abruptly glanced skyward. The night was hazy, and, even as a tidal Douluo, he could not discern what loomed above, only sensing an imminent threat drawing near, one that evoked a visceral sense of mortality. As soul power surged within him, he quickly infused it into the Silver Moon Radiant Shield, bolstering the defense of the 9th grade soul guidance barrier. Wei Xuan, seated cross-legged on the ground, furrowed his brow slightly. While Jing Hongshan could not perceive the threat in the sky, Wei Xuan could. 8th grade fixed position soul guidance cannonballs, alongside 9th grade fixed position soul guidance cannonballs. Such grand ambitions. It was astonishing that they could wield even strategic grade weaponry. Wei Xuan felt a chill envelop him, a sensation distinct from physical coldness, instead emanating from the intent to kill. He accelerated the circulation of his soul power, determined to expedite the absorption of the soul ring. As 10 hours elapsed, his absorption process neared completion. Under normal circumstances, it would require another half hour, but with his deliberate acceleration, he would significantly reduce that time. Boom! 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 The 5 cannonballs struck the Silver Moon Radiant Shield simultaneously, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and the space appeared to solidify. Brilliant light illuminated the night sky as the energies of the 5 cannonballs converged, bursting forth in a spectacular display. The flames surged forth like a ferocious beast, devouring everything in their path. Trees and soul beasts vanished without a trace, and even the rocks were not spared. In the blink of an eye, the diameter of the fiery sphere expanded to several miles, giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud that spread nearly as wide as the flames themselves. At this moment, the main vein of Jingyang Mountain trembled violently, startling many soul beasts, who gazed in terror at the distant glow of fire. Centered around the position of the Silver Moon Flowing Light Shield, a 10-mile radius was transformed into a sea of flames, with towering infernos reaching several dozen meters high. This spectacle was undeniably magnificent, yet it was tinged with a sense of dread. The once serene forest had morphed into a hellish landscape, and countless soul beasts perished in the explosion, leaving uncertainty about the extent of devastation the flames would spread. After a few minutes, the sky once again resonated with explosions as special shells detonated above the flames, resembling a grand display of fireworks. As the shells burst, a copious amount of gray powder rained down from the heavens, obscuring visibility and turning the sky into a muted gray. Once the powder settled into the sea of flames, the ferocity of the fire began to wane. After the detonation of over 100 shells, the inferno was finally brought under control. These were special, soul-guided shells, their powder possessing fire-extinguishing properties. To prevent the flames from spiraling out of control, Su Tianran had no choice but to prepare these extinguishing shells. This was not out of a benevolent heart, but rather to mitigate the catastrophic repercussions that would ensue if the blaze were to spread unchecked. Should it be discovered that he was responsible, he would become the target of public ire, facing dire consequences. The extinguishing shells proved effective. In less than half an hour, the flames on the ground were nearly extinguished, leaving only faint flickers of fire. What remained was a desolate wasteland, the ground charred black, with numerous mangled corpses strewn about, and the air thick with the stench of blood and destruction. At this juncture, the defensive capabilities of the Silver Moon Flowing Light Shield were revealed. Despite the bombardment of 9th-level fixed soul-guided shells, it remained intact. However, this merely indicated that it was whole and unbroken. In reality, it was riddled with cracks, its radiance dimmed, as if it might shatter with the slightest touch. Even an extreme Douluo would treat a 9th-level fixed soul-guided shell with utmost caution, as its power was not to be trifled with. Had the Silver Moon Flowing Light Shield been activated by Kong Deming, the situation might have been considerably more favorable. Unfortunately, it was under the command of Jing Hongchun, who could only exert 80% of its defensive strength. The shield transformed into flowing light and entered Jing Hongchun's chest. Protected by the silver moon flowing light shield, Wei Xuan sustained minimal harm. However, Jing Hongchun was not so fortunate. His complexion was pale, a result of excessive soul power expenditure. Wei Xuan hastened to Jing Hongchun's side to support him, his tone tinged with urgency. Master Hongchun, are you all right? I'm fine, just expending too much soul power too quickly. It's a bit overwhelming, Jing Hongchun replied, breathless, while his gaze remained fixed on the distance. Your Highness, I sense that the situation is becoming dire. Jing Hongchun furrowed his brow, his mood heavy. Circumstances had deviated from his expectations. We must adapt to the situation, Wei Xuan remarked, also gazing into the distance, a hint of meaning in his words. Someone is approaching from afar. To think that Master Hongchun possesses a shield capable of withstanding 9th-level fixed soul-guided shells is truly remarkable, a chilling voice interjected. Upon hearing this voice, Wei Xuan narrowed his eyes, a cold glimmer flashing within. Jing Hongchun's expression darkened instantly, and he exclaimed with anger, Su Tianran, do you not fear the Emperor discovering your actions? Ha! Having resolved to act, I possess absolute confidence that my father will remain oblivious. Su Tianran replied with a confident smile. Barely seconds after his words fell, several figures descended from the sky, leading with Su Tianran, who controlled his wheelchair to float down from the flying soul-guided device. Indeed, he had flown down, entirely relying on his own strength to levitate the wheelchair, a testament to his extraordinary prowess. Beside Su Tianran stood an elderly man, tall and dignified, with meticulously combed silver hair and a complexion as rosy as that of an infant. His bright eyes were deep like the night sky, exuding a sense of ancient wisdom. He stood by Su Tianran with his hands clasped behind his back, emanating an air of superiority, devoid of any detectable soul power fluctuations, yet instilling immense pressure. Even Jing Hongchun felt a tremor of fear in his heart when facing him, a clear indication of the man's formidable presence. This elder did not appear to be one of Su Tianran's subordinates, as evidenced by his proud demeanor. Accompanying Su Tianran were 4 other elders. 3 of them swiftly dispersed upon exiting the flying soul-guided device, surrounding Wei Xuan and Jing Hongchun, their soul-guided devices radiating energy waves, poised for action. The last elder stood behind Su Tianran, his head bowed, avoiding eye contact with Jing Hongchun, flanked by 2 unconscious elders. Jing Hongchun's attention was quickly drawn to the 2 unconscious figures, his pupils constricting as his expression shifted dramatically. These 2 were precisely the 9th-level soul masters he had stationed nearby, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. To be accurate, there were 3. One more stood behind Su Tianran. Qin Yang, you dare to betray me. Jing Hongchun roared in fury, his body trembling as he gasped for breath upon seeing the figure in the distance. He never imagined that someone he had trusted so deeply would betray him, aligning with Su Tianran. Aware that there was a trap awaiting him in Wei Xuan and Jingyang Mountain, he had intentionally sought the assistance of 3 friends from the Mingda Hall, bringing a total of 4 9th-level soul masters. With such a formidable assembly, Su Tianran should not have posed a significant threat. Yet, he never anticipated that a friend of over 50 years would turn against him. This was a blow he could hardly fathom. The elder known as Qin Yang wore a pained expression, clearly struggling with his own emotions. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained, shame causing him to avert his gaze. Master Hongchun, there is no need for such agitation. Elder Qin merely made a prudent choice. He has not committed any grave error. So there is no need for your anger, Su Tianran said, his tone soothing, as if conversing with an acquaintance. Enough with the pretense, Your Highness the Second Prince. It is evident what your intentions are, especially now that you have resorted to employing 9th-level fixed soul-guided shells, Jing Hongchun retorted coldly. He was in a state of utmost anxiety, with 1 ally betraying him and 2 captured. He was left alone to protect Wei Xuan. Should he glance aside, he would see that Wei Xuan appeared far more composed than he, at least on the surface. Wei Xian's gaze remained fixed on the elder beside Su Tianran, his expression grave, recognizing him as the most dangerous among the group. This time, they had truly underestimated their opponent. realizing that they had managed to enlist an individual of seemingly extreme caliber, an undeniable predicament. In his mind, Wei Xuan silently chastised his own carelessness. Based on his spiritual perception, this elder in black possessed an extraordinarily high level of soul power. If he was not mistaken, he was most likely an extreme Douluo. Chapter 24. Long Xiaoyao. The Evil Soul Master. Upon hearing Jing Hongqin's rebuke, the smile on Su Tianran's face gradually faded, replaced by an air of cold indifference. Given the directness of Lord Hongqin, I shall be equally forthright. My primary objective this time is to eliminate Wei Xuan. He must perish. Su Tianran's voice was cold, thick with murderous intent. His gaze towards Jing Hongqin softened considerably as he urged, "However, if you submit to me, you may live. You will retain your former power as the esteemed Lord Mingda. And even after my ascension, your authority will ascend to new heights. The Hongqin family will benefit from your allegiance. Retaining you not only absolves you of the suspicion of killing Wei Xuan, but also provides substantial support in the court. A veritable boon in multiple respects." If it were not absolutely necessary, he had no desire to eliminate Jing Hongqin. Of course, if the latter was obstinate and chose to protect Wei Xuan at all costs, he would have no choice but to strike him down. The loss of a significant ally was preferable to the risk of harboring a formidable threat. Jing Hongqin's expression darkened. Su Tianran's words stirred no emotional response, save for increasing his ire. With his temperament, surrender was an impossibility. Su Tianran's propositions were nothing short of an affront. Su Tiandan, your calculations are astute. Do you expect me to kill His Highness Wei Xuan as a gesture of allegiance? Jing Hongqin scoffed, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. His mood growing heavier, tinged with despair. The individuals present were formidable, likely all 9th-level soul masters, and the man beside Su Tianran was even more fearsome. Indeed, Lord Hongqin is astute. Your first act of submission must be the assassination of Wei Xuan. Consider it your token of loyalty, Su Tianran mocked, clapping his hands while casting an approving glance at Jing Hongqin. For Jing Hongqin to pledge his loyalty, he must personally slay Wei Xuan, thus binding their fates together. Otherwise, Su Tianran could not feel secure. Jing Hongqin remained silent, his gaze resolute as he looked at Wei Xuan and whispered, "Your Highness, I will buy you time. Flee with all your might. Do not hesitate. We must hope for a chance to escape." Upon hearing this, Wei Xuan turned his gaze to Jing Hongqin, and for the first time, he felt a warm current in his heart upon witnessing the sincerity and determination in Jing Hongqin's eyes. "Do not be afraid, Your Highness. You must remain strong and courageous. I believe you can survive," Jing Hongqin consoled, mistakenly interpreting Wei Xuan's daze as fear, which was natural for an 8-year-old in such circumstances. He produced a crimson flying soul tool, explaining, although this 8th-level soul tool does not match the speed of a 9th level, it is pre-charged and requires only a small infusion of soul power to operate. The device was designed for backwear, light and convenient, equipped with an energy storage array, making it accessible for any soul master. This soul tool was a remarkably unique item, with minimal restrictions on the user's level. Fly south. Once you exit the Jingyang mountain range, you'll find the Imperial forces stationed several dozen miles beyond. The crisis will be averted, Jing Hongqin imparted, confident that Su Tianran would not dare confront the military. Su Tianran observed the two with amusement, delaying his move. With 4 soul masters and a limit Douluo present, Wei Xuan would undoubtedly meet his demise, regardless of any attempts to flee. He relished the prospect of witnessing Wei Xuan's despair. Wei Xuan accepted the soul tool with a resigned smile, shaking his head. "Lord Hongqin, it is impossible to escape in this manner." He was uncertain of the capabilities of the 9th-level soul masters, but was sure he could not elude the grasp of the limit Douluo. His instincts warned him that the opponent could easily intercept him, even with the 9th-level soul tool. Jing Hongqin's despair deepened, preparing to speak when Wei Xuan interrupted. "Moreover, even if I could escape, I would not wish to trade your life for my survival. It would haunt me for a lifetime." Wei Xuan resolutely rejected Jing Hongqin's proposal. Unwilling to flee alone, his pride forbade him from allowing another sacrifice for his own escape. This was not mere stubbornness, but a matter of principle, detrimental to his future cultivation. "Your Highness, at this moment, do not dwell on such thoughts. Surviving is of utmost importance," Jing Hongqin urged anxiously. Wei Xuan shook his head firmly, returning the soul tool to Jing Hongchun, stating, "I have a plan for us both to survive." Jing Hongchun was momentarily taken aback. Seeing Wei Xuan's resolute demeanor filled him with a mixture of anxiety and helpless amusement. He was all too familiar with Wei Xuan's determination, which often rendered him immovable. Perhaps this is fate. Jing Hongchun sighed in despair, no longer voicing his thoughts, resigned to the possibility of dying together in battle. The notion of escaping together seemed far-fetched in such dire circumstances. Wei Xuan stepped forward, his gaze icy as he confronted Su Tianran. "I had thought you would have learned from the lessons of the Grand Prince, yet you appear utterly unrestrained." Su Tianran's expression darkened instantly as he replied, "If not for the substantial threat you pose, would I be so eager to act?" The improved formations and new elixirs had rapidly elevated Wei Xuan's status, winning the favor of over 70% of the court's ministers, many of whom were eager to align with him, including even Elder Kong as a supporter. If this trend continued for a few more years, the court would likely be entirely in Wei Xuan's favor. With such backing, inheriting the throne would merely be a matter of time, leaving Su Tianran no place in the future. "For the throne, you must die," Su Tianran declared with a hint of madness, his emotions escalating as he gazed at Wei Xuan, his eyes filled with a chilling hatred. Previously, while Wei Xuan had enjoyed the favor of the emperor, it had merely posed a potential for succession. Now, with the support of the court ministers, his ascension became inevitable. After all, in a sense, whoever Elder Kong supported would become the emperor. Wei Xuan remained composed, displaying minimal emotional fluctuation. "I have no interest in the throne. I am merely an adopted son." His aspirations lay in reaching the pinnacle of cultivation. The burdens of imperial power were but a hindrance to him, something to be avoided rather than sought. Su Tianran erupted into derisive laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. "No interest in the throne? Do you not find that hypocritical? Who would not yearn for the imperial seat?" He challenged, his eyes revealing a profound craving for power. "As for your claim of being an adopted son, who can guarantee you are not the emperor's illegitimate child? Ask Lord Hongchen. Does he believe that?" Su Tianran scoffed at the notion of Wei Xuan being merely an adopted son, suggesting that if he were, the old man would not treat him so favorably. Jing Hongchun refrained from arguing. Truthfully, like many others, suspected that Wei Xuan might indeed be the emperor's illegitimate offspring. Recognizing Su Tianran's determination to assassinate him, Wei Xuan had no intention of uttering foolish assurances about not vying for the throne to diffuse the conflict. Instead, he turned his gaze to the elderly man beside Su Tianran, offering a kind smile. "Elder, do you remember our previous encounter?" This elder was someone he had met a year prior in his father's chambers. To resolve the crisis, it was imperative to gain favor with this limit Douluo. Otherwise, they would have to fight to the death. Risking the peril of mental collapse, he still harbored the possibility of vanquishing these adversaries. However, the cost was exorbitant, and he would refrain from such drastic measures unless absolutely necessary. For such an action could lead to his utter demise, leaving him devoid of even the chance for reincarnation. In truth, had he been able to manipulate Su Tiangan's thoughts, the crisis they currently faced could have been averted. Yet, the profound animosity Su Tiangan bore toward him had nearly morphed into an obsession, rendering influence impossible. The manipulation of another's thoughts comes with its limitations. The greater the enmity, the slimmer the chances of success. Similarly, if the opponent's strength surpasses a certain threshold, the likelihood diminishes. As was the case with Long Xiaoyao, he knew without attempting that it was futile. Su Tiangan's body trembled, astonished to discover that he and the elder had previously crossed paths. The elder, sensing Su Tiangan's tension, clarified, "We have merely met once. There is no connection between us." Su Tiangan visibly exhaled in relief, casting a sinister smile towards Wei Xuan, and remarked, "What, do you still wish to ingratiate yourself in a bid for survival?" Wei Xuan regarded Su Tiangan with a frosty gaze, choosing not to engage further. "Senior, your decision to assist Su Tiangan must pertain to the affairs of the Sacred Spirit sect," Wei Xuan stated, fixing his gaze on the elder. The elder's expression shifted slightly, his admiration for Wei Xuan growing. Indeed, the tales of his intelligence held truth, which was a pity. "I am not hesitant to divulge that His Majesty the Dragon Emperor's willingness to aid me is indeed tied to the Sacred Spirit sect," Su Tiangan declared, a smile gracing his lips. To summon Long Xiaoyao's presence, He had made considerable sacrifices, intertwining his fate with that of the Sacred Spirit sect. However, what does your knowledge change? Su Tiangan scoffed, eager to witness Wei Xuan's despair. Yet, he was destined to be disappointed, as Wei Xuan exhibited no signs of hopelessness. Instead, wearing a slight smirk. Senior, I shall speak plainly. I can genuinely rehabilitate the Sacred Spirit sect's reputation, allowing the evil soul masters to walk freely in the sunlight. Wei Xuan asserted earnestly, suspecting the motives behind Long Xiaoyao's assistance to Su Tiangan and seeking to counteract them. During a previous encounter in the palace, he had inquired about two limit Douluo out of curiosity, receiving a candid explanation from the Sun and Moon Emperor regarding their identities and their desire to ally with the Sun and Moon Empire. Su Tiangan's ability to summon a limit Douluo's aid likely stemmed from promises of an alliance between the Sacred Spirit sect and his future reign. Given that their collaboration was one born of mutual benefit, he could leverage even greater incentives to garner their support. Long Xiaoyao's demeanor shifted, intrigue flickering in his eyes at Wei Xuan's words. Without waiting for response, Wei Xuan continued, "When I speak of rehabilitation, I mean truly addressing the shortcomings of the evil soul masters, enabling them to traverse the continent like ordinary soul masters without facing scorn." This statement was nothing short of startling. Long Xiaoyao, previously merely intrigued, was now visibly taken aback. In an instant, he appeared before Wei Xuan, crouching to match his eye level, breath quickening as he asked, "Is what you say true? Do you genuinely possess a means to resolve the issues with the evil soul masters?" This revelation held immense significance for Long Xiaoyao, enough to unsettle his composure. If a resolution existed permitting the evil soul masters to walk freely in the light, then the Sacred Spirit sect could ascend to legitimacy. Consequently, Shishui would no longer need to fret over the sect's future. Perhaps, in due time, a smile would once again grace her face, mirroring Long Xiaoyao's abrupt appearance. Jing Hongchun was startled into vigilance, aiming her soul-guided cannon at him. Su Tiangan's complexion darkened, losing all semblance of calm. Should Long Xiaoyao side with Wei Xuan, the consequences would be dire. "Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor, do not heed his absurd claims. How could an 8-year-old child possibly resolve the issues of the evil soul masters?" Su Tiangan asserted gravely, gesturing to the soul masters to prepare for action to prevent further complications. "You would do well to refrain from movement until I have clarified matters, lest you incur my wrath," Long Xiaoyao warned. With that, he unleashed the terrifying aura of a limit Douluo, causing the 6 individuals, Su Tiangan included, to feel an overwhelming weight pressing upon them. Only Wei Xuan remained unaffected by this formidable force, while the others struggled to breathe under its immense pressure. The might of the limit Douluo was evident, single-handedly instilling fear in 5 9th-level soul masters. However, this was mere intimidation. Should it come to actual combat, the 5 9th-level soul masters would not be without means to resist. Su Tiangan's expression soured. He had not anticipated Long Xiaoyao's intervention. "I have no need to deceive you. If I claim I can address the issues of the evil soul masters, then it is a testament to my true capability," Wei Xuan replied calmly. Faced with this formidable figure atop the continent, he felt the weight of pressure, the disparity in strength palpable, leaving an invisible burden beyond his capacity to withstand. Nevertheless, he displayed no signs of fear, maintaining his composure in the presence of Long Xiaoyao. A glimmer of hope ignited within Long Xiaoyao, his voice urgent, "Elucidate your method. Should I find it viable, I shall ensure your safety. Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor, let us not forget the pact between the Sacred Spirit sect and myself." Su Tiangan interjected, his voice laden with intensity, fists clenched, a murderous intent brewing within. Long Xiaoyao disregarded Su Tiangan's words at this moment. What mattered most was the method proposed by Wei Xuan. The malevolence of the evil soul masters stemmed primarily from the wicked attributes within their martial souls, which clouded their minds. If the influence of that malevolent essence could be subdued, then their cognition would align with that of ordinary individuals, devoid of the instinctual urge to kill. Thus, the fundamental issues plaguing the evil soul masters would be resolved. Once their minds were restored, they would bear no significant difference from regular soul masters, save for the slightly sinister nature of their martial souls. By addressing the inherent bloodthirst of the evil soul masters and encouraging them to perform good deeds, the public's perception could be gradually altered, leading to their eventual acceptance. Wei Xuan elaborated thoughtfully. Of course, those evil soul masters who kill solely for the purpose of enhancing their power would be another matter altogether. Upon hearing Wei Xuan's proposal, Long Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled. Indeed, it was a promising solution. Most evil soul masters were, in truth, pitiable figures, their volatile personalities exacerbated by the influence of their martial souls, compounded by societal rejection, which led them down a path of violence. If it were possible to liberate the evil soul masters from the malevolent influence of their martial souls, perhaps a day would come when they could walk in the sunlight once more. Chapter 25. Are you deceiving me? Joy did not last long, as Long Xiaoyao soon furrowed his brows. Before he could voice his doubts, Su Tianran sneered and interjected. Do you think the Dragon Emperor is a mere child? The malevolent attribute within the martial soul cannot simply be controlled at will. If it could be controlled, there would be no evil soul masters left in this world, and we wouldn't have to wait for you to present this method. Su Tianran disdainfully pointed out the most significant flaw in Wei Xuan's proposal. Long Xiaoyao felt displeased by Su Tianran's sudden interruption, yet he chose not to dwell on it, acknowledging that there was some truth in his words. His gaze turned sharp as he fixed his eyes on Wei Xuan, narrowing dangerously. What you propose is merely theoretical, and in my view, the feasibility is pitifully low, or perhaps even entirely impossible. Is this truly the method you advocate? As he spoke the final words, the pressure emanating from Long Xiaoyao bore down on Wei Xuan, causing him to stagger, his legs buckling as he nearly fell to the ground. Wei Xuan exerted every ounce of soul power within him to resist this oppressive force, his legs trembling as he straightened, his complexion turning pale. Do not overstep your bounds, Jing Hongshan admonished. Prepare to confront Long Xiaoyao head-on. The leader of the Hongshan Hall, Wei Xuan, intervened in time, shaking his head at Jing Hongshan. I advise you to refrain from rash actions. Otherwise, do not blame me for sending you on your way. Long Xiaoyao's tone was somber, his mood quite foul. He had initially believed he had glimpsed hope, but now it seemed he had been toyed with. This method, upon further reflection, appeared utterly unfeasible. Jing Hongshan glared at Long Xiaoyao, exerting immense effort to control his emotions and refrain from succumbing to rage. Wei Xuan maintained his composure, though his gaze had grown colder, unwavering in the face of Long Xiaoyao's scrutiny. Since I have claimed it can be controlled, it signifies that it indeed can be. Others may falter, but I will succeed. Under the weight of Wei Xuan's profound and unyielding gaze, Long Xiaoyao felt an inexplicable tremor of fear and instinctively averted his eyes. Confronted with this emotional shift, Long Xiaoyao was taken aback, grappling with the absurdity of being intimidated by a mere child of over 8 years. This newfound emotion altered his perception of Wei Xuan, prompting him to regard him with greater seriousness. Do you know the consequence of deceiving me? Long Xiaoyao fixed his gaze on Wei Xuan, his voice cold and threatening, the intent to kill unmistakably radiating from him. Wei Xuan smiled, a relaxed expression gracing his features. It is nothing more than death. However, I possess absolute confidence that I shall not encounter that fate. Long Xiaoyao's eyes bore into Wei Xuan, observing the latter's calmness even when confronted with the notion of death, seemingly devoid of fear. This made Long Xiaoyao entertain the possibility that Wei Xuan might indeed have the means to control the malevolent attributes of evil soul masters. I can offer you an opportunity. I will find an evil soul master for you to experiment upon. If you succeed, you may live. If you fail, I shall ensure your suffering is unimaginable. Do you wish to proceed? Long Xiaoyao pondered for a moment before speaking. Despite his lingering distrust, he felt compelled to explore the possibility. What if success were attainable? Su Tianran's expression changed dramatically at these words, and he interjected sharply, Dragon Emperor, Wei Xuan is someone I must eliminate. Please do not impede me. Long Xiaoyao turned to regard Su Tianran, his expression impassive. I do not intend to obstruct you. I merely wish for him to assist me with a task. If he fails, I shall gladly help you rid him from existence. As for the success, at this point, Long Xiaoyao found himself at a crossroads, uncertain of how to handle Wei Xuan. If he were to succeed, would the Dragon Emperor still protect him? Do not forget, we came to slay him. If he lives, will he spare us? Even if he does not pursue retribution for this assassination attempt, will there not be lingering animosity? Should he survive, he will become the Emperor of the Day and Moon Empire. if he bears a grudge against the Holy Spirit sect. I believe the days ahead will be dire for us. Su Tianran's expression darkened, regretting not having eliminated Wei Xuan at the first opportunity, which had now led to an uncontrollable situation. Long Xiaoyao frowned, deep in thought, casting occasional glances at Wei Xuan. The latter remained silent, standing still, his consciousness probing, preparing for an offensive. If you take him away now, I will be finished. Previously, I promised that all conditions set forth by the Holy Spirit sect would be void. Upon my ascension, I will ensure the Holy Spirit sect becomes the state religion, while he brings you nothing but despair. Su Tianran spoke earnestly. At this moment, Long Xiaoyao found himself engulfed in uncertainty. He needed to solidify his decision. Su Tianran contemplated for a moment before earnestly stating, although this may sound somewhat threatening, I must express it. Between him and me, you can only choose one. If you take him for experimentation now, regardless of the outcome, our agreement will be rendered void. Henceforth, I, Su Tianran, shall have no ties with the Holy Spirit sect, and collaboration will be impossible. His words were direct, between Wei Xuan and him. Long Xiaoyao could only choose one, unable to accommodate both. Long Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Su Tianran. The latter felt the weight of Long Xiaoyao's dangerous gaze, his body trembling as though a ferocious beast had locked onto him. Had it been any other time, Su Tianran might have softened his stance, but now he stood resolute, meeting Long Xiaoyao's gaze head-on, affirming his position. Long Xiaoyao regarded him for a moment before retracting his gaze and rising to his feet, lost in contemplation. He was typically a decisive individual, one who acted on his intentions without hesitation. Yet in the face of this dilemma, he found himself wavering, unable to finalize his choice. Jing Hongchun listened intently from the side, gradually grasping the significance of this figure and why he had allied with Su Tianran. His not-so-large eyes darted rapidly, and an idea formed in his mind. You are the legendary Dragon Emperor Douluo, Long Xiaoyao, are you not? Long Xiaoyao instinctively nodded, disregarding Jing Hongchun. Preoccupied with weighing the pros and cons of both choices, this matter required caution. Although he was displeased by Su Tianran's earlier remarks, he had to concede that they held merit. Wei Xuan's assertions seemed fantastical, with a low probability of success. In his heart, he harbored only a faint hope of attempting it, not truly believing in its efficacy. Were it not for the fact that he did not regard Wei Xuan's proposed method as a fundamental solution to the problems posed by evil soul masters, he would not have hesitated so. Chapter 26, Su Tianran's Demise, the Guardian. In light of Long Xiaoyao's indecision, Jing Hongchun took the opportunity to continue, Sir. A change in collaboration partners would be more advantageous for the Holy Spirit sect. What do you mean? Long Xiaoyao raised his head to gaze at Jing Hongchun, feigning confusion. As the interest of Long Xiaoyao peaked, Jing Hongchun took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. What I mean is, you may want to consider collaborating with His Highness Wei Xuan. He undoubtedly surpasses Su Tianran as a partner, both in talent and in reputation within the empire. The advantages you would gain from aligning with him would naturally be greater. Moreover, His Highness Wei Xuan possesses a character far superior to that of Su Tianran. He would never engage in treachery. Although I am unaware of the promises Su Tianran has made to you, from my understanding of him. He may indeed assist you while in need, but once he has gained sufficient power, the Holy Spirit sect may very well face annihilation. Jing Hongchun, do not sow discord here. Su Tianran's demeanor darkened as he exclaimed in fury, turning towards Long Xiaoyao to clarify. Senior Dragon Emperor, do not heed his fabrications. I would never betray my allies. Huh. A person who would slay even his own brethren for his objectives is capable of anything, Jing Hongchun retorted disdainfully, showing her contempt for Su Tianran. Long Xiaoyao's gaze flickered, revealing no discernible shift in his emotions. He regarded Jing Hongchun and said, with a hint of profundity, how can you assure us that Wei Xuan would be a better choice? He was somewhat acquainted with the circumstances within the Day and Moon Empire and was aware of Wei Xuan's exploits. Were he to choose an ally between Su Tianran and Wei Xuan, he would undoubtedly select the latter, as the latter had a greater likelihood of ascending to the throne. Furthermore, Su Tianran left him with a rather unsavory impression, as Jing Hongchun aptly stated. A person who could not even bring himself to harm his own kin is not a suitable ally. Were it not for Shishui's intention to ally with Su Tianran, he would have paid no heed to the man. He harbored no goodwill for those who would slay their own. What he needed to ascertain was Wei Xuan's stance regarding the Holy Spirit sect. If the latter could offer assurances akin to those of Su Tianran, it would merit consideration. Jing Hongshun, quick-witted, instantly comprehended Long Xiaoyao's implication. After a brief moment of hesitation, her resolve solidified as she clenched her teeth and declared, "If you could assist us in escaping this predicament, I could persuade His Highness Wei Xuan to ally with you, fostering mutual aid. Moreover, I can extend some assistance to the Holy Spirit sect, provided that such actions do not involve murderous intent." As the master of Mingda Hall, her words carried significant weight. To secure both her and Wei Xuan's survival, she had no choice but to compromise. Though allying with the Holy Spirit sect resembled courting danger, it was certainly preferable to death. As long as Wei Xuan survived, he would undoubtedly possess the capability to subdue the Holy Spirit sect and take the lead in their collaboration. Perhaps in due time, he could even rectify the misdeeds of the nefarious spirit masters. Jing Hongshun consoled herself. Long Xiaoyao appeared somewhat swayed, his gaze shifting towards the silent Wei Xuan. "I wish to know your stance." Su Tianran's expression morphed dramatically as he urgently interjected, "Senior Dragon Emperor, do you truly intend to breach our agreement?" Simultaneously, he signaled to several ninth-level soul masters, indicating they should prepare to act and eliminate Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan had been fixated on Su Tianran until he heard Long Xiaoyao's words, at which point he lifted his gaze to meet Long Xiaoyao's, smiling as he said, "I believe there is no harm in an alliance with the Holy Spirit sect. After all, it is a matter of mutual benefit. However, I feel you must first decide, will you assist him or me?" He gestured toward Su Tianran. Su Tianran's countenance darkened to an extreme, his hands gripping the armrests of his wheelchair tightly, the metal deforming under his immense strength. Regret flooded his mind. Had he known better, he would never have summoned Long Xiaoyao, originally intending to ensure absolute security. Yet, he had never anticipated that the greatest variable would be the very person he had invited. A bitter irony indeed. Long Xiaoyao's gaze oscillated between Wei Xuan and Su Tianran, deep in contemplation, struggling to reach a decisive conclusion. Observing Long Xiaoyao's indecision, Wei Xuan shook his head slightly, murmuring to himself, "Since you cannot choose, allow me to make the decision for you." A cold light flashed in Wei Xuan's eyes as he regarded Su Tianran with a tinge of pity, whispering in a tone only he could hear, "Cunning, ambitious, and sufficiently ruthless. Indeed, a person of great potential. It is unfortunate that he has crossed me." Suddenly, a formidable mental wave surged through the area, an invisible mental force erupting into a fierce assault. The expressions of all present, save for Wei Xuan, shifted dramatically, fear enveloping their hearts as they experienced a profound sense of dread. Before anyone could react, a piercing scream erupted, sharp and harrowing, steeped in terror and resentment. Long Xiaoyao and the others turned swiftly toward the source of the sound, their eyes widening in shock at the sight that unfolded before them. Su Tianran lay limp in his wheelchair, his complexion ashen, terror etched upon his face, blood streaming from his orifices, his expression frozen in horror. As titled Douuluo, they were acutely aware, each recognizing that Su Tianran had ceased to breathe, his heart stopped, dead beyond resurrection. All remained frozen in place. Even Long Xiaoyao was no exception. The impact of this scene was profoundly staggering. A living person had simply perished without any warning, without them even realizing who had struck the fatal blow. They merely sensed a surge of powerful mental energy, followed by Su Tianran's anguished cry, a method so terrifying it left them aghast. The paralysis lasted only a moment before everyone became vigilant, their gazes sweeping the surroundings as if facing a formidable enemy. Long Xiaoyao's expression grew gravely serious, his martial soul instinctively manifesting as his mood darkened. Among those present, he possessed the greatest strength. His peak-level abilities granted him an exceptionally potent mental prowess, far surpassing that of an ordinary titled Douuluo. Yet, even with his superior mental acuity, he had failed to anticipate the impending mental assault. The implications were unmistakable. The owner of that mental force was unlikely to be weaker than he, likely possessing the capabilities of mental-type ultimate Douuluo. The dark holy dragon martial soul manifested behind him, adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 2 red spirit rings swirling around it, emanating a terrifying energy that intimidated the entire assembly. As Long Xiaoyao released his martial soul, the atmosphere became unbearably oppressive, gravity surging, leaving every individual struggling to breathe. Their chests constricted. In that initial moment, Wei Xuan experienced a sensation akin to being crushed by a mountain, teetering on the brink of death. Had Long Xiaoyao not swiftly controlled his aura, Wei Xuan might have truly met his demise beneath the weight of his natural presence. The 4 ninth-level soul masters accompanying Su Tianran were thrown into disarray. Su Tianran's death had severed their sense of leadership. Casting wary glances at one another, they instinctively huddled together, back to back, their hearts racing with trepidation. Each of them felt a surreal disbelief, grappling with the reality that the second prince of the Day and Moon Empire, a soul master of level 85, had perished so suddenly and bizarrely. If not for the oppressive pressure emanating from Long Xiaoyao, they might have believed this to be a mere dream. As Su Tianran passed away, despair enveloped the 4 individuals, pondering whether they could continue to exist after all they had done. Jing Hongquan immediately positioned himself in front of Wei Xuan, his expression grave, despite Su Tianran's demise. He felt no sense of relief. There is no need for such concealment, esteemed one. Please reveal yourself, Long Xiaoyao proclaimed as he soared into the air, his tone steady. Though he refrained from uttering threats, given the uncertainty of the opponent's intentions. Silence prevailed, the surroundings tranquil, devoid of any sounds or energy signatures. Wei Xuan stood quietly behind Jing Hongquan, a faint smile gracing his pale visage. The so-called ultimate powerhouse was merely his doing. It was uncertain how Long Xiaoyao would react upon learning this truth. Naturally, Wei Xuan would never admit to having acted himself, allowing Long Xiaoyao to continue imagining the existence of a formidable force. Moments later, under Long Xiaoyao's guidance, Wei Xuan, Jing Hongquan, and the 2 captured level 9 soul masters swiftly departed from the Jingyang mountain range. Their velocity was remarkable, and within a mere 10 minutes, they emerged from the mountains. On a small peak several miles away, Wei Xuan turned to Long Xiaoyao and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, senior. Had it not been for your intimidation, it would have been challenging for Jing Hongquan and me to escape from the 4 level 9 soul masters." Long Xiaoyao nodded, his gaze fixed on Wei Xuan as he earnestly stated, "I do not extend my help without reason. With Su Tianran's death, the previous agreement with the Holy Spirit sect is nullified. I now wish to ally with you on behalf of the sect." He directly articulated his intentions, acknowledging that with Su Tianran gone, they had no choice but to turn to Wei Xuan. While the Empire of Sun and Moon had other princes, none compared favorably to Wei Xuan, rendering an alliance with them unnecessary. Long Xiaoyao's unwavering gaze was imbued with an unspoken pressure, his words exuding an undeniable authority that left no room for rejection. His assistance in facilitating Wei Xuan and Jing Hongquan's escape was predicated on forging this alliance. A refusal from Wei Xuan would render his efforts futile. Wei Xuan nodded, stating, "I agree. However, there are some matters that must be clarified before we ally." To avoid future discord, Long Xiaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Xuan's agreement was a positive sign, and his demeanor softened as he replied, "Please, speak your mind." Jing Hongquan, standing beside Wei Xuan, remained vigilant, cautious in the presence of an ultimate Douluo. Wei Xuan, unfazed, candidly declared, "I can assist the evil soul masters in rectifying their martial soul's afflictions and endeavor to cleanse the Holy Spirit sect's tarnished reputation, altering its perception in the hearts of the people." Long Xiaoyao's face lit up with joy, for this was precisely what he desired. However, after a moment of elation, he spoke solemnly, "I require your assurance that once you ascend to the throne of the Empire of Sun and Moon, the Holy Spirit sect will be recognized as the state religion." He remained skeptical about Wei Xuan's ability to mitigate the effects of the evil soul master's martial souls, deeming it more practical to establish the sect as the state religion. "I harbor no ambitions for the throne, yet I can vow by my martial soul that should we ally, I will ensure the Holy Spirit sect is recognized as the state religion," Wei Xuan responded. Long Xiaoyao nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "What do you wish for the Holy Spirit sect to do for you?" In this world, nothing comes without a price. Wei Xuan's willingness to assist the Holy Spirit sect undoubtedly stemmed from his own desires. Engaging in dialogue with a clever individual was indeed a refreshing experience, and Wei Xuan smiled, saying, "I require 3 conditions from the Holy Spirit sect." What are these conditions? Long Xiaoyao inquired, refraining from immediate agreement. The first condition is that the Holy Spirit sect must strictly regulate its disciples. Any evil soul master who resolves their martial soul issues through my methods must not engage in arbitrary slaughter or wrongdoing. Should anyone dare to violate this, I shall personally deal with them, even if you do not, Wei Xuan stated calmly. Despite his composed demeanor, Long Xiaoyao felt an icy chill emanating from his words. Long Xiaoyao scrutinized Wei Xuan, sensing that there were unspoken implications behind his statement. If this were the case, it was likely that Wei Xuan would not only eliminate those who continued to perpetrate evil, but might also take action against the Holy Spirit sect itself. Before Long Xiaoyao could respond, Wei Xuan continued. The second condition is that I require adequate support from the Holy Spirit sect. When necessary, I must have the authority to mobilize its disciples. As he paused momentarily, Wei Xuan fixed his gaze on Long Xiaoyao and declared, the third condition is that I need you to be my protector for 10 years. Protector? Long Xiaoyao queried, puzzled by the term's meaning. Essentially, a personal guardian for a decade, Wei Xuan succinctly explained, having forgotten that the concept of a protector might not be familiar in this world. Isn't that akin to being your bodyguard? Long Xiaoyao's expression darkened as he replied, you want me to serve as a bodyguard? As an esteemed ultimate Douluo, how could he not feel indignation at such a proposition? Cough, cough. Jing Hongchun cleared his throat, providing an explanation for Wei Xuan. It is not quite accurate to frame it that way. There's a significant distinction between personal protection and mere bodyguard duties. For instance, I frequently protect His Highness. Does that make me a bodyguard? Upon hearing Jing Hongchun's perspective, Long Xiaoyao's expression softened considerably. He looked at Wei Xuan and said, I can accept the first two conditions. However, I would prefer if you rephrase the third condition. I cannot be at your side constantly. The first two conditions seemed reasonable and devoid of excessive demands, but the third was undeniably disrespectful. To have an ultimate Douluo serve as a bodyguard would tarnish his illustrious reputation. Your Highness, perhaps we should consider an alternative, Jing Hongchun suggested, recognizing that Long Xiaoyao's pride would make such an agreement difficult. Furthermore, he harbored reservations about having Long Xiaoyao shadowing Wei Xuan at all times. Wei Xuan shook his head firmly, asserting, the third condition is non-negotiable. I require you to be my protector. He aspired to genuinely grow without premature demise, and a powerful protector was indispensable. Having an individual of Long Xiaoyao's caliber as his guardian was a rare opportunity he could not afford to let slip away. Long Xiaoyao frowned, clearly averse to the idea of becoming someone else's bodyguard. How about this? If I can indeed resolve the evil soul master's martial soul issues, will you agree to be my protector? Wei Xuan proposed. Rest assured, serving as my protector will not involve any frivolous tasks. You will merely need to safeguard me when necessary. Moreover, your role as my protector will reinforce the connection between the Holy Spirit sect and the Empire of Sun and Moon, thereby solidifying our alliance. Is that not advantageous? Long Xiaoyao pondered this seriously and nodded, stating, very well, should you truly manage to resolve the evil soul master's martial soul issues. I shall serve as your protector for 10 years. Chapter 27. The Sun Martial Soul, Ultimate Flame. Upon Long Xiaoyao's agreement, Wei Xuan smiled with satisfaction and nodded. You will not regret this choice. Alas, Long Xiaoyao was not in the same buoyant spirit as Wei Xuan. He felt somewhat discontented at the prospect of potentially becoming another's bodyguard. Half an hour later, Long Xiaoyao departed alone, while Wei Xuan, Jing Hongchun, and the two level 9 soul masters returned to the Ming capital. On the soul-guided flying vehicle, Wei Xuan and Jing Hongchun stood side by side, while the two level 9 soul masters remained unconscious, yet to be awakened. Jing Hongchun occasionally cast glances at Wei Xuan, hesitating to speak. Master Hongchun, if you have something to say, please feel free to do so. There is no need for such formality between us, Wei Xuan remarked without turning his head. Jing Hongchun nodded gently, letting out a soft sigh. I have a lingering feeling that allying with the Holy Spirit sect is not a prudent choice. Wei Xuan turned his head to glance at Jing Hongchun, then quickly looked ahead again, speaking with a hint of resignation. We had only two choices earlier, to ally or to perish. There were no other alternatives. If we chose not to ally, Long Xiaoyao would have taken immediate action against us. In such a scenario, can we really contemplate other options? Jing Hongchun's expression darkened. It was his first encounter with such a helpless situation where life and death depended on another's whim. What if we simply refuse to acknowledge this alliance? Once we return to Mingdu, we need not worry about our safety. Denying it wouldn't matter, regardless of how powerful the Holy Spirit sect may be. I refuse to believe they would dare to wreak havoc in Mingdu. If they do, it would be an opportunity for them to witness the might of our Sun and Moon Empire, Jing Hongquan asserted with a solemn tone. He harbored significant prejudice against the Holy Spirit sect. To him, an alliance was akin to courting disaster, leading to an inevitable downfall. Wei Xuan shook his head without a second thought. Having made a promise, I shall not waver. I will uphold my commitment. But your highness, while you may honor your promise, they may not hold the same regard. Those evil soul masters are not benevolent beings, Jing Hongquan cautioned. Let us observe the situation. Should they dare to break their promises, I will find a way to deal with them, Wei Xuan replied, his voice tinged with cold resolve. Noticing Wei Xuan's confident demeanor, Jing Hongquan chose to say no more. In the northern region of the Jingyang Mountains, 4 elderly men descended from the sky, panting heavily and appearing rather disheveled. These 4 ninth-level soul masters were not easily dealt with. Even Long Xiaoyao would require considerable effort to eliminate them. In the previous encounter, Long Xiaoyao had opted not to engage them in a life-and-death struggle, but had merely forced them back. What shall we do now? Well, them asked, visibly at a loss. We can no longer remain in the Sun and Moon Empire. Given our actions, staying here would only lead to our demise, another elder stated solemnly. What do you mean? The other 3 turned to the elder, grasping his implication. We must leave the Sun and Moon Empire and head to the original Douluo continent. As 9th-level soul masters, many factions will undoubtedly seek to recruit us. If we align ourselves with a sufficiently powerful force or nation, even if our whereabouts are discovered, they will be powerless against us. But what about our families? Someone expressed concern. At this juncture, what good does it do to worry about families? Remaining here will not protect them. It would merely lead to collective death, another lamented. Let us set aside thoughts of family for now and focus on preserving our own lives. Upon returning to Mingdu, Jing Hongquan entered the imperial palace to report the incident to the Emperor of the Sun and Moon. Upon hearing the news, the Emperor nearly fainted from rage and immediately dispatched individuals to purge Su Tianran's residence. Within a day, the once flourishing residence of the second prince had fallen into disarray, and all those closely associated with Su Tianran suffered repercussions. Some officials were demoted, many royal relatives received warnings, and the guards trained by Su Tianran were disbanded. 3 days later, in the Mingda Hall, the news of Su Tianran's demise stirred considerable commotion throughout Mingdu, yet Wei Xuan remained largely unaffected. He had devoted himself to the crafting of soul-guiding devices. After absorbing the second soul ring, his soul power ascended to new heights. Although he was only at level 22, this was a result of compression and refinement. In terms of total capacity, his soul power was even denser than that of an average soul venerable, making it extraordinarily durable. Having broken through to a higher level of soul power, he felt an eagerness to attempt crafting more advanced soul-guiding devices and had already set his plans into motion. He had arranged to assist the evil soul masters in rectifying their martial spirit issues half a month later, leaving him with ample free time in the interim. Brother Wei Xuan, where are you? A youthful, innocent voice echoed from outside the laboratory. Wei Xuan possessed a dedicated laboratory within the Mingda Hall, equipped to a standard comparable to that of a 9th-level soul master. Hearing the anxious calls from outside, Wei Xuan paused his work. The laboratory door creaked open, and a chubby boy, around 6 years old, with a round face and rosy cheeks, rushed in. Upon seeing Wei Xuan, the boy's lips quivered, his eyes reddening. As he stumbled toward him, "Woo, Brother Wei Xuan," the boy cried, his voice tinged with distress as he leapt into Wei Xuan's embrace. Wei Xuan stepped back slightly to absorb the boy's momentum. He was untroubled by the impact, but the little one was another matter. Seeing the boy's sorrowful state, Wei Xuan gently patted his back, offering comfort. "Why are you crying so? Who has bullied you?" This boy was Su Yanqing, the youngest son of the Emperor of the Sun and Moon. "Woo, I heard that my second brother has died." Su Yanqing sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Wei Xuan fell into silence, unsure of how to console him. He possessed a temperament far beyond that of an ordinary 8-year-old, yet Su Yanqing was different. At merely 6 years old, his thoughts were pure, and it was no wonder he wept so sorrowfully upon hearing of his brother's passing. After a brief silence, Wei Xuan softly inquired, Do you blame your brother? He had developed a good relationship with this non-blood-related sibling and wished to prevent any rift caused by Su Tianran's demise. Su Yanqing sniffled, loosening his grip on Wei Xuan and gazing up with tear-filled eyes, shaking his head vigorously. I do not blame him. Though I am heartbroken over my second brother's death, I harbor no resentment towards you, Su Yanqing replied, wiping his tears. Why is that? Wei Xuan asked with a smile, sensing the sincerity in Su Yanqing's words. I believe my second brother's death was self-inflicted. Had he not tried to harm you, he would have. Su Yanqing trailed off, unable to continue as tears flowed uncontrollably, his voice choked with emotion, appearing quite pitiful. His bond with Su Tianran was not as strong as that with Wei Xuan, and his sorrow stemmed more from their blood relation. Anyone would grieve the loss of a brother, especially a child of 6. Wei Xuan gently ruffled Su Yanqing's hair, feeling a pang of compassion for the boy's distress. Not wishing to dwell on the matter further, he smiled lightly and said, Yanqing, let me perform a magic trick for you. Su Yanqing looked up at Wei Xuan, still sniffling, but part of his attention was diverted. What kind of trick? Wei Xuan extended his right hand, waving it before Su Yanqing's eyes, from which emanated a swirling mist of ice. The little one watched curiously as the mist gracefully floated from Wei Xuan's hand. Under Wei Xuan's control, the icy fog did not radiate an extreme chill. Instead, it resembled ordinary wisps of smoke. The mist danced around Su Yanqing, sometimes transforming into soaring icebergs, at other times morphing into a miniature ocean filled with leaping fish. Occasionally, it took the shape of an ice dragon ascending skyward or a fierce tiger leaping through the wild. Haha, how beautiful! Su Yanqing was completely captivated by the enchanting display, clapping his hands in delight and laughing joyfully. A smile graced Wei Xuan's face, elated by Su Yanqing's innocent joy. Indeed, the whims of a child could shift in the blink of an eye. The icy mist continued to change shape under his command, depicting creatures that ran on the ground, soared in the sky, and swam in the water, bringing forth a multitude of wonders. Ultimately, the icy mist transformed into a transparent, tangible handkerchief, gently wiping away the traces of tears from Su Yanqing's face. Filled with delight, Su Yanqing removed the handkerchief from his face and examined it curiously, resembling an inquisitive child. This trick is amazing. Brother, can you teach me? He gazed at Wei Xuan with a face full of admiration, hope shimmering in his eyes. This is a special trick of mine. I cannot impart it to you. Wei Xuan chuckled. Ah, but I really want to learn, Su Yanqing said, disappointment creeping into his voice. Wei Xuan pinched Su Yanqing's chubby cheek and smiled gently. While you may not be able to master this, I can teach you other fascinating things. Let's release your martial soul. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Yanqing scratched his head and hesitated for a moment before replying. I have not yet awakened my martial soul. You just turned 6 a few days ago. How is it that you haven't awakened your martial soul yet? Wei Xuan inquired curiously. Su Yanqing, feeling awkward, turned crimson and mumbled, I was having too much fun in Lingyun City and forgot. With that, he lowered his head, fearing Wei Xuan's reprimand. Forgotten? Wei Xuan looked at Su Yanqing with a mix of amusement and exasperation, and seeing his pitiful expression, he refrained from scolding him. If you've forgotten, then let us go awaken your martial soul now, he said, resigned. Yay! Su Yanqing cheered, his radiant smile dispelling the earlier gloom. You really? Wei Xuan shook his head helplessly, and after a brief tidying up, he took Su Yanqing out of the laboratory. At the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, in the awakening chamber, Su Yanqing stood within the magic circle, his body trembling slightly, a look of anguish crossing his face. Hold on, it will pass soon, Wei Xuan said, his brow furrowing. It seemed that awakening Yanqing's martial soul was more challenging than anticipated, and a sense of anticipation grew within Wei Xuan. It's so hot. Su Yanqing's skin flushed red as the temperature around him surged, the air warping and waves of heat rolling forth. A blinding red light erupted from him, coalescing into a spherical flame behind him, resembling the sun, radiating brilliantly while the air twisted violently under the flame's scorching heat. How can this solar martial soul be so intensely heated? The elder assisting Su Yanqing murmured, astonished. The temperature was so high that even he, a soul emperor, felt uncomfortable and had to channel his soul power to resist it. Wei Xuan observed the dazzling sun, deep in thought. Such extreme heat did not seem typical for a newly awakened martial soul. The innate, full soul power and the extraordinary temperature of the solar martial soul led him to speculate. Yanqing, how do you feel? Wei Xuan approached Su Yanqing to inquire. To the discomforting heat that even the Soul Emperor found unbearable, Su Yanqing felt only a mild warmth, merely a touch hot. I feel much stronger than before. Just a bit hot, Su Yanqing replied, tugging at his clothing to increase airflow. Chapter 28. Level 5 Soul Guidance Device, Ice Cloud Wings. Try to sense your martial soul. Wei Xuan instructed. How do I do that? Su Yanqing scratched his head bashfully, utterly bewildered, unsure of what to do. His time had been consumed by play and food, leaving him little knowledge of martial soul theory. Wei Xuan chuckled at Su Yanqing's confused expression. First, close your eyes, don't think of anything, and carefully feel the changes in your body. Okay, Su Yanqing obediently nodded, following Wei Xuan's guidance. Go fetch the master of the Red Dust Hall. Wei Xuan instructed the elder. The elder respectfully acknowledged and left the awakening chamber. A few minutes later, Su Yanqing's energy stabilized, and his condition improved significantly. Jing Hongquan soon arrived at the awakening chamber. This may truly be the ultimate fire, Jing Hongquan exclaimed, gazing at the martial soul behind Su Yanqing. His voice filled with excitement and shock. The ultimate martial soul had not been seen in the Sun and Moon Empire for millennia, and now two had emerged simultaneously. Truly extraordinary. Yanqing's situation should be classified as an anomaly. Otherwise, the strength of a solar martial soul alone would not reach the level of ultimate fire, Wei Xuan analyzed. It can be said that the royal lineage's solar martial soul is insufficiently pure, Wei Xuan added. The flames of the sun are undoubtedly among the hottest in the world, epitomizing the pinnacle of fire. If a soul master's martial soul were a true sun, its flames would undoubtedly be the ultimate fire, without question. The reason the royal lineage's solar martial soul has never produced a master of ultimate fire is solely due to its lack of purity, rendering it not a true sun. Indeed, no soul master with a solar martial soul has ever appeared with ultimate fire in over 1,000 years. Yanqing's situation can only be explained as an anomaly. Jing Hongquan nodded. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Wei Xuan and smiled. However, this may also be related to the bloodline elixir you developed for the young master. The bloodline elixir can purify the bloodline within a soul master, enhancing the quality of their martial soul. Wei Xuan had devised it based on the connection between martial souls and bloodlines in the Douluo continent, and once taken, it has remarkable effects on martial soul quality. Creating such a pill requires nearly 10 million gold soul coins worth of materials, including rare heavenly treasures, making it exorbitantly expensive and necessitating the alchemical methods from the cultivation realm. Currently, only Wei Xuan possesses the ability to concoct it, and due to his limitations in soul power, he must rely on the assistance of other alchemists to complete the process. Crafting a batch of pills takes 1 to 2 months, and thus far, Wei Xuan had only produced 1 batch of 10 pills. Of those, Su Yanqing consumed 2, one given by Wei Xuan and another he had stealthily eaten. Speaking of the bloodline elixir, Wei Xuan couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that this little fellow treats the pills like candy. It must be the bloodline elixir that helped purify Yanqing's bloodline, elevating his martial soul to the level of ultimate fire, Wei Xuan concluded. The emergence of ultimate fire is less about mutation and more about the contributions of the bloodline elixir. 1 pill is sufficient to enhance the quality of a martial soul. While the effect of 2 pills is somewhat diminished, it still surpasses the efficacy of a single pill. Given the extraordinary potency of the bloodline elixir, it is reasonable that it could elevate a top-tier solar martial soul to a super martial soul. If only this elixir could be mass-produced like the body refining and soul refining pills, soul masters could reach new heights, Jing Hongquan lamented, recognizing the elixir's immense value. Mass production would be a boon for all soul masters. The batch of bloodline elixirs I created was already at the lowest possible cost. It cannot be reduced further, Wei Xuan stated, acknowledging the high cost that made the bloodline elixir scarce. Jing Hongquan understood the elixir's worth and refrained from further discussion. Producing a pill valued at over 10 million was simply unrealistic. Brother, my martial soul is so powerful. Su Yanqing's excited voice rang out. Jubilant and unable to contain his exuberance, Wei Xuan smiled, saying, "Tell me how it is powerful." Jing Hongquan gazed intently at Su Yanqing, curious about the strength of a solar martial soul that had reached the level of ultimate fire. Of course, Su Yanqing beamed with pride, thoroughly satisfied with his martial soul. Chattering endlessly, Perhaps due to his overwhelming excitement or his lack of understanding regarding martial souls, Su Yanqing rambled for quite some time without getting to the point. We'll take our time to learn more later, Wei Xuan thought, supporting his forehead with one hand, feeling quite helpless towards his naive younger brother. Jing Hongchun nodded in agreement. Yet after listening for over 10 minutes, he remained perplexed by Su Yanqing's words. Following the awakening of his martial soul, Wei Xuan took him to the imperial palace to inform the Sun and Moon Emperor. Upon learning that his youngest son possessed an ultimate martial soul, the Sun and Moon Emperor was filled with uncontainable joy. The evolution of the solar martial soul to the pinnacle of fiery essence held profound significance, heralding a future where the royal lineage would strengthen, bestowing blessings upon generations to come, and leaving a lasting impact. Initially, the Sun and Moon Emperor regarded his playful and gluttonous son with little esteem, but upon discovering his awakening to the ultimate martial soul, his demeanor transformed. He promptly assigned a 9th-level soul master to protect Su Yanqing closely and prepared numerous cultivation resources for him. As a result, Su Yanqing's treatment improved exponentially, earning him the Emperor's favor. The following day, accompanied by the 9th-level soul master, Su Yanqing set out to acquire his first soul ring, while Wei Xuan remained behind in the laboratory to craft a soul guide. This time, he was focused on producing a 5th-level soul guide. Once completed, it would signify his entry into the ranks of 5th-level soul masters. 12 days swiftly passed. In the laboratory, Jing Hongchun stood silently by, his eyes fixed intently on Wei Xuan, who was deeply engrossed in assembling the soul guide. The atmosphere was thick with tension as Jing held his breath, his palms growing sweaty with anticipation, seemingly more anxious than Wei Xuan himself. Wei Xuan, undisturbed, diligently worked on the soul guide, having completed the forging of the outer shell and the inscription of over 100 ordinary magic arrays and 10 core magic arrays. Now, only the assembly and the engraving of the external magic arrays remained, while typical soul masters would have only the assembly step left. Wei Xuan had an additional task, the external magic arrays. He intended to inscribe a gathering array on the exterior of the soul guide to minimize the soul power required for its activation. Engraving the array externally posed a greater challenge than inscribing it internally, demanding exceptional mastery over the engraving tool and meticulous precision. Beyond the technical skill required, a soul master must possess a thorough understanding of the internal array patterns. Otherwise, overlapping internal and external patterns could lead to energy conflicts and catastrophic explosions. Such requirements were daunting even for most 9th-level soul masters, as they lacked the formidable mental prowess that Wei Xuan possessed. Due to the high level of difficulty, only Wei Xuan dared to undertake the external engraving. This soul guide was conceived and designed by Wei Xuan himself. He was thoroughly familiar with the assembly process, requiring no reference to blueprints. In less than an hour, he successfully completed the assembly of the soul guide. At the moment he beheld the finished product, Jing Hongchun could not contain his excitement and let out a jubilant cry, as if he himself had just crafted a soul guide. Startled by Jing Hongchun's outburst, Wei Xuan nearly dropped the larger soul guide. "Hongchun, why are you so excited? You startled me," he remarked, slightly annoyed. "Haha, it's nothing. I just lost control of my emotions. Don't mind me. Continue with your work," Jing Hongchun replied sheepishly, momentarily forgetting that Wei Xuan still had the arrays to engrave. Shaking his head with a smile, Wei Xuan picked up the dark golden engraving knife to inscribe the final gathering array. This gathering array was a slightly modified and weakened version, derived from the original gathering array used in the realm of cultivation. 3 hours later, Wei Xuan completed the engraving of the 5th-level gathering array, finalizing the 5th-level soul guide. "Your Highness, allow me to see this flying soul guide, so I may evaluate it," Jing Hongchun said, approaching Wei Xuan with eagerness. Wei Xuan handed the soul guide to Jing Hongchun and pulled up a chair to rest. Jing Hongchun examined the flying soul guide, shaped like the wings of an ice bird, scrutinizing it closely while sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from within. After a thorough inspection, a look of astonishment spread across his face, and he nodded repeatedly, clearly impressed by the soul guide. "Excellent. Truly remarkable. This is undoubtedly the finest 5th-level flying soul guide I have ever encountered," Jing Hongchun praised, thoroughly satisfied with the creation. Turning his gaze from the soul guide to Wei Xuan, his excitement palpable he exclaimed, "Congratulations, Your Highness, on becoming the youngest 5th-level Soul Master in history." After his examination, it was clear that this flying soul guide met the criteria for a 5th-level soul guide, indicating that Wei Xuan had achieved the corresponding level of expertise. An 8-year-old 5th-level soul master was indeed unprecedented. A smile graced Wei Xuan's face as well, although he still found the creation of 5th-level soul guides somewhat challenging. He had nonetheless succeeded. "I shall test its capabilities," Wei Xuan thought, eager to ascertain whether the soul guide performed as expected. Soon, the two exited the laboratory, and Wei Xuan donned the ice cloud wings, the name he had given to the soul guide. The ice cloud wings resembled eagle wings, adorned with metallic feathers intricately patterned, enhancing its aesthetic appeal with a striking beauty. The area between the wings featured a harness made of special metallic material, adjustable to the wearer's size. Near the chest area, a circular metal plate glimmered with white light, exuding a faint energy pulse. This served as the control center of the entire soul guide, equipped with a mental sensor that allowed the user to control flight directly through their mental power. For those lacking strong mental faculties, the ice cloud wings might seem impractical, as they would struggle to operate them. Yet for someone like Wei Xuan, endowed with formidable mental strength, the wings functioned as if they were genuine, granting him the ability to soar effortlessly through the skies. This soul guide was tailor-made for him, resolving his inability to fly. As Wei Xuan focused, the soul power within him flowed through the harness into the wings, activating the engraved arrays on their surface. The ice cloud wings appeared to come alive, unfurling gracefully, akin to the wings of an ice eagle. With a gentle flap, the minute thrusters engaged, propelling Wei Xuan upwards. Initially, he found the ascent somewhat unfamiliar, the speed slow as he adjusted to the wings on his back. However, in mere seconds, he acclimated fully, his body soaring into the air. At that moment, he resembled a true ice eagle, gliding freely through the sky. The wings moved as extensions of his own arms, allowing him to perform ascents, dives, and forward flights with fluidity without hesitation. Due to the prohibition of flight within Mingdu, Wei Xuan circled above Mingda Hall for a few laps before coming to a stop. As the wings retracted, the harness automatically released, and he gently stored the ice cloud wings back in the soul guide using his soul power. Jing Hongchun approached briskly, his demeanor slightly agitated, his eyes shining with excitement. "Your Highness, could you share the design blueprint for this soul guide with me? I wish to promote your innovative flying soul guide." The design conceived by Wei Xuan was notably more agile and user-friendly, addressing the cumbersome drawbacks of traditional flying soul guides. If such designs could be disseminated, it would undoubtedly lead to significant advancements in the field of flying soul guides. Certainly, however, the soul guide I have designed imposes a significant demand on the user's mental strength, Master Tang. "You must take heed," Wei Xuan remarked. "A considerable requirement for mental fortitude?" Jing Hongshan furrowed his brow slightly, his earlier excitement waning. "Indeed, this soul guide is operated by mental power, and if one's mental strength is insufficient, it cannot be utilized at all," Wei Xuan elucidated. "I see," Jing Hongshan responded, somewhat disheartened. "Enhancing mental strength is considerably more challenging than amplifying soul power, and it is likely that very few can meet the prerequisites for utilizing the soul guide." After a moment of contemplation, Jing Hongshan said, "Please provide me with a copy of the design blueprint. I wish to study it diligently," as he remained intrigued by innovative soul guides. Certainly, Wei Xuan retrieved the design blueprint from his storage ring and handed over the several pages of manuscript to Jing Hongshan. The following day, within a courtyard in the city of Mingdu, Wei Xuan stood alongside two elderly men. To his left was Jing Hongshan, and to his right stood Kong Deming, with short grayish-white hair. A few meters in front of them were 5 men and 1 woman. Among them was Long Xiaoyao, whom Wei Xuan had encountered a fortnight prior, standing beside a woman enveloped in a dark red cloak, her face shrouded in a haze that obscured her features. The only reason she could be discerned as a woman was due to her feminine posture. Even cloaked, her graceful figure was evident, a physique not characteristic of a man. She exuded no formidable aura, appearing as ordinary as any common person. Yet, to underestimate her based solely on her unremarkable presence would be folly. She was far from an ordinary individual. Her ability to stand alongside Long Xiaoyao spoke volumes of her extraordinary status. She was Yi Shishui, the Grand Master of the Holy Spirit sect, The other 4 men were disciples of the Holy Spirit sect, emanating a bloody and sinister aura. They stood respectfully behind Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao, not daring to make a single move. To think that I would unexpectedly encounter Old Kong after nearly 4 decades. Yi Shishui remarked first, her gaze fixated on Kong Deming, a hint of caution flickering in her otherwise invisible eyes. If there were individuals in this world that she regarded with trepidation, Kong Deming would undoubtedly be one. Despite the vast disparity in their soul powers, she did not dare to underestimate him. He was a genuine presence nearing the pinnacle of a level 10 soul master, capable of contending with her, an ultimate Douuluo. Long Xiaoyao, upon seeing Kong Deming's appearance, felt a twinge of surprise, as he had not anticipated that he would emerge from his seclusion at this moment. Kong Deming smiled faintly, with a hint of sarcasm. I feared that someone might take advantage of the weak, which is why I had to emerge to observe. His gaze lingered meaningfully on Long Xiaoyao, the implication unmistakable. Long Xiaoyao maintained a stoic expression, as if the remark were not directed at him. At their level, they possessed remarkable control over their emotions, rarely allowing them to fluctuate. Old Kong must have grasped the situation's essence, if blame were to be assigned. It should rest upon the deceased Su Tianran, as we were merely responding to an invitation. Yi Shishui stated evenly, her voice raspy, evoking a chilling sensation. Kong Deming's eyes narrowed, emanating a dangerous aura. Her words struck at the royal family's sore spot. Elder Long, will you not make introductions? Wei Xuan interjected, seeking to avert any potential unpleasantness. Long Xiaoyao understood Wei Xuan's intent, nodding and turning to Yi Shishui. This is Yi Shishui, the Grand Master of our Holy Spirit sect. You may address her in the same manner as I do, and you are likely aware of our purpose for visiting. Greetings, Elder Yi. Wei Xuan inclined his head slightly, acknowledging her. Can you truly resolve the evil soul master's immartial soul issue? Yi Shishui inquired, her tone imbued with a hint of anticipation. This matter was of utmost importance to her, making it difficult to maintain her composure. We shall see, Wei Xuan replied succinctly, refraining from elaboration. After all, seeing is believing, and no amount of words could rival witnessing the outcome firsthand. Very well, Yi Shishui regarded Wei Xuan with appreciation. She was not one for superfluous dialogue. She casually pointed at an individual. You step forward. The designated evil soul master's expression shifted, hesitating, as the first to attempt might not yield favorable results. Did you not hear my command? Yi Shishui said curtly, her hand waving, causing the evil soul master to be involuntarily propelled to the forefront, standing in the center. To prevent any resistance from him, Yi Shishui restrained him, rendering him immobile. You may begin, Yi Shishui urged, her eagerness palpable. Wei Xuan frowned slightly, casting a deep glance at Yi Shishui, saying nothing, stepping forward to approach the evil soul master. Kong Deming and Jing Hongchun followed closely, not daring to stray too far from Wei Xuan in the presence of Long Xiaoyao and Yi Shishui, both ultimate Douuluo. The reason for Kong Deming's attendance today was to ensure Wei Xuan's absolute safety. With him present, even if Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao joined forces, they would not dare to harm Wei Xuan. Otherwise, he would make them aware of the might of the Mingdu soul guides. Release your martial soul, Wei Xuan instructed. The evil soul master, already terrified by Yi Shishui's binding, wasted no time and promptly unleashed his martial soul. His martial soul manifested as a pair of black, ferocious, double-headed wolves, exuding a chilling malevolence, surrounded by dark energy. The dark, double-headed wolf, while not the most powerful among evil martial souls, could be classified as moderate, excelling in speed and aggression. Upon its release, the evil soul master's aura surged, his body sprouting black fur, nails elongating into claws, and fangs emerging as his eyes glazed over with bloodlust. 4 soul rings materialized beneath him, 1 yellow and 3 purple, an unusual and formidable combination. Roaring, the soul master became frenzied, baring his teeth at Wei Xuan, his eyes filled with a ravenous thirst for blood. Had Yi Shishui not restrained him, he likely would have lunged at once. Such bloodlust was not easily suppressed. In the face of this menacing evil soul master, Wei Xuan remained unperturbed, exhibiting no trace of fear. Channeling his soul power, his ancient ice dragon martial soul appeared behind him, accompanied by its 2 soul rings. Upon witnessing Wei Xian's martial soul and soul rings, both Long Xiaoyao and Yi Shixue experienced a flicker of surprise, their emotional states momentarily disrupted. Such a formidable martial soul. Long Xiaoyao marveled. Being a dragon-type martial soul himself, he was particularly sensitive to the presence of dragons. From Wei Xian's martial soul, he sensed a suppression of bloodline, a dominion of the superior over the inferior, which astonished him greatly. The dark sacred dragon, renowned even among dragon-type martial souls, was evidently being suppressed, underscoring the strength of Wei Xian's bloodline. The ancient ice dragon coiled around Wei Xuan, who lightly leaped onto its head, aligning his height with that of the evil soul master. He placed a finger upon the evil soul master's forehead, channeling his soul power through his fingertip into the latter's being. The previously agitated evil soul master calmed at this touch, his eyes involuntarily closing. Wei Xuan activated the Qingxin Ju, allowing his soul power to possess the ability to dispel malevolence and calm mind. Under his exquisite control, the soul power surged into the head of the evil soul master, purifying the negative emotions with its refreshing and cool essence. Chapter 30. The limits of dread. Long Xiaoyao and the others displayed expressions of astonishment, although they were unaware of how Wei Xuan accomplished it. The outcome left them utterly amazed. The malevolent aura emanating from the evil soul master was evidently waning, no longer as volatile as before, with his murderous intent receding. Yi Shixue and Long Xiaoyao exchanged glances, both recognizing the surprise and a hint of joy reflected in each other's eyes. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and Wei Xian's soul power was depleted by over 80%, revealing signs of fatigue. He retrieved a prepared soul power replenishment bottle from his storage ring, multitasking as he absorbed and utilized the soul power simultaneously. Generally, utilizing such a bottle to restore soul power requires focus, preventing the continued use of soul power. Otherwise, it could easily lead to chaos within the soul, damaging the meridians. However, for Wei Xuan, this concern was unwarranted, as his mastery over his own soul power ensured no disorder would arise. With this relatively advanced soul power bottle, Wei Xuan managed to replenish his soul power approximately twice, allowing him to complete the expulsion of the evil thoughts from the soul master. In the final moments, Wei Xuan infused a simplified version of Qingxin Ju into the mind of the evil soul master. The technique contained a special restriction. The evil soul master could cultivate it himself, but passing it on to others was utterly impossible. This was not a restriction that would cause an explosion upon revelation, but rather one of forgetfulness. The evil soul master would instinctively operate the technique without retaining any memory of it, not even realizing that he was continuously practicing it. This peculiar restriction, which Wei Xuan had obtained in his past life, was not overly complex, yet possessed an inexplicable magic that even he admired. Although Qingxin Ju was not an extraordinary technique, Wei Xuan did not wish for its dissemination, at least not at this moment. To prevent its spread, he had to impose such restrictions. As the icy dragon disappeared, Wei Xuan landed steadily on the ground, a wave of weakness causing him to stagger back a step before regaining his balance. Princess Jing Hongchun hurriedly supported Wei Xuan, her concern evident in her demeanor. "I am fine." Wei Xuan waved his hand, signaling his well-being. Long Xiaoyao and Yi Shixue focused their attention on the evil soul master, each releasing their mental energy to scrutinize the changes within him. "How do you feel?" Yi Shixue inquired as the evil soul master opened his eyes, instantly prompting him to regain clarity. The evil soul master appeared somewhat bewildered, uncomfortable with the changes in his body. However, Yi Shixue's voice jolted him into awareness. He quickly knelt on one knee, reporting, "Esteemed elder, I am well. My mind is clearer than before, and the heavy malevolence has dissipated." His excitement was palpable. He felt that his current self might be the true version of himself, a sensation akin to being reborn. Yi Shixue's eyes brightened. "Please elaborate on your changes, and let me see your martial soul." Obediently, the evil soul master released his martial soul. This time, the manifestation bore no notable differences from before. The dark aura remained, though his eyes were no longer blood red. Upon witnessing the evil soul master's martial soul, everyone present, except for Wei Xuan, was astonished. "It seems I have not been mentally affected," the evil soul master exclaimed, his face alight with incredulity. Yi Shishui ignored the evil soul master. Her gaze fixed intently on Wei Xuan, her heart surging with emotion. It had been decades since she felt such elation. Senior, do you now believe? Wei Xuan smiled. How did you achieve this? I wish to learn, Yi Shishui stated bluntly, omitting any superfluous words. I cannot impart this method to you at this moment. If you wish to resolve the issue with that evil soul master, simply bring him to me, and I will assist, Wei Xuan replied. For he had no intention of readily sharing the technique, as it served as leverage against the Holy Spirit sect. Yi Shishui furrowed her brow. Being a shrewd individual, she quickly discerned Wei Xuan's intentions. What conditions must I meet for you to share this method? Propose anything. As long as it is within our capability, we will comply. Yi Shishui asserted. She did not wish for the Holy Spirit sect to remain perpetually reliant on Wei Xuan. If a solution could be found in one go, even if it required a significant cost, she would accept it. Even in a potential alliance, she did not want to be beholden to another. Wei Xuan smiled faintly, shaking his head. Senior, we are all perceptive individuals. You must understand that I cannot easily divulge the method. We lack genuine trust. Until I fully trust you, I need a means to restrain you. Wei Xuan spoke candidly and directly. There was no need for subtleties with an astute person. Some matters could be laid bare. Yi Shishui's expression turned cold, the atmosphere around her shifting with her emotional state as a blood-colored puppet subtly emerged in the space. Kong Deming's complexion changed slightly. He swiftly moved to stand before Wei Xuan, speaking gravely. Esteemed elder, this is Mingdu City. I kindly ask you to exercise restraint. As he spoke, a peculiar energy fluctuation emanated from Kong Deming, akin to a signal awakening a ferocious beast. Long Xiaoyao and Yi Shishui both narrowed their eyes, sensing a dangerous aura from Kong Deming, their hearts racing with a sense of foreboding. Shishui, calm down. Do not act impulsively, Long Xiaoyao gently admonished. Shaking his head at her, Yi Shishui understood the gravity of the situation, striving to regulate her emotions and regain her composure, allowing the tension around them to dissipate. Casting a deep glance at Kong Deming, she remarked with subtle significance, Old Kong, you are becoming increasingly inscrutable. Has the strength of the esteemed elder improved significantly compared to before? Kong Deming replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Yi Shishui forced a smile, wondering what Kong Deming was truly contemplating. Kong Deming, in turn, scrutinized Yi Shishui, the air thick with tension. Senior, if you wish to form an alliance, you must adhere to my terms. Otherwise, our previous agreement will be nullified, Wei Xuan stated coldly. Since arriving in this world, he had maintained a tranquil disposition, remaining indifferent to many matters. It was precisely this indifference that lent him a sense of forbearance. Did this mean he would not become enraged? Certainly not. When provoked, his fury would be terrifying, requiring blood to quell his wrath. If it were not for the fear that provoking him could result in a scene of carnage, he would not deliberately suppress his emotions. At this moment, Yi Shishui's assertiveness was irksome to him, akin to a benevolent act being met with ingratitude. Should she persist in her domineering demeanor, the consequences would be dire. Kong Deming retreated to Wei Xuan's side, casting him a reassuring glance. As long as they were in Mingdu, even the limit Douluo could not act recklessly. Wei Xuan nodded, understanding Kong Deming's intent, his gaze icy as he regarded Yi Shishui, his expression devoid of anger, merely calm. That tranquility, akin to a serene abyss, evoked a chilling sensation within those who beheld it. The limit Douluo Yi Shishui was momentarily taken aback by Wei Xuan's placid demeanor, a faint tremor of fear creeping into her heart. She regretted not having controlled her emotions earlier, realizing she should not have pressured or provoked Wei Xuan. Now, she felt as though she had roused a deity, her heart heavy with trepidation. Upon hearing Wei Xuan's nearly threatening words, had it been a time before, Yi Shishui's temperament would have likely compelled her to strike him down without hesitation. Yet, at this moment, the illustrious limit Douluo and the supreme leader of the Holy Spirit sect chose silence, refraining from further dialogue. An instinct urged her to avoid provoking Wei Xuan, for the repercussions could be dire, perhaps even beyond her capacity to endure. This sensation felt absurd, yet she found herself placing unwavering trust in it. Since Her Highness Wei Xuan is able to assist the evil soul masters in resolving their martial soul dilemmas, I shall honor my previous promise and protect your path for 10 years, Long Xiaoyao declared, his words serving as both a diversion and a sincere expression of intent. The atmosphere was tinged with palpable tension. Had he not intervened with some remarks, matters might have spiraled into the worst possible scenario. He too sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Wei Xuan. What of Elder Ye's stance? Wei Xuan inquired, observing that Long Xiaoyao's position was already clear, leaving only Yi Shishui's attitude to be determined. Lost in contemplation, Yi Shishui weighed the pros and cons rapidly before nodding in agreement. Let it be as you propose. Chapter 31. Time flies. For years the coldness in Wei Xuan's gaze dissipated as he responded, if that is the case, let us proceed as previously discussed, in mutual benefit. Both Long Xiaoyao and Yi Shishui nodded in understanding. In truth, even if Wei Xuan could not aid the evil soul masters with their martial souls, they would still seek an alliance with him. After all, with Su Tianran deceased, a replacement was necessary, and Wei Xuan was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. His proven exceptional worth only intensified their need for an alliance. Even if it meant being somewhat passive and restrained by him, they had no choice. Yi Shishui pondered for a moment before asking, "What are your thoughts on assisting my sect disciples with their martial soul issues? You must have noticed that with my current soul power, addressing the concerns of the soul sect is already quite taxing, let alone those of higher-ranked soul masters." After a brief contemplation, Wei Xuan replied, "Let us initially focus on soul masters of the soul venerable rank and below. Every half-month, send me 10 individuals, and I shall resolve their issues collectively." Yi Shishui frowned, expressing her dissatisfaction. 10 individuals every half-month amounts to merely over 200 a year. This efficiency is rather unsatisfactory. It could surely be improved. Wei Xuan responded coolly, "I have numerous other commitments and cannot dedicate all my time to resolving your issues." His earlier displeasure with Yi Shishui's demeanor left him in no mood to be overly cordial. At his words, Yi Shishui's temper flared. Few dared to speak to her in such a manner. Shishui, Long Xiaoyao gently grasped her arm, subtly urging her to remain composed. With His Highness Wei Xuan's talent, devoting more time to cultivation is indeed prudent. This would expedite his advancement and enable him to assist higher-ranked disciples with their martial soul concerns. Long Xiaoyao's reasoning eased Yi Shishui's troubled expression. Upon reflection, granting Wei Xuan additional time for cultivation would yield greater benefits, especially considering the considerable number of high-ranked soul masters within the Holy Spirit sect. Wei Xuan cast a look of appreciation towards Long Xiaoyao, who, in contrast to Yi Shishui, displayed a more composed demeanor and a deeper understanding of the situation. An hour later, Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao departed the courtyard with the 4 evil soul masters. Due to the severe depletion of his soul power, Wei Xuan refrained from aiding them further in resolving their martial soul issues during that hour, during which both parties engaged in cooperative discussions. After exchanging a few words with Wei Xuan, Kong Deming also took his leave, not lingering any longer. "Your Highness, do you believe the Holy Spirit sect will honor its commitments?" Jing Hongshun inquired uncertainly, standing beside Wei Xuan. For the Holy Spirit sect to operate openly on the continent, they must enact changes. There is no room for them to breach their promises, Wei Xuan replied softly. Jing Hongshun nodded in agreement, a hint of excitement in his voice as he continued. If the Holy Spirit sect can indeed implement changes and steadfastly support the Empire, it would be a tremendous boon. With their assistance, we would rectify our deficiencies in pure soul masters. While he was uncertain of the overall strength of the Holy Spirit sect, the presence of these 2 limit Douluos alone revealed the extraordinary nature of this faction. Even when compared to superpowers like Shrek Academy or the Body Sect, they were not lacking, perhaps even surpassing them in certain aspects. What the Sun Moon Empire lacked most was genuine soul master strength. And with the backing of the Holy Spirit sect, the Empire's overall might would undoubtedly ascend several tiers. Indeed, as long as the Empire continues to grow stronger, we need not actively request their support. They will naturally align themselves with us, Wei Xuan asserted confidently. The alliance with the Holy Spirit sect was fundamentally about mutual benefit, linked by shared interests. As long as the stakes were sufficiently high, there was no cause for concern regarding these matters. Jing Hongchun regarded Wei Xuan with a hint of astonishment, his gaze shimmering with admiration. Sensing the unusual regard from Jing Hongchun, Wei Xuan questioned, "Why do you look at me so curiously?" "Nothing," Jing Hongchun replied with a smile. marveling, "I simply find it remarkable that despite your youth, you demonstrate a maturity surpassing that of many adults, with a profound insight into human nature and an astute approach to affairs. Were it not for your appearance, I might have mistaken you for a centuries-old sage." Wei Xian's extraordinary nature was almost unsettling to him. "Perhaps I truly have lived for centuries," Wei Xian jested, offering a slight smile to Jing Hongchun as he stepped towards the courtyard exit. Jing Hongchun was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought at Wei Xian's retreating figure, before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, "If you have lived for centuries, then I must have existed for millennia, merely boasting here." With a teasing tone, Jing Hongchun quickened his pace to match Wei Xian's stride. For years later, in the extreme north, a strikingly handsome and tall youth dashed across the vast snowy expanse, his light blue hair flowing in the wind. This young man was Wei Xian, now 12 years old and embodying the essence of a young adult. Though still bearing the freshness of youth, he possessed a maturity that belied his years. His deep-set eyes, reminiscent of a tranquil abyss, sparkled brightly, as if harboring the infinite cosmos within, rendering him inscrutable. At that moment, he found himself being pursued by a formidable soul beast. The relentless pursuer was a colossal snow ape, towering over 5 meters when on all fours, its massive frame imposing. Its limbs were robust, muscles bulging like stone, exuding an overwhelming sense of power that caused the ground to tremble as it sprinted across the snow. The snow ape radiated a formidable energy, its fierce demeanor evident in its fierce gaze, brimming with murderous intent. This creature ranked among the upper echelons of soul beasts in the extreme north, boasting nearly 40,000 years of age. Due to its ice and snow attributes, its strength was further amplified in this frigid realm. Even a typical soul, Douluo, might struggle against it. Given the harsh environment of the extreme north, non-ice attribute soul Douluos found their powers diminished, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with the formidable 40,000-year-old snow ape. Comparable to the formidable snow ape, Wei Xian naturally could not withstand a direct confrontation, which is why he was currently fleeing through the snow. Of course, not being a match refers to his refusal to employ his formidable spiritual consciousness. Were he to unleash such power, the snow ape would be swiftly vanquished. This behemoth displayed remarkable persistence, Wei Xian chuckled, as he darted across the snowy landscape with agility akin to that of a snow leopard, exceptionally nimble. The thrusters on his back amplified his speed several-fold, each leap propelling him forward by tens of meters, leaving the snow ape far behind. While running, he adeptly utilized the terrain to adjust his form and launch counterattacks against the creature. The snow ape excelled in strength rather than speed, and despite possessing nearly 40,000 years of cultivation, it could not match Wei Xian's swiftness. In truth, the snow ape was not slow. Its current speed was comparable to that of a soul Emperor-level agile attack type, Soul Master. However, speed is relative, and with the assistance of his 6th-level thrusters, Wei Xian's velocity rivaled that of a Soul Emperor-level agile attack type Soul Master, surpassing that of the snow ape. Furthermore, under the interference of Wei Xian's attacks, the snow ape was unable to fully unleash its speed, rendering it incapable of pursuit. Chapter 32. Unexpected discovery. Wei Xian harbored no intentions of killing the snow ape. His attacks were primarily intended for disruption, devoid of any genuine intent to harm. The soul ring he sought was approximately 10,000 years old, and the snow ape's age was too great to suit his needs, making its elimination unnecessary. Indeed, Wei Xian had ventured to the extreme north to acquire Soul Ring, having already attained the rank of a level 40 quasi-soul master. Over the past 4 years, he had devoted much of his attention to the study of soul guiding devices. Yet his cultivation had not faltered. Having thoroughly comprehended the cultivation methods of this world, his progress could be described as rapid beyond measure. A single day of his cultivation was equivalent to several days or even weeks of effort from others. Had he not compressed his soul power at each level to its utmost limit, his current soul power rank would be even more astonishing, potentially reaching that of a Soul King or Soul Emperor. Wei Xian's elevation in soul power was achieved without the aid of any rare materials or elixirs, entirely through his own cultivation. He reached level 30 in merely 1 year and 4 months. After attaining this level, his cultivation speed slowed by nearly 30%. However, given his original pace was far superior to that of ordinary soul masters. Even with this deceleration, his progress remained exceedingly rapid. After over 2 years, he successfully broke through to level 40, and upon absorbing his 4th soul ring, he would become a soul master. This journey to the extreme north was undertaken solo, without the accompaniment of others, serving as a personal trial for him. It is noteworthy that Wei Xuan has yet to cultivate the supreme, celestial techniques from his previous life, not out of unwillingness, but rather due to an inability to do so. The level of celestial techniques he mastered was too elevated. Attempting to practice them would disrupt the rules of this world, causing unforeseen repercussions. A few years prior, he had attempted to cultivate, but the resulting commotion remains vividly etched in his memory. The sky above the capital transformed dramatically, with fractures appearing in space, plunging the entire city into darkness, as if the apocalypse had arrived. All these changes stemmed from a single bout of his cultivation, and since then, he refrained from practicing celestial techniques. He could not bear to prioritize his cultivation over the potential impact on this world. The celestial techniques would only be reconsidered for practice after leaving this realm. Wei Xuan felt fortunate that employing the heavy did not yield significant repercussions, perhaps because its power had not yet fully manifested since becoming his martial soul. As the snow gorilla grew increasingly frustrated with its inability to catch up to Wei Xuan, it let out a furious roar, pounding its chest to showcase its formidable might. The force of its strikes sent tremors through the surrounding snow, causing the ground to undulate slightly. After several powerful blows, the snow gorilla swiftly seized a nearby boulder and hurled it ferociously towards Wei Xuan. The boulder was immense, weighing no less than 1,000 pounds, and as it soared through the air, it produced a deep, resonant whoosh. Following the first throw, the snow gorilla picked up 2 additional stones, each weighing over 100 pounds, tossing them as it ran to disrupt Wei Xuan's movements. Known for their sheer strength, the snow gorilla was no exception. Its immense power made it seem as though it were effortlessly throwing ordinary stones, despite the boulders weighing over 100 pounds. This weight was chosen primarily for its manageable size, allowing for easy handling and throwing during its pursuit. The stones, bolstered by its extraordinary strength, emitted a low, howling sound as they cut through the air. Wei Xuan casually remarked on the accuracy of the throws, relying on his keen senses to ascertain the situation behind him without even turning around. The trajectories of the 3 boulders aligned perfectly with potential spots where he might halt, making it easy for him to be struck if he were not vigilant. The force behind these stones was such that a direct hit could incapacitate him, or even prove fatal. Of course, this was under the condition that he did not employ his soul-guiding device. Should he activate his protective shield, being hit would yield far less severe consequences. Upon landing, Wei Xuan forcefully pushed off the ground, leaping into the air once more. He adjusted his stance, charging his handheld cannon as the surrounding icy energy surged into the barrel. The interior of the dark cannon glimmered with a pale blue light, which quickly transformed into a deep blue. With a thunderous boom, the cannonball was discharged. The fist-sized, deep blue orb shot forth, colliding with the largest boulder with terrifying force. The explosion erupted immediately, accompanied by the shattering of the massive rock, sending countless shards of ice flying and unleashing a chilling storm of energy. The blast radius extended over several dozen meters, with shards of ice resembling lethal arrows shooting in every direction, creating a myriad of pits upon the ground. The handheld cannon that Wei Xuan wielded was the very same one he had crafted at the tender age of 6, albeit upgraded to reach the level of a 5th-tier soul-guiding device. Due to material limitations, this was the pinnacle of its capabilities, despite its classification as a 5th-tier device. The intricate magical formations within and the surrounding icy environment endowed it with power comparable to that of top-tier 6th-tier devices, with 7th tier only a step away. Upon reaching 7th tier, a qualitative transformation occurs, akin to the leap a soul master experiences upon attaining the rank of soul sage. This transformation is not easily crossed, which is why the handheld cannon's power remains shy of 7th tier, merely matching that of 6th tier devices. With another 2 cannonballs fired, they accurately struck the incoming boulders, shattering them and creating 3 swirling ice storms in their wake. Faced with the onslaught of icy projectiles, even the snow gorilla, with its tough skin and muscle, was compelled to defend itself. After launching yet another cannonball, Wei Xuan maximized his speed and began to flee. having chased the snow gorilla long enough. The most potent cannonball exploded several dozen meters in front of the snow gorilla, unleashing a cacophony of sound and a blizzard that spread nearly 100 meters. The snow gorilla, sensing the devastation of the explosion, chose not to evade, but instead braced itself against the force. As the icy storm dissipated, the snow gorilla found itself alone, with only the falling snow in its vicinity, devoid of Wei Xuan's presence. In a fit of rage, the snow gorilla roared, succumbing to a state of agitation as it pounded its chest, venting its fury upon the surrounding ice and stone. Nearby spirit beasts, startled by the commotion, hastily retreated, fearing the repercussions of lingering too long. Utilizing his propulsion soul-guiding device, Wei Xuan swiftly distanced himself several miles away from the snow gorilla, opting not to proceed further. Covering an area of several miles with his spiritual awareness, he prepared to retract it. "Oh!" Wei Xuan exclaimed in surprise, turning to the left to focus on the distance while withdrawing his awareness from other directions to amplify his scrutiny ahead. "Moments latte." A joyful expression illuminated his face as the results of his investigation brought him unexpected delight, revealing a rewarding discovery. "Thank you for your relentless pursuit, mighty gorilla." Wei Xuan mused softly, choosing not to rush towards his find. Instead, he settled down cross-legged to replenish his soul power. An hour later, Wei Xuan rose, wasting no time as he hastened forward. His powerful spiritual awareness continued to envelop the surroundings, ensuring that no movements within several miles could escape his notice. In Chapter 33, the unique Ice Phoenix, with a clear understanding of the locations of the surrounding spirit beasts, Wei Xuan's journey proceeded smoothly, allowing him to evade various creatures along the way. Within 10 minutes, he found himself over 5 miles away, confronted by a vast ice and snow valley, irregularly shaped like an elongated oval, stretching over 2,000 meters at its longest points. The valley was a pristine expanse of white, teeming with numerous ice attribute plants, vibrant with life, yet devoid of any sign of spirit beasts. The absence of creatures in such a sizable valley did not signify safety. Rather, it implied extreme danger, likely indicating the territory of a formidable spirit beast. Once a spirit beast reaches a certain level of power, it claims its own domain, a realm that others dare not intrude. Wei Xuan stood atop the cliff, gazing down at the landscape of the valley below. He observed the surroundings briefly, his gaze ultimately resting on the farthest point. While he could not discern the details of the scene over 2,000 meters away with mere mortal eyes, his formidable spiritual sense provided him with a clear vision of the distant area. At that distance, a colossal cave, over 10 meters in diameter, was situated amid a cliff rising more than 50 meters high. Its interior was spacious and blanketed in white snow. Deep within the cave, a soul beast lay in slumber. Its body was a striking ice blue, with wings resembling crystalline ice, shimmering with flecks of light. A chaotic energy emanated from Wei Xuan's eyes, within which the evolution of a universe and the manifestation of chaos unfolded, revealing strange laws. When he activated his dual pupils, his vision transformed, allowing him to perceive the scene before him with unparalleled clarity. The icy rocks and snow became mere phantoms, unable to obscure his sight, while the blood, veins, and bones of the soul beast within the cave were vividly displayed. Moreover, through his dual pupils, Wei Xuan discerned the beast's weaknesses, the intensity and fullness of its internal energy. Under the gaze of his dual pupils, nothing could conceal itself, not even the inner workings of a living creature. Having recently surpassed the threshold of 10,000 years, though slightly short of a full millennium, his satisfaction was evident on his face. Utilizing the power of his dual pupils, he assessed that the soul beast was indeed just beyond 10,000 years old. The ice cloud wings materialized in his hands, and, guided by his soul energy, they adorned him without requiring any effort on his part. With a surge of soul power, he ascended into the air, flying towards the distance at a pace that was neither hurried nor sluggish. As he clenched his palm, the ice energy in the surroundings swiftly converged around him, coalescing into ice spears. With a wave of his hand, the spears shot forth in a flurry. Measuring a foot in length, the spears varied in thickness, the thickest akin to a thumb, while the sharpest resembled needles, exuding an aura of sharpness. The piercing sound of ice spears slicing through the air echoed as they rapidly penetrated the cave's entrance. A resounding crash followed, and after a brief silence, a cacophony of angry screeches erupted from within, reverberating with fury. Wei Xuan halted mid-flight, observing the cave entrance with quiet intensity. A resounding cry, akin to that of a phoenix, echoed from within, accompanied by a surge of powerful energy. A phoenix emerged from the cave, its wings unfurling majestically. This was an ice phoenix, with a wingspan of approximately 10 meters, imposing in size, its entire form radiating a regal ice blue. Unlike the fiery phoenix, it exuded an aura of chill, aloof as snow, embodying the solitude of a snow lotus. With its appearance, the temperature in the already frigid environment plummeted, and snowflakes the size of goose feathers began to drift down as if heralding its arrival. After circling in the air, the ice phoenix halted, hovering gracefully, its icy blue eyes coldly fixated on Wei Xuan, emanating a murderous intent colder than ice itself. In a fleeting moment, the ice phoenix spread its wings and charged towards Wei Xuan, its wings flapping with violent energy, manifesting countless ice feathers that shot towards him. Soul beasts with robust bloodlines typically acquire skill after a millennium, and after 10 millennia, those with sufficient talent may even unlock bloodline skills. The ice phoenix unleashed one of its innate abilities, the rain of phoenix feathers. These seemingly delicate feathers transformed into formidable weapons, sharp as steel. Being struck by them would be far from pleasant. Dragons and phoenixes are, in any realm, apex predators. And the same holds true in the realms of cultivation and Douluo continent. The ice phoenix ranks among the elite of soul beasts, its 10,000 years of cultivation allowing it to rival even those of 100,000 years, showcasing extraordinary power. The might of such a soul beast skill attack was undoubtedly terrifying. Wei Xuan was taken aback by this direct approach. He had not anticipated the ice phoenix would immediately employ its innate skill. The apparent disparity in strength between them was significant, and the ice phoenix had no need to act so hastily. Typically, it would not unleash its innate skill without first engaging in combat, as other soul masters at level 40 would pose no lethal threat. Yet, this particular human had instilled a sense of danger within it. Indeed, it was a sense of crisis. The ice phoenix possessed an exceptionally high racial talent. One could even say unique, endowing it with acute sensitivity. From Wei Xuan, it sensed an overwhelming threat, a level of danger that even 10,000-year-old beasts could not instill. This realization led it to recognize that this human was no ordinary foe, prompting it to employ its innate skill in an attempt to eliminate the threat in one decisive strike. The speed of the ice feathers surpassed that of sound, and their extensive coverage made evasion impossible unless Wei Xuan could match the agility of a tidal Douluo specializing in speed. However, Wei Xuan remained composed. Once his dual pupils were activated, the rapid ice feathers appeared as slow, allowing him to clearly perceive the trajectory of each feather. A shield of spiritual energy emerged before Wei Xuan, a formless barrier formed through a unique method of spiritual concentration. The shield was as thin as paper, invisible to the naked eye, only detectable through immense mental strength. In truth, this shield could only be sensed by Wei Xuan himself. No one on Douluo continent possessed the mental prowess to perceive it at his level. The shield, though palm-sized, radiated an aura of boundless magnitude. As if nothing could surpass it, countless ice feathers struck the spiritual shield, their sharp and resilient forms shattering instantaneously, dispersing into a myriad of ice particles without a sound. The shield was intangible yet undeniably real, its defensive capabilities surpassing imagination. Even the might of a tidal Douluo's attack left no trace upon it. This spiritual shield was a manifestation of Wei Xuan's formidable mental strength. Unless one possessed superior mental power, it was impossible to breach. Naturally, should Wei Xuan's mental fortitude wane to the point of being insufficient to sustain the shield, it would vanish. Moreover, conjuring this spiritual shield demanded considerable energy from Wei Xuan. It was not something he could employ at will. Chapter 34. The Ice Phoenix's Soul Ring, Soul Sect. Upon witnessing this scene, the Ice Phoenix's striking blue eyes narrowed, instinctively slowing its pace as a profound fear gripped its heart. It was acutely aware of the ferocity of its own attack. yet it had been effortlessly thwarted without even comprehending the cause. This was utterly terrifying. As one of the coldest beings on Earth, it now felt an unexpected chill. The Ice Phoenix pivoted, no longer wishing to engage the human before it, but rather to escape swiftly, unleashing its maximum speed. Wei Xuan's voice rang out, invoking a spiritual cage. An unseen energy swept through the realm, imperceptible yet terrifying in its force. The laws of nature stirred. The space surrounding the Ice Phoenix solidified. Time momentarily halted, and its rapidly beating wings froze in place. Immobilized, even its breath stilled. Though motionless on the surface, the Ice Phoenix struggled violently, channeling all its energy without reservation. Yet its efforts were futile. No matter how fiercely it fought, it could not budge an inch, unable even to blink. Wei Xuan activated the ice cloud wings, gliding towards the location of the Ice Phoenix at a measured pace, as he focused on regulating his breathing. His breath was slightly hurried, a result of the considerable mental strain exerted by the release of the two secret techniques, leaving him feeling somewhat dizzy. After years of cultivation, his mental acuity had only marginally improved, still far from achieving the godly level recognized in this realm. Utilizing the mental capacity of an ultimate Douuluo to execute these two techniques had not yet reached a level of effortless control. This was the restrained outcome. Should he amplify their power, it might very well lead to his own unconsciousness. Retracting his Double Pupils, the ancient ice dragon martial spirit manifested behind him, its resounding roar echoing through the valley as three soul rings, all purple, ascended. Indeed, Wei Xuan's soul rings were entirely purple, a unique outcome stemming from his innovative method of soul ring absorption. Once the soul of a spirit beast is preserved, it endows the soul ring with the potential for growth. As long as the spirit beast soul evolves, so too shall the soul ring. The enhancement of a spirit beast soul is intrinsically linked to the strength of the spirit master. As the master's power increases, the intensity of the spirit beast's soul concurrently strengthens. This reciprocity fosters a positively reinforcing cycle. Through years of nurturing, Wei Xuan's over 700-year-old Ice Dragon Crawler Soul Ring had ascended to over 3,000 years. The originally 2,000-year-old saber-toothed Ice Spirit Tiger had evolved to over 5,000 years, while his 6,000-year soul ring had advanced to nearly 9,000 years, approaching the 10,000-year mark. As the first soul ring illuminated, the Ice Crawler's breath was released, and the ancient ice dragon soared skyward, its maw agape, releasing a frigid mist. Wei Xuan extended his palm, and the mist rapidly converged toward it, coalescing into the form of an ice spear. The spear was white, over 2 feet long, sturdy and sharp, its tip glistening with a cold light. Suspended before him, the ice spear surged forth like a released arrow. After unleashing the strike, Wei Xuan staggered, the overwhelming consumption of soul power leaving him momentarily weakened as his body began to descend toward the ground. Concurrently, his mental energy had already targeted the soul of the Ice Phoenix. The ice spear struck its neck, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, an echo of ice shattering upon impact. After a brief resistance, the spear pierced through the Ice Phoenix's neck, dissipating the energy that bound it, resulting in a piercing cry. The Ice Phoenix thrashed violently, its breath wild and its eyes filled with defiance. But its struggles were short-lived as it fell powerless to the ground, the pinnacle spirit beast of the far north utterly extinguished. Should the Ice Phoenix have reached the 100,000-year threshold, it would undoubtedly rival the 3 great kings of the Northern Realm. Alas, it encountered Wei Xuan. A blend of misfortune and fortune, its demise was unfortunate, yet the preservation of its soul offered a glimmer of hope, perhaps alongside Wei Xuan. It would experience a future it had never dared to envision. The Ice Phoenix crashed to the ground, snow scattering as snowflakes danced in the air. A black soul ring emerged from its remains, the potent energy suffusing the atmosphere with a heavy weight. Wei Xuan stowed his ice cloud wings and approached the fallen Ice Phoenix, calming his erratic breathing. That seemingly simple strike had, in truth, harnessed over 70% of his soul power. The consumption of the first soul skill was minimal, yet the energy infused into the ice spear had drained a significant portion of his strength. To breach the Ice Phoenix's defenses, he had to channel immense energy into the spear, enhancing its hardness while sharpening its tip. The exquisitely sharp ice spear, aimed at the most vulnerable point of the Ice Phoenix, ensured a lethal blow. His subsequent two soul skills were also offensive techniques, but were not suitable for immediate use, as their concentrated attack power lacked the capacity for an instant kill. In truth, the first soul skill served primarily as a supportive mechanism. His true prowess lay in his mastery and utilization of ice. Upon nearing the Ice Phoenix's corpse, Wei Xuan surveyed the surroundings. With a thought, the ancient ice dragon exhaled a mist, which swiftly enveloped the area, morphing into a milky white barrier. Both Wei Xuan and the Ice Phoenix's body were encased within the shield, obscuring the internal situation from view while containing the surrounding energy. The barrier melded seamlessly with the snowy environment, making it nearly imperceptible unless observed from a close distance. The valley fell into silence. As the sun set and rose again, the cycle repeated, marking the passage of 20 hours since Wei Xuan began absorbing the soul ring. The turbulent energy within the barrier receded like a tide, and the milky white shield dissipated into mist, revealing the scene within. Having completed the soul ring absorption, Wei Xuan stood, his 3 purple and 1 black soul rings pulsating rhythmically. Post-absorption, Wei Xuan's aura had intensified several-fold, his eyes sparkling with vitality, his posture more upright and commanding. Despite compressing his soul power, this absorption had only elevated him by 1 level, bringing his total to 41. Could this be a soul bone? Wei Xuan pondered, gazing at the wing in his hand that emanated energy fluctuations. The wing was small, roughly the size of his hands when brought together, easily grasped with one hand. A diminutive version of the Ice Phoenix's grand wings. During the soul ring absorption, a peculiar energy had coalesced within his body, gathering towards his back as if attempting to condense into something. Recognizing this divergent energy from the soul ring, he could not afford to ignore it and promptly expelled it. Chapter 35. External Soul Bone. Ice Phoenix Divine Wing. Upon expelling the energy, it did not dissipate, but instead coalesced into the miniature phoenix wing in his hand. The knowledge of soul beasts within the Sun and Moon Empire was limited, yet was not entirely absent. Records of soul bones existed. Observing the peculiar wing, Wei Xuan instinctively associated it with soul bones. Head, limbs, torso. These 6 regions of soul bones should not resemble this, he murmured, scrutinizing the wing in his hand. This was his first encounter with a soul bone, making it challenging to identify its specific placement, leading him to eliminate possibilities one by one. Recollections of soul bone descriptions flooded his mind, and the name of a particular type surfaced. External soul bone. Could this truly be that fabled external soul bone? Wei Xuan felt a twinge of surprise at his fortuitous luck. The external soul bone was said to be more precious than a 100,000-year soul bone, rare and seldom possessed by anyone. Yet here he was, fortuitously acquiring one. An external soul bone from the Ice Phoenix was indeed a rarity, likely unparalleled in the world. Wei Xuan chuckled softly. The higher the quality of the spirit beast, the more precious the soul bones produced. The external soul bone from an Ice Phoenix was invaluable beyond description. If this were to be auctioned, even a titled Douluo would vie for it fiercely, underscoring its worth. Recognizing it as an external soul bone, Wei Xuan felt no overwhelming excitement, merely a sense of good fortune, devoid of any exuberant celebration. Fortune smiled upon him. Wei Xuan chuckled softly, settling into a cross-legged position as he began to absorb the coveted soul bone that soul masters dreamt of, previously unaware of its significance. He had forced it out. Now, upon realizing its nature, he felt no hesitation. As he activated his soul power, the soul bone transformed into a stream of luminous energy that surged to his back, bringing with it a chilling sensation. The energy, now residing between his spine and ribs, spread across both sides, merging with his skeletal structure. The amalgamation was far from effortless. As the energy fused with his bones, it felt akin to steel needles piercing through, a searing pain that few could endure. Even Wei Xuan found himself furrowing his brow, for the process of absorption was not as seamless as he had anticipated. However, the excruciating pain was insufficient to unnerve him. He maintained a straight posture, his expression unchanged, betraying no sign of distress. As he acclimated to the pain, his furrowed brow relaxed, allowing the discomfort to wash over him as he remained steadfast. Moments turned into hours, and the absorption process concluded after 5 hours. With a mere thought, ice blue wings materialized behind him. The wings were exquisite, their lines distinct, resembling the true wings of an ice phoenix. The crystalline feathers swayed gently in the breeze, vibrant and lifelike. Without needing to turn, Wei Xuan perceived the scene behind him clearly through his spiritual sense, and he was quite pleased with his ice phoenix wings. Setting aside their practicality, their aesthetic alone was commendable, akin to a masterpiece of art. I shall no longer rely on flying soul devices, Wei Xuan mused, contemplating, from now on, I shall call you the Ice Phoenix Divine Wings. With the name decided, he leaped into the air, his body soaring as the wings unfurled behind him, and after a brief pause, he ascended into the sky. The wings flapped gracefully, granting him remarkable speed, surpassing that of his previous ice cloud wings by more than double. The Ice Phoenix Divine Wings provided a refreshing sensation, moving as if they were extensions of his own arms, entirely under his command. In flight, he experienced a freedom of movement, resembling an ice phoenix soaring through the heavens. Unrestrained, though the ice cloud wings had attempted to mimic biological wings, they ultimately lacked the agility of true avian wings. The Ice Phoenix Divine Wings, however, posed no such limitations. They felt as natural as a part of his own body, as nimble as his fingers. As he flew through the sky, Wei Xuan quickly distanced himself from the valley, heading toward an unknown destination. In this moment, he had no goal, simply reveling in the sensation of flight. The experience offered a stark contrast to that of the ice cloud wings, evoking memories of his past life, a time of unrestrained freedom in the vastness of the sky. Gazing down at the endless expanse of the northern ice fields, the pristine whiteness enveloped him in an entirely different sentiment. After 10 minutes, he descended, landing softly on the snow, his stomach growling in discontent. Not fasting is indeed a hassle, Wei Xuan sighed, shaking his head in resignation as he settled beside a nearby snow mound, reclining comfortably. From his storage ring, he retrieved provisions, leisurely consuming them, and pouring himself a drink of wine. Alternating bites of food with sips of wine, he indulged in a moment of tranquility. As the master of ice and snow, he felt no aversion to the cold. The snow beneath him did not dampen his attire. To him, snow was as familiar as grass, offering a sense of warmth. Reclining on the snow, feasting and sipping his drink, Wei Xuan allowed his mind to unwind, staring at the azure sky, lost in thought, tinged with nostalgia. Who knows how far this world is from the realm of cultivation? Wei Xuan mused softly, the spirit of the wine stirring a sense of melancholy within him. He held little attachment to the world of cultivation. His parents had been slain in his youth, and his older brother had perished saving him. His early experiences had driven him to devote himself entirely to cultivation, forsaking the pursuit of companionship, living a solitary existence. Once he attained sufficient strength, his past enemies became mere dust, leaving him with no kin, no friends, and no adversaries. He was unbound. Now, his singular pursuit might be to achieve enlightenment, to scale the heights of cultivation and witness the view from the summit. Yet, this world offered no pinnacle he sought. He must return to the realm of cultivation. Becoming a deity? Wei Xuan chuckled lightly, taking another swig from the wine flask. The potent liquor quickly vanished, and he finished his provisions, resting his hands behind his head, eyes closed, drifting into a light slumber. Chapter 36. The Dreaming Ice Silkworm. The Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion. Approximately half an hour later, a disturbance in the distance jolted Wei Xuan awake, his eyes snapping open as he swiftly rose to his feet, scanning the horizon. His spiritual sense enveloped a 2-mile radius. Any movement within this vicinity, particularly that of living beings, was imperceptible to him. Just moments ago, he had detected the approach of another person, and such a reaction indicated that this individual was anything but ordinary. An intriguing youth, Wei Xuan murmured, observing the distant figure, possessing a soul fluctuation that does not belong to him. This was the first time since arriving in this world that astonishment crossed his features. The youth in the distance piqued his curiosity. Tuning his spiritual sense to the surroundings, his interest intensified. He discerned the mental fluctuations emanating from the individual, indicating they were surveying their environment. Even the utmost limit Douluo would likely fall short of your prowess, he mused with a faint smile. The mental strength exhibited by this individual was the most formidable he had encountered in this world, surpassing even the likes of Long Xiaoyao and Yishi Shui. Were it not for the superior level of his own spiritual sense, he would have struggled to evade such scrutiny with his current, yet to be fully restored capabilities. Fascinating, Wei Xuan remarked with keen interest, contemplating his next move as he strode toward the source of the presence, snowflakes swirling around him, concealing his form. In the icy expanse, a youth of approximately 12 or 13 huddled nearby, beneath which hovered a golden orb the size of a fist. Within this orb was ensnared a breathtaking scorpion, its front adorned with 4 layers, the foremost layer featuring a silvery white maw glinting with a chilling luminescence. Its anterior half was covered in hexagonal protrusions, resembling diamonds, gleaming brilliantly. Dazzling to behold. Its pincers were similarly embellished with diamond-like protrusions, their claws shining silver. Its yellow eyes sparkled like set diamonds, radiating an enchanting light. Should an expert in ice and snow soul beasts be present, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment, "The Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion." Indeed, this stunning scorpion was none other than one of the 3 great kings of the extreme north, the Ice Emperor. "What do you desire?" The Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion spoke coldly. Opposite her was an illusory form of an ice silkworm, predominantly white with hints of gold, adorned with 10 golden patterns that lent it an air of nobility. Tianming Bankan gently spoke, expressing a desire to remain eternally united with the one he cherished. Wei Xuan recognized the soul beast within the golden light, a creature strikingly similar to the ice-blue scorpion recorded in ancient texts. However, this particular ice-blue scorpion appeared somewhat distinct, possessing features uncommon to its kind, and its power was formidable. As Wei Xuan concentrated, his spiritual awareness intensified, allowing him to perceive the energy fluctuations emanating from the ice-blue scorpion within the light. Moments later, his expression shifted with seriousness, as he regarded this creature with newfound respect. This scorpion's prowess had reached the level of a ferocious beast, comparable to a super Douluo. Furthermore, given its overwhelming aura, it was evident that it was not an ordinary super Douluo. If his assessment was correct, this ice-blue scorpion had likely attained the status of a level 98 super Douluo, not far removed from the essence of Long Xiaoyao. His judgment stemmed from comparisons. He was well acquainted with the auras of titled Douluos such as Jing Hongquan, Long Xiaoyao, and Yishi Shui. By leveraging his formidable spiritual perception, he comprehended the energy intensity within these beings. By contrasting the aura of the ice-blue scorpion with theirs, he could roughly gauge its strength. It was rumored that within the extreme north, 3 great kings existed, with the ice-blue scorpion clan sovereign, the ice-blue emperor scorpion, ranking second. Wei Xuan surmised that such a powerful ice-blue scorpion would be among the pinnacle of beings in the extreme north, with few rivals. Coupled with its unique appearance, he conjectured that this was indeed the ice-blue emperor scorpion. To have captured the ice-blue emperor scorpion was no small feat, Wei Xuan mused. Casting a meaningful glance into the distance, he regulated his breath and concealed his presence, ensuring that under the snowy cover, he would remain undetected. Through his enhanced spiritual sense, he could clearly hear the conversation unfolding in the distance. The notion of divine creation proposed by the ice silkworm was quite intriguing, for it was the first time he had encountered such an idea in this realm. Undeniably, the ice silkworm exhibited considerable ambition by voicing this audacious proposal. As the dialogue progressed, Wei Xuan gradually grasped the situation. In essence, the ice-blue emperor scorpion had been subdued by the ice silkworm and was being persuaded to become a sentient soul ring for a human. Not only would it become a soul ring, but it would also serve as the youth's second martial soul, bestowing upon him immense power and altering his innate talents. Together, they aimed to empower this young man, enabling him to achieve divinity. If he succeeded, they too would reap the rewards, gaining entry into the divine realm and escaping the confines of their world for eternal life. Objectively speaking, the ice silkworm's plan was viable, albeit with a low success rate, less than 10%. Having perused numerous texts, he was well versed in the history of many continents, including that of the original Douluo continent. Historically, the only recorded beings to ascend to divinity were the Shrek's 7 monsters from 10,000 years ago, and since then, no one had achieved such a feat. The absence of deities for nearly 10 millennia surely bore significant reasoning, whether due to the constraints of cosmic laws or other factors. Regardless, divine beings were not easily manifested. Even those with extraordinary talents reaching their limits could not surpass the final threshold. Talented soul masters like Long Xiaoyao and Yi Shishui were plentiful, yet none had attained divinity. If such gifted individuals could not achieve godhood, what hope did an adolescent with average talent hold? At just 12 or 13 years of age, possessing only a level 20 rank, his innate ability could only be described as mediocre. Even with the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion as a second martial soul, while his talents might improve, he would likely only stand equal to the likes of Xiao Hongchen. Achieving the rank of a titled Douluo was feasible, and becoming an ultimate Douluo was within the realm of possibility. However, claiming divinity seemed a distant dream, with scant prospects for success. It was likely that the Ice Silkworm harbored doubts about its own plan, despite its outward confidence. Wei Xuan chuckled softly, shaking his head. The words were undeniably persuasive, yet their credibility remained questionable. If he were in that position, he would certainly not trust the Ice Silkworm's claims. However, the Ice Emperor appeared to believe, or perhaps was compelled to believe, due to its precarious circumstances. If it chose not to trust, it would face the grim fate of losing its consciousness and becoming a mere soul ring. For a being of the Ice Emperor's caliber, such a fate was utterly unacceptable. Faced with the prospect of becoming a soul ring, taking a gamble seemed the preferable option. Once he comprehended the situation, Wei Xuan quickly organized his thoughts. A new idea blossoming in his mind as a smile graced his lips. If the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion could become his soul ring, it would be quite advantageous. It was said that soul beasts of 10,000 years invariably produced soul bones. Whether the young man could attain divinity remained uncertain. But Wei Xuan was resolute in his own quest for godhood, an essential endeavor for his departure from this world. In light of this, he decided that the Ice Emperor would accompany him on his journey. Chapter 37. The Four Great Soul Beasts. As the celestial dream Ice Silkworm perceived the Ice Emperor's wavering intentions, it seized the moment to convey its thoughts. You must consider this carefully. Opportunities like this are fleeting, and once lost, they may never return. You should be aware that after I ensnare you, I possess numerous methods to extinguish your life, and the most that would occur is a mere waste of time. One path leads to eternal life, while the other leads to annihilation. Weigh the gravity of your choice wisely. The celestial dream Ice Silkworm suddenly became earnest, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in its depths. Despite its earnest pleas, should the Ice Emperor remain obstinate, it would regrettably have to erase her consciousness, rendering her a true soul ring. This was not the outcome it desired, yet it was a necessary course of action. Otherwise, the divine creation plan would surely falter, diminishing its chances of success. Curled on the ground, Huo Yuhao seemed to have forgotten the cold, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he awaited the Ice Emperor's response, his heart racing with excitement. The Ice Emperor's gaze flickered as she fell into contemplation, hesitating for a moment before coldly stating, "Do I have any other options?" Huo Yuhao's face lit up with a joyful smile, nearly leaping from the ground in exhilaration. The celestial dream Ice Silkworm sighed in relief. This was the best outcome, preserving the Ice Emperor's consciousness while allowing the plan to proceed smoothly, a perfect balance. A smile graced its face, eyes blazing with fervor as it prepared to speak, when suddenly a voice pierced through the atmosphere. "Actually, you have other choices." Wei Xuan gradually emerged into their view. Upon hearing his voice, both Huo Yuhao and the celestial dream Ice Silkworm were taken aback, exchanging astonished glances. Huo Yuhao quickly rose to his feet, releasing his spiritual probe and preparing for battle, casting a questioning look at the celestial dream Ice Silkworm. Wasn't it said that the area within 100 miles was tranquil, devoid of soul beasts or humans? What was happening? The celestial dream Ice Silkworm's mood darkened, not responding to Huo Yuhao's inquiry. It had indeed released its spiritual probe, and there were no humans in the vicinity. Yet, why had this individual evaded detection? Realizing this, the celestial dream Ice Silkworm felt a sense of foreboding, its gaze toward Wei Xuan growing increasingly grave. The Ice Emperor, upon witnessing Wei Xuan's arrival, was equally surprised. This human youth had managed to evade her scrutiny, which was no small feat as a being of her caliber. Her senses were exceptionally acute, and even without deliberate probing, she would be aware of her surroundings. Yet, she had failed to perceive this human youth's presence, suggesting he had been lurking nearby, eavesdropping. The horror of being overheard without detection was palpable. If you wish to live, you should leave at once. The celestial dream, Ice Silkworm, threatened ominously, simulating a terrifying aura with its spiritual power. The atmosphere turned oppressive, resonating with a booming dragon-esque roar, as if a true dragon had descended into their midst. This was the majesty of the Black Dragon Emperor, conjured with remarkable realism through the celestial dream, Ice Silkworm's immense spiritual strength, even projecting the shadow of the Black Dragon. The Ice Emperor gazed at the celestial dream, Ice Silkworm, in astonishment. Huo Yuhao, under the weight of this aura, felt an overwhelming terror wash over him, his legs trembling as he collapsed once more to the ground. To enhance the realism, the celestial dream Ice Silkworm had not shielded Huo Yuhao from this pressure, resulting in his overpowering fear. Had Wei Xuan been merely an ordinary soul master, he might have been intimidated by this oppressive force. However, he was anything but ordinary. A smile played on Wei Xuan's lips as he observed the celestial dream, Ice Silkworm, with keen interest, finding its ability quite fascinating. Noticing Wei Xuan's unflinching demeanor, the celestial dream, Ice Silkworm, intensified its aura, growling, "Human, you are disrespecting my authority. Creatures like you are but mere ants, easily crushed. Yet I am willing to offer you a chance for survival. Leave now." Though it spoke thus, an invisible mental assault still surged forth, for it found solace in the thought of the human not leaving alive. Sensing the mental onslaught, Wei Xuan smiled calmly, his consciousness morphing into an invisible blade, effortlessly slicing through the spiritual attack. The celestial dream, Ice Silkworm, shrieked in pain, struck by the mental blade, its head throbbing, its sea of consciousness damaged. The previously simulated formidable aura dissipating in an instant. Celestial dream. Huo Yuhao called out anxiously, hastily rising to his feet. Concern etched across his face as he regarded the celestial dream, Ice Silkworm. The Ice Emperor displayed a look of shock. This human's spiritual power was astonishingly comparable to that of the celestial dream, Ice Silkworm, perhaps even surpassing it. Truly remarkable. I am unscathed. The celestial dream, Ice Silkworm, managed to assert, leveraging its formidable spiritual strength to temporarily suppress the pain. It stared at Wei Xuan in disbelief. How do you possess such powerful spiritual energy? Wei Xuan offered no reply, but turned his gaze toward the Ice Emperor, stating, "You may consider becoming my wisdom soul ring. I shall assuredly guide you into the divine realm." His words exuded absolute certainty, infused with an unparalleled confidence, as though his resolve alone would guarantee success. The expressions of the celestial dream, Ice Silkworm, and Huo Yuhao shifted dramatically. This individual was attempting to seize the Ice Emperor. Isn't this rather excessive? This clearly concerns us and the Ice Emperor, yet you insist on intervening, Huo Yuhao retorted coldly. Your words are rather naive. Just because you claim it is your affair does not mean others cannot interfere. In this world, strength prevails, Wei Xuan replied, shaking his head in amusement. Moreover, the Ice Emperor is ensnared by you. Have you consulted her opinion when asserting this is solely your affair? The Ice Emperor cast a cold glance at Huo Yuhao and the celestial dream, Ice Silkworm. Had they not confined her, she would have acted long ago. Without further comment, she furrowed her brow slightly as she regarded Wei Xuan, contemplating before icily stating, "On what grounds should I believe you? What evidence do you have to support your claims?" She referred to Wei Xuan's earlier assertion regarding ascending to divinity. A resounding dragon's roar echoed forth as the ancient ice dragon emerged from the void. Coiling around Wei Xuan's form, its four soul rings ascending in tandem. A formidable energy wave radiated outward, saturating the nearby space with a heavy atmosphere. The temperature plummeting as the extreme cold caused the surrounding snow to undergo a second freezing. Another dragon-esque roar reverberated through the air as the innermost purple soul ring illuminated, and a 6-meter-long dragon surged forth from the soul ring. The Ice Xian dragon ascended skyward, soaring freely through the heavens. The second soul ring ignited, unleashing a deafening tiger's roar as the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger leapt forth, covering several meters in a single bound. This massive, powerful tiger, nearly 5 meters long, landed on the snow with its razor-sharp fangs bared, exuding an aura of ferocity. The third soul ring glowed, and a colossal creature emerged from the ring, its landing causing the ground to tremble, sending snow flying. This was a glacial mammoth, its enormity defying description, with limbs nearly half a meter in diameter and standing over 8 meters tall, resembling a small mountain. Its body was encased in diamond-like ice crystals, as though adorned in a suit of crystalline armor, formidable and commanding. The singular black soul ring shimmered, and a flawless ice phoenix took flight, its cry resounding through the skies, instilling fear in myriad beasts. Wherever the ice phoenix traversed, snowflakes danced in its wake, illuminating the entire icy realm with its presence, rekindling life within the frozen landscape. Wei Xuan regarded the Ice Emperor with a smile, gently reminding her to closely observe the existence and state of these creatures. For soul beast phantoms manifested around Wei Xuan. The glacial mammoth and saber-toothed ice spirit tiger flanked him, while the ice Xian dragon and ice phoenix hovered gracefully above. In their eyes sparkled a lively light, imbued with humanity, devoid of hostility, and filled with sincere respect and reliance. Nurtured by Wei Xuan's spiritual essence, apart from the ice phoenix and the shadowy figures, the other soul beasts could manifest in a tangible form, indistinguishable from true soul beasts. The Ice Emperor was left in a state of awe, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the 4 soul beasts appearing around Wei Xuan's body, overwhelmed by an unprecedented shock. Tianming Ice Silkworm and Huo Yuhao were equally dumbfounded, grappling with the surreal nature of the scene before them. The 4-ringed soul sect, the tri-purple and 1 black soul ring configuration, along with the soul beasts emerging from those rings, struck them with profound impact. The Ice Emperor, realizing that these soul beasts existed in a spiritual state, exclaimed in disbelief. After a moment of careful sensing, she understood their condition. Yes, Wei Xuan affirmed. Although they have become my soul rings, they retain their souls. One could say they exist in another form of life. Should I ascend to godhood in the future, they will benefit from it as well. Not only will they gain advantages from my ascension, but they also continuously benefit from my growth, evolving alongside my increasing power. This is the Ice Xian Dragon Serpent, he continued, originally a soul beast over 700 years old. It has now matured to over 3,000 years due to these years of development. As he introduced each soul beast, he encouraged them to communicate with the Ice Emperor, enhancing his credibility. The Ice Emperor was increasingly astonished, almost horrified, by the reality of these soul beasts truly being alive. And having gained numerous benefits after becoming this human soul rings, improved soul strength and extended lifespan. The Ice Xian Dragon Serpent mentioned the potential for bloodline evolution, hinting at a significant possibility of transforming into a dragon in the future, a trend already apparent. This revelation stirred a peculiar thought within her. It seemed that aligning with this human might be a far better choice. His talent was undoubtedly superior to Huo Yuhao's, and he possessed such extraordinary capabilities. The comparison made the choice all too easy. The allure of what Wei Xuan described was irresistible to the Ice Emperor. Tianming Ice Silkworm was similarly taken aback, never imagining that someone could preserve the souls of soul beasts and aid their growth. It was simply inconceivable had he not witnessed it firsthand. He would have never believed such a phenomenon could occur. Ice Emperor, do not place your faith in this individual, Tianming Ice Silkworm interjected. Even if he can preserve the souls of soul beasts, what use is it? Can he ascend to godhood? Without such an ascension, even if you become his soul ring, it merely prolongs your existence for a time. It does not grant you immortality. However, if you choose to become Huo Yuhao's wisdom soul ring, I have a 70% chance of helping him achieve godhood, and at that time, we could all ascend to the divine realm. Tianming Ice Silkworm implored, recognizing the significance of the Ice Emperor to Huo Yuhao and the necessity of winning her over. He and I are of similar age. I am a 4-ring soul sect. While he is merely at the 20th level, his talent is evidently inferior. Why do you believe he can ascend to godhood while I cannot? It seems my chances are greater. Wei Xuan questioned with a smile, finding humor in the absurdity of Tianming Ice Silkworm's words. He was not angered, merely bemused by the blatant falsehood. Huo Yuhao shot an indignant glance at Wei Xuan, while Tianming Ice Silkworm was left speechless, unsure how to counter. The Ice Emperor regarded Tianming Ice Silkworm coldly, dripping with sarcasm. Do you take me for a fool? Can you not discern your own talent? True, Huo Yuhao's talent may not currently match yours, but with the Ice Emperor's assistance, he will possess a top-tier second martial soul. His talent will soar, elevating him to the status of a supreme genius. On par with yours, Tianming Ice Silkworm asserted earnestly, gazing at the Ice Emperor with heartfelt conviction. Ice Emperor, we have known each other for 200,000 years. You are aware of my feelings for you. Would I ever wish you harm? If I did not have confidence in Huo Yuhao's potential to ascend, I would never seek you out. Between this human and myself, would you rather trust him than a soul beast that loves you? I would never betray you. I would wager my life on ensuring you enter the divine realm. Tianming Ice Silkworm's words were filled with sincerity, tears welling in his eyes, grieving for the Ice Emperor's reluctance to believe in him. Tianming, do not disgust me with your sentimentality. Have you ever seen a predator fall for its prey? The Ice Emperor retorted angrily. She despised the way Tianming Ice Silkworm spoke sweetly, making her feel uncomfortable. Had she not been restrained, she would have devoured him. With the Ice Emperor's furious shout, Tianming Ice Silkworm's fervor was doused like cold water, and he regained his composure. Huo Yuhao, prepare yourself. I'm going to help you and the Ice Emperor escape. He communicated to Huo Yuhao. Given the Ice Emperor's attitude, persuading her seemed unlikely. If they could not fight or convince her, their only option was to flee, and thankfully he had a backup plan. Huo Yuhao nodded subtly, leaning closer to Tianming Ice Silkworm. Suddenly, a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from Tianming Ice Silkworm, rippling the surrounding space as the sphere of light containing the Ice Emperor shot towards Huo Yuhao. Tianming, what are you doing? The Ice Emperor shouted, struggling with all her might. She no longer wished to become Huo Yuhao's soul ring. I apologize, Ice, but I need you to become Huo Yuhao's soul ring. Tianming Ice Silkworm replied with a hint of regret, his tone resolute. Chapter 39. Mental collision. With a wave of his hand, Wei Xuan summoned the surrounding ice and snow, transforming them into countless tiny ice spikes that hurtled towards Huo Yuhao and Tianming Ice Silkworm. Simultaneously, a formidable surge of mental energy erupted from Wei Xuan, and an invisible hand reached out, effortlessly grasping the sphere of light that ensnared the Ice Emperor. The sphere, which had been racing towards Huo Yuhao's forehead, halted abruptly, unable to move an inch. Tianming Ice Silkworm's expression changed dramatically as he sensed the terrifying mental power of Wei Xuan. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his most potent mental assault. This attack represented Tianming Ice Silkworm's full strength. Even a titled Douluo specializing in mental abilities would be severely injured, if not killed, by such an onslaught. The atmosphere distorted slightly due to his mental assault, snow swirling and blurring the vision. Huo Yuhao rushed forward, drawing near to the Ice Emperor. Tianming Binkan and urgently called out. Despite just employing Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, he could not completely evade the Ice Spear attack, resulting in several wounds on his body as he fell to the ground, his face turning a ghastly pale. Upon hearing Tianming Binkan's words, Huo Yuhao disregarded the excruciating pain and the biting cold, struggling to rise from the ground and charging forward with all his might. He pushed his speed to the limit, running as if he might lose his balance and fall at any moment. As the mental impact struck, even Wei Xuan could not remain indifferent. He quickly mobilized his consciousness, conjuring an invisible shield to protect his sea of consciousness. Wei Xuan grunted softly, staggering back a few steps, his breath becoming significantly weaker. The effort to block this attack took a considerable toll on his mental energy, and a buzzing sound echoed in his head. The pain caused a flicker of distress across his face. His consciousness was already heavily injured, and now it was further aggravated by the assault. Tianming Binkan, who had released this skill, also found himself in a difficult position, suffering even more than Wei Xuan. After the mental attack was thwarted, Tianming Binkan experienced a severe backlash. The ethereal shadow he had conjured became exceedingly insubstantial, at risk of dissipating at any moment. The ice spirit tiger roared skyward, leaping, and in mere moments, it crossed a distance of nearly 10 meters to stand before the Ice Emperor. The Ice Xianlong, with its elongated body, soared gracefully, opening its massive mouth to release an icy mist directed towards Huo Yuhao. Even before the mist descended, Huo Yuhao felt the frigid chill, his limbs stiffening, his movements slowing, as if he were being frozen. Rain, we cannot delay any longer. Tianming Binkan spoke in a fragmented tone, filled with reluctance. Casting a resentful glance at Wei Xuan, he summoned his ultimate power, causing the surrounding space to warp, a flash of black light, and he vanished from sight. The golden orb of light remained behind, left by Wei Xuan's mental grasp. I never expected such a formidable ice silkworm to exist in this world, possessing mental power, even surpassing that of a limit Douluo. Wei Xuan murmured. This was the second time he displayed surprise. The ability to inflict mental harm upon him was a testament to the ice silkworm's extraordinary nature. Coughing lightly, Wei Xuan felt no physical injuries, yet the mental strain was far more distressing. With a thought, the four spirit beasts returned to his spirit rings, his martial soul dissipating, and the rings retracting. While massaging his temples to alleviate the headache, he approached the golden orb. You were actually able to withstand a full-force mental attack from Tianming Bingqian. The Ice Emperor gazed at Wei Xuan in astonishment, struggling to maintain her composure. The mental fluctuations released by Tianming Bingqian had instilled in her an overwhelming sense of danger. She had no doubt that had the attack been aimed at her, even if she had not been ensnared, she would have been unable to resist it and would have had her soul shattered. Such an assault targeted mental energy, and her formidable strength would be insufficient to counter it, unless her mental prowess was superior to that of Tianming Bingqian. But could she achieve that? Although she had always regarded Tianming Bingqian as a mere glutton, she could not deny the strength of his mental energy, which was indeed unparalleled. In terms of mental capacity, the gap between her and Tianming Bingqian was vast. Even achieving 1,000,000 years of cultivation might not allow her to rival him. This meant that she could never withstand the full force of Tianming Bingqian's mental assault. Yet this human had managed to do so. Furthermore, judging by his appearance, he seemed to have suffered little injury, which was truly terrifying, as his mental level rivaled that of Tianming Bingqian. Tianming Bingqian could only unleash such a powerful attack after becoming Huo Yuhao's wisdom spirit ring. Had he still possessed a physical body, it would have been impossible. His mental assault was indeed formidable, but to kill me, he still has a long way to go, Wei Xuan remarked calmly, still rubbing his temples. You are a transformed soul beast? The Ice Emperor scrutinized Wei Xuan, posing the question. Transformed soul beast? Wei Xuan was taken aback, surprised by the inquiry. He shook his head and replied, My situation is rather unique. I am not a transformed soul beast. If you are not a transformed soul beast, how do you possess such immense mental power? The Ice Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief, her emotions stirred. I have already stated that my situation is special. I cannot disclose the specifics, Wei Xuan stated, the headache causing him some irritation. The benefits of becoming my wisdom spirit ring, I have already mentioned. Now I wish to know your intentions. Wei Xuan confronted the Ice Emperor directly. The Ice Emperor set aside her curiosity, regaining her composure. After a moment of contemplation, she made her decision. I could become your wisdom spirit ring, but I require an oath in the name of your martial soul to truly believe you. Ultimately, Wei Xuan was but a human, and they had only just met. She could not fully trust him. Very well, Wei Xuan nodded. Trust is built upon mutual understanding. It is reasonable that he and the Ice Emperor, having only recently met, would not fully trust one another. I swear in the name of the ancient ice dragon lineage that I will surely guide the Ice Emperor to ascend to the divine realm and assist her in becoming a deity. Should I violate this oath, may I be rendered powerless. As the oath was proclaimed, an unseen force enveloped Wei Xuan. My sincerity has been expressed. Now it is your turn. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Wei Xuan, he stated. The Ice Emperor did not entirely trust him, and he too held reservations about her. A guarantee was necessary for him to release her. The Ice Emperor gazed intently at Wei Xuan and proclaimed, By the grace of the Ice God, I, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, hereby swear in the name of Ice to willingly become Wei Xuan's wisdom spirit ring. Should I retract this promise after he releases me, may all that belongs to Ice be stripped from me, including my very life. This was the gravest oath among spirit beasts in the extreme northern lands. Once pledged, no spirit beast dared to violate it, not even she. Chapter 40. The stunning ice and snow Emperor's Wei Xuan nodded in satisfaction, enduring the pain as he extended his consciousness, transforming it into an intangible sword that pierced the luminous sphere. The sword momentarily held at the surface of the sphere before it pierced through, causing the entire sphere to begin dissipating. White and emerald light flared, emanating an extreme chill as the Ice Emperor transformed into a streak of light, appearing several meters away. The frigid aura she exuded did not affect Wei Xuan, yet the pressure of her presence weighed heavily upon him. It was the might of nearly 400,000 spirit beasts, a force that only Wei Xuan could withstand through his consciousness. Any other spirit master would have collapsed to the ground. Wei Xuan stood tall and composed, observing the Ice Emperor without concern for her potential hostility. The Ice Emperor withdrew her overwhelming presence, summoning a tempest of ice and snow, within which emerald light flickered. As the blizzard subsided, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion vanished, revealing an exquisite woman. She possessed a charming visage, with a fair face adorned by 4 emerald demonic patterns on each side, enhancing her enigmatic beauty, exuding a cold elegance. Her long, dark green hair cascaded down her back, while a green gown accentuated her voluptuous figure. The Ice Emperor floated barefoot, casting a complex gaze upon Wei Xuan, realizing she too could not escape the fate of becoming a spirit ring. Despite the Ice Emperor's breathtaking beauty and alluring form, Wei Xuan remained largely unaffected. Upon reaching a certain level of mental clarity, even the most stunning women in the world could not disrupt his composure. I am currently at level 41. By the time I reach level 50, I will require your sacrifice, Wei Xuan stated. With the Ice Emperor's prowess, she could easily serve as his 9th spirit ring. But the time required was too lengthy for his liking. The sooner she became his spirit ring, the more time she would have to grow alongside him, ultimately becoming a significant asset. He had a unique method to temporarily seal a substantial part of the Ice Emperor's power, alleviating concerns about any physical strain, provided she consented and did not resist. Otherwise, his current strength would not suffice to enforce such a seal. Agreed. I will seal my power to a level you can withstand, ensuring your ability to absorb my essence, the Ice Emperor readily assented. Having chosen to become Wei Xuan's spirit ring, she would strive to be of utmost assistance to him, for mutual fortune and misfortune were inextricably linked. Wei Xuan's eyes brightened. This spared him the effort of doing it himself. May I inquire about the ice silkworm? What is its age? Wei Xuan asked curiously, recognizing that such formidable mental prowess implied an extraordinary being. Upon mentioning the heavenly dream ice silkworm, the Ice Emperor's previously gentle demeanor darkened, her aura turning turbulent. As one of the 3 great kings of the extreme north, it was humiliating for her to have nearly fallen victim to a mere insect. Do not let me encounter you again, or I shall extinguish your very soul. The Ice Emperor seethed inwardly, feeling indignant. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she explained, "It is called the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, a 1,000,000-year spirit beast." 1,000,000 years? Wei Xuan exclaimed in surprise, astonished by the ice silkworm's impressive age. The Ice Emperor succinctly elaborated on the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm situation. After listening, Wei Xuan's expression grew peculiar. The ice silkworm was indeed fortunate to attain a coveted state simply by eating and sleeping. As he prepared to speak, he sensed an impending presence and turned his gaze toward the depths of the extreme north, his intuition alerting him to the arrival of a powerful being. The Ice Emperor's gaze coincided with Wei Xuan's, and upon sensing the distant aura, her face lit up with delight. A white light shot forth from afar, resembling a comet streaking across the sky. It descended beside the Snow Emperor, revealing her form. This was a woman whose beauty surpassed that of the Ice Emperor. Nearly flawless in her appearance, with long, pristine white hair cascading down to her feet. Her sky-blue eyes were ethereal and transparent, radiating a wisdom that seemed to pierce through the veneer of reality. Her elongated, flawless figure was clad in a simple white gown that, despite its lack of ornamentation, rendered her exquisitely noble and breathtaking. While the Ice Emperor exuded a cold allure, the Snow Emperor radiated a solitary pride, akin to a snow lotus standing tall upon a snowy peak. In fact, within her alabaster hands rested a genuine snow lotus, emanating energy waves akin to those of a 100,000-year spirit beast. "Snow Emperor, what brings you here?" the Ice Emperor exclaimed, her face brightening with excitement. The Snow Emperor glanced at Wei Xuan before retracting her gaze, offering the Ice Emperor a slight smile. "I sensed a powerful mental disturbance emanating from here, fearing there might be an anomaly, so I came to investigate. I did not anticipate finding you here," the Snow Emperor responded, her cold eyes casting a fleeting glance at Wei Xuan, as if contemplating an attack. "Wait, do not harm him," the Ice Emperor interjected, positioning herself protectively before Wei Xuan to prevent the Snow Emperor from striking. Wei Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, unsettled by the Snow Emperor's casual intent to attack him, as well as the nature of her existence. It seemed inappropriate to label her merely as a person. She was undoubtedly a spirit beast, a being born from the earth, and to call her an ice and snow spirit would not be amiss. "Ice, what do you mean by this?" The Snow Emperor furrowed her brow, taken aback by the Ice Emperor's protective stance over a human. "Snow Emperor, allow me to explain." The Ice Emperor hurriedly recounted her recent experiences, fearing that any delay might provoke the Snow Emperor into action against Wei Xuan. She narrated the events from the moment the heavenly dream ice Silkworm had ensnared her due to her negligence, to Wei Xuan's unexpected appearance that rescued her, and finally to her pact with him. The Ice Emperor succinctly recounted the entire process, deliberately omitting any mention of Wei Xuan's formidable mental prowess. She understood the Snow Emperor well. Should she discover Wei Xuan's latent strength, she would undoubtedly probe deeper. Wei Xuan, not wishing to incite conflict, remained silent on the matter, determined to prevent the situation from escalating uncontrollably. Upon concluding the Ice Emperor's tale, the Snow Emperor's face reflected astonishment as she swiftly appeared before Wei Xuan. Unfazed by the Snow Emperor's sudden proximity, Wei Xuan maintained his composure, gazing steadily at her, assessing the leader of the three great kings of the extreme north. Standing at approximately 173 meters, Wei Xuan was slightly taller than the Snow Emperor, allowing their eyes to meet at a level of mutual regard. Chapter 41. The Resurrection of Spirit Beasts. The Snow Emperor's eyes were clear and luminous, akin to the most exquisite sapphire, while Wei Xuan's eyes were deep and dark, reminiscent of the boundless night sky. Their gazes locked in silence. Both parties remained mute in a moment of suspended tranquility. An intangible force clashed between them, creating a palpable tension in the air. When the Ice Emperor saw the Snow Empress appear before Wei Xuan, he was taken aback and hurried over to his side, cautioning, "Snow Empress, please refrain from acting impulsively." The Snow Empress fixed her gaze upon Wei Xuan for a considerable time before giving a slight nod to the Ice Emperor. Then addressing Wei Xuan, "Release your soul rings and spirit beasts so that I may observe them." Her insistence stemmed from a need for tangible evidence. She required to witness Wei Xuan's soul rings and the ethereal states of his spirit beasts to be convinced. Her voice, melodious yet imbued with a chilling aloofness, conveyed no trace of warmth. "I'm not fond of your commanding tone," Wei Xuan replied, choosing not to unleash his martial spirit, but instead casting a piercing look at the Snow Empress. "The Snow Empress is merely curious about your circumstances, harboring no ulterior motives." The Ice Emperor interjected, hoping to dispel any misunderstandings. Wei Xuan remained silent, maintaining a calm gaze upon the Snow Empress, his eyes sharp and discerning. The Snow Empress narrowed her beautiful eyes, her expression taking on a more dangerous glint. Around them, the ice and snow swirled violently, the temperature plummeting towards absolute zero. Yet, Wei Xuan stood resolute, unperturbed by the chilling descent. With a mere thought, the tempest of ice and snow that had raged around him abruptly ceased, only to resume its ferocity after a brief pause. This time, however, the elements were no longer under the Snow Empress's dominion. They had shifted allegiance to Wei Xuan. He seized control of the ice and snow from the ruler of the far north, a forceful takeover that transcended mere strength, relying instead on mastery over the elements. Few could rival Wei Xuan's command over ice and snow, not even the Snow Empress herself, taken aback by the loss of control. Even the composed and ethereal Snow Empress couldn't hide her surprise. The realization that there existed someone capable of wielding the power of ice and snow from her grasp was unfathomable. Her gaze towards Wei Xuan shifted, now filled with astonishment and curiosity. It was incredible that a human could achieve such mastery over ice and snow. "What an intriguing human," the Snow Empress murmured, recognizing him as the first to truly astonish her. The Ice Emperor, equally astonished, regarded Wei Xuan with newfound respect. Having initially planned to assist him against the ice and snow, only to find him entirely unaffected and even usurping the Snow Empress's control. "You have indeed surprised me. I did not expect a young human to possess such terrifying prowess in the realm of ice and snow, surpassing even my own capabilities," the Snow Empress commented candidly, her tone devoid of shame for her shortcomings. Are you perhaps a spirit beast transformed into human form? She inquired further, scrutinizing Wei Xuan as if attempting to unveil his secrets. In her perspective, a human capable of such profound control over ice and snow at such a young age could only be the result of a spirit beast transformation, though she acknowledged that this was merely a slight possibility. Among spirit beasts, her control over ice and snow was unparalleled. Wei Xuan shook his head, responding, the Ice Emperor posed a similar question earlier, and I can assure you, I'm not a spirit beast in human form. Some individuals are simply exceptionally gifted, favored by the heavens. Consider me one of those who possess an almost absurd affinity for ice and snow. His statement was not mere boastfulness. It reflected a truth. He indeed was a favored child of destiny, born extraordinary. The Snow Empress nodded thoughtfully, her mind swirling with confusion, yet she refrained from probing further. Simply stating, you have earned my respect. With her understanding of Wei Xuan's mastery over ice and snow, she no longer viewed him with disdain, but rather regarded him as an equal. Noticing the change in her demeanor, Wei Xuan chose to reveal his martial spirit, causing 4 soul rings to shimmer brightly as his spirit beasts materialized before them. Upon first sighting the 4 spirit beasts, even with prior mental preparation, the Snow Empress was still taken aback, her expression one of sheer astonishment, especially upon encountering the Ice Shin Dragon, the saber-toothed Ice Spirit Tiger, and the Ice Age Mammoth, which appeared indistinguishable from true spirit beasts. The Snow Empress's composure shattered completely. She could no longer maintain her calm facade. After allowing the Snow Empress to absorb the spectacle, Wei Xuan withdrew his martial spirit, a smile gracing his lips as he observed her reaction. He harbored thoughts about the Snow Empress, not of romantic nature, but in regard to the potential of her becoming his spirit ring. If she were to willingly become one like the Ice Emperor, it would be an immense boon, alleviating the burden of seeking suitable spirit rings, a veritable windfall. It took a considerable time for the Snow Empress to regain her composure. Her breath slightly hurried as she asked, after your demise, can these special soul rings that preserve the souls allow them to live once more? Meaning, can the spirit rings detach and revert to spirit beasts? She did not inquire how Wei Xuan achieved this, for that was inconsequential. What truly mattered to her was whether the preserved soul rings could separate from their soul masters. If they could, it would revolutionize the fate of spirit beasts, eradicating fears of extinction due to hunting. The Ice Emperor's eyes widened as the Snow Empress's questions struck a chord within her. Indeed, if such a method could allow spirit beasts to truly live again. Then, her breath quickened as she gazed eagerly at Wei Xuan, anticipation etched across her features, anxious for his response. Wei Xuan paused, taken aback by the nature of the Snow Empress's inquiry, pondering why the conversation had turned to matters of his demise. I shall not perish, he declared firmly, now contemplating the question seriously, something he had not considered before. Both the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor held their breath, their gazes fixed intently on Wei Xuan, refraining from uttering a word as the atmosphere grew palpably quiet. After several minutes of contemplation, Wei Xuan offered a response that was not entirely definitive. In theory, it is possible. Really? The Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor exclaimed simultaneously, their faces alight with joy. In that moment, they felt as if the entire world had transformed into a realm of beauty. The theoretical aspect of Wei Xuan's statement faded from their minds. What mattered to them was the possibility. Any opportunity was a blessing. How splendid! If this could truly be realized, we would no longer have to fear that spirit beasts would be hunted to extinction, the Ice Emperor exclaimed, embracing the Snow Empress tightly, her emotions surging. This revelation had struck them profoundly. Indeed, there would be no more worries. The Snow Empress patted the Ice Emperor's back, overwhelmed with emotion. Wei Xuan observed the two individuals, who were so engrossed in their excitement that they barely grasped half of what he said, with a look of helplessness. He jestingly reminded them, what I mentioned is merely theoretical. It does not imply certainty. After all, I cannot simply sacrifice myself to test the viability of this method. Upon hearing this, both the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor regained their composure. Let us find a spirit master and have them absorb a spirit ring using your method. Then eliminate them to observe the outcome, proposed the Ice Emperor. The Snow Empress nodded in agreement, deeming the plan feasible. After all, humans frequently hunted spirit beasts. In reverse, What was the harm in sacrificing a few humans? Wei Xuan shook his head, refraining from voicing an opinion. Instead, he doused their enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water, stating, "You are overlooking the complexities of the situation. I am aware of your true concerns, but I must inform you that there are two significant challenges to achieving this. Firstly, the method I possess is currently exclusive to me. Secondly, if another spirit master utilizes my method to absorb a spirit ring, the spirit beast will not manifest in corporeal form, but remain in a spiritual state. Should the spirit master perish, the spirit of the beast may be able to detach, but it would require a vessel to harbor its essence. Without such a vessel, these spirits would become wandering souls, most likely dissipating into the void." What the Ice and Snow Emperors envisioned was merely a cycle, spirit beasts transforming into spirit rings for spirit masters, only to be freed again upon the master's death, thus ensuring the spirit beasts would not diminish in number. It was a beautifully conceived notion, yet the path to realization was fraught with difficulty. Of course, this did not mean it was impossible. An idea began to form in Wei Xuan's mind. Upon hearing Wei Xuan's words, the Ice and Snow Emperors simultaneously furrowed their brows, contemplating the two issues he had raised. "Can you resolve these two problems?" The Snow Empress inquired expectantly, sensing that this human might possess the solution. "Yes, but it will be somewhat troublesome, and given my current soul power, it remains beyond my capabilities," Wei Xuan responded. "Whatever assistance you require, do not hesitate to ask. As long as it is within my power, I will do everything I can," the Snow Empress declared, her excitement barely contained. "I feel the same. If you can indeed bring this to fruition, I shall mobilize the full strength of my clan to assist you," the Ice Emperor pledged, making a commitment. "I do not require other assistance, but I need you, Snow Empress, to become my sixth spirit ring," Wei Xuan stated, articulating his need. Resolving the issue for spirit beasts would benefit not only them, but also himself. The solution he envisioned would ultimately serve his interests, for without it, having a Snow Empress as a spirit ring would not suffice to motivate him to undertake this endeavor. Without a moment's hesitation, the Snow Empress readily agreed. "Very well. As long as you can resolve the issue concerning the spirit beasts, I have no qualms about becoming your spirit ring." The prospect of becoming Wei Xuan's spirit ring and potentially ascending to divinity was an enticing allure. Moreover, the opportunity to contribute to the entire spirit beast clan added to her motivation. Faced with such abundant advantages, she found no reason to refuse. The Ice Emperor did not dissuade the Snow Empress. Instead, he felt a surge of joy, not for the future of the spirit beasts, but simply for the happiness of the Snow Empress. Wei Xuan regarded the Snow Empress with a deeper gaze, somewhat surprised by her impulsive agreement, and his evaluation of her rose considerably. Subsequently, both parties pledged oaths to one another, solidifying their trust. Wei Xuan's vow was not absolute. Even he could not guarantee success in such matters, but he promised to make every effort. "Snow Empress, are you holding a snow lotus or a 10,000-year Ice Emperor?" Wei Xuan, now noticing the object in the Snow Empress's hand, expressed mild astonishment. A 10,000-year snow lotus could only be described as unique in its rarity. Even in the frigid north, it was unlikely to find a second specimen. Wei Xuan had long been aware of the item in her possession, so he was not particularly surprised and felt little emotional stir regarding the snow lotus. The Snow Empress raised her left hand, gazing at the snow lotus that floated above her palm, emanating a white luminescence. With a resigned smile, she remarked, "I have searched for this snow lotus for many years, but it seems it is of no use now. What did you seek this snow lotus for?" The Ice Emperor inquired curiously. "Decades ago, I attempted to condense a yin-yang complementary core, but the effort resulted in severe damage to my origin, depriving me of the ability to endure the impending 70,000-year heavenly tribulation. Thus, I intended to use this 10,000-year snow lotus as a catalyst to seal my origin and begin the process of transformation into a human, seeking the path to divinity." The Snow Empress explained. "What? Your origin is damaged, Snow Empress?" The Ice Emperor's face instantly clouded with concern, deeply worried about the Snow Empress's current state. The origin was the most vital aspect of a spirit beast. Once harmed, it could result in stagnation of power at best, or decline in strength, or even life-threatening circumstances at worst. Furthermore, damage to the origin would diminish the likelihood of surviving the heavenly tribulation, extinguishing any slim chance of survival. The Snow Empress waved her hand, reassuring, I am fine. I merely cannot transcend the next heavenly tribulation. Beyond that, there is nothing to worry about. Upon hearing her words, the Ice Emperor breathed a sigh of relief, glad that she was unharmed. The ability to transcend the heavenly tribulation was not of great import now. After all, the Snow Empress would become Wei Xuan's spirit ring, and it was unlikely that a spirit ring would undergo a heavenly tribulation. This snow lotus is more of a hindrance than a help to both me and Ice. It is of no use to keep it. So I shall give it to you, the Snow Empress offered, extending the snow lotus toward Wei Xuan. Since she had agreed to become Wei Xuan's spirit ring, she would not pursue the snow lotus for reconstruction. Without reconstruction, merely absorbing the pure essence of heaven and earth contained within the 10,000-year snow lotus would only enhance her cultivation, extending her lifespan. She was already close to achieving 70,000-year cultivation. As long as she dared to absorb the energy of the snow lotus, it would inevitably attract the heavenly tribulation, which would be tantamount to courting death. The Ice Emperor faced a similar predicament. Once absorbed, it would also draw the heavenly tribulation. The outcome would be either an opportunity or a calamity. Rather than risking their lives to absorb the energy of the snow lotus, it would be more prudent to offer Wei Xuan a gesture of goodwill, thereby strengthening their relationship. Are you truly giving this to me? Wei Xuan confirmed, hesitating to take the snow lotus at first. Indeed, this snow lotus contains immense ice and snow energy, remarkably pure. If you were to absorb it, it would significantly enhance your soul power. The benefits it offers you far exceed those from me and Ice. Utilizing it in your hands is the optimal choice. The Snow Empress explained. Perhaps sensing Wei Xuan's reluctance, she added, Do not feel awkward. We are now united as one. The quicker you grow stronger, the greater the benefits for both me and Ice. Absorbing the snow lotus is ultimately for our own good. I shall remember this favor, Wei Xuan said, accepting the snow lotus from the Snow Empress's hands. The snow lotus was exquisitely beautiful, crystalline and translucent, shimmering with points of light under the sunlight, not particularly large. Easily held in one hand, upon grasping it, Wei Xuan felt as though he were not holding a mere snow lotus, but rather supporting a colossal stone weighing 1,000 pounds, requiring him to channel his soul power to prevent it from slipping from his grasp. This was due to the immense energy contained within the snow lotus. It was a true entity that had survived for over 10,000 years, not a result of rapid enhancement. The energy accumulated over 10 millennia rendered this seemingly ordinary snow lotus as heavy as a boulder, and most individuals would struggle even to pluck it from the ground. Chapter 43. The divine King Tang San intervenes. The energy within the snow lotus is immensely vast and pure, akin to the formless energy contained within a baby's bottle, readily absorbable by anyone. Upon contact with the energy of the snow lotus, Wei Xuan's soul power stirred within him, and his body instinctively began to absorb the energy. This unadulterated icy energy proved to be exceedingly beneficial for him, triggering a primal response within his being. After gazing at the snow lotus for a while, Wei Xuan enveloped it in a layer of icy mist and stored it within his storage ring. Snow Empress, your essence has been damaged. Let it serve as my soul ring for now, allowing for a period of nurturing to hasten your recovery, Wei Xuan proposed. I have no objections. The Ice Empress promptly replied. The timing of the intervention mattered little to her, but it was fundamentally different for the Snow Empress. For one whose essence had been compromised, it was indeed better to act sooner rather than later to avoid unforeseen consequences. After a moment's hesitation, the Snow Empress acquiesced. She truly could not endure for several more years before facing her 7th heavenly tribulation, which was a deathly trial. By the time Wei Xuan reached the 60th level, she might not even be around to witness it. Thus, becoming the 5th soul ring was undoubtedly her best choice. In a secluded clearing near the extreme northern region, where snow fell perpetually due to its proximity to the edge, Huo Yuhao materialized in the snow, his body pitching forward and crashing heavily to the ground, face first, sliding several meters. Ouch! The fall aggravated the wounds on Huo Yuhao's body, causing him to grimace in pain, his face contorting. It hurts. He clutched his wound, enduring the excruciating pain as he flipped over to face the sky, eyes closed, gasping for breath. Yuhao, Yuhao! The feeble voice of the dream ice silkworm echoed in Huo Yuhao's mind. Huo Yuhao jolted at the sound, recalling the state of his companion, and hastily inquired, "How are you, Brother Dream? My situation is rather dire. My essence has been severely depleted, and I may need to sleep for an extended period." The Dream Ice Silkworm replied weakly, "Don't scare me, Brother Dream," Huo Yuhao exclaimed, sitting upright and momentarily forgetting the pain, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The Dream Ice Silkworm had become his most cherished partner and ally, and with its current predicament, how could he not feel distressed? Misunderstanding the Dream Ice Silkworm's condition, he feared for its life. "Do not worry. It is not death. Merely a prolonged recovery period is needed," the Dream Ice Silkworm clarified, recognizing Huo Yuhao's misapprehension. "Before I fall into slumber, there are matters I must entrust to you," the Dream Ice Silkworm stated. "Speak, Brother Dream," Huo Yuhao replied, relieved to know that his companion's life was not in jeopardy. "Firstly, regarding your second martial soul, I can no longer assist you in acquiring a soul ring. You must rely on yourself. Your second martial soul cannot be casually acquired from just any soul beast. It must be a soul beast of the ultimate ice attribute. Ideally, it should be an ice blue scorpion or an ice goddess, and, at the very least, a Titan snow demon. To obtain these formidable soul beasts as your martial soul, you must leverage the strength of your Shrek Academy. Upon returning to the Academy, the Dream Ice Silkworm meticulously advised Huo Yuhao, covering every detail, even contemplating how he should present himself upon his return. In the divine realm, amidst floating clouds and ethereal mists, a man stood. His long water-blue hair cascaded like a waterfall behind him, his figure tall and imposing, exuding an extraordinary aura as he hovered in the clouds, a vision of otherworldly grace. In his 20s, his handsome visage was marked by eyes that had witnessed the vicissitudes of life, seemingly hollow, yet encompassing a universe of experience. The divine king, Tang San. Tang San gazed into the distant sky, a flicker of purple light dancing in his eyes. He remained silent as his brow furrowed. "The fate of a new star has shifted," Tang San murmured, uncertainty lingering in his voice. The previous tranquility had been unexpectedly disrupted. According to his calculations, such a change should not have occurred. Contemplating for a moment, Tang San waved his right hand forward, conjuring a cerulean light screen that displayed the scene of Huo Yuhao's current predicament. Observing Huo Yuhao within the scene, Tang San muttered to himself, "It seems he has lost an opportunity. His potential has not been altered. What could have transpired to shift his fate?" Tang San felt a twinge of confusion. He had previously utilized the central power of the divine realm to foretell Huo Yuhao's future, aware of the significance the latter held for the divine realm. With this alteration in fate, he grew concerned about the potential repercussions for the divine realm. Having lost this opportunity, Huo Yuhao's talent remained unchanged, rendering him unworthy of inheriting his divine position. Even if he were to inherit it, it would be impossible. At some point, the sea god's trident had appeared before Tang San, radiating a gentle blue glow. With the aid of the sea god's trident, Tang San endeavored to uncover the cause of Huo Yuhao's altered fate, seeking to rectify it. He had many plans for Huo Yuhao and could not afford for his destiny to be recklessly disrupted. He aimed to align events as closely as possible with his original intentions. Fleeting, indistinct images flashed in his mind, shrouded in a haze, obscured like a scene veiled by mist, rendering them unclear. Yet, this was sufficient for Tang San to grasp some information. Soon, the moment Huo Yuhao encountered Wei Xuan emerged in his mind. In the extreme northern region, Wei Xuan sensed something amiss. The feeling of being scrutinized causing him to involuntarily glance skyward, his brow furrowing for the first time. Who is peering into my past? Wei Xuan instantly recognized this peculiar sensation as the feeling of being divined. After staring at the sky for a while, Wei Xuan coldly withdrew his gaze, realizing that his current strength was far inferior to his past otherwise. So was he who caused the alteration in Huo Yuhao's fate. Tang San rubbed his temples, a sharp pain coursing through him, causing his features to twitch uncontrollably. At that moment, his heart was tumultuous upon reaching this human's image. He was unexpectedly met with backlash, an occurrence far beyond belief. As the pain subsided, Tang San continued to fixate on the blurred image before him, which was Wei Xuan's indistinct silhouette. For reasons unknown, gazing at this image instilled within him a sense of foreboding, a palpable sense of trepidation. To evoke such a reaction from a divine king was a notion that, if disclosed, would undoubtedly astonish the pantheon of gods. It was utterly absurd and frightening. Never mind. I shall find a way to rectify the disruption in his fate, Tang San resolved, intending to divine Wei Xuan's origins, only to find himself unable to do so. Redirecting his focus back to Huo Yuhao. Due to the rules of the divine realm, he could not directly eliminate Wei Xuan, the source of the disruption. Chapter 44. Are you together? Directly striking down mortals is the greatest taboo of the divine realm, especially when they have not violated its laws. In such a scenario, even as an enforcer of the divine realm, he could not act recklessly against them. Otherwise, it would be an overt challenge to the laws of the divine realm, incurring severe punishment from its central authority. Though he stood as the foremost figure in the divine realm, it did not grant him license to act with impunity. There were still those who could restrain him. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he would not truly intervene to eliminate this variable. After weighing the pros and cons, Tang San ultimately decided to slightly bend the rules, stepping in to restore that opportunity to Huo Yuhao. This is for the good of the divine realm, Tang San murmured. It is permissible to intervene in mortal affairs when warranted. Huo Yuhao trudged slowly through the snow, aiming to reach the nearest village in search of assistance. As he walked, he suddenly halted, his gaze fixed upon a soul ring, tinged with yellow and a hint of purple, floating within a mere 100 meters of his position. Beneath the soul ring lay a scorpion, and upon first sighting it, Huo Yuhao's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion." Having encountered the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion not long ago, he recognized this similar creature without a doubt. Casting a glance around and releasing his spirit-sensing abilities, he confirmed the absence of both humans and soul beasts nearby. With cautious steps, he approached the scorpion. As he drew nearer, his previously despondent heart ignited with fervor. If he could absorb this soul ring, it would be a remarkable opportunity. However, upon closer inspection, disappointment clouded his features. This was not the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, but merely an ordinary Ice Blue Scorpion. Despite his slight disappointment, the overall sentiment was one of joy. After all, encountering a suitable soul beast on his journey was indeed a cause for celebration. How curious it was for an Ice Blue Scorpion to appear here, far from its typical habitat in the core region. Huo Yuhao, though exhilarated, remained grounded. This area, strictly speaking, was not part of the extreme north. Why then did he encounter such a formidable soul beast? The enigma lingered in his mind. After pondering for some time and confirming once more that there were no other beings around, Huo Yuhao resolutely sat down cross-legged, beginning the process of shaping his second martial soul using the techniques imparted by the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. Missing out on such a rare soul beast could mean he might never encounter another. He had to seize the moment. Meanwhile, after conversing with the Ice and Snow Emperors for approximately an hour, Wei Xuan bid them farewell and set off toward the outer regions of the extreme north, embarking on his journey back. In this desolate area seldom traversed by others, he felt little need for caution. With the Ice Phoenix divine wings unfurling, he soared through the skies. However, after traveling a short distance, a sound shattered his good mood, a piercing arrow slicing through the air. Immediately sensing the incoming projectile, he swiftly mobilized his soul power, sweeping his hand to conjure a barrier of ice mist that solidified into an ice shield. The arrow collided with the shield, producing a crisp sound as it was deflected, leaving a dent in the ice shield and cracks spreading from the impact. Wei Xuan paused, his wings gently flapping behind him. As he hovered in midair, his expression cold as he gazed downwards. "Are you all together?" he inquired. On the snowy ground, 5 burly men clad in thick winter attire looked up at him. The foremost figure, bow in hand, was in the midst of drawing back an arrow. Clearly, he was the one responsible for the earlier shot. Surrounding him were 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. The man's face displayed surprise. He had not anticipated that his arrow would be blocked. This was no ordinary bow, but his martial soul, the snow goose bow. Although he had not employed a soul skill, the arrow's power was formidable. Logically, it should not have been something a mere boy of 12 or 13 could withstand. What was even more perplexing was that his opponent had yet to summon a martial soul. "Hey, come down and talk," he commanded, his initial surprise swiftly transforming into a menacing glare directed at Wei Xuan, his eyes greedily fixated on the wings behind him. They could be soul bones. If he could obtain them, what a prize it would be. He was somewhat knowledgeable and not foolish. Upon seeing Wei Xian's wings without any accompanying soul rings, he speculated about the presence of soul bones. He could not fathom that these wings were external soul bones, but even regular soul bones would suffice. Better than having none at all. This was the motivation behind his aggressive approach toward Wei Xian. The four men behind him likewise regarded Wei Xian with fierce expressions. They were unaware of their leader's reasons for targeting the boy, but they were resolute in supporting him. Wei Xian remained silent, following the gaze of his opponent to glance behind him, quickly grasping the reason. Greed had been stirred. "I shall inquire once more. Are you together?" Wei Xian asked, his expression devoid of emotion. "Haha, are you foolish? Is it so hard to see that we are indeed together?" The five burst into laughter, finding the question absurdly comical. Ignoring their insults, Wei Xian calmly stated, "I merely sought confirmation. Since you are indeed together, then you shall all perish." If they dared to initiate an assault against him, he would not hold back. Those who kill must be prepared to be killed. In his eyes, these individuals were no different from corpses, and he would waste no time in idle chatter with the dead. "What did you say?" The five paused, then erupted into laughter once more, as if they had heard the most ludicrous joke. Wei Xian chose not to speak again, and a dragon's roar resonated from within him as the ancient ice dragon spirit manifested behind him, for soul rings rising from his feet. A powerful wave of energy emanated forth, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet, and the first soul ring ignited. The ice Xian dragon surged forth from the soul ring, its solid form twisting with a low, howling wind, emanating an aura of chill. It circled in the sky before unleashing a fearsome roar at the ground, sending forth a frigid gale, followed by a torrent of ice mist cascading down. The ice mist descended with astonishing speed, enveloping the five before they could react. Their faces paled as they witnessed Wei Xian's soul rings, 3 purple and 1 black, and they were struck with disbelief. As the ice mist engulfed them, they shivered, their thick garments providing no warmth against the biting cold. They felt as if they had entered a frozen vault, the unbearable chill compelling them to channel their soul power in resistance. "This individual is rather peculiar. We must not underestimate him. Everyone, unleash your full strength," the bowman commanded, his earlier confidence now replaced with a heavy sense of foreboding. With that, the leader sprang into action, charging out of the ice mist, his first soul ring glowing in response. "Swift wolf arrow," he shouted, drawing back his bow to reveal a wolf-shaped arrowhead, releasing it with a twang that sent the arrow soaring, accompanied by the sound of a wolf's howl, hurtling towards Wei Xian like an icy wolf on the attack. The others wasted no time either, unleashing their martial spirits and spreading out to escape the icy shroud at the fastest pace possible. Among them, the most powerful was a 5-ring soul king, while the others were 4-ring soul masters, their martial spirits being quite ordinary. Upon seeing the incoming arrow, Wei Xian's expression remained unchanged. He extended his palm, gathering the ice and snow energy of the world into his hand, forming a thin layer of ice. As the arrow approached, it suddenly transformed into an ice wolf, its sharp fangs bared, claws poised to strike with fierce intent. The ice wolf's claws slashed through the thin ice, producing a sharp, grinding sound. Though the thin ice appeared fragile, it was remarkably durable, offering no less resistance than rare metals. The ice wolf's claws merely left shallow scratches before its massive form collided with the ice. The thin ice trembled slightly, while the ice wolf shattered into countless fragments. After deflecting the arrow, Wei Xian directed his palm downward, and the ice dragon's breath came alive, writhing as if imbued with vitality. Ice arrows, blades, ice spikes, and needles formed almost instantaneously, shooting towards the five. Witnessing this scene, the five were struck with horror. This young man had masterful control over ice. Realizing the ferocity of these attacks, they dared not take it lightly and hastily unleashed their defensive soul techniques. Among them, only the bowmen specialized in ranged attacks, while the other 4 were beast martial spirits, unable to fly. In this predicament, the 4 had no means to strike at Wei Xian in the air and could only adopt a defensive stance. The attack spread widely and moved with dizzying speed, rendering them unable to evade. They could only bolster their defenses. The ice arrows, blades, and needles were sharp and possessed formidable penetrating power, cutting through the air with a whistling sound. Under the torrential barrage of attacks, The four beast martial spirit soul masters could only withstand for a brief moment before sustaining injuries. Blood holes appeared on their bodies, either from being struck by arrows, sliced by blades, or pierced by needles. As the ferocity of the attacks became apparent, they hastened their evasion and unleashed their strongest defensive techniques. The bowman, proficient in offense, lacked defensive capabilities with no defensive soul technique. In this situation, even if he were Soul Emperor, his defensive capacity paled in comparison to that of the fully defensive beast martial spirit soul masters. Faced with these attacks, he had no choice but to dodge rapidly, drawing his bow to unleash a flurry of arrows to intercept the incoming strikes. While his marksmanship was not perfect, it was certainly commendable with a high degree of accuracy. Yet even so, he still bore injuries, unable to completely fend off the onslaught. His second soul ring activated, and he aimed at the incoming attacks. Upon nearing, the arrows erupted with a resounding boom, sending a shockwave of white ice energy that dispersed the incoming projectiles. "Huddle together. You protect me, and I will take down this young man," the bowman commanded, his wounds igniting his fury. It was evident that the five followed his lead, quickly regrouping around him. Observing the unfolding scene below, Wei Xuan remained largely unaffected, having no intention of using soul-guiding devices, opting instead to rely solely on the power of his martial spirit. His second and third soul rings illuminated simultaneously, as the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger and ice river mammoth charged forth from their rings. The two beasts emerged in a spectral form, diving downward before solidifying upon hitting the ground with a thunderous crash. The ground trembled beneath them, the ice river mammoth's footprints sinking half a meter deep, a testament to its immense weight. Once solidified, they bore all the hallmarks of true soul beasts, radiating a pressure that weighed heavily upon the air. With a fearsome roar, the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger surged forward, conjuring a tempest of snow and ice as its speed intensified. Soon, a massive ice blue sword coalesced before it, propelled by its charge, thrusting forward with all its might. The ice river mammoth raised its trunk high, letting out a bellow as its forequarters lifted nearly 5 meters off the ground before crashing down with tremendous force. The impact reverberated like thunder, shaking the very earth beneath them. The ground quaked violently, sending snow flying several meters into the air. As an immense shockwave surged toward the five, fracturing the ice beneath and vaporizing the snow in its wake. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, initially charging straight ahead, began to dart side to side to evade the shockwave. The five, huddled together, stumbled unsteadily as the ground trembled beneath them, almost toppling them over. In that moment of shock, the four beast martial spirit soul masters, suppressing their fear, positioned themselves in front of the charging saber-toothed ice spirit tiger. Two defense-oriented soul masters activated their fourth soul techniques simultaneously, maximizing their defensive capabilities. The other two assault-oriented soul masters surged forward to confront the incoming saber-toothed ice spirit tiger. The bowman's fifth soul ring lit up, conjuring a massive arrow exceeding a meter in length, which he aimed at Wei Xuan before releasing it. Casting a glance at the arrow, Wei Xuan raised his hand, dissipating the swirling snow caused by the ice river mammoth charge. In an instant, the snow reappeared before him, forming a massive ice barrier that shielded him entirely. Pulsing with a gentle blue energy, the ice coalesced upon contact, transforming from a disordered mass into a smooth, mirror-like ice surface, forming a gigantic square ice shield. With a crisp chime, the arrow struck the shield, and the two energies clashed, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The arrow and ice shield momentarily found themselves locked in a stalemate, but after 2 breaths, cracks began to form on the shield, rapidly expanding with a series of sharp cracks. As the ice shield splintered, the might of the massive arrow was significantly diminished, reduced to a mere 30% of its original power. In a swift motion, Wei Xuan darted behind the ice shield, extending his palm to make contact with it, pushing forward against the point where the arrow had struck. The shield shattered instantly, even the uncracked areas fracturing into sharp ice shards. A rustling sound filled the air as countless ice shards rained down like storm. The arrow aimed at Wei Xuan's palm did not pierce through as anticipated. Instead, he turned his hand to grasp the arrow firmly. The arrow's surface was smooth, and as it came to a halt, the sharp tip was mere inches from Wei Xuan's face. He could feel its sharpness, yet his expression remained unchanged, as if the arrowhead's proximity was insufficient to stir any emotion within him. With a firm grip, he crushed the arrow into a fine powder, scattering it away with the breeze. On the ground, the two defense-oriented soul masters were sent sprawling from the shockwave, sliding several dozen meters and leaving deep gouges in the snow. As they regained their footing, both men staggered, coughing up blood and dropping to one knee, their faces as pale as death. This was Wei Xuan's third soul technique, nearly a 10,000-year-old ability. Even a fifth soul technique from a soul king could scarcely compare. Such a potent strike was beyond the capabilities of the two defense-oriented soul masters to withstand easily. After barely managing to endure the attack, both were grievously wounded. Several bones shattered, leaving them unable to continue fighting. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger collided with one of the soul kings, leaving a deep gash with its ice-blue sword. The soul king and soul master fought valiantly against the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, but in this icy environment, the tiger's strength was amplified, allowing it to gain the upper hand against their combined forces. With over 5,000 years of cultivation and a powerful bloodline, the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger was indeed formidable against a soul king and soul master. In a life-or-death struggle, victory would surely belong to the tiger. Of course, this depended on Wei Xuan's soul power being sufficient to sustain the tiger's continued combat. After all, the energy for these beasts originated from him. Should his soul power be depleted, they would return to their respective rings. As the blades descended, a strong sense of danger washed over the five, their skin prickling painfully as they hastily retreated. Their natural lack of speed, coupled with the blade's astonishing velocity, meant they barely escaped the range of the icy onslaught before the attacks reached them. A cry of despair erupted as, despite their best efforts to resist, they could not withstand the overwhelming barrage of blades, their bodies riddled with wounds. Wei Xuan had infused considerable soul power into those blades, making them far from easy to resist. The two defense-oriented soul masters, stripped of their combat abilities, were hit by an uncountable number of blades, their bodies covered in blood holes, succumbing instantly. The remaining three fared little better, each bearing injuries, blood streaming from their wounds, their conditions tragic. Wei Xuan's fourth soul ring illuminated, and the cry of a phoenix echoed as the spectral ice phoenix took flight, spreading its wings wide, shimmering with light as it soared downward. The ice phoenix descended, its crystalline wings spanning nearly 10 meters, surrounded by a flurry of phoenix feathers. The edges of the feathers were sharp as blades, radiating a chilling aura that pervaded the air. As the heavenly rain of feathers fell, the sound of cutting air resonated continuously. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, ice Xian dragon, and ice river mammoth returned to Wei Xuan's essence. Just as they had barely repelled the onslaught of blades, the more ferocious phoenix rain loomed, evoking a sense of suffocating dread among the three. "Spare us. We surrender. We apologize for our offense and wish to make amends," the bowman shouted anxiously, faced with the specter of death. He could no longer maintain his composure and cast aside all semblance of pride, desperately seeking survival. The other two also cried out, their voices laced with desperation, begging for mercy. They now deeply regretted provoking someone of such immense power, realizing too late the peril they had invited upon themselves. Wei Xuan remained unmoved by their pleas, resolutely continuing to channel his soul power. Having set his mind to kill, he would not waver. A chilling scream pierced the air, as the feathers proved far sharper than the ice blades, rendering them utterly defenseless against the onslaught. The two beast martial spirit soul masters raised their arms in a futile attempt to shield themselves, only to have their limbs pierced and bones shattered, followed by their hearts. Desperate, the bowman employed his bow in defense, wielding it frantically to ward off the feathers. Yet, he overestimated the durability of his martial spirit and underestimated the feather's sharpness. Within mere moments, his weapon was riddled with cracks, the bowstring snapped, and the bow itself shattered. The bowman's eyes widened in horror as his body was pierced by countless feathers, blood bubbling from his mouth, extinguishing his life, his face a mask of rage and regret. All three perished beneath the might of Wei Xuan's fourth soul technique. As the phoenix's spectral form vanished just before landing, the rain of feathers dissipated simultaneously. The snow-covered ground lay in a state of utter devastation, transformed into a pockmarked landscape, riddled with deep craters. A faint scent of blood lingered in the frigid air. The once pristine white snow now stained crimson. Having slain the five, Wei Xian's expression remained tranquil, as if their deaths had not been wrought by his own hand. After soaring a few hundred meters, he descended onto the snow-covered surface. He emerged from the battle unscathed, yet the expenditure of soul power had been immense. The successive releases of four soul techniques had drained over 90% of his energy. The severe depletion of his soul power left him unable to take flight, necessitating a moment of recovery. His effortless victory in this confrontation was largely attributed to the Ice Phoenix's divine wings, which had played a pivotal role. With its aid, the four beast martial spirit soul masters had been unable to touch him, forced instead to endure the onslaught. The only one capable of attacking him was the Soul Emperor, and engaging a single opponent was undeniably less taxing than facing five. In this regard, it was akin to a one-on-one duel with a Soul Emperor, presenting little pressure for Wei Xuan. By compressing and purifying his soul power, his 41st level of soul energy proved more resilient than that of many soul kings. In terms of overall soul power, the gap between him and the Soul Emperor was not as vast as one might imagine. Coupled with his unparalleled mastery over ice and formidable soul techniques, a typical Soul Emperor would truly struggle to match him, especially without the utilization of soul-guiding devices. Should he employ a soul-guiding device, his prowess would undoubtedly be augmented, hastening the conclusion of this battle. Chapter 47. Healing Wei Xuan sat cross-legged upon the ground, surrounded by swirling ice and snow that enveloped him, forming a mound and blending seamlessly with the environment. The snowdrift that encased him provided a tranquil sanctuary for recovery, allowing him to restore his strength undisturbed. Once his soul power was replenished, Wei Xuan embarked on his return journey at full speed, mindful not to waste a single moment. This marked his third visit to the extreme north, and he discerned the most time-efficient route. In the span of nearly 10 days, he returned to the capital city. In the Mingda Hall, within Jing Hongshan's office, a spacious area equipped for meetings housed an elderly pair and a youth engaged in conversation. "Your Highness, your timing is impeccable. Director Su and I were just discussing the participants for the upcoming Soul Master competition, and we would like to hear your thoughts," Jing Hongshan inquired with a smile, his gaze towards Wei Xuan brimming with anticipation. The elder, referred to as Director Su, looked at Wei Xuan with eager intensity. If this young prince were to compete, victory would surely be within their grasp. Understanding Jing Hongshan's implication, Wei Xuan chuckled softly and replied, "I shall indeed participate in this competition." Eager to witness the true prowess of soul masters from the original Douluo continent. Even without Jing Hongshan's suggestion, he would have proposed his participation 5 years prior. Circumstances had prevented him from joining, but now was a different story. Upon hearing Wei Xuan's words, both Jing Hongshan and Director Su beamed with joy. They had harbored concerns about his potential absence, but his affirmation brought them immediate relief. "With your Highness's involvement, the championship will undoubtedly belong to our Sun and Moon Royal Academy," Director Su exclaimed with a satisfied smile, already envisioning the glorious triumph. Although the competition had yet to commence, he felt excitement bubbling within him, conjuring images of victory. The Sun and Moon Royal Academy had long been overshadowed by Shrek Academy, and if they could surpass it under his leadership, he would be remembered as the most esteemed principal in the Academy's history. Jing Hongshan shared a similar sentiment, his thoughts mirroring those of Director Su. Witnessing the Academy overcome Shrek had been a long-held aspiration of his. Wei Xuan, unfazed by Director Su's flattery, interjected, "Has the roster of participants been largely finalized?" "Not yet completely, but the main team members are almost decided, although the reserve list remains uncertain," Director Su replied, chuckling. "Rest assured, Your Highness, you are undoubtedly a main team member, and furthermore, you will serve as the captain, commanding all the matches." When selecting the 7 main team members, Wei Xuan had been included from the outset, marking him as an indispensable asset. "Director, you seem to have misunderstood my inquiry. I was actually hoping to have Yin Qing included in the reserve team, allowing him the opportunity to gain some experience," Wei Xuan clarified. Yin Qing had persistently beseeched him to allow him to accompany the team to the Soul Master competition, and ultimately, Wei Xuan had acquiesced to this request, hence his inquiry. With Yin Qing's addition, Director Su paused for a moment, then readily agreed, no problem at all." "Excellent. Aside from Yin Qing, You may finalize the other members as you see fit. I have no objections, Wei Xuan stated, for he was unfamiliar with the academy students and had no desire to expend effort selecting team members, as long as they did not hinder progress. After a brief discussion lasting several minutes, Wei Xuan took his leave from the office and retreated to his laboratory to enter seclusion. His exclusive laboratory, compared to the training room, offered superior energy isolation, making it ideal for this period of introspection. Wei Xian's primary objective during the seclusion was not merely to consolidate his soul power, but to heal. The mental assault from the dream eye silkworm had inflicted significant harm, exacerbating old injuries. If not addressed promptly, the consequences could be dire. While complete restoration of his consciousness was unattainable within this realm, he could still manage to prevent the deterioration of his injuries. In the spacious area of the laboratory, Wei Xuan sat cross-legged, a 10,000-year-old snow lotus hovering before him, slowly rotating. The snow lotus shimmered with light, exuding an aura of chill, casting a frosty veil over the entire laboratory, plunging the temperature below freezing. Wei Xian's hands moved in intricate patterns as he formed seals, murmuring incantations to draw a portion of the lotus's energy into his being. As the energy entered his body, Wei Xuan refrained from refining it to augment his soul power. Instead, he directed it towards his sea of consciousness, nurturing his awareness. The energy contained within the snow lotus was pure celestial essence, rendering it of little use to his consciousness directly. Its efficacy in nurturing his awareness was solely due to the transformative nature of the secret technique he employed. The energy within the 10,000-year snow lotus was immense, and Wei Xuan was cautious in his extraction, wary of rushing the process. Should an excessive amount of energy surge forth at once, he risked rupturing his meridians or even facing the peril of bodily explosion. The process of nourishing his consciousness unfolded at an agonizingly slow pace, and time flowed steadily, swiftly leading to nearly 20 days passing. Wei Xuan gradually opened his eyes, fatigue evident within their depths, yet a flicker of joy illuminated his countenance. At last, he had successfully healed the wounds inflicted by the dream ice silkworm. With a deep exhale, he rose to his feet, gazing at the now significantly diminished energy of the snow lotus with a smile. Fortunately, with the aid of this snow lotus, restoring his consciousness would have otherwise been an endeavor exceeding a year's time. The pristine energy, accumulated over 10 millennia by the snow lotus, had been absorbed by him to nearly 40%. This underscored the vast amount of energy required for mending his consciousness. Were he to rely solely on his own soul power for nurturing and restoration, it would indeed be a task not easily accomplished in a short span. If only the snow lotus could assist me in restoring my divine consciousness a little more, Wei Xuan sighed, feeling a tinge of regret. The energy of the snow lotus was quite remarkable, aiding him in completely mending the wounds inflicted by the heavenly dream ice silkworm. But that was the extent of its benefits. It could not advance further. Nevertheless, returning to my previous level is still commendable, far better than nothing. Wei Xuan chuckled softly, realizing he was being somewhat ungrateful. Extending his right hand, the snow lotus gracefully descended into his palm, where energy surged forth, enveloping the lotus in a delicate membrane before being deposited into the storage soul guide. This was to prevent the frigid aura emanating from the snow lotus from affecting the items within the soul guide and to avert any potential damage to it. The snow lotus still contained a substantial amount of energy, which he did not intend to absorb for enhancing his soul power. Rather, he had other plans for it. After securing the snow lotus, Wei Xuan surveyed the frost that had settled around him. His palm erupted with a formidable suction, swiftly drawing the frost from all directions. In the span of just a few breaths, the laboratory returned to its original state, and in his hand, a fist-sized orb of ice materialized. Weighing it lightly, he proceeded to step outside the laboratory. Chapter 48. Soul King Meng Hongshan. It was now midday, and as soon as he emerged from the laboratory, Wei Xuan was greeted by a familiar voice. "Brother Wei Xuan, you have finally emerged." Meng Hongshan exclaimed joyfully, her face alight with happiness as she hurried towards him. Meng Hongshan was positioned less than 10 meters from the laboratory, quickly closing the distance and opening her arms for a warm embrace. At 14, she had matured beautifully, her figure curvaceous and radiating youthful vitality, her delicate features adorned with a playful charm. Feeling the softness and warmth enveloping him, Wei Xuan appeared composed, accustomed to such affection. Brother Wei Xuan, why did you retreat into seclusion right after your return? It has been nearly 20 days. I missed you so much, Meng Hongchuan pouted, her tone laced with playful reproach and a hint of melancholy as she gently pinched his back to express her discontent. I had no choice. I encountered some setbacks in my cultivation and needed to enter seclusion for adjustments, Wei Xuan explained, patting her back reassuringly. Ah, Meng Hongchuan gasped, quickly stepping back from his embrace, grasping his arms and scrutinizing him with concern. Is it serious? Encountering setbacks in cultivation is no trivial matter. It could lead to dire consequences, even life-threatening ones. Not all, Wei Xuan chuckled, shaking his head. I have resolved the issue. Do I appear to be in any trouble? Really? Meng Hongchuan asked, her eyes still laced with doubt and concern. Of course, Wei Xuan replied with a light laugh. Shifting the topic, aren't you attending classes today? We're about to participate in the Soul Master Academy competition. Who needs classes now? Meng Hongchuan replied, her face brightening with excitement. When are you planning to depart? Wei Xuan inquired. In 3 days. Luckily, you emerged just in time. Otherwise, you would have had to travel to Xinglua City alone. Meng Hongchuan remarked. It seems I timed my exit perfectly, Wei Xuan chuckled. You've broken through to Soul King. Noticing the energy fluctuations emanating from Meng Hongchuan, Wei Xuan expressed his surprise. Meng Hongchuan beamed, revealing 2 charming dimples. Aren't I impressive? I broke through just over 10 days ago and became a Soul King after obtaining my Soul Ring. A 14-year-old Soul King is exceedingly rare, even in the Sun Moon Empire, and I am a genuine Soul King-level Soul Master, Meng Hongchuan added proudly, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation as they looked to Wei Xuan. What she meant by a genuine Soul King-level Soul Master referred to a traditional Soul Master akin to those from the original Douluo continent. Over the years, under Wei Xuan's guidance, Meng Hongchuan and Xiao Hongchuan had refrained from excessively relying on medicinal substances to enhance their soul power. While they had indeed utilized some pills to boost their strength, they were of excellent quality with minimal side effects. Moreover, with the aid of bloodline pills, both siblings had elevated the quality of their martial souls, thus erasing the potential risks posed by previous drug use. Having solidified their soul power, the siblings bore no distinction from traditional practitioners. Observing the hopeful glimmer in Meng Hongchuan's eyes, Wei Xuan complied, ruffling her hair and complimenting. Little Meng is truly remarkable. Hearing his praise, Meng Hongchuan erupted with joy, resembling a blooming flower. Brother Wei Xuan, do say a few more kind words. Wei Xuan hesitated, momentarily at a loss for additional compliments as he realized he had seldom praised girls before. Now, being asked to express admiration felt quite daunting. Brother Wei Xuan, did I not teach you some flattering phrases last time? Have you forgotten? Meng Hongchuan reproached playfully. She was aware of Wei Xuan's discomfort with such expressions, yet she relished hearing them, so she had compiled a list of terms for him to memorize. Recalling those phrases made Wei Xuan feel slightly uneasy. They were far too sentimental for his taste. I'm a bit hungry. I'll go eat something first, he awkwardly remarked. Swiftly bypassing Meng Hongchuan and darting towards the cafeteria, his retreat somewhat flustered. Brother Wei Xuan, Meng Hongchuan huffed, stamping her foot in irritation. Her delicate nose wrinkled as she lifted her skirt and chased after him. In Meng Hongchuan's company, Wei Xuan enjoyed a hearty meal in the cafeteria. Initially, under her gentle coaxing, he had planned to accompany her for a stroll in the city. However, the arrival of Long Xiaoyao compelled him to alter his plans. In the exclusive laboratory, Long Xiaoyao and 10 soul masters of the evil faction stood quietly. I heard that you encountered some setbacks in your cultivation. Are you all right? Long Xiaoyao, clad in black, inquired about Wei Xuan's condition. Half a month prior, he had visited and learned from Jing Hongchuan about Wei Xuan's cultivation difficulties and subsequent seclusion for adjustments. It was merely a minor issue, already resolved. Wei Xuan replied with a light smile, assuring him there was no need for concern. Listening to Wei Xuan's words, Long Xiaoyao felt a sense of relief. Given their current alliance, he certainly did not wish for any misfortune to befall Wei Xuan. Should you encounter any challenges in your cultivation, feel free to consult me, and I shall do my utmost to assist, Long Xiaoyao remarked. If any issues arise, I will surely do so, Wei Xuan replied courteously, acknowledging the goodwill extended to him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wei Xuan began addressing the martial soul concerns of the 10 individuals. Since becoming a soul sect, Wei Xuan's total soul power had increased several-fold, making it considerably more durable. His internal soul power was now sufficient to resolve the martial soul issues of these 10 individuals in one go, without requiring any interim recovery. Observing Wei Xuan's ease in remedying the problems, Long Xiaoyao's face lit up with joy. Under these circumstances, it seemed plausible to bring a Soul King next time. Old Long, let us discuss matters privately, Wei Xuan proposed. Long Xiaoyao, taken aback, regarded Wei Xuan with curiosity before acquiescing to his request. He then addressed the 10 evil spirit masters, instructing them to exit. They complied respectfully and departed from the laboratory. What would you like to discuss, Your Highness? Long Xiaoyao inquired with interest. Wei Xuan wasted no time in stating, the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon intends to travel to Douuluo City for the Soul Master Academy competition, and I require your presence. Old Long Xiaoyao was somewhat taken aback and chuckled. Your Highness, why should I accompany you to the Soul Master competition? Is it that? His expression turned solemn as he pondered. Are you concerned that dangers may await us in Douuluo City? Wei Xuan shook his head. The likelihood of encountering mortal peril is rather slim, as the tensions between nations, while palpable, have not escalated to outright hostility. However, without formidable figures present to exert influence, being held hostage is not entirely out of the question. If the Douuluo Empire were to learn that both princes of the Sun and Moon Empire were present, who could guarantee they would refrain from extreme actions? So, you wish for my presence to serve as a deterrent, Long Xiaoyao deduced. Wei Xuan smiled slightly and nodded. Indeed, with you, a limit daw, accompanying us, they would be unlikely to act recklessly. If you're truly worried about such matters, bringing along 1 or 2 ninth-level soul masters should suffice. There's no need for me to go, Long Xiaoyao suggested, clearly reluctant to travel to Douuluo City, perhaps due to the possibility of encountering certain undesired individuals. Ninth-level soul masters, though powerful, possess many limitations in combat and lack the deterrent effect of a limit Douluo. They are not suitable for this journey, Wei Xuan countered. Please do not refuse this time. Old Long accompany us to Douuluo City. His tone left no room for dissent. Long Xiaoyao's expression darkened, and instead of rejecting immediately, he fell into contemplation. Since he had agreed to assist Wei Xuan, this was the first time Wei Xuan had requested his protection. Refusing would be difficult to justify. Yet, what if they encountered certain individuals from Shrek Academy during the competition? Wei Xuan remained silent, patiently awaiting Long Xiaoyao's response. After a moment of thought, Long Xiaoyao sighed quietly and said, Very well, when do you depart? 3 days from now. Wei Xuan replied with a smile. Long Xiaoyao nodded. I shall come to find you in 3 days. I need to attend to some matters beforehand. That is perfectly fine. As long as you remember to come, Wei Xuan assured him. After seeing Long Xiaoyao off, Wei Xuan made his way to Jing Hongchen's office. Your Highness, you have concluded your seclusion. How did it go? Jing Hongchen inquired eagerly as soon as Wei Xuan entered. The issues have been resolved without leaving any lingering hazards. Wei Xuan responded. That is splendid news. Jing Hongchen sighed in relief. Your Highness, I have already arranged for the protective personnel for this expedition. Wei Xuan interrupted him with a smile. There is no need to seek additional protection. I have invited Old Long to accompany us to Douuluo City. With a limit Douluo present, our safety is assured. Long Xiaoyao, Jing Hongchen exclaimed in surprise, realizing the significance of having a limit Douluo in their ranks. Indeed, with him here, our safety is guaranteed. However, he expressed some skepticism. Wei Xuan sensed Jing Hongchen's hesitation and reassured him there will be no issues. He held a considerable degree of trust in Long Xiaoyao. After a moment of contemplation, Jing Hongchen nodded. Since your Highness trusts him, let him accompany us for protection. Given their current relationship with the Spirit Hall, it was unlikely that Long Xiaoyao would act against Wei Xuan's interests. I did not have the chance to ask before, but your aura seems significantly stronger than before. Have you achieved a breakthrough? Wei Xuan inquired. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongchen's face broke into a smile. Indeed, it is all thanks to your Highness's precious elixirs, particularly the bloodline pill. It has alleviated the risks associated with previously consumed medicines, allowing me the opportunity to break through to level 95. Otherwise, I would have remained stuck. His gaze toward Wei Xuan was filled with gratitude, and he felt a surge of emotion. Without Wei Xuan's assistance, he would have been forever trapped at level 94. Now that he had broken through, how could he not be elated? The elevation in soul power brought immeasurable benefits, advancing his skills with soul devices significantly. His current cultivation level was sufficient, and should he reach the level of his mentor in the study of soul devices, even the legendary 10th level soul master might not be beyond his reach. At least, there was now hope. Congratulations, Hall Master, Wei Xuan expressed genuinely, sharing in Jing Hongchen's joy. Ha! Jing Hongchen laughed heartily, his recent breakthrough filling him with exceptional delight. This breakthrough is merely the beginning. If my master can achieve a breakthrough, it is quite possible that the continent will witness its first 10th level soul master. His voice brimmed with anticipation. Has Master Kong not yet completed his breakthrough? He should have concluded it by now, Wei Xuan queried, puzzled. The bloodline pills that Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming had consumed had eradicated the risks associated with their previous use of medicines. The limitations on their soul power growth were not due to their talent, but rather the hazards posed by the medications. Had they not excessively consumed medicines in their early years and overlooked foundational consolidation, they would have had no trouble achieving the rank of Super Douluo. Now, with the bloodline pill and foundational enhancing elixirs, both had resolved their previous issues. Thus, breaking through was merely a natural progression. In terms of talent, Kong Deming was indeed superior to Jing Hongchen, so there was no reason for him to lag behind his breakthrough. I am unsure. My master has remained in his secret laboratory, and unless he chooses to emerge, no one can see him. I have not encountered him in quite some time, so I cannot ascertain whether he has broken through, Jing Hongchen lamented. His master was engrossed in the research of a groundbreaking soul device, making it entirely normal for years, even a decade, to pass without sight of him. Had it not been for Wei Xuan piquing his master's interest, it would have been unlikely for Jing Hongchen to see his mentor so frequently in recent years. At intervals, critical messages were relayed to Kong Deming's laboratory, allowing him to determine when to emerge based on the circumstances. Wei Xuan's existence was also communicated to Kong Deming in this manner. There should be no issue. Kong Lao's cultivation talent is certainly on par with that of Long Lao and Yi Lao. Once the problem is resolved, a breakthrough is merely a matter of time. Wei Xuan expressed his confidence that his teacher would successfully transcend. 3 days later, on a bright morning, at the entrance of the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon, soul mentors who have reached a certain level no longer require carriages for travel, as they possess their own flying tools, which are significantly faster than horse-drawn vehicles. At the Academy's entrance, there were no carriages, only a gathering of participating students and teachers, ready to depart once everyone had assembled. Wei Xuan and Meng Hongchen arrived not too early. By the time they got there, most had already gathered, with only Su Yanqing yet to arrive. Beside Wei Xuan stood an elderly man clad in black, the one who had come as promised, Long Xiaoyao. As soon as the students, including His Highness Ma Ruolong, spotted Wei Xuan, they respectfully bowed, their faces reflecting genuine admiration and respect. This reverence was not merely a product of status, but stemmed from Wei Xuan's contributions in the realms of soul, guiding tools, and elixirs. They were all beneficiaries of the improved soul, guiding devices and elixirs, making their heartfelt gratitude and respect for Wei Xuan entirely natural. Chapter 50, Starfall City. Meng Hongchen, however, did not bow to Wei Xuan, yet displayed no signs of resistance. He admired Wei Xuan internally, though he chose not to show it outwardly. There is no need for such formalities. Wei Xuan waved his hand, not particularly concerned with these rituals. Has Yanqing not arrived yet? Wei Xuan inquired. This time, including the teacher and Long Xiaoyao, a total of 17 individuals were present, a manageable number for gathering everyone. While he may not be familiar with the others, he was quite knowledgeable about his own brother. If he did not see him at a glance, it indicated he had yet to arrive. Not yet, a leading teacher responded. He had a straight nose and a handsome face, with a tall stature that exuded a sense of solidity. He was the main person in charge of this expedition. In the academy, he was respectfully referred to as Master Ma, being a senior educator and the grandfather of Ma Ruolong. Someone go and call him. He is likely still asleep, Wei Xuan remarked helplessly. The expression of Master Ma and the others became slightly awkward at his words, as given Su Yanqing's temperament. It was indeed a possibility. Su Yanqing was currently also a student at the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon and had gained a reputation within the institution for his notorious love for sleep. Of course, part of his fame stemmed from his extraordinary talent. The formidable power of his extreme fire martial soul was undeniable. With the assistance of some high-quality elixirs, Su Yanqing's soul power had already reached level 29 at the tender age of 10. Such talent could certainly be described as terrifying. "I shall go and check on His Highness Yanqing," proposed Ma Rulong. "Indeed, do expedite your pace. We cannot afford to delay our departure," Master Ma replied. An hour later, Su Yanqing rushed in, clutching 2 bags of palace pastries. Upon spotting Wei Xuan, her face flushed with embarrassment, and her steps faltered. At the tender age of 10, Su Yanqing was slightly taller than her peers and somewhat plump, her cherubic face inviting one to pinch her cheeks. With a neat and lively short haircut, she appeared quite spirited. Her features were rather handsome, and if she were to slim down, her beauty would undoubtedly flourish. Unfortunately, Su Yanqing struggled to control her appetite, making her weight loss a formidable challenge. "Did I not inform you of the time yesterday? Why are you still late?" Wei Xuan inquired, his tone tinged with sternness. Su Yanqing, wearing an awkward smile, replied, "I did rise early, but I felt a bit drowsy and thought to rest for just a moment." As she recounted her tale, her voice dwindled to a mere whisper. Unable to contain herself, Meng Hongchun, standing beside Wei Xuan, burst into laughter and approached Su Yanqing, playfully pinching her rosy cheeks. The citizens of the Douuluo Empire generally possessed a darker complexion, yet Su Yanqing's chubbiness rendered her skin relatively fair. "You merely overslept and did not rise at all," Meng Hongchun jested, her hands gently kneading Su Yanqing's face, a gesture she particularly enjoyed. "That's not true. I truly did get up. You can ask the maidservants," Su Yanqing protested, casting an indignant glance at Meng Hongchun, shaking her head vigorously to free herself from her grasp, clearly displeased by the playful teasing. "Brother, I genuinely woke up early." Su Yanqing trotted over to Wei Xuan, her eyes blinking innocently, exuding a sense of grievance. Seeing her like this, Wei Xuan was at a loss for words. He could only affectionately ruffle her hair and said, "Do not be late next time." "Yes, I promise I won't be late next time." Su Yanqing's expression brightened instantly, and she offered a bag of pastries to Wei Xuan. "Brother, these pastries are delicious. You must try them," she urged, as he was the only one she felt comfortable sharing food with. Wei Xuan took a piece from the bag and said, "I shall only have this one. You can consume the rest." Satisfied with his choice, he did not insist that she finish the entire bag. "We can set off now," Wei Xuan instructed the leading teacher. "Very well," Master Ma nodded, moving to the front of the group. After confirming their numbers once more, he led everyone towards the city gates. Flying within the city was prohibited. Hence, they could only utilize their flying soul guides once they exited. However, this restriction was not absolute. Those with sufficient power could fly undetected, allowing them to soar freely. Powerful individuals like Long Xiaoyao had always entered Mingdu by flying without being noticed. All present were soul masters, and their pace was swift. They quickly exited Mingdu City. At Master Ma's signal, the students and teachers retrieved their flying soul guides. Among those present, the lowest rank, aside from Su Yanqing, was a level 4 soul engineer, each having crafted their own flying soul guide. The soul guides varied from person to person. Even identical types bore distinct features, showcasing their unique styles. The students produced replicas of the ice cloud wings, each differing in appearance, yet sharing the same core essence. Wei Xuan's ice cloud wings had been popularized by Jing Hongqin, and many opted for them when crafting their own flying soul guides. "Yanqing, stay with Master Ma," Wei Xuan directed, knowing that if Su Yanqing used a flying guide alone, it would hinder the speed of the entire group. "Anzai, Su Yanqing obedini deeply." Once donned with their soul guides, the group ascended into the sky, soaring towards the horizon. Xingluo City, as the capital of the Xingluo Empire, undoubtedly held the title of the empire's foremost city. It served as the political, cultural, and economic center, the very lifeblood of the Xingluo Empire. The empire revered martial prowess, evident from the imposing, robust walls of Xingluo City and the formidable soldiers stationed within. Upon entering this grand metropolis, one could immediately sense its profound historical weight. Perhaps due to the Soul Master competition, the city felt somewhat congested, with throngs of people crowding the streets, creating a cacophony of noise. Had it not been for the soldiers stationed at intervals along the streets, such density could easily incite conflicts and chaos. Upon revealing their identities, a designated guide led Wei Xuan and the others to the Xinghuang Hotel. the designated lodging for participants from various Soul Master Academies. After a flurry of activity, they settled into the hotel's topmost and most luxurious floor. It was said that the privilege of residing on this level was reserved for the champions and runners-up of the previous competition, meaning only 2 academies could claim this honor. Aside from the Royal Academy of the Douuluo Empire, the only other institution on this floor was Shrek Academy, a rival academy. Brother Wei Xuan, let us go out and explore. The competition officially begins the day after tomorrow, so we have these 2 days to enjoy ourselves. Meng Hongchun exclaimed joyfully. During the journey, she had seen many fascinating things previously unseen and was eager to explore further. Su Yanqing followed Meng Hongchun into Wei Xuan's room, her eyes lighting up at the suggestion. Nodding enthusiastically, she said, I agree. I spotted so many delectable treats earlier, perfect for sampling. At the mention of food, she swallowed hard. Crossing her arms with a cool demeanor, Meng Hongchun remained silent, her expression one of casual indifference. Wei Xuan, not in a hurry to practice, noticed the 2's enthusiasm and did not refuse. Very well, let's venture out. Yay! Both Meng Hongchun and Su Yanqing cheered, their smiles radiant. The 4 of them exited the room, and as they passed by the room designated for Shrek Academy's rest, they couldn't help but glance curiously. From a staff, they learned that the Shrek students had not yet checked in, uncertain of the prowess of the participants from Shrek Academy. Xiao Hongchun expressed a hope that they would not be too weak. Although he had yet to encounter the members of Shrek Academy, his fighting spirit began to ignite, and he felt a surge of excitement. Brother, how can you say such a thing? The representatives of Shrek Academy can hardly be weak. If they were, they wouldn't have consistently claimed the championship. Meng Hongchun retorted with a roll of her eyes, increasingly enjoying teasing her older brother over the years. Perhaps it was a matter of comparison. In contrast to Wei Xuan, she found her brother's mannerisms somewhat childish. She couldn't help but chide him, often following it up with praise for Wei Xuan. However, with Wei Xuan present, even if the Shrek Academy participants proved strong, they would surely be defeated. He would undoubtedly lead them to victory. Meng Hongchun clung to one of Wei Xuan's arms, gently swaying it while gazing into his eyes, which sparkled with starlight. Xiao Hongchun shot a significant eye roll at his foolish sister, deeming her an overly enamored fan and a traitor to family. Even if he doesn't compete, I could still lead them to victory, he declared, brimming with confidence. That remains to be seen. I've heard that Shrek Academy usually sends participants of the Soul Emperor level to compete. I doubt this time will be any different. After all, they are Soul Emperors, while you, Xiao Hong, are merely a Soul King. Can you handle that? Su Yanqing chimed in, her tone teasing. What's so special about a Soul Emperor? I, Xiao Hongchun, still have my cards to play, he replied, though a hint of uncertainty lingered. If it were an ordinary Soul Emperor, he might have some confidence in victory. Yet against Shrek's Soul Emperors, his assurance waned. The Academy's reputation was formidable, almost mythical, and he had heard too many tales of their prowess in battle, which bred an instinctual wariness within him. How's that? Not so sure now, are you? Meng Hongchun teased, delighting in her brother's discomfort. You laugh, but it's merely a Soul Emperor. If I reveal my full potential, I could very well defeat them. Besides, I am still a reserve member. In 5 years, I shall be a Soul Emperor, or even a Soul Sage. By then, they will be no match for me, Xiao Hongchun asserted confidently, his spirits lifted by the thought of his future potential. Meng Hongchun chose not to argue further, recognizing the truth in his words. Both of them were still young, and once they became official team members, defeating Shrek Academy, even without Wei Xuan, was entirely plausible. Confidence is key. Do not overestimate your opponent, but also avoid underestimating them. You must find that balance, Wei Xuan advised earnestly, his faith in Xiao Hongchun evident. If he could temper his arrogance, a bright future awaited him. Brother Wei Xuan, your words are truly inspiring. Meng Hongchun clapped her hands in admiration, while Su Yanqing echoed her enthusiasm, her gaze filled with reverence for him, having always viewed him as an idol. Wei Xuan smiled wryly at the two, ruffling Meng Hongchun's hair before moving forward. The 2 girls hurried after him, while Xiao Hongchun lingered momentarily, contemplating the wisdom in Wei Xuan's words. Do not hold your opponent in too high a regard, but neither should you belittle them. The measure of balance is yours to determine. Wei Xuan's voice echoed back to him. Xiao Hongchun stood still, The essence of Wei Xuan's advice resonating in his mind for several minutes until his gaze sharpened with clarity. "I think I understand now," he declared, his eyes brightening as he clapped his hands together and dashed down the corridor to catch up with Wei Xuan and the others. The trio awaited him in a prominent area of the hotel lobby, where a throng of individuals from various nations and academies gathered for check-in. Observing the soul masters from the original Douluo continent, Wei Xuan felt a tinge of disappointment. They did not seem as formidable as he had imagined. After careful observation, he found no soul emperors among the participants, and even soul kings were a rarity, with the majority being soul masters, a stark contrast to his expectations. "Thank you for your insightful words. They have greatly benefited me." Xiaohong Chun expressed his gratitude as he approached Wei Xuan. "It was merely a few words." "No need for such solemnity," Wei Xuan replied with a light chuckle. "Let us not waste any more time. Let us go explore," Meng Hongchan exclaimed eagerly, tugging at Wei Xuan as they made their way outside. Su Yanqing and Xiao Hongchan followed closely behind as the four of them ventured through Xingluo City. In comparison to Mingdu, Xingluo City exuded a more rustic charm, filled with vibrant life. The streets were lined with many delights absent in Mingdu, primarily culinary treats that delighted Su Yanqing, a true food lover. She indulged in the local fare, her mouth never ceasing to savor the flavors. Meng Hongchan shared her enthusiasm for the delicacies, and by the time they returned to the hotel that evening, her stomach was pleasantly full, and she let out contented burps. Wei Xuan and Xiao Hongchun fared better, yet they too had indulged, sampling a considerable amount of food. The following day unfolded in a relaxed atmosphere, swiftly leading to the official commencement of the competition. As dawn broke, the city stirred to life, bustling with throngs heading toward Xingluo Square. By the time the sun fully illuminated Xingluo City, the metropolis was alive with energy. The Emperor of Xingluo stood atop the city walls, hands clasped behind his back, flanked by the esteemed Empress. Once all preparations were complete, the gates opened, allowing the populace to enter in an orderly fashion, facilitated by the soldiers on duty. With nearly 200,000 citizens flooding into the vicinity of Xingluo Square, the once spacious area transformed into a sea of humanity, vibrant and bustling. The Xingluo Empire had meticulously organized this grand event, ensuring order was maintained, preventing any chaos or trampling incidents. The waiting area for contestants remained relatively spacious, devoid of overcrowding. Under the guidance of their leading instructor, Wei Xuan and his companions stood firmly in the designated area for competitors, where the positioning of each academy was notably significant. The higher the ranking from the previous competition, the closer the placement to the front. Thus, the Sun and Moon Royal Academy found itself situated in the second row. The academy's uniform, a delicate moon white, bore an emblem of a sun embroidered on each member's chest, symbolizing the essence of the Sun and Moon Royal. Wei Xuan, donned in the Academy-S attire, exuded a commanding presence. His ice blue hair and handsome features, combined with an ethereal demeanor, drew the attention of many female students from various academies. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he contrasted sharply with the imposing aura of the Star Luo Empire. Instead, he conveyed a sense of otherworldliness, as if he were a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. "Brother Wei Xuan, why do I feel that Shrek is comprised solely of reserve team members?" murmured Meng Hongchan beside him. Positioned directly behind Shrek Academy, they were able to observe its members without much effort. From the appearances of the Shrek students, it was evident that they were quite young, likely mere reserves. 3 others, cloaked and obscured, made it impossible to ascertain their ages. Not only Meng Hongchan, but also Xiao Hongchen and Ma Rulong shared this confusion. What was Shrek Academy up to? Were they looking down upon them by sending only reserve players? Wei Xuan had also taken note of Shrek Academy's peculiar situation. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked that they must have encountered some unforeseen circumstances. Through his mental probing, he discerned that among the 10 students, only 3 appeared to be core members. Those cloaked individuals whose identities remained concealed. 2 were soul emperors, and 1 a soul king. It was reasonable to deduce that these 3 constituted Shrek's main strength. However, their auras were somewhat disordered, suggesting a state of weakness, likely due to recent injuries. Among the remaining 7, 4 soul masters and 3 great soul masters, hardly the profile of mere reserve team members. If his assumptions were correct, Shrek must have faced some misfortune en route. for normally their dispatched main team would consist of members at least of Soul King caliber. It was unusual to witness Soul Masters or Great Soul Masters in action. What misfortune had befallen them, however, remained a mystery beyond his reach to deduce. Upon hearing the term misfortune, Meng Hongshun, Xiao Hongshun, and others turned their questioning gazes toward Wei Xuan, seemingly inquiring about the nature of the incident. Wei Xuan's voice was not loud, just sufficient for those nearby to catch his words. Yet Meng Hongshun's spontaneous exclamation was quite audible, drawing the attention of both rows of students. While those in the back remained oblivious to its significance, the Shrek students in the front reacted sensitively to the term, instinctively turning to glance back, their brows furrowing slightly. Having recently experienced a significant upheaval, they were still recovering. The mention of misfortune caused their nerves to tighten involuntarily. The expressions exchanged between the rival academies turned the atmosphere peculiar as a silent tension filled the air. The third row of students fell silent, adopting a watchful demeanor as they observed the two academies' silent confrontation. The animosity between the Sun and Moon Royal Academy and Shrek Academy was no secret. The Shrek students quickly focused on Wei Xuan, who stood at the heart of the formation, magnetically drawing their gazes. His otherworldly aura instantly marked him as someone extraordinary. A few female students felt their hearts race momentarily, but quickly regained their composure. Wei Xuan's gaze lingered on one student among the Shrek members, Huo Yuhao. He found only two individuals from Shrek worthy of interest, one of whom was this person he had encountered in the extreme north. Rumor had it that his name was Huo Yuhao. The other was the youth beside him, or rather, the girl, whose presence hinted at numerous secrets. The seal within her mind emanated a sense of danger that was far from trivial. Had his mental faculties fully recovered, he would not have feared such a seal. But in his current state, he was unable to confront it. Observing Huo Yuhao's expression, which darkened with fury, Wei Xuan noticed the palpable intent to kill emanating from him. Huo Yuhao clenched his fists, directing a fierce glare at Wei Xuan. It was this very person who had seized the Ice Emperor from him, causing him to lose the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion as his martial soul, forcing him to settle for a lesser option. Creatures like the Ice Emperor, among the top 10 fearsome beasts, were known to produce soul bones. Acquiring such a martial soul would have yielded not only the soul itself, but also the coveted 10,000-year soul bones. Losing both the 10,000-year soul ring and soul bones was enough to provoke ire in anyone. Moreover, he had severely injured himself in the process, leaving his comrade, Tianming, heavily wounded and unconscious. The mere recollection of these events ignited a blaze of anger within Huo Yuhao, who yearned to eliminate Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan, having sensed the intense murderous intent in Huo Yuhao's gaze, allowed his own demeanor to cool slightly. "Yuhao, what troubles you?" inquired Wang Dong, standing beside him, concern evident in his tone. "I am fine," Huo Yuhao replied, striving to maintain his composure and not succumb to an outburst. Neither the team members nor the instructors initiated conversation, for there was no inclination to engage in pleasantries. Their relationship was defined by rigid competition. The absence of verbal jabs was merely due to the inappropriateness of the setting. Otherwise, a verbal clash would have likely ensued. After a tense exchange of glances that lasted several seconds, the instructors from both sides exchanged symbolic nods. Wang Yin, the instructor leading Shrek, turned first, and gradually, the others followed suit, shifting their attention away from those behind them. Chapter 53. The Eternal Runner-Up. Xiao Hongshun and the others expressed their displeasure with disdainful expressions directed at the Shrek students. "Brother Wei Xuan, what did you mean by that earlier remark?" Meng Hongshun inquired curiously. Those closest to Wei Xuan leaned in, eager to glean information. "I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but I suspect they must have encountered some unforeseen incident. Otherwise, the participant sent would not be of this caliber," Wei Xuan explained. The group displayed contemplative expressions, recognizing the validity in Wei Xuan's assessment. Historically, Shrek had not dispatched such youthful competitors to the tournament. It was hard to believe that they lacked stronger participants. Given their substantial foundation, considering their commitment to this competition, it was improbable that they would send anything less than formidable students. The presence of mere reserve team members indicated that something significant had transpired, preventing the main team from attending. After contemplating for a moment, the crowd ceased their musings, their gazes drawn forward. Such a grand spectacle undeniably captivated their attention. Wei Xuan, however, remained largely indifferent to the scene, his eyes occasionally drifting towards Huo Yuhao and the girl disguised as a boy. These two possessed a fascinating quality, harboring within them powers not inherently their own. Wei Xuan mused. In the front row, the members of Shrek turned to each other, their expressions far from pleasant. "Yuhao, do you know that blue-haired fellow?" Wang Dong inquired softly as he leaned closer to Huo Yuhao. The martial soul fusion technique allowed them to sense one another's emotions, and he had unmistakably felt the anger and even murderous intent boiling within Huo Yuhao. From the direction of his gaze, it was evident that these negative emotions were directed at that blue-haired individual. Huo Yuhao inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure and prevent his fury from clouding his judgment. Observing Wang Dong's concerned expression warmed his heart. After a moment's reflection, he replied solemnly, "Let us discuss this back at the hotel. That person is formidable and poses a significant threat. If he enters the fray, he will undoubtedly become our greatest adversary. We must remain vigilant." Wang Dong's eyes widened in surprise, and he instinctively glanced back at Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan, sensing the scrutiny from ahead, chose to ignore it, continuing to gaze forward. "He appears to be around our age. Is he truly as exaggerated as you say?" Wang Dong queried, perplexed. Having spent over a year in close quarters with Huo Yuhao, he understood his character well, recognizing that such a demeanor and commentary held weight. It was worth noting that even their senior brother, Bei, had not received such a strong appraisal from Huo Yuhao, yet this blue-haired individual had. Did this not imply that he was even more formidable than their senior brother? Indeed, I have not exaggerated. We shall discuss the specifics back at the hotel. This individual warrants our utmost attention, Huo Yuhao stated gravely. Seeing Huo Yuhao's serious demeanor, Wang Dong also grew earnest, nodding in agreement. Bei, who was positioned closer to Huo Yuhao, overheard their conversation and furrowed his brow slightly, casting a discreet glance backward. His gaze was directed at Wei Xuan, and he scrutinized him closely as if attempting to decipher his depth. This was the first time Bei encountered such an extraordinary person. His mind was in turmoil. The individual resembled an enigmatic abyss, eluding his comprehension. Yet he could sense an extraordinary quality emanating from him that he could not articulate. A commanding voice reverberated throughout the venue, imbued with authority, instantly silencing the previously boisterous crowd. The atmosphere shifted dramatically to one of solemnity as soldiers raised their spears, an invisible aura of intimidation spreading across the assembly. "His Majesty the Emperor has arrived." As the proclamation rang out, the assembled populace knelt in unison, the synchronized action of hundreds of thousands creating a magnificent sight. The soldiers knelt on one knee, one hand clutching their spear while the other rested across their chest, their heads bowed in a transformation from solemnity to reverence. The competing participants had been informed in advance that they were not required to kneel, but merely to bow at a 90-degree angle in respect to the emperor. Wei Xuan felt averse to such a deep bow. Those deserving of such honor were few, and he found it challenging to extend such a gesture to a stranger. Releasing a powerful sense of awareness, he employed a technique to create an illusion, allowing him to fulfill the gesture without physically bowing. To the others, it appeared as though he, too, had bowed deeply, while in reality, he stood quietly, doing nothing. "All rise," the Douuluo Emperor remarked with satisfaction. His voice amplified through a sound amplification soul tool. The crowd and soldiers rose, and the participants straightened their postures. The Douuluo Emperor then commenced his speech for the opening ceremony, expressing his joy in a few succinct sentences while encouraging the competitors. Following his address, the participants bowed again, and Wei Xuan, with a sense of resignation, repeated his illusionary gesture to mimic the bow. "Now, I declare the commencement of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy battle," the Douuluo Emperor proclaimed, his voice filled with fervor and charisma. "Long live the Emperor!" The crowd echoed in unison. The celebratory cannon fire from the city walls punctuated the moment, elevating the public's spirits to a crescendo, and the square erupted into a sea of excitement and cheers. As the cheers gradually subsided, the previous resounding voice announced the onset of the first round. The draw for the first round had been completed prior to the opening ceremony, with one academy from the Heavenly Spirit Empire receiving a bye, leaving the remaining institutions to compete. Whether by chance or design, the Sun Moon Royal Academy's match was scheduled for the second round, following Shrek Academy. Their opponents hailed from the Douuluo Empire, a relatively obscure institution known as the Star Prism Academy. This second placement, are they deliberately targeting us, reminding us of our perennial status as the second best? Meng Hongshun remarked coldly. The expressions of Ma Rulong and others mirrored his dissatisfaction with the organizer's arrangement. Positioned in the second row and entering the arena second, everything seemed to unfold in Shrek's shadow, which was frustrating for them. Is this a humiliation? Meng Hongshun fumed, glaring at the Shrek members who were strategizing ahead. Indeed, this is utterly excessive, Su Yanqing concurred, still chewing on his food. Let us refrain from complaints. Our status is a reflection of our strength. We shall demonstrate through our prowess what position we deserve, Wei Xuan reassured. Upon hearing Wei Xian's words, Meng Hongshun and the others nodded in agreement, their spirits ignited with determination. Chapter 54. The 10,000-Year Soul Ring and the impressive Huo Yuhao. In this tournament, they would ensure that Shrek Academy and the entire continent would recognize that the Sun Moon Royal Academy was capable of defeating Shrek and claiming the championship title. As they simmered in indignation, the cheers for Shrek began to resonate around them. It was undeniable that Shrek's reputation was indeed resounding, and the treatment they received was unparalleled by other academies. For instance, when the host called forth the competing academies, the tone was measured and sparse when mentioning the Heavenly Spirit Academy. In contrast, when it came to Shrek Academy, the voice soared, brimming with uncontainable excitement and reverence, laden with additional praise. The disparity in treatment was unmistakable. As the host called out Shrek Academy, the audience erupted into excitement, cheers resonating through the air. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Shrek Academy was adored by the masses, and even the Emperor of Xinghua displayed a flicker of emotion due to their presence. Soon, the representatives from Tianling Academy and Shrek Academy arrived on the competition stage. All eyes focused on them. Following the referee's announcement of the rules, the two academies positioned themselves at a distance, adopting their respective formations. Tianling Academy arranged themselves conventionally, 3 members at the front, with 2 Soul Masters flanking the rear and 2 more Soul Masters standing behind. In contrast, Shrek Academy's formation appeared peculiar, almost non-existent. Huo Yuhao stood at the forefront of his team, flanked by 3 individuals on each side, arranged in a fan shape, with minimal distance between them. This positioning resembled a display rather than a tactical formation, as the other 6 members encircled Huo Yuhao like stars around a moon, highlighting his presence. The audience gasped at this unusual arrangement, leaving many teachers and students, including the Emperor of Xinghua, perplexed. They questioned the meaning behind Shrek Academy's formation. Did they consider their opponents too weak to warrant a proper stance? Xiao Hongxun and others watched in bewilderment, while Wei Xuan regarded Huo Yuhao with a hint of curiosity, genuinely wondering what Shrek aimed to achieve. Judging by the soul power levels, Tianling Academy held a slight advantage. Even if Shrek Academy managed to secure a victory, it would not come easily, certainly not a complete domination. A proper stance would demand effort to win, so this casual arrangement suggested either recklessness or a calculated strategy, with the latter being far more likely. Were they attempting to confuse their opponents? With a commanding shout, the referee declared the match underway, and both teams simultaneously unleashed their martial souls. On Tianling Academy's side, 5 Soul Masters and 2 Soul Grandmasters displayed their yellow and purple soul rings, shimmering brilliantly. For the spectators, this sight was undoubtedly magnificent. Under normal circumstances, they would have admired it longer. However, at this moment, their attention was wholly captured by Shrek's participants, specifically Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao, having stepped forward, emanated an indescribable aura of terror, causing the air on the stage to become oppressively heavy. 6 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, and upon seeing these 6 rings, everyone's pupils constricted in disbelief. Huo Yuhao was adorned with 6 crimson soul rings. Even Wei Xuan, initially taken aback by this display, quickly regained his composure, unable to suppress a chuckle. Huo Yuhao was quite skilled at creating illusions, having seemingly simulated 600,000-year soul rings. Realizing this, Wei Xuan understood Shrek's peculiar formation, a combination of bewilderment and intimidation aimed at catching their opponents off guard. The situation on the competition stage aligned closely with Wei Xuan's speculation. The 7 members of Tianling Academy were visibly shaken by the 6 soul rings. Suddenly struck by mental assault, they stood frozen, a grave mistake in battle. Seizing the opportunity, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong made their move. executing their martial soul fusion technique, conjuring a colossal golden vertical eye in the arena. Brilliant beams of blue, purple, and gold radiated from the eye, swiftly traversing half the competition area. Upon colliding with the 7 members of Tianling Academy, the dazzling light contained immense power, causing 2 soul grandmasters to collapse, their protective soul guides shattering. The 5 soul masters fared slightly better, but their bodies became enveloped in gold, resembling golden statues, standing immobile. As the light dissipated, the golden vertical eye vanished, revealing Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, with Huo Yuhao's 6 blood-red soul rings shimmering. Wang Dong also bore 6 soul rings, albeit less extravagant, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, a top-tier configuration for Soul Emperor. Huo Yuhao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance and coolness, casting a casual glance at the referee as he declared the match concluded. His tone bore little emotion, as if ending the competition was a trivial matter. The referee, momentarily dazed, swallowed hard, still in shock as he announced the results. Instead of the anticipated uproar, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, everyone staring in astonishment at the scene before them, deeply impacted. "Remember, I hail from Shrek Academy, from Tang the Yuhao stated solemnly, leading his comrades off the stage, with the rest following closely behind. The quiet did not last long. Soon, thunderous cheers erupted, with the names Shrek and Tang echoing ceaselessly. Almost all gazes fixated on Huo Yuhao as they watched him depart, profoundly shaken by the young man's performance, their hearts still racing, grappling with an unreal sensation as if trapped in a dream. At the location of the Day and Moon Royal Academy, aside from Wei Xuan, everyone else was in a state of shock. Xiao Hongchun, Ma Rulong, and others stared wide-eyed, while Meng Hongchun covered her mouth in disbelief. And Su Yanqing's snack remained suspended at her lips. How could this be possible? Ma Rulong murmured, voicing the question that lingered in everyone's minds. After posing this query, for reasons unknown, Xiao Hongchun and the others instinctively turned their gazes toward Wei Xuan, seeking answers from him. They could not fathom why they felt this way, as if Wei Xuan possessed the knowledge to clarify their confusion. Noticing their stares, Wei Xuan calmly explained, that was simulated. His actual soul ring should be 1 white and 1 yellow. Simulated? Yet that aura felt so incredibly authentic. Even from this distance, I sensed a twinge of trepidation. Xiao Hongxian exclaimed in astonishment. I felt the same. Ma Rulong nodded in agreement. The atmosphere was palpably charged, as if conjured from the very essence of a 100,000-year soul beast. Through the power of his mental prowess, he had managed to recreate that sensation with astonishing authenticity. Wei Xuan was not unfamiliar with the essence that Huo Yuhao had just simulated. It was the aura of the Ice Emperor, albeit he chose not to elaborate on this revelation. If my conjecture holds true, Huo Yuhao's martial soul must be his eyes, a psychic-type martial soul, with one of its soul rings possessing the ability to simulate. Wei Xuan continued, noting that while Huo Yuhao's disguise could deceive others, it could not fool him. The dual pupils he possessed granted him the ability to pierce through illusions. Before his discerning gaze, all facades were laid bare. Through his unique vision, he discerned that Huo Yuhao's soul power was converging towards his eyes, indicating that they were likely his martial soul, while others perceived 6 blood-red soul rings swirling around him. He alone saw 2 rings entwined, 1 golden and 1 yellow. When speaking to Meng Hongchun and the others, he refrained from mentioning the gold, opting instead for white. The significance of the golden soul ring eluded him, yet in terms of energy quality and intensity, it evidently surpassed that of a 10,000-year soul ring. He had yet to encounter a 100,000-year soul ring, but it was reasonable to surmise that it would not rival the prowess of this golden ring. Coupled with the soul of the heavenly dream ice silkworm within Huo Yuhao, he formulated a hypothesis. This golden soul ring might very well originate from the heavenly dream ice silkworm, thus marking it as a 1,000,000-year soul ring. Realization dawned upon Hongchun and the others, their expressions shifting to one of understanding, which clarified the uncanny realism of that aura. Wei Xuan, how do you know his name is Huo Yuhao? Meng Hongchun inquired with curiosity. Wei Xuan shuke lightly. I encountered him in the extreme north and learned his name by chance. Oh, could you share the details? Meng Hongchun's interest was piqued. There's not much to tell. Just a mere coincidence, Wei Xuan replied, not intending to delve into the specifics of his experience in the extreme north. Sensing Meng Hongqin's eagerness to pry further, he swiftly shifted the topic. "It is time for our competition. Please prepare yourselves." Meng Hongqin shot him a look of feigned disappointment, but her excitement soon returned as she pumped her small fist. "We must conclude our battles swiftly, ensuring the audience witnesses the might of our academy. No room for weakness." The others nodded in agreement. A swift victory for Shrek would be embarrassing if their own matches were drawn out. "Wei Xuan, you should take the stage first. Your presence will undoubtedly amplify our momentum," Meng Hongqin implored, wrapping her arms around his. Seeing her pout, as if to say she would persist until he acquiesced, Wei Xuan relented. "Very well, I shall heed your request and give it a try." "Splendid. If you take action, it will surely overshadow them and reveal your terrifying prowess," Meng Hongqin exclaimed, ready to embrace him, only to be met with his gentle resistance. "In public, let us forego the embraces," Wei Xuan advised, stepping back. "Oomph. No hugs then," Meng Hongqin replied, slightly disappointed. "Your Highness, should you choose to engage, it would be splendid. To quell Shrek's arrogance would be immensely satisfying, Mr. Ma remarked with a smile. "Indeed, brother. Let them see your strength," Su Yanqing added, eager to witness her brother in action. "All right. I shall have 6 individuals join me on stage shortly," Wei Xuan declared, already contemplating his strategy. "I wish to participate." Meng Hongqin was the first to raise her hand, despite not being scheduled to compete. With Wei Xuan stepping up, she felt compelled to join. "Count me in," Su Yanqing exclaimed loudly, wiping her mouth. Though seemingly indifferent, Meng Hongqin raised her hand with impressive speed, coinciding with Meng Hongqin's gesture. Anticipating the attention they would draw, she too desired to showcase her abilities. Ma Rulong wore a calm smile, eager to join the competition as well. He could not miss the opportunity to overshadow Shrek. Thus, the lineup for the competition was established. Wei Xuan, Su Yanqing, the Meng siblings, Ma Rulong, Lin Shi, and Chen Fei. After Huo Yuhao and his companions departed the stage, they left with an air of dominance and cool detachment, leaving only their team leader, Wang Yan, behind to observe. Following a brief intermission of approximately 2 minutes after the first match, the second competition commenced. As the host's voice resonated, Wei Xuan and the 6 competitors made their way to the stage. Wei Xuan led the procession, his expression serene, showing no signs of emotional upheaval despite the surrounding scrutiny. His composure was as tranquil as still water. Behind him, the other 6 displayed a mix of excitement, unsure whether it stemmed from the audience's attention or the impending contest. Upon reaching the competition stage, their formation appeared peculiar. Wei Xuan stood at the forefront, while the others maintained a distance, aligned in a single file. Observers, both opponents and spectators, were taken aback by this unusual arrangement. In the waiting area, Wang Yan furrowed his brow upon witnessing the unique positioning of the Sun Moon Royal Academy, pondering whether they intended to emulate Yuhao's team. He was keen to discern what made the blue-haired youth so special, as Huo Yuhao had specifically instructed him to keep a close watch on him. Thus, Wang Yan remained behind to observe, knowing that had Wei Xuan not participated, he would have departed long ago. "Are you certain?" the referee inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "Indeed. Let us commence the match," Wei Xuan replied calmly. The referee, with a perplexed expression, nodded and surveyed the athletes from both teams before announcing the start of the competition. The members of Xingling Academy promptly unleashed their martial souls, 5 soul ancestors and 2 soul emperors. Judging by the fluctuations in soul power, it was evident that Xingling Academy possessed a slightly superior overall strength compared to Tianling Academy. Meanwhile, the members of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy refrained from releasing their martial souls. Standing at the back, Meng Hongqin and others crossed their arms, wearing faint smiles, appearing to be mere spectators. The only one to take action was Wei Xuan, who, unbeknownst to anyone, had a metallic cannon barrel resting on his shoulder. The barrel, white in color with a diameter of approximately 10 centimeters, was adorned with peculiar patterns, indicative of a soul guide formation. Chapter 56. Shocking the entire arena, white light flickered within the barrel as energy rapidly converged around it, an ominous power brewing within. The members of Xingling Academy, already wary of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, turned pale as they sensed the terrifying energy accumulating in the cannon. A strong sense of crisis surged through them, quickening their heartbeats uncontrollably. The captain of Xingling Academy, was about to shout for everyone to disperse, but before he could utter a word, he was left dumbfounded by Wei Xuan's subsequent actions. The energy accumulation took merely a moment, and once fully charged, Wei Xuan raised the cannon and aimed it diagonally upwards. Indeed, he was not targeting the members of Xingling Academy, but rather the space above them. With a resounding boom, the white cannonball was discharged, soaring swiftly towards the diagonal direction and crashing into the energy shield enveloping the competition stage. The energy shield trembled violently, and fine cracks appeared at the point of impact, dimming its glow. Upon explosion, instead of flames and metal fragments, countless shards of ice erupted, resembling a magnificent bloom of ice flowers. What does this mean? The members of Xingling Academy were left in a daze, questioning Wei Xuan's aim. They made no attempt to evade the falling ice shards. Firstly, the area was too vast to escape, and secondly, they perceived no immediate danger. Aside from a slight chill, the shards seemed benign, rendering evasion unnecessary. Each individual was soon covered in tiny ice fragments. The onlookers were equally bewildered, struggling to comprehend Wei Xuan's actions. However, their confusion quickly morphed into astonishment. Mouths agape in disbelief. Emperor Luo, seated, abruptly rose, displaying uncharacteristic agitation, his pupils constricting. On the competition stage, Wei Xuan clenched his palm, and the scattered ice shards were drawn towards the members of Xingling Academy by an unseen force. The ice that had adhered to them expanded, as if it had previously been contracted. In an instant, the previously bewildered members of Xingling Academy found themselves encased in ice, their expressions frozen, their bodies rendered immobile. Their released martial souls and soul rings did not retract automatically. They too had been ensnared, transforming them into ice sculptures. The white shards of ice vanished, replaced by 7 crystalline, human-shaped ice sculptures, formed from the very shards that had once scattered. The rapidity of the ice's aggregation left the 7 members of Xingling Academy no time to react. As he retracted the cannon, Wei Xuan smiled indifferently, directing his gaze to the petrified referee. Please announce the result. The 7 individuals frozen in place had completely lost their ability to move, rendering the outcome unequivocal. The referee, rendered speechless, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, struggling to confirm whether he was dreaming. How could a match conclude without even releasing martial souls or hitting a target? The impossibility of the situation echoed in his mind, a cacophony of disbelief overwhelming him. It was not just the referee who reacted this way. Every witness to the scene stood frozen, jaws agape as if they might swallow an egg whole. The shards of ice had independently coalesced, encasing the 7 in ice sculptures, a phenomenon that could not be merely an illusion. Silence engulfed the arena, a deathly stillness as all present were left in shock, the magnitude of their astonishment surpassing even that of Huo Yuhao as 600,000-year soul rings. Above the imperial city, Emperor Luo furrowed his brow, desperately trying to recall what had transpired moments before. The elderly figures beside him, exuding a commanding presence, also frowned, their gazes fixed on Wei Xuan, filled with awe and trepidation. The impact of this spectacle on such powerful and esteemed individuals was indicative of its profound significance. In the waiting area, Wang Yin stared blankly at the competition stage, his heart tumultuous, struggling to maintain composure. Others from various academies were equally entranced, gulping down their disbelief, their breaths coming in fits and starts. Hey, my brother Wei Xuan is speaking to you. Do respond. Meng Hongchun called out to the referee, her smile radiant, clearly relishing the moment. In the midst of astonishment, Xiao Hongchun, Ma Rulong, and the others were still recovering from their surprise. As teammates, they too were taken aback. Su Yanqing, however, began to applaud, her gaze towards Wei Xuan brimming with admiration. Wei Xuan, witnessing the referee's reaction, could only smile wryly as he strolled towards the sidelines. With a mere thought, he caused the ice encasing the 7 to melt away. Once freed, the martial spirits of the 7 from Xingling Academy dissipated, leaving them crumpled on the ground, trembling and curled up, their lips turning pale. The chill of the ice that had ensnared them was not excessively frigid. It merely rendered them uncomfortably cold for a few days, sparing them from any frostbite. This was merely a competition, and with no personal vendettas involved. Wei Xuan did not resort to excessive force, having adeptly controlled the temperature of the ice. As the melting ice transformed into a puddle, it splashed towards the referee, landing on his face and instantly jolting him awake with its icy touch. The referee shivered, hastily clutching his face in an attempt to warm it, nearly dropping the soul amplification device in his hands. Upon regaining his composure, he gazed at Wei Xuan's retreating figure, inexplicably feeling an inner chill that surpassed the coldness of the water. "The Day and Moon Royal Academy emerges victorious," he announced, his voice resonating with astonishment. The audience gradually regained their senses, and amidst the crowd, someone shouted "Day and Moon Royal Academy," leading to an uncontrollable uproar. The cheers were deafening, reverberating through the air, causing many hearts to race in sync with the overwhelming sound. This round of applause was no less fervent than the previous one, perhaps even surpassing it. The undeniable prowess displayed by the Day and Moon Royal Academy made the spectators forget the boundaries of nations as they vociferously praised their strength. The audience had come to witness thrilling battles among soul masters, rather than to support a specific academy. As long as the performance was compelling and the competition exhilarating, any academy could earn their cheers and support. Leading the group, Wei Xuan walked ahead, followed closely by Meng Hanshun, with Su Yanqing and the others trailing behind. Almost all eyes were fixated on Wei Xuan, reflecting emotions of shock, curiosity, and admiration. This time, the focus of attention shifted entirely to the Day and Moon Royal Academy and to Wei Xuan himself. Upon reaching the waiting area, the two accompanying teachers greeted them with smiles, while the unengaged students wore expressions of excitement and joy. "Let us return. It is not suitable to linger here any longer," Wei Xuan suggested, for after this battle, they had captured the attention of all. The group readily agreed, departing the waiting area and heading back to the Star Emperor Grand Hotel. It was only after Wei Xuan and his party vanished from sight that the audience, still in shock, redirected their gaze, their astonishment still palpable. Chapter 57. The Astonishment of Shrek Academy. What on earth just happened? How did those individuals become encased in ice? The discussions erupted like mushrooms after the rain, growing more fervent by the moment. "Who knows? I only saw that young man misfire a shot. I was about to mock him, but before I could speak, I witnessed that unbelievable scene," someone recounted, their voice trembling with lingering fear. "I quickly shut my mouth. My spine felt icy," another admitted, still reeling from the shock. Who could argue otherwise? The discussions concerning Wei Xuan swiftly overshadowed those about Huo Yuhao, as the might of the Day and Moon Royal Academy instilled a sense of dread among other academies. Shrek Academy had achieved a swift and decisive victory, almost akin to a massacre, yet they too had unleashed their martial spirits and soul skills. In contrast, the Day and Moon Royal Academy had not summoned a single martial spirit, merely utilizing a soul-guided cannon, which had intentionally gone awry, leading to their opponents being frozen and the match concluding abruptly. This match could only be described as bizarre, had it not been witnessed firsthand. No one would believe it true, as it bordered on the fantastical. The former's victory was understandable, a display of sheer strength, while the latter's triumph was perplexing, leaving many bewildered and uncertain of what had transpired in that fleeting moment. Despite their confusion, the sense of trepidation lingered. The Day and Moon Royal Academy appeared to possess an unsettling strength. Wang Yin from Shrek Academy wore an exceedingly grave expression as he slowly rose, making his way to the Star Emperor Grand Hotel, lost in thought. In the Imperial City, the Douuluo Emperor exchanged glances with several elders, each reflecting the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. Without uttering a word, the Douuluo Emperor regarded the elders with a displeased countenance before departing from the venue. The two most exhilarating and astonishing matches had concluded, and he had lost interest in the remaining contests. The Empress and several elders followed closely behind the Douuluo Emperor as they left. At the Star Emperor Grand Hotel, in a designated meeting room for Shrek, Wang Yin summoned everyone for an urgent meeting. 10 individuals were seated around a large wooden table, with Wang Yin standing at the center, his hands braced against the table, his demeanor serious. Upon witnessing Wang Yan's grave expression, Huo Yuhao and the others felt a tightening in their chests, sensing that something troubling was about to unfold. "Teacher Wang, did you just watch the match at the Sun and Moon Royal Academy? How'd it go?" Huo Yuhao asked, feeling somewhat anxious. He had a vague suspicion as to why Wang Yan's expression appeared so grave. The others looked at Wang Yan in confusion. Could it be that his somber demeanor was related to the Sun and Moon Royal Academy? Wang Yin's gaze swept across the group before finally settling on Huo Yuhao as he said solemnly, "I did watch, and I can only describe this match as terrifying. The strength of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy is indeed formidable." A ripple of shock coursed through the group. Ma Xiaotao, seated prominently to the left, frowned and replied, "Teacher Wang, is it really that exaggerated? Isn't that a bit of an overstatement? I have some understanding of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy's capabilities. Even if they win effortlessly, it shouldn't be to such a frightening extent." Having participated as a reserve team member in the matches 5 years ago, she had witnessed the preliminary members of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy and found it hard to believe the situation was as dire as Wang Yin suggested. Had it not been for their prior misfortunes, she felt confident she could lead her team to victory against the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Seated beside Ma Xiaodao, Dai Yaoheng and Ling Luoqing nodded in agreement, harboring doubts about Wang Yin's assessment. On the other hand, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and others who had been instructed by Wang Yin frowned deeply, trusting him enough to believe he would not speak without reason. "Listen to my account of the match before casting doubt," Wang Yin said coldly, casting a sharp glance at Ma Xiaotao. His mood was already heavy and irritable, and her questioning nearly pushed him to the brink of emotional outburst. Ma Xiaodao felt her temper flare at Wang Yan's icy tone and glared back at him. Dai Yaoheng, seated beside her, spoke in a low voice, grasping her hand to urge her to calm down. Ma Xiaodao huffed, shaking off his hand and crossing her arms, choosing not to look at Wang Yin again. Wang Yin, undeterred, began to recount the details of what he had witnessed. "If I'm not mistaken, that blue-haired youth is likely an ice attribute soul master, possessing a level of control over ice that is truly horrifying. He can manipulate ice elements with such precision that it is almost unbelievable." Wang Yin then shared his conjectures and analyses. As he walked back to the hotel, he pondered how Wei Xuan had achieved such mastery, and after considerable thought, he began to form some ideas. Once he finished recounting the events, a brief silence enveloped the conference room as everyone absorbed the astonishing information Wang Yin had just shared. Given Wang Yan's earnest demeanor, even Ma Xiaodao could no longer dismiss his words as mere jest. After detailing the events on the competition stage, Wang Yin added, "If you do not believe me, you may inquire with individuals from other academies." This remark quelled any lingering doubts among the group. A lie so easily debunked would serve no purpose for Wang Yin. At this moment, Huo Yuhao stood up, addressing the group. "I also have some insights regarding that blue-haired youth." He then recounted his encounter with Wei Xuan in the northernmost region, omitting details about the Ice Emperor and the Dream Ice Silkworm, focusing instead on Wei Xuan's martial spirit, soul rings, and his ability to summon soul beasts. Huo Yuhao's trip to the northernmost region was not a secret. Those close to him, like Wang Dong and Bei Bei, were already aware. Upon returning to Shrek, he had disclosed his circumstances to the Academy as previously agreed with the Dream Ice Silkworm, which had garnered Shrek Academy's attention, leading to his acquisition of the second soul ring of the Spirit Eye and the ability to simulate that skill. 3 purple and 1 black? How is that possible? Su Sanshur exclaimed, voicing the collective astonishment of those present. "Are you certain you did not miss C?" Bei Bei inquired, despite his trust in Huo Yuhao. He felt a pang of doubt at this moment. "Senior brother, and everyone, I am certain I did not miss C. That individual's soul rings are indeed 3 purple and 1 black, and he can summon soul beasts," Huo Yuhao stated with grave seriousness, showing no hint of jest. Silence fell over the conference room once more, as the weight of Huo Yuhao's revelations settled heavily upon them. Chapter 58. Wei Xuan's arrangements, 3 purple and 1 black. Such a soul ring configuration was exceedingly extravagant, and under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to encounter. Hearing Huo Yuhao's account, it was no wonder they felt shaken. Could his soul rings also be simulated, like yours, Yuhao? Wang Dong asked uncertainly. Huo Yuhao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I cannot say for certain, but that possibility cannot be ruled out." Wang Dong's question eased the group's tension somewhat. After all, what if the opponent's soul rings were also simulated? If Huo Yuhao could simulate his 2 soul rings into 6 red ones, then perhaps the other could simulate 3 purple and 1 black as well. With this line of thinking, the shock brought by 3 purple and 1 black diminished significantly. Regardless of whether that individual's soul ring colors were genuine, we must remain vigilant against him. He is a formidable adversary, Wang Yin asserted solemnly. Indeed, the group nodded in agreement, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. The meeting continued for over 3 hours, discussing not only matters concerning the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, but also the upcoming competition arrangements. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere at Shrek, the mood in the Sun and Moon Royal Academy's conference room was much more relaxed. Haha, we have managed to overshadow Shrek's reputation this time. It feels so gratifying, exclaimed the lead instructor, Teacher Ma, laughing heartily. The others joined in the laughter, relishing the triumph of the day, which had left the audience in awe. Especially the feeling of having subdued Shrek was particularly satisfying and uplifting. Brother, how did you manage that? I could barely see what happened. Those people just froze. Yes, Wei Xuan, please tell us about it, Meng Hongqian urged. As the laughter subsided, all eyes turned to Wei Xuan, their curiosity piqued. Today, Wei Xian's method of overcoming his opponents astonished not only the audience, but also them. With a calm smile, Wei Xuan clarified that the projectile he launched was actually composed of water that had been compressed and solidified, though it appeared small in size. Its water content was exceedingly high. The tiny shards of ice formed upon detonation contained a significant amount of water. When these shards adhered to a person's body, it was akin to being drenched in water. By merely solidifying the water into ice, he effectively immobilized them. Upon hearing Wei Xian's explanation, the expressions of Xiao Hongqian and the others transformed into one of enlightenment, accompanied by an underlying admiration. Despite Wei Xian's nonchalant description, they understood the immense difficulty behind such an achievement. The volume of water sufficient to freeze 7 individuals into ice sculptures was no trifling matter. Compressing it to a size slightly larger than a fist was a formidable challenge. The soul-guiding projectile had to endure extreme temperatures upon firing. Thus ensuring that the ice sphere did not evaporate was another significant issue. Moreover, the final control over the ice was a feat that, apart from Wei Xuan, seemed unattainable to anyone else. Each of these 3 primary challenges was immensely difficult for them to resolve. Yet Wei Xuan accomplished it with apparent ease, showcasing his extraordinary prowess that set him apart from the rest. After a moment of astonishment, Meng Hongqian was the first to exclaim, Brother Wei Xuan, you are truly remarkable. Su Yanqing nodded in agreement, her face adorably twitching with excitement. Ma Rulong and the others also expressed their genuine admiration, devoid of any semblance of flattery. Wei Xuan shook his head with a light-hearted smile, remaining unaffected by the praise that could evoke excitement or pride. Now, allow me to discuss the arrangements for the upcoming competition, he stated. The smiles of the group promptly faded as they sat upright, prepared to listen intently. Although Wei Xuan was not the leading instructor, his words held greater weight than those of the team leader, and no one dared to contradict him. Even the team leader, Old Ma, straightened his posture, shedding any pretense. As Old Ma explained, the next phase would consist of a group round-robin tournament. My suggestion is to have the 4 reserve members join the 3 main team members. The participation of the 4 reserves will serve as training, while the 3 main members will ensure victory in the matches. Given our strength, such a lineup should secure us victories without difficulty. Should we face a formidable opponent, I will take the lead, Wei Xuan articulated. This arrangement primarily aimed to cultivate the reserve members and enhance their competitive experience. He did not intend to participate in every match, as that would simplify the competition too much and undermine the training effect for the reserves. I have no objections. Xiao Hongqian was the first to express his agreement. Being a member of the reserves, he naturally welcomed the opportunity to participate more. I concur. Meng Hongqian and Su Yanqing voiced in succession, while the other 4 reserve members also expressed their approval. Wei Xian's proposal was undoubtedly a boon for the reserves. I believe His Highness's suggestion is excellent. It is indeed time to provide more opportunities for the reserves to develop, Old Ma remarked. After a brief hesitation, the main team members, including Ma Rulong, nodded in agreement, indicating their consent. Since everyone has no objections, it is settled, Wei Xuan declared. Old Ma, you will be responsible for the tactical arrangements in future matches. I shall refrain from interfering. I will not disappoint your Highness's expectations. Ma Rulong replied with a smile and a respectful gesture. Very well, Wei Xuan nodded. After scanning the group, he continued, I advise you to attentively observe each forthcoming match. identifying both strengths and weaknesses. Place yourselves in their position and contemplate how you would approach a match against them, assessing your chances of victory. This will greatly benefit you. Ma Rulong, Xiao Hongchun, and the others exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Wei Xuan's intent. Even old Ma appeared somewhat bewildered. Only Meng Hongchun and Su Yanqing, without hesitation, accepted his guidance. They reasoned that since Wei Xuan had made this suggestion, there must be a purpose behind it, and they need not overthink it. Following his advice would suffice, for he would not lead them astray. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Hongchun voiced her lingering curiosity. Is it truly necessary to invest time watching their matches? Aside from Shrek Academy, the other institutions hardly warrant our attention. What benefits could we derive from observing their contests? Although Ma Rulong and the others refrained from speaking, their expressions clearly mirrored Xiao Hongchun's sentiments. The notion that one could gain insights by watching those stronger than themselves seemed reasonable, but could one truly benefit from observing those weaker? They believed that only Shrek and the teams from the 3 Imperial Academies were worth watching. Other competitions seem an unnecessary expenditure of time. Chapter 59. All members attend the match to broaden one's horizons. It is essential to witness a multitude of competitions, regardless of their brilliance. By observing numerous battles, you will cultivate a more expansive perspective. When you critique the flaws in others' combat, you will instinctively avoid such pitfalls in your own battles, thereby honing your skills. This, as Wei Xuan elucidated, is the paramount advantage of attentively watching each match. Xiao Hongchun, Ma Rulong, and others fell into deep contemplation. Unperturbed by their reactions, Wei Xuan continued, stating that another benefit lies in enhancing your understanding of martial souls. With 67 academies entering the round-robin phase, each comprising 7 members, there are over 400 individuals, suggesting that you may encounter more than 400 distinct martial souls. Witnessing these souls firsthand and observing their unique characteristics is far superior to mere readings in textbooks. Upon concluding his remarks, Wei Xuan rose slowly, casting a glance around the room with a resigned smile before making his way outside. This was merely a suggestion. Whether they chose to heed, it was inconsequential to him, for the choice lay with them, and he did not wish to impose. Meng Hongchun and Su Yanqing rose to depart, leaving behind a group lost in thought within the conference room. Brother Long, what are your thoughts? Xiao Hongchun inquired, gazing meaningfully at Ma Rulong after some reflection. Ma Rulong offered a wry smile, expressing with a hint of bitterness. It appears that the chasm between us and His Highness extends beyond mere talent. It encompasses attitude and insight as well. Though his words did not directly answer Xiao Hongchun's question, they resonated deeply, causing Xiao Hongchun to nod in agreement, a sentiment echoed by the others. I concur with His Highness. Exposure breeds understanding. Even the most unremarkable battles possess lessons worth learning. I shall earnestly observe every match starting tomorrow, Ma Rulong declared, his voice firm yet soft. Old Ma regarded his grandson with admiration, a smile gracing his lips, pleased with Ma Rulong's resolution. I too wish to attend, chimed in Lin Shi, Chun Fei, and others, eager to test the efficacy of Wei Xuan's method. Xiao Hongchun, contemplative, nodded, intending to follow Wei Xuan's advice. After the first day's matches concluded, the subsequent 2 days saw no competitions from the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. However, they still attended the live matches. Having advanced, they were no longer required to stand in the waiting area. Instead, they occupied the contestants' rest zone, situated on the west side of the arena. The rest area offered an excellent vantage point and was furnished with seating. In this expansive zone, which could accommodate 70 academies, fewer than 100 individuals were present. The victorious academies from the first day had the privilege of sitting in this area, totaling nearly 300, yet only about a third were in attendance. Clearly, few academies chose to come and watch after advancing. Many were represented only by their instructors, with no students present. Aside from the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, hardly any other academy had its entire roster in attendance. Shrek Academy, in particular, had not a single member present, leaving their section desolate. Other academies gazed in astonishment at the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, which was filled to capacity. Why has every member of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy come to watch? With their strength, such enthusiasm seems unnecessary, one remarked. Indeed, if our academy were as formidable, I doubt I would bother watching any matches aside from Shrek's, another chimed in. With such overwhelming power, why concern oneself with the strengths of opponents? One could simply dominate them outright. A young man laughed. I truly cannot fathom their motives. With such might, why would they seek to gather intelligence on other academies? Keep your voices down. It would not bode well if they overheard us, a teacher admonished, wary of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Upon hearing the reprimand, the murmurs subsided somewhat, yet the excitement remained as they continued to discuss the previous day's victory and the reasons for the Sun and Moon Royal Academy's attendance. The members of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, seated comfortably, paid no heed to the surrounding chatter, focusing intently on the battles unfolding before them. Wei Xuan occupied a central position, flanked by Su Yanqing and Meng Hongshun, while Ma Rulong and Xiao Hongshan sat together, with others scattered about as they pleased. Each individual attentively observed the matches, including Wei Xuan, who sought to deepen his understanding of martial souls, having encountered only a limited number in theory compared to practice. He aimed to seize this opportunity to broaden his knowledge. After each match concluded, Wei Xuan posed several questions to stimulate critical thinking and analysis of the battles. His insights were sharp, prompting profound contemplation among the audience. Initially, none could answer his inquiries, and even the two teachers were somewhat at a loss, unwilling to risk embarrassment by speaking up. When no responses emerged, Wei Xuan remained unfazed, guiding them on how to approach the matches, what to observe, and what lessons to extract. After several matches, Xiao Hongshan managed to answer a couple of the questions, and the others also showed marked improvement. Time slipped away, and as dusk approached, the day's competitions came to a close. That's it, Xiao Hongshan exclaimed, disappointment etched on his face. He had just begun to grasp how to appreciate the combat, only for it to end abruptly, leaving him disheartened and restless. Ma Rulong and the others mirrored his disappointment, having just begun to savor the joy of spectating before the matches concluded. Brother, I am famished, Su Yanqing lamented, his voice weak and his body slumped against the chair as if starved for days. The thrill of the matches had masked his hunger, but once they ceased, his cravings surged forth, overwhelming him. Upon hearing Su Yanqing's admission, the previously absorbed group felt their own stomachs grumble in protest, each face reflecting a mix of embarrassment. Under Wei Xuan's guidance, they had been so engrossed that they neglected to break for lunch, instead remaining seated to discuss the matches. Now, with their excitement dissipated, the long-suppressed hunger took precedence, leading to a chorus of discontented growls from their stomachs. I too am hungry, Meng Hongshun admitted, rubbing her belly, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. Chapter 60. The soul guidance cannonballs fall like rain. Wei Xuan smiled and said, let us first dine. We shall convene in the evening to discuss your insights from today. All right, Su Yanqing responded with enthusiasm, instantly invigorated by the mention of food. He sprang from his chair and dashed towards the hotel, his speed entirely at odds with the notion of someone who had fasted all day. In truth, he had not gone hungry, having consumed an ample supply of snacks throughout the day, sufficient to satisfy the appetite of others. However, snacks do not provide lasting fullness, leaving him feeling somewhat weakened. Seeing Su Yanqing's spirited demeanor elicited laughter from the group, creating a buoyant atmosphere. Wei Xuan observed Su Yanqing's exuberant run with an amused smile. Brother Wei Xuan, let us go. Meng Hongshun eagerly grasped Wei Xuan's hand and ran towards the hotel. If the first day of spectating had been met with reluctance, by the second day, Meng Hongshun and the others felt no such aversion. Half an hour before the commencement of the third day's competition, the members of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy gathered, eagerly anticipating the event. Following Wei Xuan's guidance the previous evening, each member had gained significant insights from a day of observation. This was not merely about strength. It represented a growth in mindset and a deeper understanding of their martial spirits. This sensation brought them greater joy than an increase in soul power, stirring their enthusiasm. Having long been engrossed in the study of soul-guided devices, they found themselves for the first time deeply passionate about combat, even prioritizing it over their research on soul-guided devices. Indeed, observing these battles inspired their craft, though the fleeting nature of inspiration meant that none could seize it. The battles of the third day were considerably less intense than those of the preceding days. However, the members of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy watched with rapt attention, as if the seemingly mundane matches were the climax of the tournament, filled with extraordinary intensity. Spectators in the viewing area exchanged puzzled glances, questioning whether they were observing the same match as the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Typically, stronger teams exhibit indifference towards such contests, but the earnestness of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy was perplexing to them. Soon, The first round concluded, and the 67 teams advancing to the round-robin stage were determined. With the groups finalized, the champions and runners-up were placed in separate brackets, with the Sun and Moon Royal Academy and Shrek Academy assigned to different groups. On the fourth day, the round-robin commenced, and the Sun and Moon Royal Academy drew a team battle, with the siblings Meng Hongshun and Su Yanqing listed among the participants. Although the combat prowess of Meng Hongshun and her brother paled in comparison to some of the main squad members, their youth had relegated them to the reserve team. Their participation made victory seem effortless, as the Sun and Moon Royal Academy triumphed with ease. The match was a veritable rout, concluding in less than a minute. A deluge of cannonballs filled the arena, striking with precision and intensity, leaving their opponents with no means of evasion. Soon, they succumbed to the onslaught and conceded defeat. While Su Yanqing wielded a level 3 soul-guided cannon, the others utilized level 4 cannons. Though they were capable of employing higher-grade cannons, they refrained out of concern for excessive force that might lead to fatality among their adversaries. In truth, their apprehensions were justified, as even the level 4 cannons nearly resulted in casualties for their opponents. Had they employed a level 5 soul-guided device, the outcome would have been dire. Fortunately, the quick reflexes of the officiating judge prevented any fatalities by shielding the student from the barrage. The opponents were not weak, comprising 1 Soul King and 6 Soul Ancestors. Their strength was commendable and above average among the competing teams, positioning them as formidable contenders in their group. Unfortunately, they faced the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, where team battles were their forte. Few teams could withstand the chaotic onslaught of cannon fire, leading to a decidedly one-sided affair. This match showcased to the audience the quintessential combat style of a soul-guided master: direct, unadulterated violence. The multitude of cannonballs soaring through the sky, followed by explosive impacts on the ground, provided a breathtaking visual spectacle. After the battle, the reinforced competition platform bore numerous scars, enveloped in dust, while the air was thick with the scent of devastation. Witnessing the team battle of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, both spectators and participants found themselves swallowing hard, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Especially those from the same group, nearly all students felt a chill run down their spines. As images of facing the Sun and Moon Royal Academy filled their minds, the relentless barrage of cannonballs causing their bodies to tremble. As Meng Hongshun and the others descended from the competition platform, the gaze of the onlookers was tinged with a hint of fear and awe, the atmosphere silent. This silence persisted for a considerable time before being replaced by applause and cheers. Feeling the admiration from the audience, smiles lit up the faces of Meng Hongshun and her companions, relishing the sensation of being in the limelight. The first-row members of Shrek Academy regarded Meng Hongshun and her team with solemn expressions, equally stunned by their recent display. The gravest expressions belonged to Huo Yuhao and the towering He Kaitu. As students of soul-guided devices, their astonishment ran deeper. Huo Yuhao, having studied soul-guided devices for a relatively short period, managed to maintain some composure. However, He Kaitu, who had been learning under Fan Yu for several years, stood frozen in place. Was that a level 4 or level 5 soul-guided device? He Kaitu murmured, lost in contemplation. He recognized the soul-guided devices employed by the opponents, identifying them as level 4 and 1 level 3. Yet, their power surpassed what one would expect from a mere level 4 or level 3 device, its strength akin to that of a higher tier. In essence, the level 3 device rivaled a standard level 4, while the level 4 matched the might of a typical level 5 soul-guided device. How could this be? These soul-guided masters are truly formidable, murmured the petite and graceful Xiao Xiao, covering her mouth in astonishment. Others nodded in agreement, having witnessed the sheer terror of a pure soul-guided battle for the first time. They had previously observed He Kaitu wielding soul-guided devices in combat and had thought that sufficient ferocity. Yet, in comparison to this team, He Kaitu's performance seemed somewhat lacking. Chapter 61. The Starlight Auction House, Brother Wei Xuan. Did we perform satisfactorily? Upon returning to the resting area, Meng Hongshun asked with a cheerful smile. The others gazed at Wei Xuan with eager anticipation, hoping to hear his assessment. Quite well, Wei Xuan replied with a smile, offering a relatively objective evaluation. Your coordination in utilizing the soul-guided devices was commendable, leaving no opportunity for your opponents to catch their breath, and you concluded the match decisively. He was genuinely pleased with Meng Hongshun and the others' performance, as they had not displayed any glaring issues. Of course, this was also contingent upon their opponents being at a disadvantage. The adversaries' martial spirits found little resistance against the bombardment of soul-guided cannonballs. Upon hearing Wei Xuan's words, the crowd displayed joyous smiles, for his praise was more delightful than their victory in the competition. Soon, the members of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy composed themselves and began to attentively observe the battles of other academies. The following night, the star-studded city of Xingla buzzed with even greater liveliness than during the day. The streets were thronged with people, and the shouts of vendors mingled with the sounds of conversation, creating an atmosphere that seemed to defy the stillness of night. "Brother Wei Xuan, are you here to purchase something?" Meng Hongchuan inquired, gazing curiously at the spire-topped building before them. The structure, though not towering, was substantial, and a sign depicting an auction house hung prominently above the entrance. "Last night, representatives from the auction house sought me out, not only granting me a bidding quota, but also providing a brief introduction to the items that would be auctioned. Perhaps to pique my interest, they particularly mentioned soul-guiding devices, engraving knives, and soul bones. Initially, I held little interest. However, upon hearing about the ranking engraving knife, my curiosity was stirred," Wei Xuan explained. "The ranking engraving knife?" Upon hearing this, both Meng Hongchuan and Xiao Hongchuan were taken aback. For soul masters, the ranking engraving knife undeniably sparked immense interest. Possessing such a knife would greatly enhance their ability to craft soul-guiding devices, simplifying the process significantly. The allure of the ranking engraving knife was truly on par with that of soul bones. "Are you implying that there's a ranking engraving knife being auctioned here?" Xiao Hongchuan questioned skeptically. "Indeed, but I do not know its specific ranking or name." When I inquired with the staff, he was evasive and unwilling to elaborate. Wei Xuan replied, "Wow, if it truly is a ranking engraving knife, we must secure it." Meng Hongchuan exclaimed with excitement. Xiao Hongchuan nodded earnestly. If it was indeed a ranking engraving knife, they would do whatever it took to acquire it. Such a knife was exceedingly rare. Even the Hongchuan family, a renowned lineage of soul guiders, possessed only two, currently held by his father and grandfather. The engraving knife he currently used, though not ordinary, fell short of the caliber of a ranking engraving knife. Thus, upon hearing those words, Xiao Hongchuan felt a surge of desire to obtain it. "Brother, why did those individuals seek you out?" Su Yanqing asked curiously, showing less enthusiasm for the ranking engraving knife and focusing on different aspects. Upon hearing this, both Meng Hongchuan and Xiao Hongchuan exchanged curious glances with Wei Xuan. Indeed, what was the intention of those who approached him? With a resigned shrug, Wei Xuan replied, "I am uncertain of their specific motives, but judging by their tone and demeanor, they seemed eager for me to attend the auction house. More accurately, they wished for me to come and bid on items. Otherwise, they would not have emphasized those items likely to pique my interest." At this, the three of them furrowed their brows, realizing that the auction house appeared to have ulterior motives. As if recalling something, Wei Xuan continued, "While I am indifferent to their ulterior motives, what truly engages my interest are the items they auction. The ranking engraving knife is not the most intriguing item to me. Rather, it is the soul bones that captivate my curiosity." A mysterious smile graced his lips. The trio was taken aback, for the object that could elicit such a reaction from Wei Xuan was evidently not a common soul bone. Could be a 10,000-year soul bone, or perhaps something even more extraordinary. The breath of Xiao Hongchuan quickened, indicating a potential challenge to his composure. Meng Hongchuan and Su Yanqing exchanged knowing glances, both articulating in unison. "Could it be a 100,000-year soul bone?" Wei Xuan, with a smile, nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, among the soul bones that pique my interest, there exists one of 100,000-year caliber." This revelation left Xiao Hongchuan and the others utterly astounded, their gazes towards the auction house transformed, recognizing the magnitude of this endeavor. "Let us proceed inside. The auction for the soul bone is not scheduled for today. We should first acquire the ranking carving knife," Wei Xuan suggested with a smile. Unperturbed by the auction house's intentions, he adhered to the adage, "When soldiers arrive, they must fight. When water comes, it must be dammed." Regardless of the adversary's strategies, he was prepared to confront them. As they entered the auction house, they descended a staircase adorned with a crimson carpet, extending over 5 meters. Upon reaching the bottom, they encountered the reception area established by the auction house. Wei Xuan presented the proof of his bidding qualification to the staff. Upon seeing this document, The receptionist promptly summoned a young woman of striking beauty, clad in a tailored uniform and short skirt. Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Su, your dedicated service attendant. Should you have any requests or inquiries within the auction house, do not hesitate to inform me. She introduced herself, her voice melodious and imbued with a hint of allure. Meng Hongshan cast a cold glance at Su, entwining her arm with Wei Xuan's, disdain evident in her expression. Lead us to the hall where the ranking carving knife is being auctioned, Wei Xuan stated, his demeanor unfazed as he regarded Su. Ah, the ranking carving knife. Su mused, quickly recalling its location. With a polite smile, she replied, that would be in Hall 12. Please follow me, esteemed guests. It was evident that attendants like Su were professionally trained, required to memorize the items auctioned in each hall. After her words, Su led the way down one of the corridors, with the four following closely behind. Upon passing through an ancient wooden door, the surroundings transformed into a realm of opulence. The walls shimmered with gold, and resplendent crystal chandeliers adorned the ceiling. The four were accustomed to such lavish decor, rendering them immune to surprise. The space within the auction house was expansive, and it took 3 to 4 minutes from the moment Su began guiding them to Hall 12 until they finally arrived. Inside the auction hall, the lighting was dim, with only the faint glow of wall sconces ensuring safe passage for those within. As they entered, Su promptly presented 4 red masks, briefly explaining their purpose. These masks are to ensure your privacy, preventing your features from being seen by others and thus avoiding any unnecessary complications. The red signifies your esteemed status as important guests, second only to the top-tier gold guests. Chapter 62, The Soul-Devouring Carving Knife, Part 1. Once Wei Xuan and his companions donned their masks, Su guided them to the front row. Esteemed guests, this shall be your seating arrangement. Would you care for any beverages or desserts? She inquired softly, her service demeanor impeccable. Their seats were centrally located in the front row, the closest to the auction stage and affording the best view. I would like watermelon juice. And also some cake, Su Yanqing promptly stated. Plain water for me, Meng Hongshan added. I shall have a cup of golden flame flower tea. If that is unavailable, then it is of no consequence, Wei Xuan remarked. The golden flame flower tea was renowned across the continent for its exquisite flavor, leaving a lingering taste that delighted the senses. Wei Xuan usually favored this tea, not out of particular affection, but because it was the only one that suited his palate in this world. Other teas paled in comparison. I would also like golden flame flower tea, Meng Hongshan said with a smile, though she was not particularly fond of tea. Nevertheless, she endeavored to appreciate it, as Wei Xuan did. Su's eyes widened in surprise. This tea was notoriously rare and costly, nearly 1,500 gold soul coins per kilogram. Moreover, it was often elusive even to those with wealth. Esteemed guests, you are aware of the rarity of golden flame flower tea. I cannot guarantee its availability. I shall need to inquire, Su said delicately. Wei Xuan smiled slightly. If it is unavailable, then so be it. Please go ahead and check. Understood. Su replied with a slight bow before departing the auction hall. The four arrived at a time that was not particularly early. The auction hall was already populated with numerous attendees, with more arriving steadily. Soon enough, Su returned, accompanied by 2 attendants bearing 4 drinks and an assortment of elegantly designed small cakes. Among the drinks was the golden flame flower tea that Wei Xuan had requested. Esteemed guests, here is the golden flame flower tea you requested, Su announced, carefully placing the tea on the small table beside their chairs. Her demeanor was even more gracious than before. Thank you. Wei Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. After arranging the items, Su seated herself nearby, ready to assist Wei Xuan and his companions whenever needed. In this hall, only they enjoyed such privileged treatment, with no other guests having the benefit of a beautiful attendant at their beck and call. Su Yanqing savored the cake and sipped her watermelon juice, finding the weight quite bearable, while Meng Hongshan reclined in her chair, feigning sleep. Leaning towards Wei Xuan, Meng Hongshan engaged in hushed conversation, her face aglow with delight. Wei Xuan sensed a shift, casting his gaze to the left, where he noticed 5 men and 2 women, all wearing white masks, seated in the front row. Their formation upon entering suggested they were a cohesive group. What a fortuitous encounter, Wei Xuan chuckled softly, observing them for a moment before redirecting his attention. Despite their masks, their aura was unmistakable, It was indeed the members of Shrek Academy. The light within the room grew dimmer, while the illumination over the auction platform brightened. A woman clad in a purple gown ascended the stage. She appeared to be in her 30s, possessing a graceful and fair visage, her lips adorned with a gentle smile, and her figure exuding elegance and charm. Approaching the auction table, she offered a brief self-introduction, then moved to the center of the platform and bowed to the audience. As she bowed, applause erupted from below. After the applause subsided, she returned to the auction table, gently raising her hands to quell the clamor, restoring silence to the hall. Today's auction is dedicated to soul-guiding artifacts, and she eloquently described the event, her face perpetually graced by a warm smile. Let us commence the auction. I invite the staff to present the first item. Her gaze shifted to the center of the stage. Two women in red dresses wheeled a small cart from the side, bringing it to the center, where the light converged upon it. The cart was draped with a purple cover, concealing the item. As the light focused on the cart, the two women unveiled the cover. On the cart lay a black soul-guiding artifact, its simple rectangular form measuring over a foot in length. Its surface intricately etched with complex patterns. Wei Xuan and his companions gazed at the artifact, their expressions betraying no sign of interest. This was a third-tier, soul-guiding artifact, one they were all capable of creating. Not only could they create it, but the quality of the artifacts crafted by the three, excluding Su Yanqing, would surpass this one. Thus, such an artifact naturally failed to pique their interest, and they remained quietly seated, awaiting the proceedings. Qingya did not speak immediately. Instead, she allowed the bidders time to inspect the item, observing the reactions from the audience. Approximately 30 seconds later, she began detailing the soul-guiding artifact, including its name, functions, target demographic, and starting price. Although Wei Xuan and his compatriots showed no interest, it did not imply that others share their sentiments. Crafted by a 6th-level soul master, this third-tier artifact was undoubtedly of superior quality compared to those produced by a 3rd-level soul master, augmented further by its clever design, exquisite craftsmanship, and practical value. Many attempted to participate in the bidding, and the auction price steadily ascended. Within a minute, the artifact's price escalated from 1,000 gold soul coins to 2,000, and it continued to rise. Ultimately, the bidding concluded at 2,500 gold soul coins, claimed by a middle-aged man seated in the front row. Given that this was a specialized auction for soul-guiding artifacts, the subsequent items were similarly related. One by one, soul-guiding artifacts were presented, most ranging from 3rd to 5th tier, with none exhibiting exceptional qualities. The penultimate artifact was a 4th-tier milk bottle. Its placement as the second to last item signified its extraordinary nature, albeit relatively speaking. Among the soul-guiding artifacts auctioned, this bottle was considered valuable, yet objectively it was merely average, at least in the eyes of Wei Xuan and his companions. This 4th-tier bottle held no purchasing value, as they already possessed 5th-tier bottles. What need had they for a 4th-tier one? The 4th-tier milk bottle ultimately sold for 25,000 gold soul coins, a rather high price for such an artifact. Why has that man purchased so many soul-guiding artifacts? Meng Hongshun inquired curiously, glancing towards the man on the left. The soul-guiding artifacts auctioned today predominantly fell into the hands of that middle-aged gentleman, piquing her interest. He must not be acquiring them for personal use, but rather on behalf of others, Wei Xuan remarked, his tone imbued with significance. Meng Hongshun pondered this and agreed. If for personal use, he would likely only purchase items suited to himself, not everything available. Esteemed guests, our mysterious grand gift is about to be unveiled. This will be the last item of the evening, Qingya announced as she approached the center of the stage, lowering her voice. Once she finished speaking, a larger cart was slowly wheeled onto the stage, this time covered with a red cloth. Clearly, this final item was not ordinary, as evidenced by its red covering. Upon seeing the cart swathed in red, Wei Xuan and his companions' interest was piqued. Meng Hongshun sat up straight, excitement radiating from her as she gazed at the cart, her fervent eyes seemingly attempting to pierce through the red cloth. He was particularly eager to acquire this soul-engraving knife and felt assured that Wei Xuan would not contest him for it. The latter already possessed an exceptional soul-engraving knife and had little need for another, unless this one surpassed the dark gold knife, which seemed improbable. Wei Xuan's gaze lingered on the red cloth, his consciousness extending outward, revealing the image concealed beneath to his mind's eye. A sharp sensation surged through Wei Xuan's mind, seemingly emanating from the knife hidden beneath the red cloth. When he probed with his consciousness, a piercing feeling assailed him, hinting at the knife's potential to shred spiritual energy. Fortunately, this tearing ability was insufficient to harm his consciousness, merely imparting a sense of its sharp essence. Another peculiar sensation emerged as he sensed the presence of another probing consciousness, attempting to penetrate the red cloth's concealment. However, that consciousness was feeble, and upon mere contact with the knife's sharp aura, it recoiled before any action could be taken. Wei Xuan glanced his left and noticed someone trembling, clutching their head. He took a sip from his teacup, shaking his head with a chuckle, and redirected his gaze back to the knife concealed beneath the red cloth. The surface emanated a fierce energy, surrounded by vengeful spirits, yet within it thrived a rich vitality. Indeed intriguing, Wei Xuan mused. Vitality, metal, he murmured softly, a contemplative expression crossing his face as a name surfaced in his thoughts, the gold of life. Considering this possibility, Wei Xuan focused his consciousness once more, finding that the menacing aura of the knife had no effect on him. It truly is the gold of life, he confirmed, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He had encountered the gold of life before, albeit this piece was vastly inferior in both size and quality. Nevertheless, it was solidified life energy, and for him now, it held considerable value. At Qingya's signal, the red cloth was lifted, revealing the knife within. This knife measured approximately half a foot in length, its width tapering to a sharp point, the blade itself about half an inch wide. The knife was dark and antiquated, faint etchings visible upon its surface, exuding a chilling aura. Those who beheld the knife felt a tightening in their chests, a sense of foreboding as if the knife could choose to devour its wielder. Its appearance was not particularly appealing. The initial impression it conveyed was one of age, prompting many to display expressions of disappointment. While antiques generally appreciate with age, this knife did not seem to improve with time. Given its indeterminate age, it was challenging to provoke interest, leading many to question whether it was still capable of engraving formations. Would it merely appear sharp, yet be hollow in substance? Not everyone could discern the knife's extraordinary qualities, as evidenced by the crowd's varied reactions. Only a select few soul masters recognized its true significance. Upon beholding the exquisite carving knife, both Xiao Hongshan and Meng Hongshan found their gaze transfixed, meticulously examining the tool while reminiscing about their upbringing in a family steeped in the lore of soul tools. From an early age, they had received systematic education, endowing them with extensive knowledge about soul tools, including the intricacies of carving knives that are instrumental in their creation. While not claiming absolute expertise, they certainly possessed a substantial familiarity, recalling most of the carving knife rankings. At this moment, Su Yanqing, who had previously been engrossed in his snack, now fixated intently on the carving knife, momentarily forgetting his pastry. As a soul master himself, he harbored a deep yearning for the ranked carving knives. It was rare for any soul master to remain indifferent to such coveted items. Noticing the crowd's lack of enthusiasm, Qingya offered a gentle smile and began to introduce the carving knife. The mere mention of the ranked carving knife silenced any murmurs of discontent, transforming expressions of disdain into astonishment and fervor. Although over 90% of the onlookers were unfamiliar with soul tools, they were acutely aware of the rarity and value of ranked carving knives. Is this truly a ranked carving knife, Qingya? Do not deceive us, questioned a middle-aged man from the rear. His inquiry prompted a wave of murmurs among the crowd, who collectively calmed, voicing their skepticism. They understood the extraordinary value of a ranked carving knife, each worth over $1 million. Such a valuable artifact should grace only the most prestigious auctions, not a mere fourth-tier event. Thus, Qingya's assertion raised their suspicions. Is this truly a ranked carving knife? Asked Huo Yuhao, donning a white mask, as he leaned toward Ikaitu. The knife's ability to inflict damage upon him hinted at its exceptional nature. Even if it were not a ranked carving knife, its worth would be substantial. Ikaitu nodded solemnly, whispering that the aura emanating from the knife indeed suggested it could be a ranked carving knife. Qingya remained composed in the face of skepticism, exuding confidence in her auction item. Esteemed guests, rest assured that our Starlight Auction House operates with integrity, conducting rigorous evaluations for each item. After thorough examination by our specialists, I can confirm that this is indeed a ranked carving knife. However, This particular knife is unique, which explains its presence here. She expressed a hint of regret as she gazed at the carving knife. Unique? In what way? Questioned the crowd, both excited and puzzled. This brings me to my next point, Qingyao replied. Chapter 64. Intense Bidding, Part 1. In the rankings of carving knives, this one held the 99th position, yet, based on its capabilities, it warranted a much higher rank. Had it not been for its cursed nature, it could easily have been among the top 30. Regrettably, it was a cursed carving knife. Qingyao lamented, her gaze toward the knife tinged with complexity, as they had invested significant effort into its auction. Upon hearing this, both Meng Hongshun and Xiao Hongshun's pupils dilated in realization. They recognized the knife's infamous name. It is indeed that knife, Xiao Hongshun exclaimed, a mix of surprise and disappointment washing over him. If it were this knife, it would not only be useless to him, but potentially harmful. Known as the spirit-devouring knife, it bore a fearsome reputation in the Sun Moon Empire, labeled as the most vicious of knives, also known as the Death Blade. None of its previous owners had met a favorable fate. Even formidable titled Douluos had perished after wielding it, underscoring its terror. How unfortunate, Meng Hongshun sighed, her interest waning instantly. Wei Xuan remained unfazed by Qingyao's introduction. He had recognized the knife's menacing aura the moment he sensed it. Could it be the knife that backlashes against its owner? Kaitu pondered aloud, his voice laced with shock. His remark caught the attention of many. While not all were familiar with the spirit-devouring knife, the concept of it turning against its wielder was universally understood, instilling fear. What do you mean by backlash against the owner? Someone asked, uncertainty evident in their tone. Qingyao cast a commendatory glance at Kaitu, smiling as she confirmed. This esteemed guest is correct. This knife is indeed known as the spirit-devouring knife. Before the audience could voice further doubts, she continued. The spirit-devouring knife boasts a history spanning 3,000 years. Qingyao did not shy away from revealing the knife's origins, elaborating on its history and the fateful consequences faced by its wielders. Records indicated that all 37 known owners had met tragic ends, with 9 succumbing to the path of evil soul masters. This grim statistic sent a chill through the audience, their once fervent gazes now laden with gravity and trepidation. While the ranked carving knife was indeed desirable, it paled in comparison to the value of life. If wielding the knife posed a threat to their existence, they would prefer to forego altogether. Brother Wei Xuan, I finally understand why that individual was reluctant to disclose the knife's name. Meng Hongshun pouted, her eyes reflecting a hint of resentment, not toward Wei Xuan, but toward the auction staff who withheld crucial information. Had they revealed this earlier, they would not have wasted their time here. She would refuse the spirit-devouring knife even if it were offered to her, for she feared its curse. Wei Xuan smiled gently, playfully pinching Meng Hongshun's slightly puffed cheek as he chuckled. I'm not the least bit disappointed. Rather, I find it quite exhilarating. This spirit-devouring knife holds more significance for me than any other carving knife. Ah, you do not intend to purchase this spirit-devouring knife, do you? Meng Hongshun exclaimed, alarmed. Please do not. It is a knife that brings death. I would not undertake an endeavor without assurance. If I express my intent to procure it, it signifies my confidence in resolving its backlash issue, Wei Xuan stated, acknowledging his desire to acquire the knife. Observing his unwavering resolve, Meng Hongshun hesitated, her words faltering as she opened her mouth without sound. Brother Wei Xuan, do you truly have confidence? Meng Hongshun inquired timidly, her heart filled with concern. Fear not. I assure you that there will be no issues, Wei Xuan replied with conviction. Kaitu, seated in the leftmost seat of the first row, sighed and shook his head. This cursed knife must not be obtained. He shared the knowledge he possessed regarding the spirit-devouring knife. After listening to Kaitu's account, Wang Yan's initial enthusiasm waned, and disappointment clouded her features, extinguishing her intentions to acquire the ranked carving knife for the academy. Huo Yuhao also wore a face of disillusionment, his longing for the knife extinguished. Yet, just then, a voice echoed in Huo Yuhao's mind. The gold of sentient beings. The tone of Ilex was filled with astonishment. Yuhao, the material of this knife is the gold of sentient beings. You must acquire it at any cost, for it will bring you boundless benefits. Ilex spoke with unwavering seriousness, revealing an unmistakable yearning for the gold of sentient beings. Elder Ilex, what is the gold of sentient beings? What Yuhao asked, momentarily taken aback before attempting to communicate with Ilex to inquire further. The excitement emanating from Ilex indicated that this material was anything but ordinary. This matter I shall explain to you later. For now, your sole task is to acquire it at all costs. Once obtained, I can swiftly awaken the great creature and stabilize my condition, preventing my essence from dissipating. Indeed, Huo Yuhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The spirit-devouring engraving knife has an opening bid of 100,000 gold soul coins, with each increment not less than 5,000 gold soul coins. Esteemed guests, the auction is now open. Upon concluding the introduction of the spirit-devouring engraving knife, Qingya announced the commencement of the auction. Unlike the previous fervent bidding, the guests below remained remarkably composed, with most displaying no desire to participate in the bidding. A handful, drawn by the knife's prestigious name, engaged in complex internal deliberations, hesitating whether to risk bidding. Yet, their trepidation prevailed, and their yearning for the knife was ultimately overshadowed by fear. Thus, no bids were made. A silence enveloped the hall, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Noticing this, Qingya's expression bore disappointment, though not profound. She was accustomed to such scenarios, and her fleeting hopes had been dashed. A voice pierced the tranquility of the hall, declaring 100,000 gold soul coins. The voice belonged to Wei Xuan. Seated centrally in the front row, as his bid echoed, Su swiftly raised the number plate indicating he was guest number 1. Wei Xian's voice was akin to a stone cast into a serene lake, sending ripples through the previously placid environment. Qingya momentarily appeared stunned, then her eyes brightened with joy. Other guests turned their attention towards him, curious about who possessed the audacity to bid on this fearsome blade. Wang Yin and Kai Tu, among others, also glanced to the right, while Huo Yuhao frowned, surprised that someone intended to bid. Moreover, the voice seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it before. Very well. Guest number 1 bids 100,000 gold soul coins. Is there any other guest wishing to raise the bid? Qingya cheerfully inquired. The audience remained silent. The majority were unmoved. And with no one even bidding 100,000, was it reasonable to expect further increases? 105,000 gold soul coins came a youthful voice. As the plate marked 333 was raised, the crowd gasped in surprise. Indeed, someone was continuing to bid, and all eyes shifted toward the source of the sound. Little junior brother, Bei frowned at Huo Yuhao, casting him a look of confusion. Kai Tu tugged at Huo Yuhao's arm, signaling him to refrain from participating in the bidding. Huo Yuhao offered an apologetic glance to Bei and Kai Tu, ultimately explaining to Wang Yin, Teacher Wang. Through mental probing, I have discerned the issue with this knife, and I possess a solution. Therefore, I wish to secure it. This is the spirit-devouring engraving knife. If I can resolve its issue, we stand to gain immensely. He did not have sufficient funds himself. To acquire the knife, he would require Wang Yan's support. Wang Yan's gaze flickered with intrigue. Such a rare spirit-devouring engraving knife at such a low price was indeed a remarkable find. If they could secure it and resolve its backlash issue, it would save them over 1,000,000 gold soul coins. A gamble certainly worth taking. Huo Yuhao, are you truly confident in resolving the knife's issues? Wang Yin inquired. Huo Yuhao nodded gravely, asserting, Teacher Wang, please trust me. I am indeed capable of addressing the issues of this knife. Moreover, even if you harbor doubts about me, you should have faith in the Academy's strength. Surely, we can resolve the problems associated with this knife. Wang Yin nodded, convinced by Huo Yuhao's assurances. Very well, let us endeavor to secure this engraving knife. With Wang Yan's support, Huo Yuhao felt emboldened. He was determined to acquire this knife. Guest number 333 bids 105,000 gold soul coins. Is there any other guest wishing to bid? Qingya's voice was cheerful. During her announcement, her gaze instinctively sought out Wei Xuan, awaiting his reaction. 200,000. Wei Xuan stated succinctly, not even glancing at Huo Yuhao as he made his bid. Upon his declaration, Su immediately raised the plate, a privilege granted to red-tier guests, requiring no personal effort to lift the card. Huo Yuhao's heart sank. He had not anticipated such a resolute bid of 200,000. 300,000, he declared, raising his plate, opting for a significant leap instead of the customary increments, to demonstrate his determination to win the auction. Qingya's smile radiated brightly. Her heart raced with unprecedented excitement at the thought of her commission on such a sale. Before she could utter another word, Wei Xian's voice nearly caused her to collapse with exhilaration, her legs feeling weak. 1,000,000, he stated calmly, as if the difference between 200,000 and 1,000,000 were trivial. His tranquility, however, stirred unrest among the others, gasps of disbelief echoing as they processed this astonishing offer. Guess number 1, are you certain about bidding 1,000,000? Qingya's eyes widened in disbelief, her body trembling from excitement. A 1% commission equated to 10,000 gold soul coins, a sum that could ensure her comfort for a lifetime, making her enthusiasm palpable. Affirmative, Wei Xian nodded, his tone light yet resolute. Whispers circulated in the crowd, incredulous at the thought of spending such a fortune on a blade deemed undesirable by many. Had the spirit-devouring engraving knife concealed secrets unknown to them? Otherwise, why would anyone contend for it? Huo Yuhao and his companions were equally taken aback. 1,000,000 gold soul coins was no trifling matter. Teacher Wang. Huo Yuhao cast a questioning glance at Wang Yin, who appeared troubled. He had not anticipated such a resolute response from the other party, directly offering a price of 1,000,000 gold soul coins. It was not that they could not afford this sum. Rather, the very act of bidding indicated the other party's unwavering determination, which posed a considerable dilemma. If they ultimately secured the carving knife at a high price only to discover they could not resolve the issues surrounding it, the loss would be substantial. Seeing Wang Yan's indecision, Huo Yuhao felt a surge of urgency and implored, Teacher Wang, we must remain steadfast. We absolutely need to acquire this carving knife. The elegant auctioneer had mentioned that if the knife was without flaws, it could rank among the top 30 in the carving knife list. Such a precious item was worth a little extra expenditure. I have a premonition that it holds great significance for me, and I hope Teacher Wang can assist me in obtaining it. The funds required for this purchase can be considered a loan from the academy, which I will repay in due time. Teacher Wang, I beseech you. Recognizing Huo Yuhao's determination, Bei and Kai Tu also realized the importance of the carving knife to him and began to persuade, Teacher Wang, we are willing to guarantee for Yuhao. Please help him secure this carving knife. Bye-bye Spolka Ernest to Epsilon. Wang Yin glanced at Bei and the others, noticing their nods of agreement. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, very well, do your utmost to contend for this carving knife, but be mindful of your limits. Do not bid recklessly. The Academy has provided us with an unlimited purchasing certificate, but that does not mean we can spend indiscriminately. When placing your bids, you must consider whether the carving knife is worth the price, understood? Wang Yin said solemnly. Understood. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Huo Yuhao expressed his gratitude with evident delight. At that moment, the elegant auctioneer inquired once more, the first esteemed guest bids 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Is there any other esteemed guest willing to bid? 1,500,000. Huo Yuhao raised his paddle and called out loudly. After placing his bid, he deliberately cast a glance at Wei Xian's location, his expression unfriendly. Wei Xian, feeling Huo Yuhao's gaze, ignored it entirely and calmly stated, 3,000,000. Brother Wei Xian, is this fearsome knife truly worth such a price? Meng Hongchun whispered, not wishing for Wei Xian to continue bidding. Su Yanqing and Xiao Hongchun also looked at Wei Xian with questioning expressions, sharing the same concern. It is worth it. The value of this carving knife cannot be quantified in mere gold. I must have it. Wei Xian replied with a light chuckle, his tone resolute. From Wei Xian's demeanor, Meng Hongchun and the others understood his determination. He was set on acquiring this carving knife, and no one could sway his decision. Each of Wei Xian's bids struck a blow to Qingya, and upon hearing the figure of 3,000,000, she nearly leapt in excitement. Huo Yuhao, unwilling to back down, continued to raise his bid, though compared to Wei Xian's substantial increases, his bids were considerably smaller. After several rounds of bidding, the price of the soul-devouring carving knife, which had been passed over numerous times, astonishingly reached a staggering 10,000,000 gold soul coins, an increase of 100-fold from its starting price. The crowd was left in stunned silence, their hearts racing. To witness a bidding price typically reserved for top-tier auctions at this fourth-level auction, many felt their attendance was justified. Qingya could no longer maintain her composure. The price had overwhelmed her, leaving her weak-kneed, and she had to brace herself against the auction table to avoid collapsing. Feeling the situation slipping from her grasp, she had already sent someone to inform the higher-ups of the auction. The first esteemed guest bids 20 million gold soul coins. Is there any other esteemed guest willing to bid? Qinya's voice was frantic, nearly stumbling over her words. The hall fell silent, and all eyes involuntarily turned toward Huo Yuhao. Beneath his mask, his expression was grim. His body trembled slightly, having been taken aback by the price. 21 million. The Yuhao gritted his teeth to utter this figure. 30 million. Before Qinya could respond, Wei Xuan had already offered the latest bid. Huo Yuhao was about to raise his paddle again when Wang Yin grasped his arm firmly, saying in a low voice, "Yuhao, this price is too high. It is not worth it. Even a top 30 carving knife may not reach this price, let alone the flawed soul devouring knife. Indeed, Yuhao, this price is excessively inflated. It is entirely unwarranted. You must not bid again," Kai Tu also urged. Yet Huo Yuhao, feeling reluctant to yield, did not wish to give up. Ilex had just communicated with him, insisting that he must secure the soul of the divine beings, claiming that this carving knife could bring him unimaginable benefits, potentially shaping his future. This prospect stirred his heart profoundly. Even so, we cannot bid any further. This has far exceeded our capacity, Wang Yin stated with resolve, firmly deciding against any further bids. Teacher, let us try again. What if the other party? Huo Yuhao implored anxiously. The other party displayed no emotional fluctuation when bidding. Do you think he will back down? Regardless, we cannot place another bid. Wang Yan's expression was grave. Afterward, he called out loudly, "Number 333 forfeits the bidding." With these words, disappointment washed over the crowd. The auction price did not continue to escalate as they had hoped. Qinya's momentary dismay vanished as she confirmed, "Number 333. Do you truly wish to forfeit the bidding?" Huo Yuhao opened his mouth as if to say something, but upon meeting Wang Yan's stern gaze, he ultimately said nothing and nodded in acquiescence. "Are there any other esteemed guests willing to bid?" Qinya inquired, as per protocol, though she already knew there would be no further bids. Silence enveloped the room as everyone remained tight-lipped, fearful of inadvertently uttering something inappropriate. 30 million was not a sum they could muster. After 3 consecutive calls for bids, Qinya confirmed. "Congratulations to the first esteemed guest for securing the soul-devouring carving knife at the price of 30 million. The audience erupted into applause. Though they could not comprehend why anyone would bid such a price, it did not diminish their enthusiasm. "Let us go." Wei Xuan stood up, drawing the attention and curiosity of all as he strode toward the exit, his presence commanding. Huo Yuhao's expression darkened as he watched Wei Xuan, his fists clenched tightly, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. From the blue hair, he had already recognized his identity. Bei Bei and the others also discerned Wei Xuan. His distinctive blue hair and ethereal demeanor made it difficult not to recognize him. After witnessing the prowess of the Sun Moon Royal Academy, Wang Yin had leveraged Shrek's connections to investigate the competitors from the Sun Moon Royal Academy. With Shrek Academy's influence, they successfully obtained the confidential registration information of the students, thereby learning Wei Xuan's name. It seems this individual holds a significant position within the Sun Moon Empire. Otherwise, he could not possibly offer 30 million for a flawed carving knife, Bei Bei murmured. Kai Tu's gaze flickered as he observed Su Yanqing's retreating figure, lost in thought. "Their status has little bearing on us. Let us depart from here," Wang Yin suggested. Agreed. Bei Bei and the others had no objections, while Huo Yuhao, his spirits low, walked to the rear, his fists clenched tightly. "Why must you again sabotage my endeavors?" Huo Yuhao seethed inwardly, yearning to roar in frustration. Upon exiting the auction hall, Wei Xuan and his companions were ushered into a VIP room by Su Su. This opulent chamber, nearly 100 square meters in size, was adorned with exquisite murals, and the crystal chandelier overhead emitted a soft, warm glow. "Esteemed guests, please wait here for a moment. Our staff will soon bring your auction item," Su Su announced. Wei Xuan remarked, "Why do I sense a familiar aura from those individuals? It somewhat resembles that of the Shrek team." Meng Hongchun, uncertain, added, "I noticed it too. They're indeed the Shrek students, those 7 reserve team members along with their supervising teacher." Wei Xuan chuckled lightly. "What a coincidence. It seems fate has intertwined our paths." Meng Hongchun sighed, slightly regretting not having teased them earlier. Before long, the door to the VIP room swung open, and a group of people entered. Leading them was not the earlier auctioneer, Qinya, but a young girl clad in a flowing red gown. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, possessing breathtaking beauty and an impeccable figure, her dress accentuating her fair complexion. A gentle smile graced her lips, exuding warmth and approachability. While her demeanor was undoubtedly elegant and regal, cultivated from a young age, Qinya followed closely behind the girl, her attitude respectful and her face betraying an unmistakable joy. Rising to his feet, Wei Xuan cast a glance at the girl before shifting his attention to the soul-devouring engraving knife on the tray before him. His interest in the knife far outweighed any regard for the girl. Taken aback by Wei Xuan's apparent disregard, the girl couldn't help but feel a twinge of insecurity about her allure. Was she truly less captivating than a fearsome weapon? Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Jujio, the chief auctioneer and one of the organizers of the Starlight Auction House. Here is the item you just acquired. Please confirm its receipt. She introduced herself, as her attendant stepped forward with a slight bow, presenting the tray to Wei Xuan. Throughout her speech, Jujio's gaze remained fixed on Wei Xuan, scrutinizing him intently. Now that the four had removed their masks, revealing their true identities, Jujio recognized them as students from the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Quite handsome, Jujio mused inwardly, feeling a pang of regret. If only such talent belonged to their star Luo empire. As Wei Xuan grasped the soul-devouring engraving knife, a chilling aura surged forth, mingled with a touch of consciousness, instantly freezing the once menacing weapon. The knife, now encased in ice, resembled an ordinary ice blade. Under the influence of Wei Xuan's awareness, the terrifying aura was thoroughly subdued, offering no resistance whatsoever. Jujio's expression shifted, her gaze on Wei Xuan revealing a hint of astonishment. He had managed to quell the knife's ferocity with apparent ease. The soul-devouring engraving knife had a notorious reputation within their auction house, one that even many formidable soul masters found difficult to suppress. Yet, here was Wei Xuan, accomplishing the feat with remarkable nonchalance, leaving her utterly incredulous. After storing the ice-encased knife in his spatial ring, Wei Xuan produced a red card, presenting it to Jujio. Upon seeing the gold soul coin card, a flicker of disappointment crossed Jujio's eyes, though her demeanor remained unchanged as she gestured to her attendant. The attendant stepped forward, accepting the card and leaving the room. You seem somewhat disappointed by my choice to transact directly with gold soul coins, Wei Xuan observed, a smirk playing on his lips. Such keen insight. Indeed, I would prefer if you did not opt for a direct gold soul coin payment, Jujio replied with a smile, maintaining her composure. How you choose to pay is entirely your prerogative. Why would I be disappointed? Is that so? Wei Xuan's gaze bore down on Jujio, exerting a pressure that even her steady composure struggled to withstand, prompting her to avert her eyes. May I boldly inquire why you would invest such a considerable sum in acquiring this soul-devouring engraving knife? Jujio shifted the topic, her curiosity piqued, for while others recoiled from the knife, he seemed drawn to it, an anomaly indeed. Unusual circumstances often hold deeper meanings, she added, not fully believing that he was simply a wealthy individual seeking to indulge in extravagant spending. If I cannot elaborate, then so be it, Jujio smiled, conceding the point. I can only assert that it is worth the price, Wei Xuan replied enigmatically, unwilling to divulge further details. Respecting his discretion, Jujio refrained from pressing for more information, adhering to her professional ethics. Before long, the attendant returned, handing the card back to Wei Xuan, stating the amount of 28 million gold soul coins has been deducted. Esteemed guest, to express our gratitude for your support of our auction house, we have granted you a discount of 2 million gold soul coins, Jujio explained, as they anticipated Wei Xuan's return in the future. In truth, these discounts were insignificant. The soul-devouring engraving knife could have fetched a mere 100,000. So the final sale price soaring 300 times above that was already exceedingly profitable. They had exceeded their expectations by a substantial margin, and even a 2 million discount still left them with ample profit. Wei Xuan paused, regarding Jujio with a thoughtful smile. You certainly have a knack for business. Jujio returned his smile sweetly. Our auction house values repeat customers. This discount is merely an incentive for your future patronage. As she spoke, Jujio presented Wei Xuan with a golden VIP certificate. This is our auction house's golden VIP credential. please keep it safe. With this certificate, you will enjoy premier treatment and exclusive discounts. Wei Xuan accepted the golden certificate graciously, his tone laced with intrigue as he remarked, I shall certainly come to experience this premier VIP treatment in a few days. With that, he turned towards the exit, followed closely by Meng Hongxun and the others. Once they had departed, Jiujiu's ever-present smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. How much balance remains on his card? She inquired of her attendant. 72 million. The attendant bowed in response. Such a substantial amount. Why would he bring so much money to participate in the Soul Master Academy competition? Jiujiu furrowed her brow. With the 28 million already deducted, it meant that Wei Xuan originally possessed a staggering 100 million gold soul coins. Hearing this figure left even her astounded. It appears I must consult with my royal brother regarding a strategy, Jiujiu murmured to herself. Outside the auction house, Meng Hongxun inquired Brother Wei Xuan, how much money is on that card? 28 million was deducted without hesitation. It initially held 100 million, Wei Xuan replied nonchalantly, as if he were merely stating a numerical fact rather than a sum of gold soul coins. The revelation left the trio in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief. 100 million gold soul coins was no trifling sum. For commoners, it was astronomical, and even for many nobles, it was a staggering figure. Even the long-established families of soul-guided devices would find it challenging to amass such a colossal amount of gold soul coins. The royal family is exceedingly wealthy. 100 million gold soul coins can be given away without a second thought. Xiao Hongxun, astonished, instinctively glanced at Su Yanqing, wondering if this prince might also possess 100 million gold soul coins. Su Yanqing promptly shook his head, asserting that he did not have 100 million gold soul coins. Indeed, he did not even possess 100,000. Although the soul-guiding devices he carried were worth more than 100,000 gold soul coins, he certainly did not have that much currency. This gold soul coin was given to me by the master of Hongxun under the name of Mingda Hall, Wei Xuan explained briefly to the group. In a certain sense, these gold soul coins could be considered the fruits of his labor, earned through the improvements he made to the soul-guiding formations. The enhancements he devised were originally intended as unconditional gifts for Mingda Hall, aimed at promotion, without any intention to exchange them for anything in return. After all, they were not particularly valuable items, and there was no need to cherish them too dearly or use them solely for himself. However, Jing Hongxun and the higher-ups of Mingda Hall held a different perspective. Their constant, unconditional demands weighed on their consciences. They were all masters of soul-guiding devices, with esteemed identities. Yet they found themselves asking a child for favors, an uncomfortable thought indeed. Thus, they devised a method of purchasing gold soul coins, symbolically offering Wei Xuan some coins to ease their conscience. To alleviate their psychological burden, Wei Xuan accepted the gold soul coins they offered. Upon hearing Wei Xuan's explanation, the three displayed looks of realization. Actually, I have a few more of these cards, Wei Xuan remarked, producing 3 red cards. Upon seeing these cards, Meng Hongxun and the others widened their eyes in unison, exclaiming, could it be that these are also worth 100 million? Wei Xuan smiled, clever. The amounts on these cards are identical. Aside from the one I previously mentioned, the others have remained unused. Therefore, if Master Hongxun spoke the truth, there is indeed 100 million here. Consider it a gift, he said, as he handed the cards to each of them, one by one. After regaining their composure, the trio attempted to return the cards to Wei Xuan, as they had not intended to accept the gold soul coin cards, only harboring curiosity. Since I said I would gift them to you, why return them to me? Wei Xuan replied, summoning icy mist from his palm, which firmly encased the cards in their hands, preventing any withdrawal. Brother Wei Xuan, these are your hard-earned rewards. Why give them to us? We are not lacking in funds. Meng Hongxun protested. Su Yanqing and Xiao Hongxun nodded in agreement. What hardship is there? In truth, this wealth came quite easily. Wei Xuan chuckled as the 4 began their return to the Star Emperor Hotel, during which Wei Xuan recounted how effortlessly he had acquired this wealth. Improving a soul-guiding formation by 1 level yields 100 million gold soul coins. Over the past few years, he had nearly enhanced all soul-guiding formations. From 1st to 9th level, 9 levels in total. This meant he possessed a total of 9 cards, equating to 900 million gold soul coins. 900 million gold soul coins is a staggering figure. To put it into perspective, the annual tax revenue of Xinglua City is only around 60 million gold soul coins. Thus, 900 million would amount to the tax revenue of 15 years. In essence, Wei Xuan had earned an amount equivalent to 15 years of tax revenue in just a few years, illustrating just how effortlessly this wealth had been amassed. With such a fortune, Wei Xuan found it challenging to determine how to spend it, leading him to decide to give some away, as he was not particularly concerned about money. It is noteworthy that while Mingda Hall is a research institution, it also oversees several subordinate organizations. These organizations are responsible for promptly applying the research outcomes of Mingda Hall. The two most significant of these entities could be described as cash cows, one supplying soul-guiding devices to the military and the other catering to civilian needs. The annual revenue generated by these two organizations could only be described as astronomical, exceeding all imagination. Without exaggeration, no other force on the continent could rival Mingda Hall's earning capacity. It is precisely because of these two money-making machines that Mingda Hall could afford to allocate 900 million gold soul coins to Wei Xuan. However, parting with such a sum was not without its pain for Mingda Hall. After learning how much wealth Wei Xuan possessed, Meng Hongxun and the others finally accepted the gold soul coin cards. In the Star Emperor Hotel, within Wei Xuan's room, he sat cross-legged in the living room, with a soul-devouring cutter floated before him, its dark blade emanating a forbidding aura. At that moment, the soul-devouring cutter trembled slightly, exuding a fierce energy as it began to radiate a blue light. This blue light grew increasingly intense, swirling around the blade and coalescing into a grotesque visage. The face, human-like yet possessing long, sharp fangs, resembled a malevolent spirit. A chilling scream echoed through the room, accompanied by howling winds that sent shivers down the spine. The monstrous face roared at Wei Xuan, its great mouth gaping wide as if to swallow him whole. Wei Xuan, with his eyes tightly shut and an expression of calm, appeared oblivious to the horrific visage. A golden radiance emanated from his brow, transcendent and sacred, possessing the power to purify all evil and filth in the world. Upon contact with the golden light, the blue visage emitted a heart-wrenching wail, its cries sharp and piercing. Had it not been for Wei Xuan's foresight in sealing the surroundings with his consciousness, the sound would have undoubtedly traveled far, causing quite a commotion. The golden brilliance blazed like flames, while the blue visage melted away like snow. Under the illumination of the golden glow, the blue visage rapidly dissipated, becoming increasingly ethereal within a few breaths. The dark soul-devouring cutter began to change, its black hue gradually transforming into vapor that dispersed into the air, revealing its true azure color. After 10 breaths, the grotesque face had completely vanished, and the once dark soul-devouring cutter had undergone a remarkable transformation. Previously, the soul-devouring cutter had appeared dark, ancient, and ominous, evoking the sense of a profoundly evil beast. Now, it radiated a pure azure hue, pristine and untainted, akin to pure azure crystal. The surface of the blade glimmered with a vibrant azure light, teeming with life, and wherever the light shone, vitality flourished, brimming with energy. Wei Xuan opened his eyes, and the purified cutter fell into his palm. After examining the blade closely, he nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Fortunately, it has not been severely tainted by malevolent energy. Should I use it now, or wait for a while?" Wei Xuan pondered aloud, feeling somewhat hesitant. The gold of living beings, rather than being a mere metal, could be described as a natural treasure existing in a unique form, with numerous applications. It could enhance one's strength. The vast life force it contained could improve one's physique, increase potential, and even extend lifespan. With special methods, it could be refined into a medicinal furnace while retaining its life force. Alternatively, it could be directly refined into medicine. Its uses are truly manifold. Wei Xuan chose to refine it, intending to use its immense life force to restore his consciousness. Relying on this abundant vitality should aid in the recovery of his mind. However, he hesitated on how to refine it. Should he do so now, directly using the vast life force to nurture his consciousness? Or should he harness this immense life force to condense a life soul core, nurturing his consciousness in a gradual manner? While he could predict the effects of the former, he was less certain about the latter approach. After all, he had never condensed a soul core and had not personally experienced its effects, rendering him incapable of accurately gauging the magnitude of its power. This uncertainty signified that opting for the latter method entailed considerable risk. The success of condensing the soul core and the efficacy thereafter were both shrouded in ambiguity. If successful, all would be well. However, failure would result in the loss of a precious piece of living gold. In such circumstances, it was indeed prudent to deliberate before making a decision. Not long after pondering, Wei Xuan formed a resolution, encasing the living gold in ice and storing it within his soul guide. He was not devoid of adventurous spirit, nor was he a timid seeker of stability. Otherwise, he would not have dared to seize the heavy pupil, risking his very life. In comparison to the steady and risk-free initial approach, he was more inclined to embrace the second method, which bore a certain level of peril. As the adage goes, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Thus, it was worth taking a little risk to allow his consciousness to recover more significantly. Chapter 69. Shrek battles Qianling. On the sixth day of the competition, Xingluo Square remained as bustling as ever. Even before the sun had graced the horizon, the vast square was filled with eager spectators. Many had endured sleepless nights, queuing for the previous evening to secure their spots for the day's matches. Though their bodies ached with fatigue, their spirits soared with anticipation for the two matches scheduled for the day. The contest between the Royal Sun and Moon Academy and Shrek Academy were set to unfold in the morning. Due to its exalted status, Shrek Academy enjoyed the privilege of being scheduled for the first match. At the referee's signal, the captains of Shrek Academy and Qianling Academy ascended the stage to draw lots for their team battle. As the competitors from both academies took to the stage and aligned themselves according to their formations, the atmosphere grew charged and tense, teetering on the brink of conflict. Shrek's lineup featured familiar faces such as Huo Yuhao, Bei Bei, and other reserve members. In a conventional formation, the powerful attack-type Bei Bei and the defensive Su Sanshur stood at the forefront, with Jiang Nanan and He Kaitu positioned behind them. Wang Dong and Xiao flanked the rear, while Huo Yuhao occupied the central position. This time, Shrek Academy's positioning was rather conventional, unlike the peculiar setup from the previous match. However, their opponents from Qianling Academy presented a rather unusual formation. For tall men stood resolutely at the front, creating a formidable human wall. Behind them were two women and one man, with the man centrally placed and the two strikingly beautiful women at the back. With the four imposing figures obstructing their view, the Shrek team was unable to discern the intentions of the three individuals behind them. This positioning piqued the curiosity of many observers, who were left wondering about its significance. Once the formations were finalized, the referee declared the match to commence. In the resting area of the Royal Sun and Moon Academy, Xiao Hongshan and others exchanged puzzled glances upon witnessing Qianling Academy's arrangement. Brother Wei Xuan, do you discern any hidden strategy in Qianling Academy's formation? Meng Hongshan inquired softly, leaning towards Wei Xuan. After careful consideration, Wei Xuan replied, they likely intend to amass a powerful attack to diminish Shrek's numbers, aiming to establish a numerical advantage right from the outset. The four defensive soul masters at the front serve as a blockade, while the two maidens bolster the central spear master's strength. It is not difficult to infer their tactics. Once their energy is sufficiently accumulated, the spear should be launched. With the amplification from two soul masters, a single strike from the Soul King, if aimed at Shrek's members, would undoubtedly inflict severe damage. Should the referee's intervention be delayed, or if the target's defenses were inadequate, a kill was also within the realm of possibility. Whether through elimination or severe injury, both scenarios would diminish Shrek's ranks, thus enhancing the chances of victory for Qianling Academy. One could not dismiss the cleverness of Qianling Academy's strategy. Should the situation unfold as they envisioned, they might indeed triumph over Shrek. Upon hearing Wei Xuan's insights, the doubts of Meng Hongshan and the others evaporated as they grasped the essence of Qianling Academy's approach. If Shrek were to fall to Qianling Academy, that would be quite the spectacle. It would be a stain on their legacy, Xiao Hongshan remarked, a hint of mockery in his tone, as he eagerly anticipated the unfolding match, though he believed Shrek was unlikely to falter, given the prowess of its participants. A flicker of anticipation lingered in his heart. What if they were to lose? Now that would be intriguing, Ma Rulong chimed in with a smile. The others shared in the laughter, their interest in the match intensifying. This spear master possesses a locking skill. It seems certain that someone from Shrek will be severely injured. They noted, keenly observing the developments on stage. With such a locking skill in play, evasion was futile, foretelling that someone from Shrek would undoubtedly face grave consequences. The assault of the Thousand-Strike Spear Soul Master has reached its culmination. Suddenly, the four-Lingxi Shield Soul Master stationed ahead shifted sideways, revealing a gap. A white cross mark appeared on Bei from Shrek, indicating his chest. Should this area be struck, it would undoubtedly result in a fatal injury. Sitting in his chair, Wei Xuan shook his head, pondering the low likelihood of the Thousand-Strike Spear Soul Master's success. When locking onto an opponent with mental power, the greatest fear lies in mental interference, which could lead to a deviation in his targeting. If he were to face opponents devoid of mental soul masters, his strike would likely succeed. However, Shrek possesses a mental soul master. As long as Huo Yuhao is not foolish, he would employ his mental prowess to disrupt the lock. If he were particularly astute, he could even directly interrupt the Thousand-Strike Spear Soul Master's attack, causing a backlash from the soul skill. As anticipated, the unfolding of the match mirrored Wei Xuan's predictions. The Thousand-Strike Spear Soul Master's attack missed its mark. Rather than diminishing Shrek's ranks, it inadvertently struck his own teammate, shattering the shield wall from within. The expressions of the likes of Meng Hongqian froze. The situation deviated from their expectations. At the moment he threw the spear, he was met with a mental assault, resulting in both mental damage and a misalignment of his aim. Mental attack? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, quickly redirecting their gaze towards Huo Yuhao. Is this not akin to losing rice while attempting to steal a chicken? Meng Hongqian murmured, feeling a pang of sympathy for the Qianling Academy. Wei Xuan smiled slightly, remarking that they had indeed been somewhat too clever for their own good. Were it a standard battle, the outcome would remain uncertain. However, now, after expending considerable soul power to accumulate this attack, not only had they failed to harm their opponent, but they had also severely injured a teammate, effectively diminishing their chances of victory. The Qianling Academy commenced with all members at rank 4, including a Soul King, which, on the surface, rendered them superior to Shrek. In a normal combat scenario, even if Shrek were to emerge victorious, it would not be without casualties. On the competition stage, the Shrek team seized the opportunity as the Thousand-Strike Spear Soul Master disrupted the formation of the frontline defensive Soul Masters. They launched a fierce counterattack. The robust Hikaitu emitted a metallic reverberation, a circular base appearing beneath him, anchoring his body to the ground. Metal cannon tubes emerged from his shoulders, sides, and back, transforming him into a humanoid artillery platform, adorned with numerous barrels that exuded a sense of impending destruction. Drawing in a deep breath from his cigar, Hikaitu channeled his soul power into the cannon tubes, awakening the previously dormant barrels with a ferocious roar. Chapter 70. Let me go 1 against 7. The sound of cannon fire erupted in succession, akin to the sudden detonation of firecrackers, as dozens of projectiles traced graceful arcs through the air. The shells detonated in the vicinity of the two Lingxi Shield Soul Masters, causing the arena to tremble. The distant energy shield also affected. The four Lingxi Shield Soul Masters and the Thousand-Strike Spear Soul Master were engulfed in a barrage of cannon fire, shrouded in smoke that obscured their figures. Within the haze, flashes of light flickered, accompanied by intense energy fluctuations, indicating the four were mobilizing their soul power to counter the onslaught of the shells. The explosions persisted for a considerable duration, inflicting severe damage even upon the two previously unscathed Lingxi Shield Soul Masters, rendering them in a state far worse than the initial injured pair. The garments of the Thousand-Strike Spear Soul Master lay in tatters, his situation dire. Had it not been for the 5th-level defensive Soul Guide mitigating much of the impact, his condition would have been far graver. The launch of these 63 artillery shells has significantly drained Hikaitu's strength, rendering him unable to fire again in the short term. Stop dawdling, hurry up, Hikaitu shouted, feigning an attack towards the fierce Tiger Spirit Master, which startled the opponent into a hasty retreat. After a brief moment of hesitation, Bei and the others sprang into action, with Jiang Nan being the quickest. She appeared behind one of the four Lingxi Shield Spirit Masters and, with her soul ring glowing, hurled him out of the competition arena. The others rushed towards their opponents from Qianling Academy, seizing the opportunity to achieve a decisive victory. At that moment, the Frostbear Spirit Master from Qianling Academy made his move. The towering Frostbear leaped forth and caught the flung Yang Ming, who was on the verge of being eliminated. Yang Ming's crisis was averted as he remained within the bounds of the arena. Unlung, the Frost Bear's spirit master, activated her fourth soul ring and with a mighty roar, unleashed a chilling energy that formed a frosty tornado around her. As she released her soul skill, an unusual energy fluctuation emanated from her head, enhancing the power of the blizzard, causing it to spin faster and emit a piercing howl, drastically lowering the temperature on the competition stage. The frosty tornado surged forward, its immense force barring the approaching Shrek team from advancing. Faced with this formidable blizzard, Bei and his companions could not simply traverse through it and were compelled to muster their soul power for defense. The thousand-strike spear master, Sun Tzu, appeared grim, gripping his spear tightly. With a loud shout, he activated his fifth soul ring, the sharp aura of the spear emanating prominently as he hurled it with all his might. The spear shot forth like an arrow, swift and accompanied by a deafening whistle. His target was no longer Bei, but rather the figure standing at the rear, Huo Yuhao. Bei and the others' expressions shifted dramatically, and Wang Dong, standing beside Huo Yuhao, instinctively moved to shield him from the impending attack. Wang Dong, trust me, do not move. Huo Yuhao shouted, his heart racing, though his face remained composed. Wang Dong, startled by Huo Yuhao's urgency, hesitated but, trusting in Huo Yuhao, refrained from moving. Suddenly, the space around Huo Yuhao rippled, and he vanished, replaced instantaneously by Su Sanshi. Su Sanshi's fourth soul ring illuminated, and the area of his Xianming turtle shell shield expanded significantly, with sharp points emerging beneath. With a powerful push, the points pierced the ground, and he held the shield at an upward angle. A deafening impact resonated as the thousand-strike spear collided forcefully against the Xianming turtle shell shield. Su Sanshi staggered, his feet skidding back after scraping against the ground. With the assistance of Xiao Zhao's 3 lives town soul cauldron, he managed to stabilize himself after sliding back several meters. Witnessing this, everyone exhaled in relief. Thanks to Su Sanshi, Huo Yuhao had narrowly escaped a dire situation. Sun Tzu knelt on one knee, panting heavily and pale, utterly depleted of fighting strength. A sense of disappointment washed over him upon realizing his attack had failed to gauge the opponent's strength. He struggled to rise, exchanging a glance with Enlunye and shaking his head slightly. Enlunye, though somewhat unwilling to concede, understood the futility of victory and began to withdraw her soul power, causing the icy tempest to diminish until it vanished completely. Sun Tzu, as the captain, addressed the referee with a hint of melancholy in his voice, conceding defeat for Qianling Academy. The referee, comprehending the situation, declared Shrek Academy the victor. From the sidelines, Wei Xuan cast a knowing glance at Enlunye, shaking his head with a faint smile. Had you utilized that skill earlier, the outcome may have been different. The fourth soul skill of the Frost Bear possessed the ability to obstruct mental attacks. Had they managed to sever Huo Yuhao's mental onslaught from the outset, Sun Tzu's attack could have succeeded, allowing their strategy to unfold seamlessly. Of course, this perspective stemmed from Wei Xuan's role as an observer. For the parties involved, it was unimaginable that their amassed power could be interrupted so abruptly. I never anticipated that Shrek Academy could assemble their soul-guided artillery so swiftly, laughed Xiao Hongchun, slightly furrowing his brow. The speed at which Kaitu had constructed the artillery had astonished them all. Such speed was rarely seen even among the elite of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. It seems we may have underestimated Shrek Academy's training in soul engineering, Ma Rulong stated solemnly. The others nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Kaitu growing more serious. Wei Xuan, who did not pursue the path of soul-guided artillery, refrained from commenting, merely listening to their astonishment. Following Shrek's match, another 4 contests took place before it was Sun and Moon Royal Academies' turn to compete in a personal elimination format. Tianyuan Academy's strength is the weakest among us in this group, with 5 Soul Masters, 2 high-ranking Soul Masters, and no Soul Kings present. This academy seems to reject soul-guided devices, so they should be easier to handle in battle, Ma Lao remarked, analyzing Tianyuan Academy's strength with a relaxed smile, feeling no pressure. Let me handle the match alone, Xiao Hongchun volunteered, intending to take on all 7 opponents. The others were eager, sharing similar thoughts of wanting to shine by facing all challengers. Any main team member here could easily take on 7 opponents, and even backup members like Xiao Hongchun and Ming Hongchun would be capable of doing so. Let Yanqing go first, Wei Xuan suggested. Me? Su Jianqing, who had been snacking and leisurely observing their analysis, was taken aback, pointing at himself with slightly greasy fingers. Quickly, he shook his head, chuckling, "Brother, I'm only at level 29, not even a soul master. How could I possibly compete against soul masters in their 40s? No, that's not going to work," Su Yanqing insisted, believing Wei Xuan was jesting. The others looked at Wei Xuan in confusion, wondering if he truly intended to send Su Yanqing to insult their opponents. There's no need for that. They're not Shrek Academy, they thought. Wei Xuan smiled and gently patted Su Yanqing's head, saying, "I simply want you to gain some experience and enhance your practical skills. Winning or losing is inconsequential. Moreover, with the ultimate fire and soul-guided devices, you might even defeat your opponent, provided you seize the opportunity." The group suddenly understood Wei Xuan's intention. Su Yanqing, noticing the earnestness in Wei Xuan's demeanor, realized he was not jesting. Hesitating, he inquired, "Do I really need to take the stage?" Wei Xuan retorted, "What do you think?" Meeting Wei Xuan's gaze, Su Yanqing's previously languid eyes grew resolute as he clenched his slightly pudgy hands and declared, "Very well." Since Wei Xuan had suggested that Su Yanqing take the lead, the others had no objections. During the battle, be sure to seize the opportunity, Wei Xuan advised Su Yanqing. The referee called for the teams to enter the arena. Su Yanqing jogged onto the stage, feeling somewhat timid. Unlike the last time when he had a team, this time he stood alone, which was quite an adjustment. The audience, seeing a child of merely 10 years, was taken aback, questioning how much combat prowess he could possess. The representative from Tianyuan Academy, upon seeing his opponent, was equally astonished. The initial feelings of despair and anxiety morphed into confusion. Although the referee was surprised by Su Yanqing's youth, he ultimately said nothing and declared the match to commence. The Tianyuan Academy contestant immediately unleashed his martial spirit, his body swelling as his limbs thickened and a layer of yellow scales enveloped his skin. Each scale was the size of a palm, forming a diamond shape, and a scaly tail emerged behind him, his face elongating. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings rose from beneath his feet, exuding a heavy aura. His name was Liang, a defense-type soul master with the martial spirit of a pangolin. "I can do this," Su Yanqing thought, taking a deep breath and clenching his fist to bolster his resolve. His aura became wild, a red glow emanating from his body as the temperature around him began to rise sharply. A spherical flame, radiant as the sun, erupted behind him. Su Yanqing's eyes transformed into a pale gold, flickering with flames, while his clothes were consumed by fire, revealing the inner armor he wore. 2 yellow soul rings circled around him, radiating a fervent and tempestuous energy, waves of heat rippling outward. The audience beheld Su Yanqing's martial spirit with puzzled expressions, failing to recognize it. Many initially thought of fireball, yet sensed something was amiss. In the Shrek rest area, Hikaitu stood up in shock upon seeing this martial spirit, exclaiming, "The Sun Martial Spirit." Wang Yin and the others were startled by Hikaitu's intense reaction and hurriedly inquired, "Do you recognize this martial spirit?" Records on the Sun Martial Spirit were scarce, so even Wang Yin, who focused on martial spirit research, could not immediately identify it. Hikaitu unconsciously clenched his fists, a deep-seated animosity flashing in his eyes. He indeed was of royal descent. Initially uncertain of Su Yanqing's lineage, upon witnessing the Sun Martial Spirit, his suspicions were confirmed. He nudged his senior brother, Huo Yuhao, expressing concern. His current state is quite unusual. Hikaitu urged himself to regain composure, returning to his seat as he remarked, "I was merely astonished by this martial spirit." "What is this martial spirit that elicits such a reaction?" Bei Bei inquired curiously. "This is the Sun Martial Spirit, a hereditary martial spirit of the royal family of the Sun and Moon Empire," Hikaitu replied solemnly, his words laced with resentment. The crowd gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief, realizing that this chubby boy was indeed of royal blood. "Did you notice the temperature of his flames?" Wang Yin spoke gravely. "The flame temperature? From this distance, how can we gauge its intensity?" Sushan Si Zima. Others watched for a moment, unable to discern anything, but Huo Yuhao was the first to react. Rising in astonishment, extreme fire, his ice-blue scorpion martial spirit represented extreme ice, making him particularly sensitive to temperature. He quickly realized just how high the temperature of the Sun Martial Spirit was, although he could not ascertain the exact degree. The intensity was far greater than what Ma Xiaotao had exhibited. The implications were unmistakable. The others were taken aback, and Wang Yin nodded gravely, recognizing the level of distortion in space caused by the flames. Have you noticed the soul power level of this chubby boy? Wang Yin said in a low voice, filled with astonishment. Around 10 years old and already at level 30? That talent is simply astounding. Upon hearing Wang Yin, the others focused on sensing Su Yanqing's soul power, their pupils constricting in disbelief. Their astonishment was shared by many. Upon sensing Su Yanqing's soul power, they were profoundly shocked. On the battlefield, the combat had commenced. Surprisingly, it was not Li Yang who had reached the Soul Master level, but rather Su Yanqing, a mere Great Soul Master, who initiated the attack. Once he steadied his emotions, Su Yanqing launched his offensive. Multiple cannon barrels appeared around him, and he donned handheld cannons, unleashing a barrage at Li Yang. His tactic was not to employ the cannon platform strategy, but to install numerous small soul-guided cannons onto a specially designed inner armor for attack. While this approach lacked the raw power of the cannon platform strategy, it compensated with agility, allowing for constant movement. However, Su Yanqing stood his ground, launching his assault from the same position. 20 small cannons and 2 handheld cannons fired simultaneously, arcing through the air toward Li Yang's position. The small cannons were classified as second-grade soul-guided cannons, while the handheld cannons were third-grade soul-guided devices. Due to modifications to the formation, their power exceeded that of comparable soul-guided devices. Initially, Li Yang dismissed the incoming projectiles, confident he could easily deflect them. After all, how potent could the attack of a great soul master truly be? Naturally, he did not remain stationary, as that would be foolish. He attempted to dodge, thinking that if he could evade, he would minimize damage. However, after enduring several explosions, his expression changed. The impact of the projectiles caused him physical pain, and the intense flames from the explosions clung to the scales on his skin like a relentless affliction. The searing sensation was unbearable, prompting Li Yang to swiftly channel his soul power to resist the burning. Recognizing the severity of the flames and explosions, he ceased underestimating Su Yanqing, adopting a more serious demeanor. The first 2 soul rings on his body illuminated, and the scales on his skin shimmered with a faint yellow light, enhancing his speed and strength. Li Yang dashed forward, dodging the cannon fire while closing the distance between himself and Su Yanqing.